When
Okay,
we're
then.
speaking about the earth, we're talking about the water, the air, the ground. It's all one system, a realm we
Air
live in, we
moves.
call the earth.
Air
You can
moves. The
say,
water
oh, there's
moves.
earth underneath your feet and there's water, yes. But that's not
Air
what we're
moves. The
talking about
water
in this
moves.
context. And you can try to waffle away from that like an idiot,
We're being a chicken
or you
shit
can fucking
here.
face the facts.
We're being a chicken shit here because now you're after including the earth and the water, but the earth and or the air and the water moves.
It's part of the Earth system, Pete. What is your thing?
Right. So
Listen,
what if
Pete,
the
Pete,
skylights are
hold on,
part of the
hold
earth
on,
system
hold
and
on, don't
everything
interrupt me.
moves?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Pete.
you
Calm down. Listen, Pete. You're still objectifying the Earth. You're saying it's making you mad that we're saying flat. The surface is flat. We measure over water. It's flat. Hold on. But you keep saying you're angry because flat isn't the entire thing. We don't need to have the entire thing. You do. We're trying to find out why
not
you
even
need.
flat anyway.
Hold on. I was almost done. Why are you continuing to objectify the Earth system into an object? This is what you're doing. Why? Why?
Well, okay, my response to you then, the next time you make the declarations all of you have done here, in true and proper sense, make the declaration that the Earth's surface that we're all on is stationary and can only be deemed to be flat by extension of our experience of water. Go ahead and clarify.
Okay.
It's not just the experience of water. Let me give you an example. You have a table. It's flat on the top. The table is stationary, Pete. It's not moving. It's stationary. Just like the earth, because it's sitting on the earth.
Yes. I have a great. Can I be allowed to give you a great? And I've done this years ago on my own channel. Give you a great analogy, just for something for you to reckon with, right? Okay, just bear with me briefly. 30 seconds. Remember those fiber optic lamps? So they had a body to it. It was from the 80s, late 80s, 90s. I'm 51 now, born in 1972. So you plug it in and you put it, it's like a sort of a bowl, a vase shape, and you had a little core center and you had fiber optic strands that you could take out of it. Once you placed it in the center, there was a little disc of light around it which was swirling around when you plugged it in. So as you put the fiber optic strands into the center core, they would splay out like a tree or something, just whatever, just splay out. And as the color disc was moving around at the bottom, then you would get in a dark room or whatever setting, a lovely setting, just a cast emanation on the surrounds. Now, here's the thing. Take your fucking shears and cut that bitch right across, right the very across the top, so you have like an inch of those strands left. There's no more movement, no more splaying out. What you have is the same energy. The rest of the system is in play. The same energy is penetrating through, but now we have this restriction or this lack of delivery in a sense. And what do you think will happen in this darkened room? Won't you get something very circular-like, or emanating against the upper ceiling? Very something sun-like or moon-like, something like that. So that's what I'm saying. That whole system, that whole fiber optic lamp is the Earth. Right?
Imaginary, irrelevant speculation.
It's an analogy.
This has
analogy.
nothing to do with reality, and this is just your imagination you have conjured up from the depths of your fucking sordid mind.
Definitely not
Crazy
an
man
analogy.
that you'd say that.
It's definitely not an analogy, Pete.
It's an analogy. It's a great analogy for what's going on, actually, because what's happening in the sky is going back to the North Center, according to my thinking, and the thing moves at the North Center in three ways, around and around to give us the skylights that are moving in unison, in motion, up and down, which gives us the spring and the fall, the seasons, and then in and out, which gives us the moon phases.
Okay, good. Now go ahead and prove it. Now go ahead and prove
But
that.
it's not about proving. That's what I was saying about a metaphysical reality. You're not going to be able to prove anything to someone. You just have to follow the fucking clues. You have to decide whether you're already lost or found.
Well, you're lost because you're living in a world that doesn't exist in reality. You want to go into subject like only presupposition about these ideas that are only in your head.
What do you have to offer? Go
I
ahead.
understand that. Listen, I understand
offer.
that.
Go ahead.
Listen, I understand that. That's like I enjoy those conversations too, philosophical
You have to
conversations
offer. Go ahead.
about all kinds of things. That's great around the campfire, but eventually you got to leave the campfire and do real life.
Where do you
That's what
find yourself
we are
now?
talking-
Go ahead.
What,
Where do you
what,
find
are you,
yourself now?
what are you asking?
Hon? Where do you
Where?
find yourself now?
I'm in my apartment, sitting on my
Oh,
couch.
I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth. You know you're on a stationary and a flat Earth. What else do you know? What are the stars?
no.
Those are the lights in the sky. I don't know. No one does know either.
So better not to ask any questions rather than ask questions and maybe make some progress along definitive lines.
You
It's
can
a-
ask.
all right,
You can
hold on.
ask all you want.
Hold on.
You can ask all you want, but you're not going to get to the bottom of what the lights in the sky
Oh,
are.
yes,
No
yes.
human has ever been able to do this.
Not if you speculate. I agree with you, but if you follow the clues, you might get exactly where we're all fucking bound.
Only your best guess is going to work. That's all.
but-
All you're ever going to get is your best guess.
What are you going to do? Trust science? It's a good question. If God is in play, you know, faith, revelation could be at hand.
Sounds like fucking Fruit Loop.
All stars or one star Aristarchus. What am I supposed to fucking say? Tree of life. All encompassing.
Well,
It's
You're in a
divided.
bind. You're in a bind because you're trying to divine a place that doesn't have a creator. I think you're afraid that you are actually in the center of creation. That was done purposely. You're here for a reason. I think you're afraid of all of this.
If you think so bad,
I
you
do.
think so.
Yeah, because you keep trying to apply materialistic ideas
That's exactly what I'm not doing, you dickhead.
and philosophical ideas. I'm sorry, these philosophical ideas that you're trying to use because you're trying to avoid the simple fact that you are a created being and so are all the rest of us, and this is a created enclosed space, which sounds like you're on for most of that, you know.
Agree.
So if we're in a contained space, it had to have been created, man. There's no other way around it. Nature doesn't create contained spaces.
Agree. Of course.
Not like this, anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely on board. Everything you said there. No problems with it.
Okay. So how would something like that happen by happenstance? I'm not sure you think that it is by happenstance.
Can't. Everything is designed. Everything. Absolutely.
Okay, so does a design require a designer, an intelligent agent?
Of course. Of course.
Okay. So there has to be an intelligent agent that was here that created this whole thing.
Of course.
Okay. So you're a creationist also.
Oh?
Yeah.
Not in the traditional sense, anyway.
Well, I don't either.
I would say I'm a creation / destructionist. We live in a destroyed realm.
What? What about the destroyed part?
So everything I go along with you, but I think we are in a destroyed aspect of a previous creation.
Oh, I do too.
The devil represents the
Like
tree.
a diminished one. We built upon destroyed civilizations. Yes.
The tree has been cut. We live on cunt trees. Do you think okay, I want to go back to ourselves. I don't want to be rude or lewd about it. But I was going to ask Gregory earlier on, the God, as he stresses, does the God have a penis and testicles? I'd be most interested to hear.
It's a question you'll have to ask that person. I don't think they would know.
Okay, he's probably gone. But no, I think I have heard the affirmative before, which is problematic in a sense for me. But where else are we supposed to go with this stuff, my friend? We're already beyond officialdom. But remember, officialdom, after presenting us this flat Earth on a plate, flat Earth is so fucking obvious. So obviously we're in different times and we're in a different setting for this great conundrum. That's what I'm saying. And this is what I talk about is beyond that. You know what I mean? So you can say till the cows come home that, well, we can just start again. That's why I say Nathan Oakley, childlike wonder. Or you can think that there's a different setting to everything, and at the very least you'll accept that power is in play over the course of centuries or however long you admit history. Well, they have always known that the Earth wasn't a spinning ball, so they've been getting on with reality, coming to terms with that. And we're just coming out of some sort of illusion. Yeah, that's the very least you can.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And in a lot of aspects there, I think you're right. I think they may well know. They probably do. Yeah, that's why they have this philosophical thing. I think they said in some backroom meetings, that this is what we cannot allow the regular person to know about, because this would give them almost unlimited powers. So in order for us to retain the power, we have to create this illusion that they're on a limited place. They thought of this a long time ago. They can't be the center. It's an atheistic belief system. That religion of the ball is an atheistic system. They have to make it all up because there can't be a creator. That's why it's so complicated. They have no real explanations for what is really going on here and the systems that are in play.
Their role is played out then. Did you ever hear of, I'm sure you did, you're American, I'm Irish, right? But I was so through the 80s, The Greatest American Hero. Does that ring any bells with you?
Yeah, I think that's was it a book, a movie? I think it's a movie, right?
It was it was probably a book, but we just recognize it as the series that came on. It was an hour long. The premise of it was that he came across, okay, whatever, just to cut it to the quick, but he came across this extraordinary situation influenced by some extraterrestrial force or something, but he was given all these powers, and he was given a book of instructions, and he was given the suit and all the blah, but yeah, while he was just going through reading the different spells, if you want, invisibility, whatever, superpowers, he got to the shrinking spell, and yeah, grand, but everything shrank, including the book. And when he cast the spell to grow him, I guess, he dropped the book. So he had the rest of the powers in potential, and the whole of the series, or series of series, was all about him fumbling his way through to coming to appreciate the true powers that were within him, or given to him, imbued on him all along.
I do remember.
Maybe that's a good for life as well. Here,
I do remember this. Yeah, I was subject to all this American TV. Yes.
If we were born knowing everything, then I don't think there'd be any point in us being born. It's an adventure for us into division, into Genesis 2. That's what I think.
Well, listen, personally, I think that's why it's so difficult to get to the extremities. That was done on purpose, because whatever this entity is that created this place goes, well, how am I going to make this authentic and genuine for them as an experience? If they find out too soon what this place is, it'll kind of ruin it. It'll kind of ruin it. So I'm going to make it so hard that it's humanly impossible, or nearly impossible, for them to pass through these areas or get to any extreme of this enclosure, which I've put here, and I've said so in the scriptures. So
yes, but here we go. 1 second, please. Here we go. Perfect interjection by Pete Shea here. Then enter the dodo. So near impossible, but yes, always possible. And once one makes it, and the rest.
Can we get someone else to talk?
Okay, go ahead. I'm definitely going to go on mute because I'm definitely pissing people off.
Hey guys, I'm gonna shoot anyway.
Yeah, let's just move on.
No, Pete Shea, be honest. Did you come here just to piss people off?
I did not, and
Hey guys, listen, man. Pete's
I don't,
Pete's
and
been
I'm going
great
to go on mute.
entertainment, man.
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute. I did not come here to do that. I've been engaged all night, and the stuff I talk about is very specific, but that's fair enough. So I will go on mute, and I will say it's good to be back and good to have these conversations in general. So yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna say, guys, it's been great entertainment. It's been my first live, and it's been a pretty good live, to be honest.
Baby, you
great
ain't heard
accent.
nothing yet. I'm going to leave it on that. Cheers.
All right, then. I hope everybody's doing well.
If I was any better, I'd feel guilty.
Guys, I'm going to head off out. Take care, bro.
All right, well,
Have a good one.
there's this Customize 999 who says, send me a mod. I want a VC because I'm sick of mods being unfair. So he's sick of mods being unfair, but he wants a mod so that he can VC to... Okay, we'll see how that works out.
Send me a bottle. Oh my gosh, this is
I asked him if he was ready to get VC verified.
Wait just a minute. Who's asking for a VC verify? Well, I can do that. I can verify.
Somebody in Cogdis has been... I guess I think he's mostly been texting and chatting, like hasn't actually talked in VC, is what I'm assuming.
Is he,
And now they're ready to actually VC.
is he typing here or in the lobby?
It's customized.
He's in Cogdis.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let me go look there. Cogdis. All right.
And he says he's sick of unfair mods who are scared of questions, which I've been telling him, get VC verified, dude. Get VC verified. I've been telling everybody that.
What's
Whatever.
his name? Customize?
You want me to give you his ID?
No, I got it right now.
Yeah, that's it. Customize. Okay, there you go.
All right, let's see. That's fine. I can verify him. I think unless there's a block from me verifying. Let me find out.
Might have to talk to one of the. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink.
We'll see. I think I can still VC verify if Drace is okay with that on here. I don't think there's any problem. Whatever's done can be on.
So this is Wave Mixer. Hello, everybody. This has been a very interesting ride home the past hour and a half or so. Got kind of quiet in here, but very interesting topic. Anyway, I'm going to go back on mute because I'm almost home.
I don't think it works. I don't think it can work if he's in Cogdis. Oh, there we go. Okay, Customize. You are now VC verified. Come into the VC verified VC check-in one, and we'll check you in there. We'll just have a brief talk. All right. Let's go. Let me see if I can find him. Huh? He won't. Can someone move him into the? You want to come right into the live stream? Customize. We'll talk with you. That's fine. Doesn't matter what happened before. We'll wipe the slate clean. We'll come in clean and start over again.
Is the Fruit Loop gone, Sonny?
I'm trying to let's see, hold on. Trying to find him.
Or PJ, muted and deafened?
No, we're trying to get Customize.
Yeah, no, fuck him. I was asking you about PJ, mate. Has the
sorry.
Fruit Loop gone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Has the Fruit Loop gone? I see he's muted and deafened and so.
Yeah, well, we told him to just kind of be quiet. Some people had enough of him, so they said, "Why don't you shut up?"
How long were you talking to him for?
It was at least 5 hours, man.
Yeah, because I noticed he was in the server under his old name, Je suis Dodo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. It was interesting that he got round to the point of Aristarchus. How much has he been preaching about Aristarchus throughout the whole day, mate?
Not that much. That was sort of at the end. A little bit, maybe. No, more about other things, and a lot of it I didn't catch all of it because I was like busy as well. But
Okay.
you know, you hear outlandish ideas about how things are, and analogies to Earth that aren't analogous. After a while, you go, I've heard all of these before, and it's kind of boring. Why are you repeating these things? And a lot of like anger about how, if I could speak for Pete, I don't think he might. I think I'm correct in what he said, is he keeps objectifying Earth. He keeps asking for a replacement, and he's mad that we just say flat and stationary, but we don't say what the entire system is. So that's where it stands.
You can only know a certain amount of things. You either know or you don't, and it's okay not to know things from time to time, especially with things that you definitely can't know about. It was interesting to me, and I didn't catch much of the conversation, mate. I saw he was in the server, and
Dude, he kept asking for a picture of this Earth after we kept saying we have no picture of it.
he's an idiot then, isn't he? I mean,
I swear, 2 hours straight, he was having a conversation about the picture of this Earth.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, guys, I just wanted a brief rundown about what had happened. I see you got your customised 999 in, so Sonny, if you want to take that back from me. I'm going to say my good nights anyway, guys. But yeah, I'll catch you at some point soon. Take care.
All right, have a good night.
Cheers, buddy.
Customize, you have control of your mic, I believe. There you are.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Awesome.
Did you have something to ask or something?
Just curious to know why you, as grown men, do you think the Earth is flat?
I don't think the Earth is flat. I only used to think the Earth was a globe until I went out and checked myself with the geometry they gave us. So what I found is there's no observable drop over distance. That's what would be required. We see way too far. So
Can I now ask a question? Can I ask now a question?
So is that your reasoning? Is because we see too far, therefore the Earth is a globe?
No,
the Earth is flat.
Listen, because it's measurable, testable, and repeatable. That's why.
And so, have you went out and tested and repeated it?
Yes, I have. Dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I live right on the coast.
Okay, and walk me through, what did you do?
Pardon me?
Walk me through your process of you measuring the Earth.
Well, first of all, look, I'm not here to provide you with anything. I didn't make any claims about what Earth is. Apparently, you think Earth is a ball, right?
No, the world knows the Earth is a ball.
Okay, so you're making a claim, so you have the positive claim, so you tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. We'll start there. How do you know?
There's not a claim. The world knows this.
Oh, okay,
no, it's
so
not.
You say they know, so tell us how you know. You say they know, the whole world, so tell us how you know. What information do you have that you know instead of just believe? How do you know it's a globe?
Because I'm not a conspiracy paranoid theorist.
Okay, well, you're hold on. You're avoiding.
See, in order to believe,
you're avoiding the. You're avoiding the answer to the question. He asked you, "How did you verify what you've been told?" And your answer was, "I'm not a conspiracy theorist." Seriously,
right, so
correct.
It would take a direct measurement of the curvature. So, do you have that?
That is your assumption. That's what you're claiming.
Okay, tell us what we need then instead, because if curvature is not the thing that directly identifies it being a ball, what else is?
How about photos?
Oh, can photos be falsified?
NASA photos.
Can photos be falsified?
Photos can be falsified.
Oh, so that's ruled out. Thank you. That wouldn't apply in a court of law. It's not applying here either. Thrown out.
That's being disingenuous.
No, it isn't, because photos can be falsified, so that means you can't rely on them as proof of anything.
But flat earthers use photos as proof that the earth is flat because we see too far.
Because it's coming from a real life person doing real things, showing exactly what their setup is every step along the way.
And so are photos from space. You just deny it.
They do not. Show us how you can. Okay, show us how you validate the photo from space. How do you verify that?
You ever heard of metadata?
Okay, explain.
I'll ask you a question. Have you ever heard of metadata?
Yes, of course I have. So why don't you explain, though, what it is?
Metadata gives you information about the image that was taken.
No, metadata is information you're being fed.
No, metadata is information about the photo being taken.
He's talking about what's in a photograph. Yes, metadata will tell you that. Does it tell you exactly where the photo was taken from?
It could be, yes.
But no, that's not could be. No, it did or it didn't.
No, it could be. All cameras don't have that capability.
So it didn't.
No, it could be. It could be.
Okay, show us where they verified that they were actually up in the vacuum of space when they took the photo. How do you verify that?
That's easily verifiable.
Okay, show me how then. How would I walk me through it?
Well, tell me, what do you need in order to verify it?
I need to know how you verify the photo as being what they say it is from where they say they are.
Are you also aware that NASA admits
what do you accept as verification?
Excuse me. Are you also aware that NASA admits that they weave data together and it's a Photoshop image?
That is just you reciting other photos.
No, it's not. Do you know how many photos we've taken from NASA and put into photo forensics and picked it apart, showed you how the image of the Earth is inlaid?
Tell me what you accept as verification.
We're not talking about photos. No, we want you to tell us, listen, do you know how, do you know how, when, and where Earth's curvature was ever measured by anyone in history?
Flat earthers can use photos, but
I'm not asking about what flat earthers do. I'm asking now, do you know of any information of a direct measurement of curvature to verify that it's a ball?
I get it. I've dealt with flat earthers for the last 16 years. I know your tactics. I get it.
So you're not answering.
We're talking about photos and how flat earthers use photos.
So where's do you know of a direct measurement of Earth's curvature on the surface?
There's plenty out there. Go research.
Show me one. Show me one.
There's plenty.
Show me one.
We're talking about photos.
Verification.
Flat earthers use it, and globe earthers use it.
Yeah, we can verify.
What is going on?
This guy.
And we can too.
He's spiraling. Calm down, Linda.
Can we reset? I just joined. Like maybe everybody take a deep breath.
So listen, here's the thing that we have. We can go out. I fucking was talking. All right, I'm leaving. Helios here. Bye.
He's claiming that they put on.
Whenever Helios here, I fucking can't talk. So see you later. Bye, Helios.
Damn, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to piss you off, Sonny. I was going to say he thinks that they're putting optical cameras on telescopes and taking a picture of Earth. That's all I was going to say.
Well, dang. I'm late.
I joined in. It was spicy, boy. What's up, Customizer?
Yeah.
Finally found your way. So we're still.
What he thinks that they're. I'm sorry, Sonny, man. I didn't mean to. Dude, I haven't even been here in several days. Anyway, so yeah, it sounds like this guy thinks that they're putting like cameras on telescopes and taking the pictures of the Earth, which
selfies, bro.
They never claimed that at all. Yeah, it's self. No, not selfies. This is like Earth takes a picture of Earth. They're setting cameras up in the sky and taking pictures of Earth. That's not anything that NASA claims whatsoever
So who else is rocking with us? Anybody else?
Yo, what happened to Customize, man? It was getting interesting.
Yeah, I want to hear the response to that. I mean, he thinks that they're sending
Yeah.
freaking P900s or something, a million miles away and taking a picture of Earth or some shit.
Hey, don't double team them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just have like one versus one. Like, like when too many people like going against him, he probably feel like he been double teamed.
That's all good. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, man. Like one at a time. Yeah. We know how to do it, man.
Go to that point. Go to that point. Go to that point.
And by the way, Sonny, if you're listening, I apologize. I sort of didn't interject. I just wanted to be real quick about it. Boom. And
I sound like he might have needed a break anyway, but Sonny, we love you out there, buddy. Anyway, I mean, shoot, we can reset, come back for round 2, folks.
I agree with what Felix said, though. If we take turns and one at a time speak, it'll keep it from looking like a bunch of dogs chasing a rabbit or something. That mayhem is kind of bad look. But yeah. Carry on, Mr. CB.
I just joined, so I mean, when I joined, it was like bark. Some dogs.
I just got in here as well. I would like to say this, like, as one last thing before y'all carry on with it. So, scientific model, scientificus modulus, producing knowledge and measurements. Without measurements that produce knowledge, there isn't a scientificus modulus, and the scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist. Period. But moving forward.
Yo, what'd be so funny though? They'd be like, it's so much evidence. Then you'd be like, show me one, and they can never show you one. But it's so many different evidence, but you can't show one. That's like that shit like kill me.
Well, Felix, there's just so many. I can't even show you. I can't even show you any, dude.
Yeah,
it's overwhelming.
That's crazy right now, man.
Let's see if Customize has calmed down a bit and is ready to ask a question or insult one of us, whatever.
When I came out. Yeah, 10:30.
You sound like a tin can on the moon, man. Like, we can't really hear what you're talking through. Not quite roboting, it's just really rusty.
Maybe a
You
half.
there, Timbo? There you go.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. You got to repeat the course.
You hot mic in there, Timbo? Alright then.
Are we talking to Customize?
Did you finally get a chance to talk to him, Central?
No, I've never talked to him in voice.
Me neither. Hey, Custom, did you talk to Miggy yet? Did you guys get a chance to catch up?
He's server muted. Gotta unmute him.
Oh.
He's back. We're live with Customize.
Did you guys get a chance to... Did you find Miggy yet, Custom? I know you were looking to chat with him recently, right?
Customize. You have access to your microphone.
I didn't realize you were muted. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, why won't he answer?
I think he just wanted to bark at Sonny.
He just muted himself now.
Oh no, get Sonny back in here.
Don't worry, Sonny's gone. The big mean Sonny is gone. You can come out now.
What, 2 years?
Hello,
out of
Customize. You were so upset that you got muted. You're unmuted now. Do you want to say anything?
Hey, be nice.
Wait, guys, is Customize the Clover?
He's typing. He doesn't want to talk. He's scared.
If we don't keep you on mute, Customize, what excuse will you have for not talking?
He said, hold on, guys. I guess he's busy.
It's camping with no alternator. I just changed the alternator on the weekend, and then I drove it the other day.
Is that fucking right, mate?
Hey, Timbo.
Did you hit a
Timbo.
kangaroo?
No.
We were having a right rip snorter here. And then this hiker
Is he
shows up
hot
and just
micing,
like
or
that,
is he
it's good
talking
night.
to
I can't, mate. It's because we're on a main road. It's a tollway between.
Is Timbo hot micing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Timbo.
All right.
He's God Rockin' 2.0.
Is that Mimas?
Yes, it is. It is the dulcet sounds of Mimas Aurelius. Tonight on 6969 AM, WDILDO. Customize 999, you're up.
I don't think he wants to talk, dude.
He said, hold on, guys.
I know.
I know, but hold on for how long?
His card just is.
Freaking
I
Timbo.
don't know. Do we have hold music?
He says, hold on for one more day.
And Denialism said rejoin. I guess they would like to speak. There you go.
Hey, since we're in a break, does this sound better? I'm not gonna talk right now. It does sound better, right?
Does what sound better? Helio, your voice.
You're good.
Yeah, I sound like a sexy motherfucker, right?
Only sometimes.
Well, you do most of the time as well, so no.
Nah, I'm reliably told I have the voice of a sociopath.
You know what? You kind of do. I'm not gonna. No, you sound like a commander of an army, like when you talk.
Forward.
Forward march. No,
that's right.
I figured out what the issue was with Mike. Go ahead, guys.
Mimas stuff sounds like a general. He's just about to bark orders and make some crap happen. Ready to roll out.
From having kids.
I was gonna say, yeah,
exactly what the plan is, and just do it.
I mean, let me tell you, kids wrecked my body.
I think that Denialism should join.
They beat the shit out of you?
No, when I gave birth. It's 2023.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh no, Customize couldn't figure out how to stay in the VC again.
He's still going through postpartum.
So we tech
Discord's
support
tough.
now to try to
What
get
does
him
this
to
button do?
help get him back in so that he can get back involved in the conversation. We're tech support now.
Yeah. And we're cowards when we don't speak to him.
There are dads who have taken their son to whorehouses, and the sons were not this scared to go inside. This is the third time he has chickened out.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Well, how could he not be scared, dude? He said we were believing in something that's true, and he couldn't provide us proof of a ball, bro.
You notice after I said that he left because they don't put optical cameras on telescopes and take pictures of Earth.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And he didn't say shit after that, did he?
He left when I came in here because I'm the one who convinced him to come in.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey,
What's up, Denialism?
all right, I just got a few questions because I like to mess around with people that surround me. But my question was, okay, so I know that space is a record, stuff like that, or that's what it's claimed to be. But what about the ozone layer that we have, and how does it manage to stay maintained outside of the fact that it's just sticky gases?
Worker robots and anime waifus, they keep it maintained.
Say that again?
Worker robots and anime waifus. Big titty anime girls are up there, keeping it maintained.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason weed is forbidden is because when you smoke weed, you damage the ozone layer. So now the government is actually the good guys, right? That's what you believe. They make sure that nobody smokes pot. So
You're
the
right.
ozone layer
That's why we
stays
pay
nice and
them.
good.
Okay, so what exactly do you understand the ozone layer to be?
The ozone layer is just composed of a bunch of gases which have managed to stick together, and because they stick together, they're not getting sucked into space.
Do gases stick together?
Do gases stick together? I mean,
Yes.
it's most certainly possible due to molecular structures and certain atomic bonds which can be formed within these molecules. So yes, it is 100% a possibility. Now,
are you sure?
Google this. Actually, yes, I am quite sure that it's
So
possible.
gas is not moving at 2,000 meters per second.
Let's see, gas is not moving at 2000 by the law of not the law of heliocentrum, but the theory of heliocentrism, or whatever the fuck it is. I think, let me go pull this up because I do have it somewhere. Let's see.
You do need to.
It does say that we are moving 24,901 miles. Now, if we're,
molecules of gas
completely coinciding with the theory of heliocentrism, that means that this ozone layer and all these gases would still be in the atmosphere of the Earth because of a gravitational field.
But hold on. What? We're gonna do one thing at a time, okay?
Well, he asked me a question. I was going to answer the question.
Well, I asked you the question.
You asked me the question. I'm answering your question. If we're speaking on heliocentrism, then
I'm not.
By
I'm
that
asking
narrative,
about the gas.
You're asking me. You asked me, does gas stick? And then you asked me, does gas move at 24,901 miles per second?
No. I said, does it move at 2,000 meters per second? Then it does. If it's,
yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes, it moves it. But where does it move?
Let's see. I could Google this.
It moves within something.
It's probably moving within its container. Because it's gas.
Right, so what's containing the ozone?
Containing the ozone.
Yes.
From what I can guess is that the molecules are sticking together, so nothing's causing it to actually move.
So the laws of gas law just stops working after that.
Mm-hmm. Say that again.
So you get past the ozone layer, and it's like there's just the laws stop working.
Yes. Beyond Earth's gravitational field, if we're speaking that way.
Okay. Well,
vacuum.
But then it's not a law, denialism. Then you should go to like a physics professor. You should tell him, hey, that gas law is not a law, you know? Because
What happens if you expose gas to a vacuum?
The gas is sucked into the vacuum.
Right. So what happens when you expose gas to the vacuum?
Then it will be sucked into the vacuum. But the difference with this is not.
So where do you get pressurization from then?
It's multiple gases, actually.
It's only one. It's only one medium, though.
Is it? What's the medium?
Medium is gas.
Okay, so the medium is gas.
You have a giant vacuum, right? Which is space, like infinite, pretty much.
Yep.
And then you have a little rock relative, right, by the size of like the planet stuff. You have like a minuscule pebble. And you're claiming that the gas is going to stick to the pebble and not go to the vacuum. It's like 99.99% of everything.
Yes, that is my claim. Now, of course, you could add a bit more.
You know it's bullshit. Like the way you say it yourself. Come on.
Okay, well, if you believe it's bullshit, please point out where you believe.
You're the one claiming that gas can do that something it can't do.
I might be claiming something gas is doing.
Right. If you're claiming that gas is not affected,
is that gas does the gas particles?
If you're claiming that gas can exist adjacent to vacuum without being affected, then you're making a claim. Do you have evidence that gas can exist adjacent to vacuum?
Let me see. I don't think I do.
I don't really think so.
Oh, come on now. You don't gotta. I'm just trying to get clarification. I'm not.
We're just having fun. Bro, you must be trolling, bro.
But I'm mostly here for clarification on certain things, because that's all.
Well, a lot of the times the clarifications are because a false claim has been made and the evidence is put onto us for somebody else's claim.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll clarify things for you, but please try not to involve your feelings.
Feelings? Well, no feelings are being involved. I'm just trying to fill in the gaps for myself so things can make sense when I say them. So I wouldn't consider.
You're good.
I believe that was
Appreciate you leaving your emotions out of it. That's all good.
Don't get emotional denial.
Is can gas exist adjacent to a vacuum? So with a vacuum, can gas exist?
You'll get an article that says yes, because we exist in space.
Really? Let me see.
Yeah, that's probably what you're going to get. Can gas exist next to a vacuum? And I guarantee you're going to get an article that says gas can exist next to a vacuum because we exist and we're in space.
I actually had something different pop up. It says, how can you have pressurized system next to a vacuum? Let's see what this says.
Yeah, let's see what that says.
Someone says they studied at Stanford University. That's all he's saying. Related. If space is a vacuum, then why does it suck?
I told you.
Is this on Quora?
Actually, the answer to this is interesting. And while gravity is most certainly a real thing, the answer to this question is because gravity is strong. Is not because gravity is stronger. The actual answer is that the vacuum of space does not exert any force on the atmosphere at all. It does not suck the air. We associate we associate the word suck with vacuums, but it's a
No, it blows. It blows. Yeah, it blows.
Excuse me.
Right. So what happens? What happens when you have high pressure next to a vacuum in any experiment?
Am I able to finish this article here?
Well, I already know what it is.
Okay. Yeah, you already know. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to. What happens? Does it say in the article what happens when you put gas pressure near a vacuum?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, I can find.
The nihilism. If nothing is pressing, then where does the pressure come from?
You said if nothing is pressure, then where does the pressure come from?
If nothing is pressing, nothing is pressing, then where does the pressure come from?
I'm sorry, the accent is a bit heavy. Can someone help me?
Okay, sure.
Okay. So, gas has to press on a container to have pressure.
Yes.
Okay. So how do we have pressure?
Let's see.
If we don't have a container?
Without a container, yes.
Is it possible for gas to be contained?
You're asking the wrong person.
Stop asking Google.
You can Google it all day, and people are going to give you stories and explanations. Yeah, people are going to give you stories and explanations all over Google. But what we want is scientific data.
Either being fully surrounded by a container or together by gravity.
You're gonna keep on reading articles.
Since we don't have container,
not giving you as a citation.
It says that gravity is
there's no proof of gravity, though. There's no proof of gravity.
Yeah, there really isn't any proof of gravity, but this is probably the only concept which is possible for me to even hold a stance here.
Right. You're already in tune with relativity then, so you understand that gravity, they no longer consider it a force.
Yeah. Can you falsify gravity for me? Because I forgot what another dude.
Well, I think it needs to be validated before I can falsify it.
Okay, validate it and then falsify it.
I don't claim it exists.
Oh, well, shit. Let's see if I can find a way to validate gravity.
We're good with density. Density works. Now, why everything's oriented in the universe the way it's oriented, I couldn't tell you that. You'd have to ask whoever made it.
Okay.
I know why it's oriented to up and down.
Okay, so gravity is referred to as the force that attracts a body toward the center of the Earth or toward any other physical body having mass.
Definition.
So this is the definition. This instantly means that gravity can be created by anything that has mass.
Magic.
But
magic.
If you have a definition, it doesn't mean it exists.
Right.
Like, I can define a white sheep that is actually black, but that doesn't mean that such a thing exists.
Well, let's see if we can actually define white sheep that is actually black.
Hold on. Hey, there's a girl. She plays video games. She'll let you have sex with whoever you want, and she's a 10.
Okay.
Does she exist?
More than likely, yes.
Probably
not. Don't you can't say cap. I mean, well, 10. No, 10's
your mom?
10's are extremely rare. Oh, my mom's a very
Listen, brother, I don't care how hot she is. Somebody somewhere is sick of her bullshit.
Yeah, more than likely. Okay. So I think we can establish that the idea here is that anything that has mass has gravity, apparently, or has its own gravitational field.
The only problem is cool story.
Cool story. Well, that's not even a debate, and that's not a rebuttal towards this.
No, I mean, that's just a claim. There's no proof of that.
Okay.
The nihilism, if in order to hold your own in a debate, you got to pull up an article every minute, maybe it's just accept you don't know enough about the topic, learn a bit more, and then come back. Like even
you haven't falsified gravity for me. You just said
it hasn't been validated.
Falsified because gravity is just a claim. It has not been proved.
Okay.
And
that's the whole problem. It's just unfalsifiable pseudoscience. Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
Well, I mean, yeah, if gravity is just a claim and it has not been proven, then there is no argument.
Can you try
There's
to
nothing
prove
to falsify. Correct.
Can you try to prove the mass? What you start with the mass?
No, Sasha, let's not get him in the weeds.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing I could say is that certain objects possess a magnetic field. I don't know if that's been proven. Actually, no.
Magnetism we can test, and we can measure the force of magnetism, right? So we can't do
magnetism is density based or mass based. What is is magnetism density based?
No. Magnetism is material based. There are magnetic things.
Then why does the Earth have a magnetic field?
Because maybe the Earth is magnetic.
Okay, so the Earth is magnetic.
It's assuming Earth has a shape to begin with.
Does mass has anything with density?
No. Sasha, you're gonna get in the weeds bad, man. I know you're going with, but you're gonna get him in the weeds, man, because he's not there.
I think it's more volume that has something to do with mass.
He wants to involve that force, you know. And
I know, but we can get rid of that without even going there.
Okay.
We can completely circumvent that entire argument because the cause and effect relationship that exists doesn't have anything to do with that.
I mean, there's no real argument here if gravity doesn't exist or has not been proven to exist.
Well, okay, so there's this claim that there's a force that makes everything like do what it does, but it's never been measured. It's never been no independent variable has ever been established. Like, it is literally just a claim that there's some magic force that just does it.
Yeah, well, I mean, even magnetism, the claim of magnetism causing things, we don't even claim that. It's just a natural function.
All right, Helio, go have a drink. Go have a drink, Helio.
But denialism, were you saying that you're saying there's no argument here for our side, or you're saying there's no argument here for the globe side? What are you saying by if they haven't proved gravity, there's no argument? Can you clarify what you mean by that?
I mean, if gravity doesn't exist, that means that it'd be impossible for this gas to be contained in any way.
Not necessarily.
It means that all the gas would be sucked out of space.
No.
Yeah, actually, because what it says is that gas can only be contained by either being fully surrounded by a container.
But what have you done, though? You've presupposed the conclusion in the question.
What conclusion have I presupposed?
It's an affirming the consequent. You're saying without gravity, I can't believe in reality.
No, I'm just saying if gravity does not exist, then the gas cannot be held together.
Let's go back 200 years. Hold on. I need you to do a mind experiment with me, okay? A practice here.
Okay, let's do a mind practice.
To a time where nobody believed in gravity.
Okay.
Okay, you're there. You've never heard of it. You have no idea. You have never envisioned or thought of a force.
Okay.
How is the air staying here?
How am I staying here?
How is the air staying here?
Shit, I don't know.
You don't know. That is the correct answer.
Okay.
That is the correct answer. I don't know is the beginning of all wisdom.
That's a great answer.
So what happens is we created this model of gravity based on our presupposition of radius, right?
Uh-huh.
So our big problem here is what? It's actually radius is the problem.
Okay.
All right, so we don't need to bother with gravity. What we need to do is actually measure the actual Earth and see if there's any curvature on it, right? Wouldn't that be the knockout there? Like if we just show you that all this shit measures flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucky for you, buddy. We have that.
Somebody post up the Black Swan.
Black Swan. Got it coming right up.
I'm going to post something else, but it's still going to be flat Earth.
Okay, this was pretty cool. I'll be back.
What?
He said he'll be back.
Was he going to look at a video, or was he going to analyze the Black
Probably
Swan?
going to Google Black Swan.
But someone just posted it, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
He's actually alright. He's a bit of a calm dude, so I think the conversation could go really well.
I can say they're
Or
not
is he-
feeding the smart peels down there in Australia.
Shut up.
I'm only popping up because I'm here for a minute. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
all right.
How dare you?
Yeah, it also says it's late. Well, it's not late. For
3 generations of interbreeding with kangaroos has left us a little hoppy.
Yeah.
How's my Aussie?
Bleeding hell.
Is it all right?
It's kind of a mix between South African, Australian, and English. So
Yeah, I do. My thing for South African is you say how you say South African is you just say South African,
South African.
and you make that your pronunciation key for everything, and you've got South African. The shortcut.
Australian and South African are both really hard to recreate. We can do some British a little bit, but the Brits probably don't like our representation.
Well, there's like 50,000 accents.
It's really
in
hard to
Britain.
do Australian and South African.
Later.
Bye, guys. It was good to talk to you for a brief moment.
See ya.
Sorry. Let's see.
Take care.
Take care of your stuff. It's all good. Yeah.
With an Australian, you're either gonna meet someone who is a cunt or be called a cunt.
Well, I mean, the British say cunt, cunt. You're a cunt. I mean, it's just not like a like.
So,
You just say it a little
Sorry.
different.
Welcome to your land that's way under, down under. Sky's always going in rain or shine.
There's a lot of like a wine kind of thing. Like oi.
That man's a national treasure.
So I think that Customized 99 might be ready to come back.
Think so?
Right.
Well, clearly they were preoccupied, had something to do with their child or something. I don't know.
Enter the den.
But
Customize.
perhaps they'll join back in.
That'd be all right.
I heard Filthy Frank in there.
That's all right with me if you bring him back, bring him on back here.
I'm thinking I'll mute myself and let y'all go one at a time or whatever.
We should rename his name to KKK Customize 999. Because I think he's a black guy. Well, it would match the 999.
He's a street shouter. No, it'd be that's some British. I don't even know what part of Britain where I would like if I do it. Try to. He's a street shouter.
Some back alley about to get killed by Jack the Ripper. It's like a 130-year-old
London,
accent.
I would think. Oh, this
Hi, can I shine your shoes? Please don't cut me bits off.
Best when Scottish people say.
Oh, today I went and spoke at the SNP. I really wanted a dildo referendum for free sex workshops. Free Scotland.
I can't do Scottish, or
Oh,
it's a little too guttural for me.
So is that guy a troll or what?
The last guy?
Oh no, he's legit.
Everybody's a troll.
No, Helio's the troll.
Yeah, I'm the biggest troll on the internet.
He's not a troll. He's just a drunk. He's just an old drunk.
You're talking about.
I'm a guy that loves this conversation, and you
he's just a
motherfuckers
rock.
are badass. That's all I'm saying. And all the people that join and talk to us are badass too.
The other night,
Love
he
you too.
confessed he was gay.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Did I? What did I? No. That was a few days ago. I did like the What was it? I was
You
doing,
come with clarity. Good for you, Helio.
Sure.
Good for you. Proud of you, man.
I just
remember
just
the-
said I can do a good gay accent. That's all I was doing. I can act like a gay person. And it was like a gay person from Georgia, as a matter of fact.
But we have it on clip. When you accidentally
No, I actually started doing that. But I did it after I stopped the live stream, so maybe you haven't, but it's not on my fucking live.
Oh, you bitch!
So, is he coming back or what?
I don't know.
What's on your back?
Is he coming back or what?
He's got a kangaroo on his back. I mean, I saw a clip today on, I think it was on Facebook. There's this Australian guy who's like, this big ass kangaroo is as tall as this dude, and he's like pushing him in the chest. The kangaroo's trying to grab him. He's like, no, he's like using the tree to block the kangaroo. He's just like pushing him and shit. And then he's like, all you gotta do is get down low. And then the kangaroo gets down low with him, and then he just touches noses with him. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Must have been not a wild one.
Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, because that kangaroo would have kicked his ass. He's like, notice how he's using his tail to, I can't do the Australian accent.
Notice how he's using his tail to stand on his back legs. And
yeah.
He'll kick you in the guts with those claws.
Dude, yeah. I mean, it's just like a kangaroo would have killed his ass if he wasn't domesticated somehow. Or used to humans, at least.
The best Australian accents, they've got to be Steve Irwin, like when he's doing the chasing the crocodiles and stuff. Look at this. Look how big. Look, he's looking at me. Oh, look,
he's looking at me. Look at that stingray. I should go get a little bit closer.
Yeah,
my favorite impersonation.
Downfall.
I was just swimming in the shallows. Sorry, that was y'all's national treasure.
Hey, man.
Yeah, it's all right. We've got his son now. He's moving on and up, and he's starting to take control of that zoo that they've got up in Queensland. And I reckon he'll be on TV soon. He's a spitting image of him. It's unbelievable how much he looks like him.
You need to show Pete Shea so he thinks that like Steve Irwin didn't die and just is like doing it again. Yeah. Just make it up. Make it up. Like sit down, write down your conspiracy theory and give it to Shea.
He came back as a mini person.
Yeah.
They're making mini clones now. He's a tripper, that guy. I don't know how you lasted so long. You must.
Yeah, Pete's been in the game for like since the beginning. Flat Earth stuff. He was in back the old Hangout days, and he was. And I saw him in the YouTube chat earlier today, and I was like, I bet he's gonna join again. He's been in here before, and sure enough, he did.
He said he's been banned a few times.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Now you know
why. We could.
But he's not banned right now, is he? I mean, he can come back, but it's just like, bro, I mean, it's just going to be the same thing every time.
The surface of the Earth is stationary, but what if the rest of the Earth is moving? What? What do you mean? What's that to do with the sky? Oh, because he's in an eye, yeah? So the rest of the eye is moving around, but the surface of the eye is not moving. Is that what he meant?
What? Mate, what did you say?
He's you know how he said the surface of
the greater Earth. The greater Earth.
So what if that's moving, but the surface of the Earth is not moving then? So does he mean and because he said it's an eye, so the iris or the pupil is the surface of the Earth, and then
right. I'm pretty sure it was just an ayahuasca trip he's remembering, or British water. I'm not sure.
They do recycle their sewage there, don't they?
Yeah.
Didn't he say that the sky is Earth and the sky is moving, therefore the Earth moves?
I don't know.
Yeah, the greater Earth.
The greater Earth, which, okay. I'm trying to work out what that means in my head. Does he mean there's something in the Earth that's been... I know what it is. He contends that because the ether is moving in a circle, what we would just call the magnetic field, which is moving in a circle, So there must be a plate under the Earth that's moving, and the stars are actually attached to that plate. Right? I believe that's what it is, because I saw this drawing a way long time ago, and I was like, well, that's retarded. And it was like the guys like Pete that were picking it up. Like, you know, the crazies. The Pac-Man Earth people, right? They're always trying to figure out some way to make everything work. It's like, stop, you're embarrassing everybody.
Pac-Man Earth. That's about portals, yeah?
Yeah, portals right out of their heads. Where their brains leaked out. Christ. What if there's magic in the air? Shut the fuck up.
Their brain went through the portal and only half came back out.
Yeah. I thought about it so much I turned into a moron.
Freaking accent or whatever the hell you just did.
I got a bunch of them. I mock a lot of people, so I have to practice up on all my different accents. Like the only people you can't mock are Midwesterners, right? Because they don't have an accent.
Got them.
Right? So if you're from New York, I'm going to talk like Bernie Sanders or something. I'm going to make fun of you. You're going to sound like an Orthodox Jew. If you're from my neck of the woods, I'll talk like this and make you, you know, I just want to go and bang my sister and then maybe shoot a yard sign or something.
So you're saying it's not a split personality, you've got a fractal personality.
I've got a fractal personality, yes. Yes. I wear mini mask. But don't worry, Mimas is the real mask. That's the me in real life. I was still posting that dodo bird. Oh, I gotta post it. Did y'all see the picture Pete posted with the dodo bird? Who didn't see it?
The Earth.
There was a few dodo birds that were posted.
Man, that's his stick, man. Dodo.
Okay. Look, I'm gonna show you the picture. All right. You got to see this. You got to see this, man. This is his. This is Pete's proposition.
But meme, that's not a picture. Play it.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Correct. This is the dodo. You see, the dodo is the same as Christ because the dodo never existed, and the dodo is actually a representation of the earth. Which the earth is a thing that's been given to us. That's what you heard, basically, the whole thing.
That was a good impression, actually. He switches through three kind of sentence topics in one sentence. I've never heard anyone talk like that before.
Well,
welcome to Pete Shea, bro.
I had a list of antipsychotic medication I was going to post, but I can't find it. There's like 8 different medications: diazeprone, lithium, all sorts of stuff.
Well, you didn't see the symbolism also in his name. There is also dodo. Maybe because of that.
Gonna work.
That's because Dodo is the Christ. And when I introduce myself, it says, "Je suis Dodo," because I am the Christ, and it also has Jesus in the name of Je suis.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like, holy shit, P, you are entertainingly batshit crazy.
They gave him his own channel over on the Infinite Plane Society Discord. He has his own little area over there.
Infinite Plane Society.
IPS.
Are they still doing shit over there?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really hang out with them, but I'm in the Discord every once in a while. I used to be in the Discord But
I think I'm still a member there.
They don't assert anything anywhere. They just kind of stick to themselves, I think.
Yeah, they're into like doing like auto hoaxing and stuff like that. It seems like.
Yeah.
News gravel and this, that, and the other fake stuff in the news.
But if he's presenting flat Earth and somebody else listening to him, of course that somebody will say, "This is fucking stupid flat Earth idiot."
Yes.
He's definitely pushing like anti-globe stuff. I mean,
he's worse than Flat Earth Society, in my opinion.
He's worse than a glober.
Yeah,
because he makes flat Earth look really bad.
Well, I'm not too worried about that because, like, in my opinion, you can't make it look too bad because no matter what, if somebody wakes up and they see the information, no idiot is gonna keep them from realizing it, right?
Honestly, if you've hung out over there, I gotta admit, I did spend some time with the IPS crew, and honestly, man, they don't really step out of line and say crazy stuff. I think where it stems from, the Infinite part stems from being like anti-dome. So, but they don't really even get into those particulars. You hear him just shitting on the globe mostly. So he does good work in terms of like telling people it's not a globe. So I can respect that, but I don't know his full stance on like the whole makeup of the Earth. I think the Infinite thing is just them trying to say like we don't support the idea of a dome. At least.
Well, CB, you do know what his model of the Earth is, right?
No.
We live in the iris of a being.
Yeah.
Okay, and the dome is the lens of the iris, and the flat Earth part is like the cornea and stuff.
To clarify, you're talking about Pete.
Pete, yes.
Oh, that's Pete. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like even worse than the globe, almost.
Yep. Oh well, like I said, he needs some antipsychotic medication because all this stuff rushes to him all at once too, and all the transvestigations. Those were hilarious.
And the Earth is the devil's bird, right? He's been saying that for years.
He was the most notorious of the transvestigators. The most notorious. I am almost certain that he memed that into reality somehow. Like because before Pete Shea, there was not a lot of that going on, but he must have been like showing Adam's apples to a million virgins who have never seen a naked woman. Dude, it's definitely a dude. I'm like, God, you've never seen a vagina before, have you?
Put that on you too, Mimus. He called you a tranny as well.
Oh, he was joking though.
Yeah, I know. But that was funny.
That was the tranny arc of Flat Earth. Was pretty funny where there were these people going around saying this is a dude. I'm like, you need to get laid, like seriously, because once you have that like post nut clarity and you're not all pent up, you're like, oh yeah, there are ugly women around. Yeah
they're not all dudes.
Yeah,
guys, there's something amazing that just happened.
You found a real tranny and paid her.
No. I'm just coming home from I went to a Justin Trudeau speech. It's gonna be in the news soon. He starts talking about flat Earth.
Really, tonight?
Yeah, right now, like 10 minutes ago.
He said, "We as Canadians follow science, not the Flat Earth Society."
So you know who he is, right? Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, he's Fidel Castro's son.
Yeah,
he's Fidel Castro's son. Yes, we know
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, so I don't want to make it into politics, but I'm just saying because the Flat Earth Discord, he starts talking about Flat Earth.
Interesting.
What did he say?
He was just making fun of it. He was probably comparing us to people who don't love science.
We'll see.
Yeah, so basically some kid asked him about, literally the kid asked him about, like, controlling the internet. That was the question. And then he started bashing the Flat Earthers, saying, I couldn't believe the last 2-3 years how big the Flat Earth community has gone. They're ignoring the science. I can't believe that, just like the vaccine and all this. And this is public information. I'm not making this up. It'll be on the news in like 30 minutes.
Wait, was he mad about it?
he was just trying to like say, so you know how he spits the narrative, right? He was trying to say like we can't control the internet, like it's a free country or whatever. And then, but he was like saying how flat Earth, there's a big community, and he can't believe how people believe in flat Earth. They're total science deniers and all this crap.
Oh, so yeah, he was against.
And there are probably going to be 50,000 rabid flat earthers in there going,
That's going to help us. We might get some traffic here. You know, get people
and post links to the Discord.
And Bashard, so you being on the fence, what do you think about those comments? Are we anti-science?
Yeah, here's the problem on this was doing. They don't give the mic to everybody, so they have these selected people, and it's like three asked questions. Like they go over the questions before the public comes. So I couldn't just grab the mic to ask the question, or else I would have said, based on what science are you saying that this flat Earth is a science denier? Based on what evidence are you saying this?
Yeah.
But they wouldn't give me the damn mic, man.
Nah, it's predetermined who they give the mic to. The questions are already.
And if you ask them a controversial question, they'll kick you out. The Secret Service will kick you out.
Why was your dad Fidel Castro? Execute that child now.
It was for my job, man.
I'm only 6. Use the 22. Quickly, use the.
I don't like this guy, and I don't agree with his views, but I couldn't say anything.
Well, you know, as an American, what I think we should do is, I think we should just invade Canada and take it over.
He was bashing the United States too.
Oh yeah, that's good enough for me. Hey, they have oil up there, right?
They have this thing in Canada, I don't know if you know, but it's called the carbon tax.
Yeah, I know about it.
Anything that uses gas, your car fuel, everything that's not electrical and clean, basically, so-called. It's raised through the roof of the ass. That's what it is. So somebody asked them, like, are you going to keep raising this, or are you going to cut it? Like, what's the deal, man? Like, people can't afford gas. Even your own home, you can't heat it up. It's like your bills are through the roof. He basically said no. He said, I'm going to keep raising it until everyone buys electric for environments.
All patriotic Canadians will pay this tax. Yeah. Well, you know, I know there's a lot of based Canadians, but they're like, but I feel like we should just go up and liberate those two, you know, provinces. Should liberate them.
Here's the thing, man. So I'm pretty influenced on this Discord as far as my views go about the flat Earth thing. So the flat versus round thing, I'm on the fence, but I'm 100% on the Big Bang, the moon landing, and the distance to the sun. Those three things, I have 100% verdict on what I believe.
You're fine. You're there already. You're just not ready to say it. It's fine.
What do you mean? I've said it. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
You're not ready? Yeah, I've said it. I don't believe in the moon landing. I don't believe the sun's 93 million miles away. And I don't believe in the Big Bang. I've been pretty clear about that.
No, I mean the flat Earth.
Yeah, the flat Earth, I can't say I'm a flat Earther because I'm not. That's the honest truth.
All right, so you geocentric, you know, in that vein, are you geocentric?
No, none. I just.
So we are in the Milky Way galaxy, a part of the universe they describe, but
that's all right.
Don't believe the distance.
He's good enough.
The distance. What I'm saying is, I believe in some theories of the flat Earth, and I believe in some of the Earth theories. So that's why I'm on the fence.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good enough.
One side that won me over yet.
So long as my man is thinking, for himself, I'm not going to pressure him.
Yeah. It was just funny because he was saying people who are flat earthers that are denying the science, they were ignoring the moon landing and all this, and I wanted to like just stand up and say, well, that's a hoax. Why are you preaching it?
You're a flat earther. You are.
In spirit, at least. Everyone's on a journey to the same place. It's all right.
The problem is, if I live in the United States,
what's stopping you from saying that the Earth is flat. So, do you want to run over some laser tests and things like that, or?
If I lived in the United States, I would stand up and speak my mind. But in Canada, we're the communist leaders, so I would be put in jail. So I don't want to go to jail.
Hold on,
Look, he's just trying to honor his father, Fidel Castro.
Yeah. I actually wanted to ask him that because it was an open mic, but until I realized they're only selecting the people they wanted. But I wanted to ask him, are you related to Fidel Castro by any chance?
And we never heard from him again.
So you've
I would have been disappeared from the earth, man, if I asked him that.
So all these things that you say, okay, the distance to the sun, yep, okay, that's bullshit. The moon landings, that's bullshit. And what was the other one?
The Big Bang.
The Big Bang. So that's why you're not at flat Earth, because everything you're talking about is in the sky. Like, if we just go back to Earth, then that's how we look at how flat the Earth is.
You believe in the Big Bang?
I don't believe in the Big Bang. No chance.
That's it. That's out of those three things you just mentioned. That's the biggest bullshit out of all of them.
All of them are.
Yeah, but this one, if you have to rank it, this one's the worst.
So I can tell you that the biggest bullshit out of all of them is the globe. Once you destroy the globe, you destroy them all. So
I'm not gonna lie, man. Matthew had me convinced the other night.
If you can't detect curvature, then all of those things are thrown out the window.
Bring Matthew in here. He had me convinced the other night. He's a good speaker for the Glovers. Matthew Learn. That's his name.
He had you convinced about what?
Not that it's globe, but there were certain points he was talking about that sounded...
Yeah, you would...
Right.
I remember you were talking about, from point, he said these 3 points don't work on a flat Earth, and then he was throwing out a straw man about our map, and we don't have one.
Yeah, he failed miserably on the sun question. When I asked him, how do you know the sun is 93 million miles away? His answer was, the expert has come up with the numbers, and there's nothing for me to deny him for. And I said, that's the most terrible answer that you could say. You're basically believing with no facts.
Well, if you look deeper into it, any answer he's going to give you is based on an assumption. And he'll admit that too.
I think his best point was saying how the sun goes below the ground and it comes up.
Well, you'd need a curve for that.
Yeah, but I'm not told how the flat Earth model works for day and night.
No model.
Does the sun go down?
We have no model.
How does the sun go down then?
It doesn't.
It doesn't actually go down.
It's always
when I
above
wake
us.
up at 5 in the morning, the sun's in the sky. At 5 in the afternoon,
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. Somewhere in our thousands of GIF libraries, we have footage of the sun in a desert place, and the sun just gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and disappears.
I'll drop the video right now. It's in Africa.
Okay, Africa, yeah.
So why is it different in a regular place then?
Okay, so in a desert, what is the air like? Is it dry?
Yeah.
Okay, so most other places where humans live, the air has, at the very least, 70% moisture. Like where I live, it's 98% moisture. It's very high, right? But most people live around the 70% mark of moisture. Do you know what happens when you lens the atmosphere and you have something coming in the distance? It appears to rise.
Well, how does that explain the sun going down?
Magnified and moving by the air itself. So I know you're driving. Are you driving right now?
Yeah, like give me 5 minutes. I'll be home.
I don't want you to look at anything while you're driving.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Be safe. Be a good Canadian.
No, man, I'm pissed off actually because I feel cheated out of my rights, man. Listening to this guy. The problem is this guy. Okay, you want to talk shit about flat Earth, which has nothing to do with politics, right? Because he brought it up. Why don't you give the mic to the opposition and let them defend themselves? This is why I'm turning away from the Globers, because it's a narrative. They don't let other people speak. That's my problem with them.
Guys, I found Pete's sources.
So, dude, have you ever looked into atmospheric lensing and things like that?
No, I'm a beginner, man. I'm a newbie when it comes to flat Earth stuff.
Okay, cool.
Basically, if you want me to understand it, you have to put it in very basic human terms. Like none of these like basically like distance to the sun, moon landing, like very laden terms.
Okay, well, if this subject is something that if the sun appearing to go down on the horizon is something that's blocking the way, then maybe there's a lot that you can look at maybe just on this subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if you can get past that hurdle, then you can jump onto a next hurdle that's kind of blocking you as well.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys.
All right.
Sweet. Must admit that had me stumped for a while as well.
Oh, the sunrise?
Yeah.
I am one of the cases where the moment I saw the math, that was it. It was a 3-minute paradigm shift. It's like, well, the math doesn't work. Looks like it's flat.
Yeah.
Everything else I'll figure out, but the definite primary part of it doesn't work.
Yeah, the simple explanation, when they say, "Oh, what about the sun going over the horizon?" You go, "Well, that's too far to be Earth curve. So what next?"
Right. I'm gonna share with all you cringe lords some of my memes. Okay.
Sorry, I just had to go do some cleanup in the lobby. We had a couple kids spanning the triple N.
Oh, did you ask for their inward pass?
Yeah, they didn't give us the pass, so we had to,
Tell them we prefer inwa. Be like Dagoth in here.
Bro said that Matthew's strongest point was the sun going under the earth.
A thing it doesn't do? Damn, that's rough.
Does anyone have that or remember that video of someone getting like a magnifying glass and then
Rob
moving
Skiba.
the sun away? Was it Rob Skiba?
It was Rob Skiba, yeah.
Maybe
and I
that would be
think
a
that's
good
one of the
one to
memes.
show him.
It's one of the ones we have it here, I think.
Because that's what convinced me. I was like, "Yep, all right, that's done. I'm happy with that one." And then you go, "Okay, well, that's what the atmosphere does because of the moisture in the air. Acts like a magnifying glass."
Only the TikTok followers are allowed to look.
I'm sure you've seen those videos.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're showing it to your, 30,000
Millions.
TikTok followers.
Right.
Why do you care if a dude in the gym looks? I'm sorry, glances accidentally.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I'm flashing my Arby's roast beef sandwich. Don't look. I can see you got the cheese sauce.
We have the meats.
Although I am a fan.
I saw a meme today. It was just like a collage of people at the gym wearing like women at the gym wearing those like really tight yoga pants or like
That Helio's about to sound really creepy.
And they were like, "No, I'm just saying." It was like, "No, I just saw a meme."
I was hanging out outside the gym.
The title was
looking at them girls in their hot yoga
it was
pants.
about the people bitching about people looking at them at the gym. There's like the creepy guys are looking at me, but they're just like half naked.
Well, I'm gonna go to the gym one day with and like work myself up and get like a really good simmy. And just wear the most disgusting tight yoga pants possible with my simmy and like curl it up on the side or something. And just and like thrust outward and be like, "What are you looking at, perv?"
It reminds me of like that. Did you ever see that video? A guy freaking took some Viagra or something. He goes up to the TSA at the airport and he's got stiffy. And it's like, all right, just check me. I'm clean. It's just like got some sweatpants on or something. Got a stiffy.
That wasn't a movie, Helio. That was just a day you hardly remember.
It was a meme that I saw on the fucking internet, man. It wasn't a movie. It was just something I saw on Facebook.
You're so bad at getting hints, Helio, my man.
I know. For real.
Go over your head so fast, and you take them serious when they're just jokes.
That's why I do them.
I know.
So Mike,
that's why I let you.
He gets
that's why I let you.
Oh, you don't let it.
There's a 50% chance he's gonna get it.
Hey, you know what? 50%. I'll be 50 in June. So hey, I'll be 50. Some shit goes over my head. It's all good. You guys are young men, and you do well.
Helio, I'm 8 years younger than you.
Okay, well then wait till you get 50, and then you'll see what happens.
But to be honest, all the women I talk to think I'm in my 30s, so or early 30s. So
it's
Hiram Abiff, who's actually muted.
Hiram Abiff. I wonder what lodge he's in.
Maybe the 33.
Oh gosh.
It's all right. I'm cool with Masons. Hiram, are you a Mason? I don't care. Hear me.
Yeah, to be honest, getting older, I hope that I don't, because I share a lot of memes and tell jokes to older people, and they just don't get it. And I hope that doesn't happen to me because I love jokes. Really, I really hope that doesn't happen to me when I stop getting jokes.
What's a life without jokes?
I know, man. It's gonna suck, man. If shit goes over my head and it's not funny anymore, I'm like,
it's because you're not cool anymore, Helio. You're not cool,
loser.
No, boomer, motherfucker. I'm cool as shit, but I just don't want to. I mean, if I just can't get the gag, that's kind of pisses me off.
What'd you say? You like to be gagged?
No, I don't get it. No, I got that one. But anyway, yes, I'm an older guy, but I want jokes. Jokes have been part of my life for a long time. I'm a huge fan of comedians and stuff. I get their jokes, and you guys, if I don't get your jokes, maybe it's your fault.
How many times do we have to
No, it's yours.
Listen, old man.
Hey, CB, by the way, your mic is a little low.
Is it? I'm just using a shitty mic. I'll switch.
I mean, your mic and your soundboard compared to what it usually is.
Yeah, I'll switch up. I'm on a weird mic. I got you.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, talking to my family and stuff. That my mom and my older family. It's just like I'll show them a meme, or something. It's like, look at this, and they're just like, oh, that poor fellow. I'm like,
Helio's sitting down one day and someone walks by and just leaves $1 with him.
Like, I don't ever want to turn into that person where I don't get a joke anymore. God dang.
Too late.
It do what it do, don't it?
It don't.
Yeah,
Well, they say it don't be like it is, but it do.
That earlier, I saw Sonny post that. He's
That's your
pissed off at me
catchphrase.
for no reason. He's older than me, so he's just really pissed off.
Sonny's the oldest of us all.
Yeah, he's the oldest guy.
We're 900
Dude, I
years
didn't
old.
mean to come in and offend him, and I actually asked him to come back in. I didn't want to freaking offend him. Whatever, do what it do. I like you guys.
You must unlearn what you've learned.
Love Sonny, man. He's freaking badass. I don't know why.
So who is Hirama Biff? Have you guys spoke to him before?
He was one of. Oh, you mean who is he in here?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
Let me check some chat history.
Hiram. Hey, Hiram. Because that is a southern name, Hiram.
Let's see. His last messages are from 2022, December.
Oi. Dios mío.
He said, here's a funny message. That was the old NASA. The new NASA doesn't do Hollywood stuff.
Excuse me.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't aware of the old versus new NASA.
The new NASA.
Let's see.
Is that kind of like the new Democrat? Is that kind of like the new Is that kind of like the new Democrat Party?
Wow.
Doesn't.
Oh no! You were about to steal my joke, you asshole. Yeah. The new Democrats. We don't lynch the Negroes anymore. That was the old Democrats. I mean, we're all still the old Democrats, but yeah.
I found another message from our friend Haram.
Haram?
More like Haram. But
Haram.
He says, the universe is vast. Of course there's aliens.
Haram. Oh, Creation Bear, why don't you have a Andrew Tate yelling Haram?
Haram.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to add that.
Haram.
I'll add it. You're broke.
Yeah. Just get a bunch of them because he pisses people off.
Yeah, I know.
So
you're a brokey. Yeah.
Well, who's that character in his picture? Is that Quetzalcoatl or is that?
It actually looks like either Sargon or Gilgamesh.
It's not Thoth.
Gilgamesh. I think it's Gilgamesh. Yeah, you're right. Or maybe he's a fan of ancient aliens.
Aliens. He's a fan of the Alamals.
Let's see what else we can find in the chat.
Oh, I hated that movie, Half Baked. Oh my god. Stoner humor makes me want to put a pistol in my mouth and end everything. And like when I die, all of reality will end. That's how much I hate stoner humor.
Come on, man.
I'm back, baby. I'm back.
That's fake movie stuff, though. That ain't the real shit.
Yeah, I know it's not the real shit, but it's stoner humor because who's going to see those movies?
Come on, man.
Dude, Where's My Car? Someone conned me into going to see Dude, Where's My Car, and I quit being friends with him. Like, you asshole. What's wrong with you? I tried to sit through Cheech and Chong, and I was like, what is this? But I didn't get it. Like, why is anyone laughing at this? I don't understand. Cheech and Chong? Why? It's not funny.
Right.
It's not funny.
Listen,
I'm telling you, it's not funny.
Let me make a point here because I'm back now.
You're back?
Yeah. So somebody asked, are you global or flat, right? Who asked that?
It was Timbo, I believe. He was Australian, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was actually. Yeah, you're right. He was. He had an accent. Brit or Australian? I'm not sure which one.
He was Australian. You can hear the kangaroo in it.
Okay, let me make a point here.
You were on the fence. I said, because you're on the fence. Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
it was you. It was you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, let me make a point here. Okay, let me finish though. Let me finish. Gun to my head right now. You ask me, what are you, globe or flat? I'm gonna say globe. Okay, gun to the head, because I'm not convinced yet. But here's the thing. I bring up a discussion such as distance to the sun, right? You ask a flat earther, and I've heard this theory tossed around that it's 3,000 miles away, but the people in this server are saying we don't know, right? And I respect that, because my personal answer and belief is we don't know either, right? The problem is when I ask a glober 93 million miles away with no error, it makes me want to say that you're full of shit. No one's that certain. You can't be like, if you're saying there's not even a room for error or doubt, that you're set on that number, that it makes me not want to believe you. That's why I'm so set on the distance between sun and the ground to say it is not 93 million miles away. Same thing with the moon landing. Same thing with the Big Bang. Is that clear?
That's clear. Absolutely. Very clear.
Well, the thing, bro, is they're like, that sure about a lot of other things too.
Yeah, it's like the old saying. No one is that sure of anything. You know when it sounds too good to be true, it's usually not true. That's what it sounds like. Like when we figured it out with this formula. It's 93 million miles away with no room of error. And then I asked Matthew, like he was making decent points, as I said, when it was talking about the sun going below the ground and then coming up, which is another argument you could get into. But he was making somewhat of a decent points about it. When I asked him about the sun, the experts came up with a number and I believed them. That's not a good argument.
No, it's not. And there's a lot of people in this server. Don't tag him. Let's have a chill night. I already went round for round with Pete Shea and got my rhetoric all out of my system.
Why do you want me to tag him? Let's bring him in here, no?
Yeah, you know what? If you want to tag him, you go ahead.
I can't find him. What's his name in here?
Matthew.
Yeah, but It's not coming up. Oh, yeah. I see it now.
Yeah. But yeah, what you're experiencing is the contradictions, and you are probably a man who cannot live long with a contradiction. I think you understand that a contradiction means something's incorrect or there's a lie, but something's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you must fundamentally understand that there's no such thing as a contradiction.
Well,
not in reality.
That's true, but my only thing is, if someone's not even open to a debate, to even being challenged on what they're blaming or claiming, then you're full of shit, because anything could be challenged. Anything you do, anything, at least the science, at least. Truth, you're right, the truth cannot be challenged. Well, here's the thing, the truth can be challenged, but there will be only one answer.
But it'll stand up to it. Yeah.
Right, it will stand up to it, exactly. But anything could be challenged. It will stand up to it.
Right. So, I mean, that's the thing. It's when I have, like, to me, it doesn't matter what the sun is doing anyway. Like, in the early days, 7 years ago, I was like, okay, I know the Earth is flat. How does the sun work? How does the moon work? I got down to the axiomatic problem first. The Earth is flat. Then I tried to figure out how everything else works. Problem is when I looked into it, I realized after looking into a lot that they don't know how it works on their model either. Not really. When you really get down to it, they have like this patchwork of ideas that they keep trading and interchanging all the cards in their patchwork of ideas to make it work on days when it needs to work. And then it doesn't work on days when something else needs to work and they're borrowing parts from that side. It really is this big, beautiful mess of a model. And it was the model I loved. So the most important thing is not what's happening in the sky. It is, what does the ground measure? Because if it's flat, then it doesn't matter what you believe about the sky. Because if it's flat, it's flat.
Mimas, no one appreciates the fact that we were the lovers of this stuff beforehand. Because I was too. Big time.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's the thing. One thing, Farshad. All right. So my grandpa worked on Apollo 17. He was an MIT contractor, right? And like my family has been just science fiction, space, everything, loved it. My whole life, grew up with Star Trek, Star Wars. Didn't like Star Wars so much. I loved Star Trek. But I got really into NASA. I had like tons of models. I built 3 different models of Apollo 13, 2 different models of Apollo 11. Had like all these schematics, everything. Like I was really into it. And I actually understood like how inertia and momentum and all this stuff worked in space. Right? Like I believed in the model. I am talking the moment I saw that the math didn't work on the ground, it was flat. Because one thing I've always never been able to handle is a contradiction. So when the model that I knew, I was told test that model against reality. I saw it, bam, done. It's that simple. The math didn't line up with reality, so the math is wrong.
What do you say to those people that say the shape of the Earth, it's beyond human capability to find out if it's flat or round? We're never going to know.
Here's what I'll say is I don't assert that the Earth has a shape. I know that the ground we measure is flat. I don't even know what the Earth is. I don't think the Earth is an object that has a shape. I don't know if the Earth is all there is, just the floor of the universe. I have no clue.
Right.
All I know is we have an environment, and that part of the environment we measure and live in. That's why I do not subscribe to any model. It's not just I don't subscribe to a model. I don't have a model in my mind. When I envision the Earth, what I envision is mountains, valleys, rivers, canyons, deserts, snowfields, because I no longer think of the Earth as this entity that exists as a shape. And once that's completely gone out of your mind, it really frees you from having to think inside the paradigm that they've constructed of Earth is flat and here's its dimensions, or Earth is a globe and here's its dimensions. So technically, I'm not a flat earther because I'm not asserting Earth is a flat thing.
I mean, but you hit the nail on the head there. And that's the issue with a lot of new people, is that they're coming from this old idea, the space programming. So what they're trying to do with a flat Earth is swap in some type of flat type of disc, cone, pizza, magic carpet, whatever, for the globe. And that's where people get like led astray.
Right.
It seems like this guy's off on the right foot though, because he's basically popped the outer space.
He's doomed.
Bubble. I mean, if you pop the outer space bubble, yeah, it's over.
He's doomed. He's doomed.
Yeah. That was the last thing to go for me. So if that's the first thing to go, you're already on a good.
I do have to say it's quite liberating. It is very liberating to suddenly be free of all the constraints of like limited thought that they put on you, because really it is limited thought when you think of the heliocentric model, in that they have created this like prison system of it's all infinite, you can never get there. Right. And everything is so far away and you're completely separated from the rest of all of creation and reality. When the reality is creation is right above you.
Well, not only that, how many times have you heard people say, well, this is the only possible explanation, when that could be like, they couldn't be farther from the truth, you know?
Only possible explanation. I mean, if you think about it, this is the only possible story. What? The only possible story? Well, if it's just a story, I can think of a lot more.
Right.
Hey, do you guys know where to find that Rob Skiba video? Is it in the server?
Skiba. Try meme Skiba.
What if someone convinced you that you cannot find the shape of the Earth, or to know if it's flat or round?
I already believe that we can't, and that's like something we find out when we die. I don't believe it.
Then how do you say it's flat?
Because that's not a shape, brother.
Yeah.
That's a description of a surface. That's not a shape.
Flat is the description of the surface.
So if you ask a flat earther, like, what shape is the Earth? Like, they're not going to have an answer for you. We're not even pointing at any specific shape. And if you want to get real serious about that, like, I would say most things in nature seem to be pretty irregular. Think of your hair, your heart, or a cloud, or a lake. These things don't have little cute shapes like a circle, triangle, square. And I bet you the Earth probably isn't circle, triangle, square either. It's probably irregular like everything else.
The issue is you guys give different answers than the other Discord flat earthers because they say it's flat, 3,000 miles away to the sun. Like, yeah.
So what server is that? Is that the Tartaria server?
All servers. Like, there's multiple ones I've gone through and they say the same thing. Some will say that what you're saying, and some will say, no, it's 3,000 miles away. It's got ice on the edge of the walls.
No, see, they're just saying things.
113?
I am more harsh on flat earthers than I am on globe earthers.
Mm-hmm.
You will find that here. You will find that I will ban a flat earther faster than I'll ban a globe earther here. Because the moment they start using logical fallacies and saying things that they can't prove and arguing with me, I'll get rid of them.
Yeah, but that's censoring somebody. You should let anyone give their opinion, regardless if it's right or wrong.
No. Let me just explain why it's not.
Because then you become Justin Trudeau.
Because one of the issues from the jump has been fake flat earthers.
Right.
So you could come here and say, "Well, I heard a flat earther say this, that, and the other." How do you know that was really a flat earther? Any retard can just say I'm a flat earther and say something stupid. So you have to have discernment about who you're talking to. That's why it's not censoring. It's just like, do you have any evidence that it's 3,000 miles? Where did that even come from? You don't hear people here saying that.
Yeah, and usually it's a ban that precedes me grilling them about how they figured out that it was 3,000 miles away, and they can't answer me.
Honestly, the only person that says that in this Discord is Matthew, the guy, the Glober that you were talking about. He'll try to force.
No, he says it's 93 million miles away.
No. He'll try to force claims onto the flat earthers. Oh, well, if it's flat, then it would be 3,000 miles. So, like that's a claim you'll often see anti-flat earthers trying to make flat earthers say, but that's not our claim.
There's a reason he's saying it and I'm saying it because we've heard it from other people who claim they're flat earthers.
No, they just desperate.
I agree. They've said that. I want to ask you a question. I don't know if you're a Christian or not. But
I'm not.
Okay, but would you agree that there are people who represent Christianity properly, and there are really bad Christians?
That's a great way to put it, Mimus.
That's what every religion and every cult.
Right. Well, not just religion, but that's like society in general. Like, go to a fandom. In a fandom, there are great players, there are toxic players, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's the same thing everywhere. There are people who are sophisticated thinkers, and we've tried to curate, our crew here to have more logical thinking, down to earth thinking. Everything's through the scientific method. And the reason that the communities kind of are split apart is because of us. Is because we were like, no. We only deal in facts. We only deal in what we can prove. And we do not have a model. And that caused a huge uproar. And a lot of people wanted to go to war with us over that. But we don't. We do not subscribe to a model.
And I understand. I'm just saying, because this is okay. Again, I don't want to get into politics because I know you guys stream on YouTube. When one side censors the other side, right? Which you see it a lot, and this is a fact with the left. When they censor the opposition, it leads you to believe that the side that's censoring is the one that's wrong. Because if they weren't wrong, they wouldn't censor the other side, right? So all I'm saying is if someone comes in here and says it's 3,000 miles away, that's their opinion. It doesn't mean it's true.
Oh, no,
but when you say I'm going to ban him, then it's going to be like, okay, then it's going to make someone like me who's on the fence to question, well, why are you trying to silence him?
The banning is incidental. What happens is they start getting angry and fighting, and they start breaking rules.
Listen, bro.
It just happens more often in my interactions. Like, we have to curate, right? Like, it's not a free speech platform. Like, a lot of guys from the other server will come over here, and they'll want to talk about certain topics not on the air that we can't have on here because we don't want to lose our server, right? And so we have to get rid of them for that reason too.
Also, people infiltrate and they pretend to be flat earthers here. So that's why we don't just let any goofball just say whatever they want. Just because you're a flat earther doesn't give you a free pass to just say whatever the hell you want here. And that's the thing too.
Guys,
there are people.
Sorry, mate.
Let me just say one thing real quick: is that there just are people out there waiting for your breath. Just say something ridiculous. So, like, you think of like a, kid's birthday party. There's like a clown there blowing up freaking balloons with dogs and hot dogs and whatever. That's essentially someone in the chat in the YouTube is just waiting for you to say something ridiculous. So that's why we're very careful about the things that we say specifically here in this Discord. It's not necessarily censoring. It's just
I understand. You're gonna get people like me who are asking questions if there's someone who's giving false information.
Right.
Someone like me is gonna believe them, just like this 3,000 miles. I get it.
Right.
Go ahead, Timbo.
Farshad, I just put in the chat at 40 minutes past the hour. There's a good video to watch about how things disappear over the horizon.
40 minutes? That's only 12-minute video.
No, 40 minutes.
I said 40 minutes past the hour.
40 of 9.
Oh, yeah. You gotta use proper English, man. I don't use the slang.
Is that
stay
up there is 40 of 9
minutes past the hour?
What does that mean? Past the hour?
It means 9:40
minutes.
Oh,
because we're all different hours, but they're all 40 minutes past the hour. So because I'm in Australia, it's 12:42. So you're going to be on a different time zone, but it's still going to be 42. So
all right, Timbo. In the United States, we have two ways of saying it. We would say it two ways. So the Yankees, which are closer to Canada, I don't know how they say it in Canada, but the Yankees would say either 40 to 9 or 20 to 10.
Okay, all right.
So this video you sent, you want me to go to 9:40?
Yeah, there's a video
up to 9:40.
Depending on your time zone, that's what he explained to you. But how hard is this to figure out?
All right, so it's called Rob Skiba Does the Atmospheric Solve the Problem. Timbo posted it. It's the first video you see in the chat.
I want to give a shout out to that type of language of, blah blah past the hour. I started using that to like people in real life. It's I like it actually.
It's funny. That's what we say down here in the South. Is we say past the hour.
Yeah, I started saying it's like my girlfriend and other people,
especially
and they didn't
if
get it
it's
at
local
first.
language when you're talking, especially if it's local language. I mean,
I don't know what's up with Yankees, and they're like, it's 40 of. Like, what? It's 40 of?
40 of
20
9 after.
It's 40 of, like, what are you in Star Trek? Designation 30 of 10. That damn New Yorker.
That's the Borg, yeah. 7 of 9. Remember her?
It is 7 of 9. She is bending over.
Or some shit.
Hey. As everybody's jack-off dream back in the day.
You just tripped me out. All right. No. Listen, that's weird as shit. All right, so I was literally just thinking about Star Trek and 7 of 9, and as far as like translating that word, the etymology 7, because 9 means no. No, like I was just like 9 means no, so I'm like, I wonder what 7 means. And then you literally said 7 of 9, like maybe 60 seconds after I thought that. I'm like, wait, what? And it's just weird. It was just weird. Yeah, it was one of those weird connect. Because I was dozing off to sleep, right? And so now I'm wide awake.
You just jolted him away.
7 of 9? Whoa.
It just was trippy. It was just weird. Yeah, it's the most obscure reference, though, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, what are the odds of you saying that on this server while I'm thinking about something completely unrelated to that?
I think you've heard numbers of numbers.
Even that?
I think you heard an integer interspliced with of. Yeah. And I think your brain probably
no. This was it was before y'all. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it was before y'all started talking about numbers. Because I was literally just thinking, because you were talking about like some Star Trek thing.
Wait, were you dozing off? Did you say you're
somebody
dozing
mentioned Star Trek?
And so before we started talking about numbers,
but then I would.
Before we started talking about numbers, about a minute and a half before then, somebody said 40 of 9. Before we started talking,
that's my point. Because the forward, no, I thought that was peculiar too. Because I'm like, 40 of 9, but that's not. Like that's kind of.
I got you.
And
Yeah,
then
okay.
somebody later said 7 of 9, which had me jumped up, and I'm like, yeah, or so, because this is before somebody had mentioned some Star Trek thing, and then I started thinking about how the Borg look kind of like some weird fascist type. I don't know, like
Have
it's
you
just
guys
the way, like it's kind of like some Nazi type shit. And then I don't know, I was going on this weird train of thought, but then later he said 7 of 9, and that's what jolted me awake because I'm like, okay, that's weird. Because I was literally just thinking about that a minute ago, and then they started talking about these numbers, and yeah, it just had me trip out. But it's I guess it's like one of the universal coincidence things or something. I don't know.
40 of 9 would mean 40 minutes until 9 o'clock.
40 of 9 is the Borg queen he's going to get with.
Yeah.
I'll get 7 of 9, but he will get 40 of 9.
I know, I'm tripping. Go ahead.
Hello, Helio. I'm 40 of 9.
It was just funny because it was so long after I thought it, but then he said it, and I'm like, what the hell?
How many beers? 7 of 9
have you watched
Use cigarettes to feed my nanites.
Have you watched a new series where 7 of 9 is resurrected or whatever in the new Picard series?
No, Helio, are you confessing to more homosexual behavior? And by watching Picard?
No, wait a minute.
Yeah,
he just said yeah.
First season, but I couldn't get into the second.
It says yeah.
I did watch it.
You confess.
They brought her. Wait.
Gay.
That's right. They've got a new Star Trek.
I didn't notice any homosexuality.
I am Jean-Luc Picard. I'm not sure who was the better overactor, him or Captain Sisko. Why does that
No, I get you. He's from Deep Space Nine, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I told you.
You remember when they turned him into a Borg?
Man. See, I'm not too old to get jokes.
I am Locutus of Borg.
Yeah, remember.
I have all your porn passwords.
But that's when why was he saying I am Locutus? Remember, because they all of them used to say we.
Because don't you remember, she created him to make a counterpart, so he could lead the Borg.
That's right.
My God,
we got the facts in the house.
Just the facts, ma'am.
But did that have? So
and here we have one of the universe's most dangerous creatures. Timbo is just like watching Borg.
Here we've got a Borg. I'm going to go swimming with it in the shallows. Steve gets assimilated immediately.
Like them coming across the Borg. Them coming across the Borg was to do with Q. If I'm not
Q took them to meet the Borg because he thought humans were too arrogant, and he said, "I'm going to show you these assholes." And Picard was like, "No, you have killed 11 of my crew." And nothing was on point. Yeah, but that's when Star Trek had stories and wasn't a long continuous movie that you had to slog through for your basic bitch kind of feminist plot, whatever it is you got going on. At least it was actually really good. Is villain of the week every week? Villain of the week.
And then Riker, Commander Riker, he was the new Captain Kirk. He was just banging someone every week.
Yeah, he was specifically put there as the Kirk counterpart to Picard.
Hey, Meme, have you seen the Orville?
Yeah, it's funny.
Dude, if you haven't watched the Orville, you got to watch that. It's like Star Trek, but it's it's serious, but it's like I mean, it's the guy that
everybody who watches it tells me it is better at being Star Trek than all the new Trek combined.
The Orville's badass, man. You got
that it's legitimately, even as a satire, it is better at being Star Trek than all the new Star Treks they have.
It's pretty badass. You got to watch it, man.
I don't, because look. I only got time for so many fandoms. I got so many time. I'll watch it one day. When I'm done with Warhammer 40,000, which I've been into since 2011, so it's not going to end anytime soon. When I'm done being a fan of that, I'll get into the Orville, maybe.
Cool. Yeah, the Orville's pretty
right. Because I only got so much room for all the ladies in my life that are really just fandoms and not ladies.
I mean, everybody already knows I watch too many TV shows. But.
Oh man, Shekel says there's a lot of corn on Discord. I mean, how do you get corn on a Discord?
Corn?
Oh, watch Helio not get it. What? He's not going to get it.
With a K?
No, I went.
Oh.
Oh,
never mind. I know. Never mind.
See, I mean, do what it do.
Moment.
Oh, Helio, do you get it?
Corn on corn. Is it corny?
Doesn't get it.
Laugh at me.
I don't get it.
I don't
get it either.
All right, just swap out the C for a P. Swap out the C for a P, and you got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
just code.
I thought that might.
What a bunch of boomers!
I don't come to Discord for porn. If I'm going to find porn, I know where to find it. But
see the jokes triple over there.
I don't get.
Maybe it's already.
I don't get corn. I get booty call.
Okay. Well, that's all. That's all you.
You're one funny dude.
Hiram Abiff was chatting before, but I didn't see what they were saying.
Roll.
Most of the flat earthers I've come into contact with believe in a flat, infinite plane with other continents that are inhabited by other alien races. Even the Nazis escaped to those hidden continents.
What?
There is a movie called Iron Sky where Hitler goes into the hollow, flat, infinite plane and is seen riding a T-Rex. Dude, a freaking T-Rex.
Wait, who wrote this article? Who wrote this article?
No, it's a comment from Hiram Abiff in the chat.
Hiram, you're a retard. Hiram, you are Lies the movie. You have never met a flat earther who said all that stuff.
Hell
ever.
No. The bro was the one saying that he's the one believing in aliens, not us.
I did the other day at the corner store.
I did the other day at the corner store, mate. No, you didn't.
No, you don't.
That's a little creative. I mean, we have a flat earther riding a T-Rex, to the fucking. That is pretty creative, though. By the way, I mean, he's probably making the shit up, but that's funny.
Almost as creative as corn.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, if you did meet somebody who believes that, bring him in here.
Yeah, I never trust that. I'm like, oh, my brother is a flat earther. He says. No, he's not.
Hiram, do you know how many globe earthers believe in crystals and astrology?
And most of them.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many globe earthers believe in crystals and astrology. I can't believe people believe retarded shit.
Got him.
I just can't believe people believe nonsense. Hiram? Hiram, did you know that there are millions and millions of globe believers who are communist, which means they're not human? Did you know that?
It's funny because you could use that for pretty much any topic. Like, do you know how many people, globe believers, believe that money is actually money?
Yeah.
How stupid.
Hiram. Anxiety is.
He says, "Don't knock it till you try it."
The Jews created anxiety, Hiram. The Jews created it as a conspiracy against your people. Anxiety is cap. Oh my God, he didn't hear it.
Did you know that there's millions? How about this? There's millions of people who believe in Santa Claus.
Children. Okay.
Yeah, that's still
That's
people.
because their
But
parents
aren't we all
lied to
the
them.
children of God?
So the Australian says they're still people, aren't they?
Children are people too, aren't they?
Children are people too. Ha, ha, ha. Have you ever seen what one looks like on the inside? Better not let the cops find out.
Hey, how about this? On that point, you guys have seen that Admiral Byrd when he flies with the Fortune and with the Navy going to Antarctica, and they're like, we're flying as far as we can, and all the old propaganda films from the Navy when Admiral Byrd did that, and then he came back and said, oh, we discovered land over there. That looks like total bullshit to me. The old black and white films of them, like, oh, we have to throw shit out of the side of the plane to fly further so we can save fuel. It's like, what? Where are you going to land and how are you going to get back? But they don't really bring up that question too much in that old film. But yeah, that's pretty much like Santa Claus. I mean, it's.
Yeah, well, they could just be flying over anywhere. Like, when people say, oh, look, there's footage of them flying over these, when he makes that description of lands that aren't covered by ice, and then they show this picture of a plane flying over an area that's with snow with some rocks showing, and they go, that could be anywhere.
But that made a flat earthers like, this is proof that they went to Antarctica, and then he comes back, and, he's on Longines Chronicles going, hey, we went as far south as we could, and I found another land that is abundant with
the size of America,
uninhabited and it's abundant, with minerals, and there's no people there. All right, bro. And this was freaking what?
Hey, you guys, if you're experiencing anxiety, that's a great video.
Which one?
That I posted. It's the Tim Dillon video.
Oh, Tim Dillon.
He has great advice for dealing with anxiety. I posted it for Hiram.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Where did you get it from? Did it pop up in your fucking newsfeed or your email or something?
No, Hiram says he uses crystals to heal his anxiety. So I'm assuming that Hiram is a girl. Because there's not a creature with a penis who would ever say that. So I posted him the Tim Dillon video on how to deal with anxiety the proper way. It's not a joke either.
I might have to look up. I don't really have a lot of anxiety, but I get frustrated sometimes. I don't know. Frustration is not anxiety, is it?
Nothing.
Yeah. Well, I like his advice in it. He says just do heroin.
Oh, does he? I've never done heroin, but I've taken prescription medication that is essentially heroin.
What? No, you didn't say anything, Helio.
I didn't say shit.
That's right. You did not talk about stealing your grandmother's medication, you son of a bitch.
No, I was prescribed the shit from a
can't
doctor.
believe we edited
Helio takes jokes seriously.
Motherfucker. No, I was
And
actually
jokes about
prescribed
serious
like
things.
way over how much I should have taken, and I took all that shit. That was back in the day. I don't take that shit anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it was essentially heroin. So anyway, go ahead.
You son of a bitch!
Morphine.
That was a long time ago.
Oh,
No, it wasn't morphine. It was something else.
No, I'm saying
What's
they
morphine made out
metabolize
of?
the same though.
Morphine's
They
made from
metabolize the
opium.
same in the brain.
Yeah, but it was codeine. How about that? It's the same. It's the same.
All right.
But I was subscribed to. Doctor gave me too much.
He
of
was
it, and I
subscribed.
took it all the time.
He had that shit coming to his house, guys. He was subscribed to it.
He was on that rapper
No, it was a
diet.
doctor that No, it was prescribed. It was prescribed, not subscribed. What are you talking
Helio,
about?
oh my
He
gosh, dude.
didn't just have a prescription; he had a subscription.
No, I had a prescription from a doctor.
You can never
and
tell when
he's
someone's
like,
joking.
just come over here, and I know I'm just.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
You can't say you know after I just called you out for not knowing.
Helio knows, but he has fun denying that he knows. Yes.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's like
It's a back and forth.
Trail.
It's just like whatever. But I mean, that's
Helio knows how to talk shit really well.
I got off of it. How about
I could make a show out of just me and Helio and maybe Creation Bear bantering at night like this.
Whose hair is going to fall out first?
Yeah.
And we'll call it WDILDO 6969 AM.
Oh, jeez.
That's our call sign.
I have a good clip for you, Mimus, when I get back to my soundboard.
Sweet. Why you bully me?
Why you bully me?
I'm waiting for our friend to come back from watching that Rob Zibber.
Oh, jeez.
It sounded like Miggy.
Hiram Abiff. I've had alien contact in my dreams. They're real guys.
You got probed.
Hiram. Okay, so this dude's getting anal probed at night. He's into crystals and healing, right? And if you watch that video, he's probably doing heroin now. So, I mean, we got 3 things against him already.
No one saw aliens.
You know. The last time I saw aliens, someone slipped me something. Just, saying.
I remember you telling us about that.
Yeah. Really wasn't aliens. It was just my hands had turned all stretchy. Like, wee, where are we going? They're way in front of me. I'm just glad I had a good trip when that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the only thing that's happening on is LSD. So,
well, I to this day I can't identify exactly what it was, but boy oh boy was it great. I've never done a drug. I've never smoked weed. I hardly drink. I don't smoke. I don't do anything. I try not to even take pain medicine. Right?
Did you laugh a lot?
Oh my God! Everything on Earth was hilarious.
LSD for sure.
Everything was so funny. And it was just like I had turned into this just giggling mess of absolute perfect
schoolgirl,
sublime happiness. And I would reach my hands out in front of me. Oh, and I didn't realize my friends were laughing too, right? And so as I was reaching out in front of me, it looked like my hands were like 10 feet out, and like that effect where like everything gets stretched. And when we got back to the cruise ship, this cruise ship looked like it was 20 miles high. Because it already was tall, but you look up and you're like, oh, Jesus, it's big.
Was it warping and bending and spinning around?
No warping or bending or spinning, but it was just healthily out of whack. Like, I felt like an ant, is what I felt like a really happy ant. Right?
Yeah.
I think you could have robbed me and I would have laughed.
I guess I missed it because I was following chat. You say you took some LSD?
No.
Oh, here we go.
How would that?
Someone in Cancun slipped me LSD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Fortunate I didn't get raped or something.
No, well, I mean, but dude, I would never do that to someone. I wouldn't give anyone a drug if they didn't know.
Already in denial. Who'd you do it to?
I didn't do shit. I never. No, I never. No, I promise to God, I never.
You can't tell
would never do that because I know what it does. So I would never just.
I will say this though:
give somebody a drug if they're not going to. If they didn't know they're going to take it, and then just look at them and go.
I fell asleep. I fell asleep in my cabin. I was trying to get undressed, laughing, fell asleep, and I woke up. I had one pants out of my leg. I was laying down on the bed in the exact same position, and 12 hours had gone by, and I had not moved or stirred, and I have never been so groggy. I've never been so tired in my life waking up.
It zaps a lot of your serotonin, stuff like that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I mean, you feel like you're like after the trip, it's just like
that's if you don't prepare correct. Like if you
that's what I'm saying. It's just like I would never just slip somebody something like that, and just watch them just go.
No one.
I didn't know. You know, I mean, that's not cool, man. It's not cool at all to give somebody fucking LSD.
This man has skeletons in his closet. I never slipped anybody anything. What you talking about?
No, I really didn't. I would never do that.
Helio, he's joking, dude. Come on, man.
He knows. He knows.
I know that.
You can't say you know when you don't. It's so funny.
No, it's only important that he knows when it's time for him to know.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
How about 3 seconds from now? Boom. 1, 2, 3.
Future
I know now.
I know.
You're like a Glober. All
I leave the young thing alone.
Dude, most time when I did LSD, I didn't really want to be around women. I just
you just wanted to be around
with guys.
They don't want to be around
LSD together.
You just wanted to be around boys, y'all.
No, I'm just saying. But if I was gonna do,
they were of age. They were just young.
All right, and we're not gonna go, dude. I don't know. I haven't done LSD.
They were legal.
No, I haven't done LSD in a long time, so it doesn't. I just can't believe
someone who did just do it
said. Drink, man. I mean, I feel bad that somebody did that to you.
Honestly, one time experience like that can really change you up.
Scary, man. If you didn't know you were taking it.
Yeah, but apparently I had a good trip on it, so I guess I got lucky.
All right. Well, you got. That's cool. I always had fun when I did. Well, not every time, but most of the time.
Let's see what ayahuasca trip Hiram is on. Basically, this entire reality is beamed in by a projector from the spark of God, which means this is all just a dream, and God is dreaming that it's all these humans and things, and that's why God is everywhere. The creative spark. Okay, so this is like the Elder Scrolls, right?
He's stuck in a movie.
Well, this is the Elder Scrolls. This is the God in Elder Scrolls. It's the Demiurge. Or it's, if you're Lovecraft, it's Azathoth.
Be able to give us a source.
Well, in Lovecraft, the sleeping god is an idiot. That's the thing. See, in the other stories, like in Gnosticism and in the Elder Scrolls, the sleeping god is aware of the dream.
Is it related to theosophy?
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's related to theosophy.
Yeah, so, that's what it sounds like.
So if he's aware,
he won't say that though. So I mean, just give us some source material. I mean, if you think it's true, just freaking.
Hiram, are you a Gnostic? Do you believe in the Demiurge? No, I just made that up on the spot. Okay,
that's bullshit. We know.
Well, I mean, it's either okay. Well, I mean, you made up something that's that you heard somewhere. Yeah. All it really just looks like you copied from the Elder Scrolls. Honestly,
you made up something that you heard somewhere.
I mean, there's no reason for us to get into that religious philosophy.
Yeah, I thought it was from the Elder Scrolls.
It's kind of random what he said. It
nailed it.
A whole lot of different ideas. The way he said the Elder Scrolls, just like you said.
Hiram, now I'm gonna have to ask you, who disappeared? Who disappeared when they discovered, or when they built their machine? Machine elves. What were their names?
Machine elves are from DMT, yeah?
Yeah, that's the DMT. He's mixing it up.
McKenna.
But they were machine elves in Elder Scrolls, though, technically. They were, starts with a D.
That guy's a trip, mate.
Take it easy, dude. Come on, man. If it's like your first trip, man, you ain't got nothing to worry about. We're all gonna be there for you. Nobody's gonna put their finger in your asshole either. Like this finger? That's right. I smell everything.
Hey, you better put some respect on
may not
my boy
remember it
Tio's name.
afterwards anyway. It's okay.
Nah, y'all better put some respect on Terrence McKenna's name now.
Yeah, I got no problem with it. I have no problem with Psychonauts or anything like that. It's fine.
Did he come up with the stoned ape theory?
He did. Yep.
Hey man, what if like we were like apes, man, and apes were like eating mushrooms one day? What do you think about that, Joe?
If you want to know what Terrence sounds like, he sounds like Jesse Gordon, dude. Jesse Gordon sounds exactly like McKenna. But yeah, bro's deep though. He goes deep.
Oh yeah.
Like I used to listen to a lot of his lectures and stuff back in the day.
Oh yeah, he's good to listen to.
Yeah, if he likes listening to people talk, like it seems like hearing about Biff likes, man, we can recommend a lot of other.
Any of that English?
No, it's like part belch speech.
It's like somewhere between a belch and an utterance.
Are you talking about
you?
Because
every other word's like a partial
that's
belch.
usually in the morning after.
It's like
Hey, Hiram, isn't it easier if you just come into VC?
These deep philosophers and speakers that are about all this.
He's just gonna roll over you, Timbo. One more time, Timbo.
No, that's all right. No, I was just saying to Hiram, isn't it easier if you just come into VC and stop typing and then just one of us will chat with you? How about that?
No, that's too hard.
All this typing and reading and replies, just get a conversation going. Hiram,
I believe in the supernatural, but I don't believe in God.
Apparently, he's curious about how we came across all of these topics. That we have a similar connection. We know about these guys, but he might.
Well, Helio, what we do typically. And you don't know about this because you're usually not conscious by the time it's over, is we use your subscription to Morphine and just keep sending it to you. And as you speak, we write everything down. And so you're like our soothsayer. But you don't remember any of that.
Yeah, well, my subscription is just vodka and beer. So I don't even go to doctors because I don't trust them. They don't prescribe me a goddamn thing.
That's in Hollywood, bro.
The only drug I take is one of the over-the-counter ones that you used to have to go to a doctor for, and that's for heartburn.
My only drug is caffeine in the form of lots of coffee. Lots and lots of coffee.
I like coffee too.
Anyone who doesn't like coffee is a fag, and that's a fact.
By the way, have you tried Paraplegics coffee? You should buy some of that, meme, if you like coffee.
I just buy it black, and I snort it, and then I eat it, and then I drink it.
And
you like coffee with?
He brews his own he roasts his own coffee, and he sells it. Paraplegics coffee is really good. He sent
Paraplegic?
Yeah, Paraplegic Bear. It's in the description.
He's a flat earther too.
Oh, Owen, is that Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, he's okay. Paraplegic Bear. Go to his website. He has his. You can text him or call him, and he'll send you some of his coffee. He sent me a whole package of his coffee. Man, it's really good.
You like coffee with scotch? You have a short black with a little bit of scotch in it?
I don't like my coffee with alcohol, but I will. There is one thing. Whenever on the rare occasion that I do drink, I like.
Hey, for the record, everybody, I have a 9-to-5 job. I go to work every day. And just
shit. No, you can't just cut them off like that. Oh,
I enjoy it.
It's Southern Comfort barrel, smoked barrel with heavy cream.
You did not just say Southern Comfort. You did not just say Southern Comfort.
With cream.
Take it back.
With cream.
Like literally return it to the store.
The what? Return it to the store.
Never buy Southern Comfort ever.
It's good with cream. The bourbon I like just straight up is Wild Turkey.
Yeah, me too. I love Wild Turkey.
So American.
Wild Turkey loves you, Helio. All right.
And I'm proud to be an American.
America.
America. Fuck yeah.
Because at least I know I'm free.
Dude, your mic's a bit low, mate.
No, anyway. Hey,
Yeah, I'm low. I know I'm low.
Oh, who is that who's so low? You're low.
I'm fucking low, man.
Everybody let this asshole know he's low.
Someone tell this Mongo he's low, okay?
That's dude.
Someone tell this Mongo he's low, okay?
Fucking low.
This Mongo.
Just call him. This Mongo is low, man.
I just said that.
Dude, fix your mic, bro.
Mongo.
Jesus.
Fuck.
Gilio's like, what did you say about Dishwalla?
Dishwalla.
I haven't heard of that band in a while.
I'm gonna be good. As a Christmas present to my mother, me and my brother.
You're gonna be the Christmas present
to my mother.
The greatest gift she could ever have, Helio.
Yeah.
Yes, she.
Going back in's gonna be rough though, man. You're a little bigger.
We bought a Christmas present for me and my brother. Bought her a Christmas present last year. You know what it is? Tickets to see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner.
Wow,
Everyone
needed to know that.
You've got a quote unquote cool mom.
But it's for us too because you know she's.
This is like if I had
we get some good seats in the house too. So.
This is like if I was rich and I bought my girlfriend a Ferrari that she wasn't allowed to drive.
All right, so we're old school fucking poor rednecks, and we bought tickets to Leonard Skinner, and then we're gonna wheel up there in a wheelchair, and we get really good seats with my mama. No, but she loves the bands too, so it's all good. She's never seen ZZ Top, and neither have I. So I was just like, that's all.
Hey, Leonard Skinner, man, the last guy died like last week, man.
I know. But I've seen them before live, like all through the '90s and 2000s. They're still rolling around. I mean, but a lot of the family members are still members of the band, so they're playing the same song.
This is amazing.
They're doing it well.
So all 62 members are dead.
Yeah.
No, it's
somebody messaged this kid, man. He's not coming.
But last year I took her to see Styx and
Helio, no
Speedwagon at the same thing.
Styx. Oh wow, how exciting!
This is so boring.
This Matthew kid.
Hey,
listen, message this Matthew kid.
No, Shad. Matthew. Someone said Matthew was out of town.
He's not out of town. He's in the Tartaria radio server. I was just in there.
Is he? Well, if he's over there, we tagged him.
Did you watch that video?
Which one?
The one I posted, the Rob Skiba one.
Yeah.
Does that do a little bit of explanation for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So you know that that atmosphere with moisture in it acts like a magnifying glass, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you going now with the sun going over underneath the ball?
I mean,
the idea from sunset and sunrise.
Hold on, Helio. Hold on, Helio.
We'll take a break, buddy.
Hold on, Helio.
Hang on, Helio.
This doesn't explain it, man. To be honest, I need a better video or a better demonstration.
That doesn't explain that things can disappear over the horizon.
I know I'm
going off to bed. All right, you got this.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
All right.
See you around.
All right. Peace out.
Hey,
later, Captain.
Cheers.
Either you're seeing the sun get smaller because you're moving away from it, or get it larger because you're moving towards it. And I saw in the YouTube chat, and I think in this chat as well, that the only way you can tell is if you have a solar filter. Are you under that impression, or?
So I'll tell you. So I just sent him the Rob Skiba atmospheric lensing video. You know, the one where he gets the magnifying glass and has a picture of the sun and moves away, and it gets bigger and moves down.
But
Looks like it moves down.
not actual footage of the sun, though.
Yeah, I know, but I was just giving him a demonstration of how it can work.
I get that, but I bet you any money he's seen the sun, moon, the sunrise and sunset way more in real life, more than he's actually watched that video. You know, in real life, with his own eyes, from wherever he's at, he's seen the sun move across the sky, set and rise, every single day, just like we all experience it.
That's not going to suffice, is it? Yeah.
Oh, it's not going to suffice. Why wouldn't that suffice? I was just like, well, I can't see the size of the. Well, I mean, to be honest, near the horizon it looks bigger. When it's high in the sky, it looks smaller, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, well then, I don't need a freaking solar lens or a microscope or a telescope or freaking, an example, that's going to explain it. We experience the same thing every single day. All of us.
Yes, we do.
And then what the fuck is the problem?
The problem was that Skiba made a nice video to explain.
No, I like the video. I'm just saying,
Jesus, Helio.
Fuck's sake.
No, I'm sorry. I'm being a dick. I'll shut up.
Right, man.
Skiba made a nice example video, man. It was really well done, and it just proved what you're seeing. That's all. It was nice.
All right. There's, I've got some other ones here as well with the actual sun. I want to find that one in the desert. Here it is.
I'm driving. I can't check it out.
I've got it, man.
Check it out, man. Check it out.
So Farshad, he's probably gone back. He's trying to get Matthew.
What?
I don't know why he's trying to get. Oh, you there? I'm going to post another one for you.
I'm trying to get like a Glober in here because I have questions, but he seems like the only one that wants to come in here and challenge.
So I just posted one below critical inceptions sunset, and it's the sun fade out. It's just a short one, man. And you tell me if the sun is going further away or if it's dipping below the horizon or going underneath the earth.
Where's the Earth, though?
What do you mean? Oh, in the video?
Like, this is not a real sun. This is a simulation, no?
Man. It's a real sun.
No, it's a real thing, man. Right?
What do you mean it's a simulation? How do you get a simulation to look like that?
Dude, why would we need to demonstrate a real sun doing anything?
Right? Just go outside.
Yeah, what is the sun?
Are you under the impression that the counter proposition, the Earth is a globe, has a demonstrable sun in a single frame with a Earth at scale demonstrating how the sun moves around it? Why is there a ridiculous burden of proof put on flat Earth proponents that the globe has not yet met itself?
That's a good point, man. The double standard there is crazy. You'll notice people apply tons of rigor. Oh, flat earthers will, give me some scientific evidence, but they don't apply that same rigor to their own kind of worldview.
That seems, that video seems like it's just disappearing. It doesn't go down.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Correct. So what you were having trouble with was when Matthew explained to you that when the sun goes over the horizon, it goes underneath a presupposed ball. So I'm just simply showing you that we have in instances the sun moving away and fading out. And then I showed you another one with atmospheric lensing where it actually shows something that's not.
That's why I want to get his ass in here so I can show him that video. See what he has to say.
But remember, before we were talking about how all these things are in the sky, and if you really want to know if the Earth is flat, then you need to look at the Earth.
Yeah, but before we look at the Earth, let's address his point. So, what Matthew will say is that my presupposition about the nature of the geometrical relationship between the Sun and the Earth means that anything that doesn't seem to fit with that must be in the category of optical effects. Transversely, a flat Earth proponent will say that my presupposition or conclusion that the Earth is flat and the geometry of thereof means that anything that seems to be incongruent with that is an optical effect. So both sides have an assumed or measured geometry, right? And then a category transverse to that that's called optical effects. They have geometry and optical effects, right? Those are the two categories you're dealing with. Anything that doesn't relate to what you expect from the geometry, the excuse for both sides, regardless, is optical effects. Correct? The answer is, of course, it's correct. So, that being said, when both sides must recede into optical effects in order for their worldview to maintain coherence, the question then becomes the common denominator. And the common denominator, my friend, is direct surface measurements. That's the difference, the crux of the issue between the two paradigms. So with that, I yield the floor to that point.
I'm trying to find this video of Justin Trudeau mocking the flat earthers tonight.
Today? Did you?
Yeah, like an hour ago, 45 minutes ago.
Did you hear what AI was saying?
No, he's too busy looking for a video about some stupid politician.
That's very important. What do you mean?
To be fair, he came in talking about that.
But why is a retard talking to flat earthers important?
Because what he's saying to the people, he has influence. That's why.
Okay, so you want people to believe a proposition simply because they're influenced by a charismatic leader, rather than they arrive at the conclusion through proper scrutiny and evidence?
No, because the majority of the population is sheeps. So when he says that stuff, they don't go researching it for themselves. They just believe what he says.
Yeah, so what's he saying, though? Is he pro-flat Earth or anti-flat Earth?
Anti.
Oh, okay. Now, the video I want to find about Justin Trudeau is one day he was on this thing, and the interviewer was flexing his arm or something, and Justin Trudeau was like stroking his arm in admiration, right, with a smug look on his face, and his wife punched him in the arm. His wife was right there, punched him in the arm and says, "Why don't you go home with him then?"
Oh. I didn't see that one.
And then he probably, after the cut, he's probably like, I think I will. I think I will. I'll prove to you it's spherical. Both of them.
Oh. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Right, but let's not get away from the point. So we just reduced the argument proper to surface measurements, right? So which side has the most, plausible or accurate or at least accomplished surface measurements or surface property that they can demonstrate to be the case that proves their point without having to resort to optical effects, which we both agree is just an excuse for both sides? The geometry. Proving the geometry is the point in question. So, where has any of that been done for the globe?
Waiting. Any day now.
Because if the Earth is measured and it measures to be flat, then that means that all of these interpretations of optical phenomenon, which are already categorized as optical phenomenon, are then just put back into that category as optical phenomenon, and they must be rethought of and reworked and retooled and remodeled. Because if the Earth demonstrates itself to be flat and level and stationary, then the claims about the heliocentric model are erroneous on their face, and the whole model falls immediately and in totality. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If the Earth measures flat, then heliocentrism is false on its face.
It's not flat, though.
It's what?
It's not flat.
Right, and so how do you validate that you just said it's not flat? Because rest assured, my friend, hold on, rest assured, both sides agree, both sides of the argument agree, that the Earth is experienced on the level that we can experience it locally as flat and stationary. So, where's this proof that it's not what we experience it as?
It's in outer space, man. Come on.
Oh, let him answer. The question was to him.
Somebody said the shape of the Earth is not flat.
It's not a shape at all, friend. Flat isn't a shape.
Yeah, so you can't say it's flat if you don't have the shape.
No, you just can't.
There we go. Take a breath.
Well, we got to cover a couple things with that. Could you draw the shape flat? If I requested that for you just to open up your MS Paint, could you draw that, or is that a shape you could draw?
Interesting.
Sure.
No, you want to draw?
Yeah. Please demonstrate drawing flat itself in a graphical program. Yeah, please demonstrate that.
That's fun.
This is called categorical distinction. So, for example,
draw a line.
That's not a shape.
A line. A line.
What shape is that?
Yeah, what shape is a line, dude?
It's straight.
It's line shaped.
Holy crap, dude!
All right, one more thing for Farshad. I'm going to post a picture for you. This is just a wall in my house. Would you say that wall is flat?
Oh, it's has edges and sharp areas.
Bumps and lumps. Yeah, of course it's bumpy and lumpy, but it's not a curved wall. So listen, let me just I want to say this and I'll hand the mic back to AI, but if you just take 30 seconds and look around your room, this surfaces around you, there's only two options, bro. Either you have a curved surface or it's a flat surface. Bumps aside, doesn't matter. There is no third option here. And when we talk about flat, we're talking about a description of a surface, not a shape. Doesn't matter if it has bumps or lumps. Think of like the floor underneath a carpet. Like if you have a carpet above your floor, the floor would be considered not curved. It's a flat floor, but it doesn't matter what kind of carpet you put down on it, a lion, zebra rug, bumpy, lumpy rug. It's still a flat floor. So we're just trying to help you understand that flat is a description of a surface, not a shape. So it's just not curved.
So you could say the ground on the Earth is flat, but the shape of it is not flat.
Flat is not a shape at all, Fred. I just helped you understand it's a description of a surface, like the surfaces in your room.
The shape is not flat. Is simultaneously true and incoherent. Right. Because the category of shape, right, and flat are separate. It's kind of like fruit. So fruit has different colors, correct? Yes, of course that's correct. But fruits themselves are not colors.
What about an orange?
Right.
Oh, dude. Oh, crap. You just exploded my logic board.
I'm sorry.
Well, grapes are purple. No, just listen.
Yes, but this is also an example of categorical distinction, because orange, the name, the nominative of the fruit, right, is the name of a fruit, not a color. But orange is also a color. They just share the same token. So they share the same letters that describe the word that is them, ORANGE. It just so happens that an orange is orange, and it may have been named after the color, or the color may have been named after it. Who knows? Who cares?
So how do you explain the bottom deep ends of the ocean?
I don't know
what does it matter, bro? You should be focusing on the top of the surface of the water, because that's what we're getting at. That's the flat part.
Yeah, but the bottom is important too.
No, it's not, because I can take a cup of water or a bathtub and throw a bunch of rocks, or who cares? Throw anything in the water. The surface at the top is still going to be flat. It doesn't matter what's at the bottom.
It's
The bottom of the swimming pool could be whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if you go all the way to the bottom of the ground,
you're not getting it. It's about the surface of the water.
Have you got a fork at the bottom of your sink? Is there an impression of a fork on top of the water?
Right. See, the bottom of your sink also has curvature to it, but it doesn't curve the water at the top. It still lays flat. Right. So it doesn't matter what the bottom is, dude. Pay attention. So just to reiterate before AI takes back over, but flat, we're not saying that's a specific shape. We're just describing the surface. Just like the surfaces around your room, it's either going to be curved or not curved. There's no third option.
Yes. So, my friend, as a friend as we are, and we're basically blood brothers and been through 3 wars together at this point, it's time for me to be honest with you. Okay, so far from my experience with you, your statements and your reasoning has been largely illogical and incoherent and non sequitur to any of the points proper whatsoever. And I want to submit to you that you should reflect on why that is, that you seem to be incapable of thinking clearly about this topic. It may be true that you're capable of thinking clearly about other topics, but you've demonstrated to me that you don't have the capacity to think clearly about this topic. And I think you should self-reflect for a second and be like, I wonder why that is. I wonder why it seems that my mind is screwed up in some way when it comes to this topic. Could it possibly be that I've been inundated and programmed with foolishness my entire life by an established system with contradictions, incoherencies, logical fallacies that I can't even think straight about this topic? It's almost like I need a colon cleanse for my brain. Now, don't get me wrong, friend.
Are you talking about yourself or what?
Wow. Friend, all those calories I just wasted with my neurons and synapses firing on your life as a gesture, as a friend, and that's your response?
Yeah, because you're running your mouth and then you say friend. I don't get it.
Damn, you taking shots,
dude. Pay attention now. Pay attention. I'm gonna teach you philosophy. Faithful are the words of a friend. Okay, sometimes you have to wound a friend because they need to be wounded so that they can realize what's happening. Sometimes you have to slap a crazy chick.
Your view on the earth is your view. It's not the reality. You have to understand this.
That's a great story, but when you were asked for the proof to the contrary of the common experience of the human individual, you presented squat diddly nothing. So let's go back to that point, since you keep reiterating that it's not reality that the earth is flat. So where's the visible proof that the earth is a spherical object?
I'm not a glober. I'm not here to defend the opposition.
What the heck? Dude, you just said it's not reality. So then what is the reality?
No one knows. I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
okay, then if you don't... Pay attention. If you don't know, then you can't say the positive, it's not this. You must say, I don't know. You can't say this, what you're claiming isn't true, because you don't know. And in order to claim that what I'm claiming isn't true, you must know to the contrary.
Correct. No, you're right. But what I could say is that's your theory, and there's millions of other people that have other theories.
Okay, that's great. So let's assume. Go ahead, friend.
No, you're right. I was just going to quickly say, what does the Earth present itself as, and then yeah.
Think about. Go ahead.
What, is that a question?
No, go ahead, IA.
Yeah, it is a question, which I was just going to double down on the question, which is, like we already said, it's agreed upon that the Earth presents itself and is experienced as, to the local individual, a flat, stationary plane. So that's the first order experience of all humankind, ad infinitum into the past, ad infinitum into the future, and ubiquitously across the board. So if you accept that's your experience, and you just say, well, this experience is real, that is the most rational position to hold. To go outside of that requires extraordinary evidence. Like the flat Earth position is basically just agreeing with experience on a local level. This is what we experience. Here it looks flat and stationary. There it looks flat and stationary. I went to Ireland, it looked flat and stationary. I went to Kuwait, it looked flat and stationary. I stormed Baghdad, it looked flat and stationary. I was in Baghdad, it was plumb and level. I was in Kuwait, it was plumb and level. I was in Ireland, it was plumb and level. I was in California, it was plumb and level. I was in Florida, it was plumb and level.
That's the only thing your eyes could see, though.
It's irrelevant. The point I'm making is that everywhere I go, it's plumb and level, and everywhere I go, it's flat and stationary. So why would I believe to the contrary?
But everywhere you go, your vision has a certain capability of showing you something.
That doesn't matter. The question is, why would I believe to the contrary?
I mean, you're allowed to believe what you want, but...
Well, dude, I'm just believing what's congruent with common experience. So is that not the most rational position to hold? Yes or no?
Sure, if that's the way you want to view it.
Or you could just be like Matthew, just believe what the experts tell you.
So you say that me rationally believing my common experience is just how I choose to see it, how I choose to believe it.
Hey, you got to be careful on the words you use. When you use the word common, I've said this the other day. Let's go with the facts here. Your view of the world and the earth is the minority. It's not the majority.
Think about what he's saying, mate.
Dude, that's not what we're talking about right now, friend. We're not talking about the viewpoint in a philosophical sense of what you presently hold in your mind for the earth to be. I'm talking about the common experience of what everybody sees, what everybody feels, and how everybody operates logistically and physically in the world.
I mean, isn't that kind of pretentious, though, for him to say, you have to be careful about what you say?
Yes, and then he criticizes what I say with the wrong category applied. Wow. Who needs to be careful, me or you, friend?
It's not the wrong category, though.
Dude, one more time for the audience's sake, not for yours, because you're clearly too stupid to get it at this point. I've figured that out, and you're a waste of my time. So, for the audience, when somebody is talking about a viewpoint or a philosophical position, that's an interpretation. Okay? When I say that both sides agree that the earth is experienced locally as flat and stationary. One is a philosophical viewpoint. One is a logistical, tangible reality that exists in three-dimensional space. Two different logical categories of a necessity. They can't be the same because one is conceptual and one is tangible 3D objective reality in the concrete sense. So, for this kid here to critique me, saying that I need to watch what I'm saying, then I explain to him that he's not making the proper categorical distinction. Then he doubles down on his nonsense. So I yield the floor to somebody else who has more patience.
I was going to say, when AI starts hitting you with friend, you're toast.
Oh, yeah, sorry, friend. I yield the floor to another friend.
I was just, how can you double down on nonsense? It'd be double nonsense, wouldn't it?
keep in mind, friend, that my critique of our other friend here was that for some reason, it seems that he's incapable of thinking clearly about this particular topic. It's almost like he's been pre-programmed. No, I've demonstrated it. I've demonstrated it by speaking logically about the categories and the conclusions and the differentiations that are at play. Okay? If you're having trouble, go back and listen to the live stream again. Write it down. Look up the words I used. Go into a philosophy book and a logic textbook and figure it out.
Logically based on your IQ to you.
No, dude. No.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I'm not sure if he's actually really listening. He might be like multitasking right now.
Logically based on your IQ.
Right, so Fashad, what he's talking about is we all experience, globers, flat earthers, we all experience the earth to be flat and stationary. For it to be otherwise, there has to be really strong evidence, really, really strong evidence to make someone think or go against their senses that they feel the earth as flat and stationary. Now, when you look into it, like we were doing the other day, you find that there isn't any evidence for that. So what makes you think that you live on a curved ball? That's the whole thing. It's not about someone's opinion. It's about going through the steps of how you get to this place. So what still convinces you that you live on a ball when you experience it to be flat and stationary and everyone else in the world does as well?
You would have to ask a glober that.
I'm asking you because you said you live on a curved surface.
I don't. But that's why I'm on the fence. I didn't say it's a globe, but I'm not saying it's a flat either.
And so, in your opinion, why do you think globers believe it against all evidence that we present? Most globers don't even want to talk to us.
I think the more important bit is why he's saying it's not flat. When AI just pointed out that even the globers admit that they experience it locally flat. After years of arm twisting, they'll finally admit it, but even they say it now.
Yeah, because there's certain things that it doesn't add up on the flat Earth model.
Well, dude, but here's the problem. You're presenting ridiculous strawman flat Earth. Look at the last thing you posted. If you're talking about flat Earth like that, then of course they don't make sense. Look at what you posted.
No, but I've said like the plane rides, like that. The planes don't make sense on the flat Earth.
Well, they do. Planes have got nothing to do with where we live, man. You're pointing.
How do you go from California to China?
We already talked about this, bro. Just in the same way you go to the grocery store, point A to point B. I don't know why you're still stuck up on like, well, how do I go from point A to point B? You just go to point B. What the hell is the problem?
Yeah, it's port to port with ships and airplanes. Same thing.
Also, how do you prove the dome?
From one airport?
No one said anything about a dome, dude. No one said anything about a dome. Yes, you going from point A to point B.
Okay, but you're saying there's no space, right?
Would you ever get on an airplane?
Hold on, Helio.
All right, go ahead.
Well, yeah, but how did you just go from point A to point B to dome to space?
No, I'm just giving examples of the things that are not adding up on the.
Well, I don't know how point A to point B doesn't add up.
Yeah, sorry.
But point A to point B is just your defense for when I talked about planes.
It's your opinion.
Yeah, it's just my opinion. But no, you're saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to grasp how that doesn't make sense.
Because, okay, so the way it doesn't make sense, I've told you that we went over this the other day. On the radar from the globe Earth, it shows the planes going west side. It's like going from California,
can I just
west
reset
coast
you real
to
quick?
Asia.
I'm talking about in reality. Take your eyes off of maps.
That is
models.
reality.
Hold on.
What's reality? A radar?
I'm talking about you going outside. You're at point A and you need to go to point B. Your question is, well, how does that even happen?
What?
I'm trying to get you to focus on the reality bit. You're still stuck up on like, well, this cartoon globe shows a curved line. I'm trying to get you to focus. In reality, you're literally
we're
just
talking
going
about point A and point B, right?
Hold on, friends.
Okay, so when I go from California
we got
to
factual
China,
errors.
I'm not flying over Europe.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Bro, what radar system is tracking these planes?
I don't know. So I'm not a plane expert, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, let me give you a hint. None. Now, it is true that in certain areas, they track planes with radar when they're close to certain areas. But the entire tracking of a plane is not done by radar.
So what's all this stuff on the airports? That's all lies?
Everything has to do with trajectory from one point to another. Everything.
Well, no one's saying everything's a lie. Just relax.
Hold on. He said, what's at the airports? Now, you need to qualify that because you didn't really be very distinct.
Like so all these airlines are showing these airplanes, like Flight Tracker. They're showing every airplane every minute where they are.
We've all looked at that.
Hold on.
Right, so it's a graphic representation, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They call it the Great Arc.
Now,
Elia.
Once a plane is out of radar range, right? There's two ways that they can track the position primarily. One is with pings to some kind of radio tower or beacon. Or two is with a plotted trajectory based on time, where they model the plane taking the route it's supposed to take. And then when they get the pings at intervals, they update it. So majority of the time that the plane is being seen on the graphic moving is information that is not live. It's interpolated information. So this idea that you're watching a live tracking of an airplane is false. Not to mention the fact that you already admitted and conceded that it's a graphical representation, which means you have no idea where the information is coming from or how it's interpolated or extrapolated before it's finally represented on the screen.
He's a truth seeker, bro. He's not a glober.
Hey, Farshad, I did this with you 2 days ago, this exact same thing, and explained exactly the same thing. Why didn't you get it then?
It's because he's in the process of learning. You guys just keep attacking him. He's not here
I get it, but it's just I'm not convinced.
That's fine. Just this is not hard to grasp. We're not here to convince you. We're just helping you understand the position.
Okay.
You're saying, well, it doesn't make sense.
You're basically saying all like what I just posted on chat. This flight tracker, every single plane right now. You're saying it's all graphics for nothing. It's all prediction. It's all this and that.
No. Okay, let's stop the train right here because we got a simptastic concern troll in the field trying to concern troll for this dude who's supposed to be a positive, quote unquote, truth seeker.
He's a friend, bro. Don't forget, learner. He's a friend.
What is this that I just posted? All these planes.
Friend. Stop cutting off a rolling point. I mean, good grief, dudes. I explained to him the process of how it's constructed and how it's displayed. And I explained to him that it's impossible for him to validate any of the information. He then doubled down and said, categorically, everything was just a representation. Now, is that what was told to him? The answer is no. So he clearly wasn't paying attention and clearly doesn't care. Either that, or he has some kind of learning disability, which we'll forgive him for.
Agreed.
Demon.
Agreed. Because you're exactly right. Because I mean, with ships and airplanes, and they just go from point A to point B. The shipping patterns, over arc, they call it the Great Arc pattern, right? But that's only on the globe model. But they're just going in a straight line from one airport to another or a ship port to another.
Yeah.
I mean, this really isn't that hard to figure out. So it's like, the reason, I mean, it's just like they want to make it a curved line when it's actually a straight line.
Look, yes.
Yes,
it,
the answer is yes.
Yeah, thank you, Julio. Thank you, Julio. I was just trying to talk to address the other guy. Thank you so much. I was just trying to say, you admitted it yourself, friend, that it is a graphic representation. And we went over this the other day, that there are many different ways to represent the Earth. There isn't just one. Google Map does it one way. Then maybe the airliner does it another way. Okay? We're talking about what's happening in reality versus what you're seeing happening on a screen.
Yeah.
Screen can show you whatever the hell they want. Okay, they can show you going in around a triangle, and around a freaking ball, whatever. But what's happening in reality? You're just going from point A to point B, no different than if you need to go to the grocery store. You don't strafe your way to the grocery store; you just head straight there. Okay?
Yeah. So let's talk about some real life practicality. So, are you familiar with the term squaring it off? The answer is no, probably not. So, there's a thing that ships do, because supposedly the representation of GPS and the globe map and globe coordinates and all of these things are so perfect. But for some reason, ships arrive much, much earlier than they should. Very frequently. And so what they must do is travel in squares before they port to waste time because there's too many ships. Because for some reason, the globe calculations didn't seem to work that day.
They have it backwards. Their curvature's inside out, basically. That's the solution to that issue right there.
So an equivalent curvature in the transverse would be an increase in distance?
It'll be a difference.
And no, it's zero difference. If you map the globe inside out, it's the same amount of distances. How could it not be? It's literally the same surface.
It's the issue of a bigger radius, bigger or smaller radius.
Yes, but if it's based on a globe and you just invert the curvature.
Yeah, but anything away from mean sea level will be different.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that technically, concentrically.
This might be the reason for the nautical miles and the normal miles. Like,
yeah, but it's not enough.
Truth, or you believe it's flat or is it concave?
No, it's flat, bro. Concave Earth is a government psyop.
So the nautical mile is just based on a reduction of Polaris in your field of view by 1 degree on the y-axis. That's all it is. That's all a nautical mile is. That's why it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Okay, this is more like I guess more of a philosophical question. Let's just assume every sign of the Earth, right? Every sign, every evidence that you have points to it being flat. What's the motive? 99% of the world is lying about it.
What?
They're not.
Well,
the world isn't lying about it. The world is fooled by it.
Ignorant people can't lie.
And you can't expect the victims of the lie to come up with the justification for the liar.
Yeah, let's also be clear. Before we
question is
again.
Okay.
Before you reiterate it again. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Since I lost my train of thought. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
yeah, my bad.
The question was if the whole world comes to a consensus that every evidence points to it being flat, like we get past the evidence point of it, that it's flat. What's the motive for at least the governments, let's say, that they're lying about it?
Not even them, man.
Hey, how'd you get your train of thought back?
Fair. Yeah, I did. So the question is that many people who you think are saying one thing are actually saying another thing. So, for example, the globe model. You've heard that term. The heliocentric model. You've heard that term.
Yeah.
in the heliocentric model, the Earth is a globe. Right?
Yeah.
If you accept that proposition, are you accepting that the ontological concrete entity known as the Earth is a globe? Or you're accepting that the Earth in the model is a globe? Well, the answer is the Earth in the model. So if you accept that the Earth in the model is a globe, and then you transpose that via reification fallacy onto a concrete object that exists in three-dimensional space, the only person who has lied is you to yourself. Because they were honest with you. They said it's a model. You made it concrete reality in your mind, and you committed the fallacy, and you committed the self-deception.
Yeah, but they could come say the model is flat.
So let me try to answer this in another way. You asked, why would they have been lying all this time? Right?
Yes.
I mean, first of all, you got to understand we aren't the ones doing the lying, so I can't tell you what their motives are. And you already kind of addressed the evidence part, so I guess we can move past that. But just so you know, like in a court case, if you were to present something to a judge, a case, you could present all the evidence and not have any motive at all, and the judge could still make a clear-cut conviction. Send someone to jail based off of the evidence, not with motive. So,
yeah, CB, it seems like he's already inadvertently kind of proven our point.
But I wanted to ask, though, did you remember my example I gave you about having my little brother who wanted to play video games with me, and I just told him, yeah, you could totally play, bro. I handed him an unplugged controller and let him think he was playing the game. Did I tell you about that?
Yeah.
I mean, in my view, I don't know. If I could do that to someone else, I would. And like, so.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's analyze the moral quandary and the logistical quandary of the facts of the experience of the child who was duped. So, you give him the controller, you proceed to beat the game while he watches thinking it's him doing it. He then goes and tells his friends, I just beat this really hard game, friends. Wow, I beat it. Did you guys beat it? No, we didn't beat it. It's too hard for us. Well, I beat it. Now, to him, that's truth. You wouldn't categorize that as an intentional deception or a lie in a moral sense. Now, logistically, it's an error and it's false. But to him, he's not lying. It's not like he knows that he didn't beat the game and he went out and told somebody that he did. And so the point is that most people are deceived. And they're just operating as if this is reality. And they don't know that what they're saying is false. And therefore, they're not lying. They don't know that they're lying. And there isn't the case that 99% of the Earth population needs to be lying in order for this proposition to be among the masses. Only a very select few people need to know the actual truth. Very few.
I was just going to say, in my example with my little brother, why would I lie? Well, there's only so many controllers to go around, all right? And I want to play. So
correct. Now let me go. Let me lead with that. You want to be in charge. You want to be at the apex, but you want to be benevolent to those lesser than you. And so you convince yourself that giving the controller to my brother is actually a good thing. Deceiving my brother is good. It's for his benefit. Now, lo and behold, if you go and you look at some of these elites, quote unquote, that supposedly rule the world, you'll see in some of their charters and some of their correspondence and some of their speeches that they say it's our responsibility to take care of the masses because they're too stupid, too ignorant, to this, to that. And so we, being at the apex, have a moral duty to take care of these people in a way, even if we have to deceive them, because it's better for them that way, because they can't handle reality on their own. They need us. And so we must, because we can, and we're the only ones who can. So to the people at the top, not only do they not look at themselves as liars, they look at themselves as benevolent. It's for
Right, that's-
our good that they do all this to us. It's
Exactly
for
how
the
I
good of
felt with my brother.
humankind.
That's exactly how I felt with my brother. I want him to think he's playing. I don't want him to cry. Like, he's having fun, thinking he's playing. Yeah, I thought I was doing him a solid.
Dude, even homeboys that do atrocities, right? What's most of their rationale for a lot of the atrocities they do? It's for the betterment of mankind. It's for the good of the whole.
Well, in that vein, AI, I mean, as far as what we're doing here with the Flat Earth server and the YouTube channel and moving forward, I mean, how does that, in your opinion, how would that benefit a lot of people? Because they're saying they think it's our opinion, but that's not what it is. We're using practicality, logic, and reality, the things that we experience, just like you explained. How can that work for them? They don't have to believe us. We just explain it in a concise way that can actually, we can move forward, or they can move forward, or they don't have to believe us and just go somewhere else.
Is that a question, or
did it sound like a question?
Sort
I
of.
was asking AI. I was asking AI. I mean, it's like an interview.
Well, I mean, look,
because
it's
I love your opinion, man. I mean, I respect you, brother. So that's why.
There's a very important lesson that where the best place to learn it is in the movie The Matrix, when Neo meets the architect. And before that, everyone thought that there was a prophecy. Everyone thought there was a prophecy of the one who would come and basically help everyone and save everyone from the evil machine world, whatever. And so when Neo arrived to the architect informed him, no, my friend. You are not the hero of the story, like the prophecy says.
Yeah.
You were created by me, the architect. I created the idea of hope so that a certain segment of the population who would otherwise not be satiated by the system would be allowed to flex and exercise their itch. And after their exercise of their itch, for the sake of the system, we then wipe them out and start over. So, to the benevolent overlords, allowing the flat earth to flex its itch, to scratch its itch, to get its day in the sun every now and then, is exactly what to them the system needs every so often. It needs to have a small portion of the population in what seems to be an extreme position to allow the curiosity of extremity for the common man. So the common man will still accept the system or the matrix, just like the architect said to Neo. The whole purpose of this exercise is so that the average person will not reject the system in total. Because there's always that hope that if I really wanted to leave the system, I could. Well, of course I could, because look at this small fraction of people who are out of the system. So if I wanted to leave, I could. You bet your bottom dollar I could. But really what the architect said is this is all a system of what? Control.
So do you disregard the so-called main science that talks about the shape of the Earth, that involves math, satellite images? Basically what you're saying is whatever you observe with your human being eyes, and basically that, right?
Not just that, no.
That's a story that they sold you, just like in the Matrix, I think. If I'm wrong about that.
Yeah. So let's talk about these satellite images. So most of the facing down topography is done by high altitude airplanes. This has been independently verified. Somebody actually went and got the images from a courthouse of the topographical survey and compared them to what was allegedly satellite imagery. Right? And it's validated at the courthouse that it was done by a high-altitude airplane. Yet they pass it off as if a satellite took it. Now, when you go further from the Earth, there's these alleged satellites. Now, there's one called the Himawari 8. Now, interestingly enough, the Himawari 8 has a predecessor, and that is Mr. Simmons, Mr. Blue Marble. Because Mr. Blue Marble Simmons, who is a graphic artist that works for NASA, created the Blue Marble dataset, which, by his own admission, is a bunch of flat maps taken at high altitude. Let me say this again, flat maps taken at high altitude.
And he said he had to stitch them together, right?
Yeah, stitched them together and wrapped them around a ball. And then after he did that, he fine-tuned it to the expectations that people would have of what the Earth would look like from space. Now, keep that in your mind. Now let's fast forward to the Himawari 8. The Himawari 8 is allegedly taking photographs of the Earth every so many minutes. However, when you go to the NOAA data and you go into the programming data and you get it, you can catch the Himawari 8 having weather patterns that are from the NOAA data and from templates from the Blue Marble data set, which means that the Himawari 8 is actually overlaying images on the Blue Marble data set and constructing an image. It's not taking an actual image of the Earth. So it's a composite rendered image. And the weather data that's shown from the Himawari 8 is the modeling data from NOAA, which is National Oceanographic Air Institute, or whatever it's called, which does model the Earth's weather system based on what? Based on constantly updated weather systems that are interconnected through the internet that update this system.
Our radar from Earth.
Yes, it's all Earth-based, correct. So, that being said, my friend, where's this two fingers in the air, quote-unquote, scientific proof coming from satellites? But let's be clear.
I can tell him, I can give the answer.
Yeah, but let's be clear. These things are not in the category of scientific proofs anyway.
No, but I mean, but if people see the NOAA data or the freaking the Japan freaking Himawari thing, it doesn't come from satellites. I mean,
exactly.
They inadvertently admit that too. They claim that they have 8K cameras and they're over. Their satellites are over Japan. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah. Let's give another example. Oh, go ahead.
The gentleman that you were speaking to, AI, did he respond? Did he understand what you were saying? Because that's pretty mind-blowing if you're coming from a paradigm where you think that these satellites are in low Earth orbit and you're looking for an explanation or some other thing that it can be other than what they've been told. And what you just laid out for them is it's pretty profound.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did the gentleman asking the question, is he here? Did he leave?
He left earlier and came back in, and he's asking more questions. So yeah.
No, I'm here.
Did you hear what AI?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about that? What he just said?
Yeah, I mean that aspect of it, I've heard that before. It's nothing new to me, but
right. Well, if that's the case, then like we said before, where your friend decided to stick up for you and say that you're an honest truth seeker, why would you already know this information yet simultaneously say that satellites are in the category of scientific proofs and that this category has any validity?
I didn't say it has validity. I said that's what the Globers are saying, is that the mainstream science, that's what it's telling you.
Okay, fair, but you didn't caveat that.
Yeah, we're all quite familiar with that, with all the information about that. But what do you think about it as an addendum? I mean, we've looked at it too. So
yeah,
I mean, of course we're as flat earthers, we question it, but we're quite familiar with the information. We're skeptical.
Yeah.
Tell us what you think about it.
So what do you think about? I don't want to say the word dome, but what do you think about the space? You think we could go to space, or we can't leave the Earth?
You'd have to define space first.
Basically, the way they're telling you, like you leave the Earth, you go to this black thing called the galaxy, and then you could travel to different spaces.
I think that's what they say, my good sir.
Yes.
They basically say with a rocket you could leave the Earth and then go to the galaxy, and then from there you could go to the moon, you could go to the other, like Mars. And all
No,
that.
I don't think leaving the galaxy is part of the. It's a part of the mainstream rhetoric. I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're.
I didn't say leaving the galaxy. I said leaving the Earth to go to the galaxy.
Wait, I'm pretty sure I just heard you say leaving the galaxy.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, no, I said.
Yeah, I mean, don't come in here and just freaking say something and say you didn't say it.
Yeah. That's
2
fair,
seconds
though,
later.
yeah.
I said leaving the
It's a
Earth,
flip of the tongue.
going to the galaxy, and then going to Mars.
Yeah, but you
No,
can't.
okay, you
you
said-
can't. Listen, friend, you can't leave the Earth and go to the galaxy. The galaxy, right, contains the Earth, so you already are in the galaxy, even when you're on the Earth, according to them.
Right. There's a bit of disconnect, I think, with the way that it's being said here. So maybe you're just not saying it correctly, and I'll give you that. Right? Maybe it's just
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying correctly. That's the problem.
No, I'm hearing.
No,
you,
but
man.
I mean, I think you
Hold on,
should actually.
Helio.
Okay,
Can we-
let me say it one more
maybe you're on
time.
break,
So
Carly. Let him chat.
yeah, let me say it one more time so you understand. The mainstream science's definition of leaving the Earth, because that was the topic of the question.
Sure, yeah.
You get on a rocket, you leave the Earth, you enter into the galaxy, which you are part of the Earth as well. But from there, you could go to the Mars, you go to the moon. The point is, the point is not this. The point is, do you believe you could do that?
Yeah, where does it say that though? You're quoting something or you're citing something. Where does it say that? Where does mainstream rhetoric say that? That's my thing to you. I heard what you said. I don't think anyone has said that unless you can spit it out.
Well, let's help each other out since we're all
NASA says
buddies.
that.
Yeah, but let's help each other out since we're all buddies.
So I think what he's trying to say is that you go
Hold
into
on,
space,
too
which
many
is part of
people
the
on this
galaxy.
Yeah, I just want to know where it says that. That's all I'm asking. Just bring it up where it says that, point it out, put it in the live stream, and that'd be, we're good.
That's fair. I know, but we don't need to get too pedantic because it is
Bro,
the mainstream.
It is
Hold
the main,
on.
like, look at the moon landing.
Dude, I'm clearly taking charge of this conversation. That's not your cue to interrupt me.
He's a friend, bro. Friend.
Listen, that's not your cue to interrupt me either. Now, I can make it a lot easier on myself by just removing your interruptions by removing you. Friend. Now, it is true that in the mainstream rhetoric, that the Earth exists as an object in free space, and the other celestial objects exist as objects in free space of a certain distance away relative to the Earth. So you just have a bunch of these floating objects in a giant space. Okay, that is true. And if you leave one object, in their view, you could travel to another object. Now, that is true. That is their claim. And then, of course, you could keep going and going and going and get to more objects, and you could go for light years and keep encountering new objects that are specific distances away from the Earth, that are actual objects existing in free space in a giant vacuum of either inflating or semi-infinite, right, space. Which then, of course, is expanding into something that's not space, whatever the heck that means. So no, generally, flat earthers do not believe in space in the sense of the heliocentric model, where it's a giant, indefinite vacuum filled with 3D objects floating. No, that's not the case that flat earthers generally believe that.
I think you need to educate your own flat earther that he doesn't believe that that's what the mainstream science is telling him.
He didn't say that. He was just asking you to post some citations or whatever.
Bro, your friend AI is admitting to it. What do you mean?
No, I need to at least defend myself if I can without being interrupted. I asked you for a citation of where it says that, and you didn't produce it. You still haven't in the live stream voice text.
Go to
If
grade
you said
4
that's
science
exactly,
class.
If you said that's what NASA said, I'm asking, go ahead and place in live stream voice text a citation where it says that in the mainstream science.
You want him to give you a citation that everyday regular citizens are programmed this way? You want him to cite you how children are taught about space in school as part of the curriculum?
Hey, Truther.
What are you asking him for? What good will this question do you or him?
Damn, bro.
Just
Relax.
chill out, man. I wrote you a note in the live stream. If you could just read that, man. Just chill out for a second, okay? Just chill, man. All right. Thank you.
All right, clearly there must be a disconnect because people are getting fired up, and I'm only asking for one thing. So, oops, somebody's coughing. Anyway, that's the only thing I'm asking for. If somebody said something, let's not put words into people's mouths, right? Then it's clear. It's very clear that if they said it, then let's cite it. But let's not say that they're saying something and they're not saying that. That's all I'm bringing here. So, if let's say NASA being a corporation said something and it's quoted that they said it, well, let's post it. Then that ends that, right? Like then everybody can see. Look, NASA said X, Y, and Z because that's what I'm saying that they're saying, and here's the citation. That's it. No need to get upset, guys.
Yeah, so if you're asked for that, you could provide it or give a counter proposition.
It's like the only person that sounds like they're upset is me sometimes. And even when I raise my voice, it doesn't mean I'm upset. I'm just asking questions that need answers. I'm listening to you guys.
The only reason I think it got a little complicated is you said enter the galaxy. Technically, we're already supposed to be in one, but that's why I posted the.
Right, and so that's
hold
our
on,
position.
Helio. I wasn't
Sorry,
quite
you're
done,
exactly
but the rumpus night from Helio tonight. But I posted in the chat a screenshot of something I drew up on my phone. Right, so they say that there's these things in the sky. They're saying the Earth is in that. I think that was the only area where you sort of slipped up. You said, well, we enter into the galaxy. But I get what you're saying. Do flat earthers believe in outer space as it's presented? No. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, let's be clear in a sense. So, technically, three-dimensional space exists ubiquitously in the reality in which we can theoretically travel to. Right? So if we just start heading in a direction, dead reckoning, and continue ad infinitum, we'll be entering into more available 3D space until we run out of three-dimensional space and reach the end of reality, whatever that is. So it is true that there is space above the surface of the Earth. Now, the space that we inhabit is filled with air. The claim on the heliocentric model is that eventually that air goes away and then you're in space, which is a vacuum. And then that vacuum is the three-dimensional space that continues ad infinitum until it's interrupted occasionally by objects that are either, in their view, planets, gas clouds, gas giants, whatever. So is it true that we can leave the surface of the Earth and enter into space, being three-dimensional space? Well, yes, you can do that by jumping. So, of course, you can fly and reach altitudes, right? Far away from the Earth.
Do you think there's some type of I don't know how I came up with this word, pinch clouds? Is like there's a pinch where it's just like, okay, it looks flat, or I'm in the globe idea, or there's certain pinch where I just can't get past this because it's like it might be a globe or whatever. The Earth is the Earth. It's always it's. I know I get on my freaking rants or whatever, but it's like or if it's a globe, let's presume it's a globe. And then you're pinching shit. It's just like, okay, well, I can only see this far, and there's just like a little pinch, just like a section of Earth, and this part is flat. Same flat. It's how many freaking flat sections of a globe make a globe? Yeah, it's so stupid, man. I don't even. It's just like I know you guys freaking give me shit about being drunk or whatever, but it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me, man. I'll never figure it. Even when I'm sober, I can't fucking make sense of it. It's insane.
Welcome to the club, dude.
Yeah. So that being said, now that we know that three-dimensional space is where we inhabit already, we don't have to go there. We're in it now. The heliocentrism claim is that the Earth is in three-dimensional space. The atmosphere of the Earth is in three-dimensional space, but eventually it wanes off, and then the three-dimensional space you have available no longer has an atmosphere available to you. Okay, fine and dandy. In principle, could you have a flat plane and a bunch of available space above it that you could travel in that has a differing distribution of available gases? The answer is, shocker, of course. So you could simultaneously believe the Earth is flat, plane, realm, right? A planar available territory, right? That extends in that direction, and that direction, an indefinite amount, but has an available space above it that can be traveled in, and there are objects that exist above it that could be traveled to. So in principle, you could simultaneously believe in some permutation of a space-like idea while still maintaining that the Earth is flat. Some people refer to it as the floor of the universe. Now, there are people that kind of have a slight inkling that way. But then there are people who believe that what the lights in the sky are is just lights, with the exception of maybe the local quote-unquote planets, which might be objects. But the rest of the things are just verified as lights. That's all they are. That's all they can ever be verified as. Nobody's going out and tangibly verifying any of these claims about the physical locations, the relative locations, or what they actually are.
Okay, so the question now being the second part of the question, since you did say you don't believe the mainstream science as far as space, right? Like basically you can't leave the Earth to go to space. So on the flat Earth part of it, what do you believe then? Like you can't escape the Earth?
How do you get out of a contained system without breaking the containment?
Which leads me to the third question. Is so if you think it's a containment, then you believe there's a dome, right?
No.
Wouldn't use the word dome specifically.
Okay, so if I get on the plane and just go north, like go up in the sky, what prevents me to keep going and keep going and keep going?
Just so you know, that's not north, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like
you just
up
go
in the
straight
air.
up.
Yes.
You're saying what's preventing you from doing so?
Yeah, because he's saying it's like a container, right?
Do you have
The air
access
pressure.
to do that today or tomorrow? Or is that something
Before you hit an actual container, if you keep going up and up, the air pressure is going to get less and less, and you're going to reach a point where your plane can't go any higher due to that. Before you ever hit any container.
So what happens? The pressure is going to burn the plane?
According to the model, nobody knows where theoretically where this container is. It could be before the stars, it could be after the stars, but there has to be a container to like keep everything pressurized and contained.
I've got an analogy for you if that might help. I appreciate that, truther, but I've used the example of like banana. Some you might hear people use the example of steak, but the essentially boils down to an antecedent relationship. If you're not familiar with that, I'll teach you that here now. But if someone plops down a nice juicy steak on your plate, you know that came from a cow. So you don't have to see how many spots it had, what color it was. You know for a fact that if you're eating steak, that it for sure came from a cow. So that would be the antecedent relationship. You don't have any steak unless it came from a cow. In the same way that this applies to the argument of gas pressure, containment, and all that stuff. We're saying that you can't have gas pressure unless it comes from some sort of containment. And so just
what
to
if
give
that
a third...
steak came from bison?
Oh,
Or
yeah, hold on. I get it. So listen, I'll give you another example. So I like the example of bananas, because last time I checked, I don't see any peelless bananas growing on any trees anywhere. So we're just saying, how can you have a banana without the peel? Because every other example in reality seems to involve some sort of peel. Now, the typical answer we get back from Globe Earthers is they'll bring us sliced banana. Oh, look, slices of the air. And we're still looking for that container. The claim is that you don't need a peel. You don't need a container. And so we're asking, can you demonstrate this? Is there any example of gas pressure existing without a container? So we're saying it has to be there, just like the cow has to be there if you're eating steak, or the peel has to be there if you're having bananas. You don't find peelless bananas in nature. So I would say that in the same way that you don't just have gas pressure existing without some sort of containment anywhere. So it boils down to this antecedent relationship. Can't have one without the other. Now, I can't prove to you how many spots the cow had from the last steak that I ate. I never saw it. I don't know its name, what color it was, but I know for sure that I was eating some steak. You know what I mean? So we're breathing all this air that we know for sure that it's contained. Now, I can't show you the container, but in the same way that I can't show you the cow. I'm going to go dig up the peel out of the trash can, but you can know for sure that if we're having banana slices for lunch, it definitely came from a peel. If you're breathing air, the flat earther's position is that it had definitely come from containment. Does that make sense?
A little bit, yeah.
All right.
And the Globers, clearly there is no container. The Globers say that gravity alone is what's causing this, and is the replacement for the container.
Have they ever demonstrated that?
No.
But we do know gravity exists, though.
Not the way they say. Because
That's true,
gravity,
not the way they say. Yeah.
They're talking about gravity containing gases, air. When does that ever happen? Never. So at this point, it's about demonstration versus lack of demonstration. We can demonstrate gas pressure in containers all day long. I got a bicycle tire. I'm dealing with it was low key. It's like losing air. So I've been messing around with my bike tire. You have car tires, you have soda cans.
Like a balloon.
A balloon. Now
imagine a blown up balloon, a balloon with more air in it than the outside. And imagine doing that with no rubber to contain the air.
Right. That's essentially what the Globe Earthers are saying, is that
and the solution to that would the rubber isn't there to contain everything. It's just gravity's doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll skip the tank when I go to pick up some propane next time. Just use my gravity.
You'll save some money, dude. Well, I mean, what you just said about the balloon is perfect. That's essentially what they're saying. That, like, if you have like a car tire, typically if you get a flat, if it's punctured, you need to replace the container or the tire to contain the air. But the Globe Earthers are saying that the wheel is just so big, you don't even need a tire. Like, what kind of cap is that? That's crazy. But yeah, does this make sense? You asked about a dome. Now, a dome would be a specific shape. There's some pretty cool structures here in my city. You can go in these buildings, have different like vaulted ceilings and stuff like that. So we're not saying that that is specifically a dome shape. You know, is your house dome? It's contained. Your house, you know, you're contained within your house, but it doesn't mean your roof is a dome. So we don't necessarily know what the shape of this place is. So I would say, you know, dome is ascribing a specific shape. So container would be the better word.
But you're capped, basically.
Sure, I'll take that.
What do you mean trapped, dude?
Capped.
Capped. Sealed, contained, closed up. Yeah.
Oh. I thought you meant capped like talking shit.
Meaning no matter how high you go in the air, you can't escape out of this earth, basically.
Well, yes, but what's beyond the thing to which you could escape past?
Right. Who knows? Who's to say that there is any outside to go to anyway?
Exactly.
Well,
No,
the mainstream science says it is, right?
no, they don't. No, let me be clear. Now, follow my train of thinking here.
They do, though.
No, follow my train
hold
of
on.
thinking.
Just let it
Is
give me a
your
chance.
cue to listen to what I'm about to say, not to just repeat what you said. Follow that? Okay, let's go. Let's begin. So, according to the most widely accepted version of heliocentric expanding Big Bang cosmology, space itself is expanding, giving more volume to travel within, but the boundary of this available volume beyond that is unknown. Not only that, but they claim that this boundary and the differentiation between the availability of galaxies and all these things within the boundary are expanding the space within at faster than the speed of light, meaning that technically you could never reach the boundary to even pass through it, even though they have no idea if there's even any three-dimensional space to enter into past the boundary. Because by their own admission, three-dimensional space came into being in the Big Bang and is expanding outward. Right? So there's a fixed boundary to the universe after which nobody knows what's there. Now, they just have a bigger scale of the available space between the Earth and the boundary versus a flat earther's interpretation, which might be just a much closer scale between the boundary and the Earth. But rest assured, in both models, it's the same, that you're trapped within the universe that's available to you with a fixed limit you can't go beyond, and the unknowing of even if you start traveling in that direction and you reach that boundary, if you could even pass through it, and if there's even anywhere to be on the other side at all.
Good point, AI.
This is the
Do you get
same
what he's saying?
problem
Wait,
in both paradigms.
Farsha, do you get what he's asking? He's basically asking.
No, I get what
can
he's
you
saying,
escape,
but
can you escape space? That's basically what. Because you're asking us if we can leave Earth, but could you leave space if the Earth is a globe and we're in outer space? Could you go to space and then leave space?
Not according to their model, no.
Right. So that's what he's kind of trying to make you understand.
So where I have a problem with
there's no
is
leaving
that-
either way.
Right, but leaving the space is different than leaving the Earth.
Well, what he said though is that basically that in their model, it's just bigger space. Essentially, you're still.
But they're showing
nowhere to
NASA
go.
employees and rockets leaving the Earth.
Sure, but if you understood what he was saying,
are they?
Basically, well, in reality, they're not. Right.
I mean,
But
listen,
essentially,
they're not showing a video, but they're claiming at least.
Yes, fair, but let's be clear. You leave the Earth. Do you know the definition of walking? Let me rephrase this. Do you know the definition of walking?
No, tell us.
1 foot must be on the ground at all times. So when you run, there's actually a period of time when both feet are off the ground.
Right.
Now, when both of your feet are off the ground, you have left the Earth. Now, you've left the Earth when both feet leave the ground. You've left the Earth when you jump, just as much as a balloon has left the Earth when you let go of it, just as much as a rocket has left the Earth when it's 2 feet off the Earth, bro.
In terms of humans leaving the Earth, in the globe model, the highest humans that are furthest away from the Earth right now is the ISS in the globe model, and that's only 250 miles away from the ground. So the ground, go 250 miles up, that's it. That's the highest the human is. That means a state, if you drive to another state and it's 400 miles, you're driving a further distance than the ISS is up away from you. So in terms of your question of what about humans in space? What about humans? Humans aren't going higher than 250 miles up. That's it. The humans. Now, they're making claims they've got satellites that are higher and all this stuff. But in terms of humans, no one's higher than that right now. Yeah, that's it.
They're not even there either. So,
but they say they've landed on the moon though. That's
okay, fair. Yeah, I was going to correct. Okay, let me take over.
Okay, go on.
So we're going to wrap this up quite neatly based on what you just said, and based on what he corrected you, is what I was going to correct you, is that they claim to have gone to the moon. And they claim that going to the moon is leaving the Earth. Now, with my analogy about jumping, running, balloons, hot air balloons, airplanes, all of these have left the surface of the Earth. And all of them are in a different layer or different density or different strata of atmosphere. And the atmosphere wanes off as you go higher, right? So when you're leaving the Earth by 1 foot, you're in the most densest layer of atmosphere. When a plane is up high at 30,000 feet, it's in a much thinner atmosphere, right? But you would say that both of them are still in the Earth, right? Now you go up to the ISS, you might say that, that's out of the Earth. And then when you go to the moon, you might say, that's definitely out of the Earth. But based on my analogy of just being within the Earth's atmosphere means you're still in the Earth, NASA admits that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. That being said, no one has ever left the Earth system, period.
So now you owe Miggy an apology for what you were trying to grill him when basically AI just said the exact same thing.
Correct. So. Going to the moon is of really no difference than jumping from that perspective. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson himself mocks the idea of claiming that people at the ISS are in space. Mocks the idea that these people that go up in planes, right, like Dude Perfect, my trip to space. My trip far away from the Earth's surface is what he should have said.
Well, AI, I think you hit the nail on the head. You really actually opened my eyes. I never really thought about how you can't leave space, even if you wanted to. So, but people have this issue with flat earthers saying that you can't leave Earth. Like, well, it's the same either way. It's just a smaller space. Our quote unquote universe is not as big.
Yeah. There's an old saying, to the undiscovered country. To go beyond what's accessible to us is to go beyond death's door. That's the only escape from space.
I hadn't heard that, but I like that. I would probably agree. Yeah, who's to say that there's another? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Who's to say there's anywhere to go? Yeah. But there's this thing called the Schumann resonance, right? And it's this idea that there's an electrical resonant field or harmony or frequency on the Earth that we tune into, and we need it to live. We need it for our electrical system to interface with our body and our soul and our spirit. And if we left our home, which is designed for us, we would no longer have access to this resonance. And we would essentially take our three-dimensional physical form, travel away from what we need, and as we travel, our soul spirit connection to our body would literally be torn from us. Our physical body would continue in free space, while our soul would be ripped out and stay in the resonance in which it can reside. Now, who's to say that's any less true? You think about it, it makes sense. We need the earth. It's our home. Why would we ever want to leave?
Yeah, the idea of traveling in a giant barrel floating through outer space for 100 years, eating who knows what, doesn't sound that appealing to me.
Yes, not only that, where would you be going to?
Yeah, where are we headed?
Maxaris Centauri Alpha 0.2 Prime, the Earth twin. How do they know it's an Earth twin? Oh, because they saw some pixels on a screen that were moving in a particular way, and they said, oh, that means it has liquid water and eatable plants. Derp. And so you travel towards this pixel. Rest assured it was a retarded pixel on a screen. They had no more information than that. You're traveling towards this, sacrificing your life for nothing. Because when you arrive, you find out you're dead. Because you got irradiated by the space radiation.
Yeah, that's a good question. Where the hell would you be going anyway? Honestly, I bet some of it would be just to, like a lot of the shows and movies are talking about colonizing space. They're not going anywhere. They're just trying to get away from Earth.
Yeah, let's keep in mind that the theory that I just explained to you earlier about the expansion and the boundary is that the intervals between spaces is increasing faster than the speed of light.
Damn.
And not only that, but the things we see are echoes of the past because the light takes so long for it to get to us. So when you have a constantly contorting space in which light is traveling through, which is expanding faster than the speed of light, which has directionality to it, and we all know that when something's moving fast, you can't throw something at it because you'll miss it. You have to lead the target. So now you're leading a target, which you have no freaking clue whether it's there or not. Now, how would you even know where it is? Well, you make a model, you assume three-dimensionality, you assume uniformitarianism, right? Which you can't prove. And you make all this model based on all these assumptions, and then you shoot this rocket off with you and your whole family towards this daydream of a hope land that you're going to travel to. And what you do is your rocket just heads and heads and heads, passes out from the ambient atmosphere, passes past the moon, passes past some floaty nebulous clouds of lights, travels through this barrier of energy, and just shreds your family into oblivion. Because you based it all on a bunch of NASA retards.
Trust the experts, bro. They'll never lie.
And then, of course, someone will listen to me say something like this and then say, where's your definitive proof that anything you just said is true? I'll be like, where's your scrutiny for NASA's ass claims? In the same vigor.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, but NASA's got pictures from space.
Hey, look at what Farshad just posted. When I say assumption, I mean you can at least put down what you know and see and not assume the stuff you don't know. All right, well, as an example here, I just posted a meme here of Michio Kaku. This is exactly what he said. He said, usually in hold on, I gotta put my fucking glasses on. I'm gonna be 50 this year. Usually in science, If we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science. Swallow that, flat earthers and globies. I mean, this guy is a freaking. He's got master's degrees. He's got freaking lauded amongst the. I mean, you guys just look up Michio Kaku. Look him up, bro.
Yeah, so it means something is wrong with their cosmology.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, here's
There he
Matthew.
is.
All right, I'll shut up now. See, Matthew had to come in when I came in. Yeah, but anyway, no, Matthew was already getting.
Bro, you've been here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Matthew, good thing that you came by.
Matthew. He's like Machu Kaku.
Do you want to explain what you were saying the other day as far as the sun going below the ground?
Yes, it's just something simple. Like if you watch a sunset at the ocean, the sun moves consistently overhead at noon and gets lower and lower, and then it appears to go behind the ocean. And if you just sort of follow the natural arc, it seems like it goes below your feet.
What do you mean natural?
That's just the observation. That's what it looks like. In fact, the original flat earthers from thousands of years ago assumed that the sun went under the earth and then was reborn back in the east again.
I'd like to see a representation of that.
Yeah, the Mayans, they said that the sun was in the underworld or something. It was only with the invention of time, or the realizations that time zones exist, that flat earthers had to scramble around and come up with a new theory and like, oh, wait a minute, the sun magically goes around the North Pole.
Pretty sure every clock that I've ever seen is more of a representation of a flat earth than some type of globe. So time zones,
clocks
more of a
represent the map. What are you talking about?
They don't represent a globe. That's for sure.
Yeah,
so
clocks
time
represent
zones. Yeah, but they're more like in terms of the layout of an Earth. I would say they're more representative of a flat Earth. So time zones make perfect sense. I don't see why you're saying, "Oh, flat Earthers had to scramble" when it comes to time zones, when it makes total sense if you just look at it.
Yeah, but he's saying is they had to alter the idea.
My mic was muted. I call
just leave it
bullshit on
muted.
that, Matthew. We've talked about this before. Yeah, I call bullshit on that. Go ahead.
He's just saying they had to alter the idea that the sun itself went underneath the quote-unquote space Earth disk.
Right.
Based on the assumption, let's be clear, that if there was a giant light above the Earth, it would necessarily illuminate the entire Earth. And that is the only possibility. If they removed that presumption, then they wouldn't have had to come up with an excuse. Because they could have just as easily said that it's not true that the sun necessarily lights up the entire Earth. There's something else at play. So you see, when you make certain assumptions, it changes the way you deal with problems.
Well said.
Yeah, these are ancient peoples, and so they didn't have like a view of how big the Earth was. And so when it was daytime, they saw that the whole Earth was lit up, and it was nighttime, they saw that the whole Earth was dark. And so that was their experience.
They didn't see the whole Earth.
I'm saying everything that they saw was lit up, or everything they saw was dark.
Right. We speak to Matthew a lot. So Farshad, do you want to continue with your questioning with him? I think you had some answers you were looking for, weren't you?
We don't need to take over the conversation just because I'm happy to listen if you guys are talking to me.
No, you're right. I think Farshad had he had some defining questions he needed to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, one was the sun going up and down, which he he gave a half-ass answer, but okay. The other one was the space thing, right? So they're saying basically you can't leave the Earth. But the globe model says you could leave the Earth and go to space.
Right.
So what's your evidence for that?
If the globe model is true, then you should be able to design satellite TV broadcast satellites and be able to receive those signals. Do you remember in the 80s and 90s, those huge 6-foot diameter satellite TV dishes where you aim
I think
them
he's too
up
young
in the
for
sky?
that.
But before you go on, you can't say if the globe model is true, if you're a globe, right?
I'm speaking in hypotheticals here. That's how you reason. You look at the different options and determine if something matches one story or another story. That's what I'm saying. So satellite TV exists. Let's see how we can get it to match one story or the other story and see which one sounds more reasonable. It's just one little piece.
Kind of just an affirming the consequent, though.
Yeah. It's like looking at evidence and seeing which story matches.
No, it's assuming there's a ball and then looking at things to suit a ball. That's what you're doing.
Well, there's only one story, so we're just assuming that one story is true then. Because
no, there's two stories. Not like the Earth is flat or the Earth is spherical.
Well, that's not one of them's not a story. So one of them's an observation.
Two options? What word would you want me to use? There are two options. Either the Earth is spherical or the Earth is flat.
No, there's more than two options.
Those are the main two, but you're right.
No, some people believe it's concave.
Hardly anybody.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying some people do believe that.
Yeah, but that's just people who love the ball so much that they want to be inside the ball. So it's crazy.
I guess we could say there's three. The Earth is flat, the Earth is spherical, or three, something else. Other. None of the above.
Okay. So what do we experience? How do we experience it? And how does it measure?
We can't measure the curvature of the Earth. We directly.
I didn't say anything about curvature.
It appears flat.
Yeah, didn't you admit that it was flat on Nathan Oakley's show today?
I admitted that triangles have straight lines.
No, you you admitted it was flat.
When you're doing celestial
I heard
navigation,
every word of it.
You functionally the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you
Using
said
celestial navigation.
Functionally and measured flat and navigated as flat. That's what your words were.
Functionally and navigated as flat. You can treat the surface as flat when you're doing navigation.
Man, you're such a slimy little weasel.
So why
I'm not a slimy weasel. I'm an honest and clear thinker.
You're not honest.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Passive aggressive liar. I can't believe
no,
it.
I'm not passive aggressive or a liar.
Damn, you can't even let him finish though.
Nathan Oakley was totally right. He said you were just going to keep lying. You kept admitting he was right about everything, and then you admitted that it's measured flat, navigated as flat, functionally flat, and it's never been directly measured to have curvature. And now you're here pretending like you didn't say any of that. That's a
I said all of that. I said all of that. Of course, navigation is on flat maps.
So is the Earth flat?
No, it's not actually flat. It's just navigated
so
in
where do you
maps.
get the curvature then? If it's navigated flat, you admitted you have to have a flat baseline.
He's already answered that.
Navigation.
But he's already answered that. He gets it from the experts. That's what they're telling him.
Yeah, but
do
he
you know what a
already
tangent
admitted
is?
that he's full of shit earlier.
No,
on a huge show, and they called him out, and he said, they said they would give you some respect. Maybe you don't care if you have any respect from people, but they said maybe you get some if you take down your video and admit some of these corrections that you came across today. But now you're just acting like none of that ever happened.
Nathan Oakley has a little understanding of how mathematics works. Particularly, he doesn't understand how a tangent can work on
Really?
a curved.
So
curved
you're
ball.
the celestial navigation expert when you got your ass schooled today. Bro,
I didn't get it schooled.
Like, I hopped on just to talk to you because, like, you're the slimiest little weasel I've ever heard.
Oh
I mean,
no,
I
that's
feel
incorrect.
bad
I'm
for
not
you
slimy.
right
I'm
here.
not a weasel. I'm honest, and I'm.
What do you mean?
Honest
What do you
person
mean?
would at least let him
what-
finish his sentence.
Yeah. What do you mean mathematical? Explain.
A tangent is when you can draw a straight line at a tangent to a curve, and that's all you need in order to do celestial navigation on a ball. And it seems like Nathan Oakley just is ignorant of that fact.
What tangent, though? What tangent? A geometric horizon?
No, a tangent is a mathematical geometrical concept that I think he doesn't even know what that means.
Are you serious?
Well, a line of sight over a sphere, right? When you're using a sextant, the horizon would be your tangent point, right?
Yes, when you draw a straight line touching a circle, that's an example of a tangent.
So if you're invoking a tangent for celestial navigating, right, then we're talking about the geometric horizon.
You don't need the horizon. You could do it with the bubble sextant. If the horizon's foggy, you can still do this.
Then where's the tangent to your sphere coming?
It's a right angle to straight down. That would be the easiest way to define it.
I mean, what is the tangent point over your curve?
If you get a plumb line that's straight down, a 90 degrees up from that is defines a tangent plane that touches the ball, and so that's the way to do it.
So then your tangent in that situation is just a point that you're standing on?
Yeah, that's how tangents work.
Yeah, just listen to that.
Yeah,
video
but you need a curve though to have a tangent. So
Yes.
when do we get a demonstration of that?
Oh, that's a separate question. If you're earlier, you were asking how you could do a tangent on a curve. I explained it to you. Now you're saying that there's no curve. So
Well,
you
duh,
wanna
that's
move
the
on
whole
to-
That would be the first problem, right?
Sure, but would you concede that it's possible to draw a tangent on a curve?
That's
Yeah,
how you present
exactly.
evidence,
Of
though.
course, it's possible. So now we need the curve.
That's all we're doing. That's what celestial navigation is with
Your Honor, I
Yeah,
could
and
be innocent,
they use the horizon for that, right? So if you're so if you're assuming a sphere, then the horizon has to be a geometric horizon. That would be your tangent point in that situation, right? So we need a demonstration of that or a curve in any instance.
Oh yeah, if you assume that the Earth is a globe, then of course the horizon is going to be at right angles or close to that.
Just watch that video I posted. You can hear him contradict everything that he's saying right now. That's why he's a slimy little weasel.
Oh, I'm not a slimy weasel. What are you talking about?
You're like slimier than a slug. You're
I
like
don't know.
that
I might have to agree
little
with
track that a
You're a
slug
little bit
leaves
slimy.
behind as it
Let's be
crawls
honest.
away.
No, I'm pretty easygoing guy, and I'm not slimy. I'm not lying. I'm
Nah,
telling
let's
my
be honest,
version
Matthew.
of what
How
I
many
think.
times have you tried to slime in and slip in this on a
No.
flat earth that should do these things? Yeah, don't lie. Come on, you can't be this dishonest when you just said you were an honest person. So
Oh yeah, I'm an honest person.
stop.
In-
No, well, then
in
you would
the
be honest
video-
and say yes, I have done this in the past. Have you not
In the-
presented flat earth strawmen? And I've called you out on this.
There are some things that I've said about flat Earth that some flat Earth people don't believe and some do. So it's kind of hard to pin you down. And
Yeah, that's called
so, yeah,
slimy.
some things are straw man because you guys disagree with each other so much.
No, it's just called you being slimy. Okay, when you say on a flat earth that you should be able to see, this, that, and the other. Those are your ideas. We've been over this so many times. You can't say you're an honest person and then
I am an
admit you
honest
haven't done these things. Well, then an honest person would admit, yes, I have done that. I have strawmanned you guys. You're right.
I have
Then you're
said
just being
things that
slimy
some
by
of you
saying you
disagree
haven't
with,
done
yeah.
that. So you're proving MacGyver's point for him. Slime ball.
Let's move.
In the video from earlier, well, when he was on Nathan Oakley's show, they got him to admit that he's knowingly lying, and then at the end, he chuckles about it. They said, "So you're knowingly lying to kids?" And he went, "Yeah." Huh. And then that's
I was
when
laughing
Nathan
at how
Oakley laid
angry-
into him. Yeah, whatever, dude.
I was
You're
laughing
nothing
at how
you say means
angry
anything.
Nathan Oakley got. He was like sputtering mad, and he was like, "I hate you, Matthew. I hate you," and cats.
Well, I don't like liars either. So
Who's Nathan Oakley?
Especially
he's a
don't be
drama-
slimy. Don't be. You said you were honest,
an
right?
actor.
So
He's an actor?
He was trained in acting, and he lives in the UK, and he has a show and he's insanely jealous of people who
he's not
have more
jealous.
views than him. I think. So.
Is he a glober or is he a flat earth?
Slimy, so slimy.
Yeah, I'm not slimy.
Farshad, if you look in the voice text at 2 minutes past the hour, MacGyver has posted a video, and that's Nathan Oakley 1980 is his channel. He's got another show. He's got a show where he has people on, and Matthew was on that show. It was only this morning, wasn't it?
He's a flat earther, huh?
He's a flat earther, yeah, of course. Yeah.
A non-slimy flat earther. Yep.
Can you see the video?
Yeah, I'm going to watch it right now. So just before I watch it, Matthew, so when you say experts, right? Because I've heard you toss this term around for your distance to the sun, to the earth, defense, to all the other stuff that you claim.
Yeah.
Who are these experts? Are you referring to NASA employees or who?
I don't know. I mean, just whoever writes on Wikipedia, sort of the mainstream science, that kind of thing. I mean, it's
Anyone
the same
can
way
write on
that
Wikipedia,
I would say.
I want to say something, and I'm going
second half
to
of my
say this
sentence
really
might have
quick.
Yeah, Helio, damn.
Everyone knows who Matthew is. He's been here multiple times. He uses the same tactics all the time, over and over. He's admitted.
So if everyone knows, you
So
need to remind
hold
us?
on, don't even fucking interrupt me.
That's what
MacGyver's
I'm saying a lot coming from
we
the
know
interrupter.
we know that you do the same thing all the time, and you're an apologist. So I know I don't say that, but you do, and it's just weird. Why would you do that, Matthew? You claim to be an honest guy, but then you're just your own apologist when you admit, that the same shit over and over.
He sounds like an honest guy, though.
Oh, he sounds like he's because his voice is. I'm not trying to. I'm okay. But no, Matthew. I mean, you've been doing this for years with us in here. No, I mean, you don't often join Nathan shows. It's a lot more aggressive than in here. But
yeah, that's
bro, you do the same shit here, But it's but we're not as aggressive over than what they do in Nathan's show. I just wanted to say that, and I totally agree with MacGyver what he was just saying. It's really kind of not acceptable, Matthew. I mean, not that. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't even mind if you never came here again.
Damn.
That's not
This
nice.
point, it
That's
doesn't
not
even
nice.
look
old.
Matthew's
that's
already
peanuts.
told us. Matthew's already given us the gist of it many times, though. He admits that basically the entire argument from him just reduces to an assumption. He's just assuming the globe at the beginning and end of everything that he argues.
Yeah, I mean, nobody makes Matthew look stupider than Matthew at this point, and I just don't know why he does it to himself. It's actually kind of freaking weird at this point.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's just like
you're just like
Matthew. I mean, I think you're a nice guy, or maybe you're not. But yeah, I couldn't give a shit if you ever entertain this form ever again.
That's not nice.
Old.
Yeah, it's not nice, but he's not nice. He's just doing this freaking what's it called? This inadvertent freaking power play or whatever. I mean, he's just like it doesn't make any sense why he even gives himself his own time here. I mean, he'll spend hours here just saying the same rhetoric and bullshit.
But he seems nice.
He's a nice guy, though.
Zero credibility whatsoever at this point.
I think I'm accurately representing the mainstream.
No,
you're a retard.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that one, Matthew. You're representing the mainstream. Yes, I agree with you.
So
you're
yes,
actually representing the mainstream, being a total freaking fucktard weirdo that believes everything that they put out on science.com and all that kind of shit. Yeah,
but he's the majority. This is what most people think like him.
Yeah. So I am accurately and clearly describing what the heliocentric.
Here's my issue with that, Matthew. You're intentionally falsely describing a flat Earth every time that it's come up. That's why I see you as a bit slimy, is because sure you represent.
Can you give me an
mainstream
example
global-
where I
you
was
already
intentionally?
They're 3,000 miles away. They're 3,000 miles away from the sun.
I mean, this has come up so many times. I've had to call you out every time. Hey, Matthew, you know flat earthers don't say that, right? Oh, but on a flat earth, it should be the way I say. I'm Matthew.
But on his defense, the flat earthers on the other server do say that though.
I don't even know who's to say that those are flat earthers anyway. So
Yeah, Farshad, if you don't believe exactly the right kind of flat earth, then you're just a shill and a paid, paid opposition is what they say.
well, yeah, because you guys offer up these shitty strawmen all the time.
No,
that's
but
why that's why I'm
but the-
calling you out.
But the thing is, I don't go by narrative, right? Like, I'm not a flat earther. So when he says they don't believe 3,000, then I say, okay, he doesn't believe it, right? I don't go around saying, oh, no, you do believe 3,000, you know? Whereas some of the claims is they're telling you that it's not 3,000, but you keep saying it is.
So
Have
here's
you
the-
ever heard
3,000?
You
Have
would
you
say
heard
that,
these-
Matthew.
Farshad, have you heard those claims here or not?
No, not here, but I'm saying to his defense, because if he's
Yeah, but that's-
preaching it, that's what
Yeah,
the
but
other
he's
flat
always-
earthers are saying.
No, they're not.
Matthew's always on here, so he knows that we don't claim that it's 3,000
I
miles
told you
away.
earlier, Matthew,
You guys don't say it, but the other flat
Matthew's
earthers
the
and
only
other
one.
discourse say it.
No. Matthew's the only one in here that will say that. He'll say on a flat earth it should be 3,000 miles, whatever. That's his claim.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
he's saying
remember
it here,
saying
then
I've heard you say that before.
Yeah, didn't you do the trig before with Dude? Assuming
Yeah,
the
so
flat-
when Flat Earth Dude and I got together at the meetup, we did some calculations. Yeah.
But I thought you never said that.
calculations for what?
I thought you were the honest guy.
Yeah, so we measured during the equinox, we measured the height, or the solstice, we measured the angular height of the sun, and then we did two different calculations based on two different assumptions.
What you determine based on the calculations?
We determined that if the Earth is a globe, that the radius is 3947, and then we determined that if the Earth were flat and the sun is a physical object, which I know not everybody says, that the sun would be 3448 with that observation.
What do those two numbers prove, though?
Neither. They're just calculations based on a measurement.
Yeah, but what calculation proving what? 39, what means what?
Those calculations are the calculations if you take one measurement, how you can use those calculations in both models. That was the only point. Doesn't
Yeah,
prove
so
one
does
or
that
the
give
other.
you 93 million miles away?
No. In fact, it's assuming that the sun is an infinite distance away, like Eratosthenes did.
He's talking about the first one being the calculating the radius of the supposed Earth, and the other one is calculating how far the sun is away from a flat Earth. Is that right, Matthew?
How far away the sun would be from a flat Earth if it's a physical object that is the same for everybody. Like if everybody's looking at the same thing and doesn't have a personal sun, so it's just one calculation.
Something doesn't make sense here, though. You're just saying you did a calculation. It's telling you that it's infinitely away, but then you trust the expert and say 93 million miles away. So which one is it?
Nah, that's not. You're getting it wrong, mate. He's not calculating the distance to the sun on a globe. He's calculating the radius of the Earth from the Eratosthenes experiment.
Well, what he's doing is he's assuming the sun is 93 million miles away and assuming he's on a ball, and then assuming that a shadow means that he's on a ball and that it means something. And earlier, what's funny is if you just watch those videos I posted, he admits it's all bullshit. That's why it pisses me off that he's here sitting here talking like he never said any of that. Like he just forgot it all happened. I mean, that's...
It's called the Glober respawn.
I didn't forget. I was there this morning. I know what I said.
Yeah, I know. I'm with him. You lie to kids and you lie to people for a living. And are you going to make any corrections on the video you posted? Like Nathan was asking you to? Not that
I
he
will
gets
not.
to boss you around, but it'll just kind of tell if you have any intellectual integrity or not. I mean, because at this
Why
point
would you be
have
so quick to
zero.
not make corrections? Why would you not make the corrections?
Yeah, what's the matter with getting new information? Isn't that how science works? We make assumptions, and then we wait till we get new information that proves it wrong, and then we make the corrections, right? Isn't that what you guys say about science?
Isn't it, you made a
Am I
correction
wrong?
about Miguel, right? You said yesterday in the chat, you're like, oh, well, I made a correction. That was okay. It's okay to make corrections. So why were you so quick to say, I will not make a correction on this? Isn't that what an
I'm
honest
not
person
gonna
would
take
do?
the video down.
That's not what he asked you. That's not what he asked you. He didn't say take the video down. He just correct it.
Well, Nathan Oakley did say take the video down and post a new one with the corrections so that you can be honest.
Yeah,
And, you know,
specifically, Nathan Oakley said, take the video down or else you're a lying scum, Matthew, and I hate you.
Okay, well, you took down that
that's
one
true.
meme
You
from
are a
earlier,
lying
right?
scumbag if you don't.
Before
Matthew,
we get
yesterday-
too far away, can we explain to Fashad what these conclusions are? I just want while it's fresh. Fashad, do you understand that what happened there with the calculations is that it doesn't matter whatever you calculate, you can end up with both outcomes, which says that whether you calculate, it doesn't relate to reality. Yeah, you can assume a infinite distant sun and get a calculation of the Earth's sphericity and a measurement, or you can assume it's closer and get a calculation of a flat Earth.
So which one's the truth?
One of their, well, that's what we're pointing out. One of their claims of the proof of a globe is that Eratosthenes, and that's what they replicated. So that proof has to get thrown out the window because both can be calculated.
I agree.
You get that?
Eratosthenes does not prove that the Earth is a globe.
Thank you, Matthew.
But it doesn't
Sorry, guys,
prove it's flat either.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. We're not saying that it proves it's flat.
Yeah,
The only
It's
people
not meant
talking
as
about
proof.
sticks and shadow. Guys, sorry.
It's just a method of calculating an imaginary circumference.
Yeah, the
So
only
if it,
people that
so
are
if it
using
doesn't,
it.
so if it doesn't prove it's flat, and if it doesn't prove that it's a globe, stop doing it. Right? It's a waste of
Well,
time.
bro, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is that the only
Exactly.
people bringing it up are the globe earthers. You don't hear flat earthers saying, "Oh, well, we proved it with sticks and shadows, dude." Those are globe heads. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We bring
We're
it up
talking about
when you say-
laser tests, all right?
But if
We're
it doesn't
talking
prove
about
it's a
lasers.
globe,
These
then
guys
why
have
is he just
sticks.
bringing it up?
Well, I mean, you tell me because they don't have
you guys
anything
say,
else.
Well, where do you get the radius from? And that's the answer.
Yeah, but you just admitted that's not how you prove the radius. So why would you even bring that up?
The existence of a radius. Yeah, but the existence of that radius is just assumed as a given in the first place. It's never proved, right?
Right, and so a lot
You don't know that there is any radius to actually get.
Did you hear what he just did for Shard? So he just CB said, "Where do you get the radius?" And he said, "We get the radius from this Eratosthenes calculation." Their calculation works if the I don't need to repeat myself on a globe or on a flat Earth. So he's getting his radius from something that works on both. So
it works.
How can that be conclusive? You know what I mean? So yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to add, it works if there is no radius.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So how can
You don't
this
need a
be
radius to do it.
proof of a radius if you can get the same answer out of something else which is not even a sphere?
Post them the video that it shows the sun not actually going below the ground. Over
You
time,
didn't
it just
even
gets
listen
smaller.
to what I said, man.
No, I did listen. I think we're past the point of this calculation. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, of course. I don't say it proves anything. I say that there are two questions that often get conflated. Question one, is the Earth a globe? Question two, if you assume that it's a globe, can you calculate a measurement? Eratosthenes was answering question two, not trying to prove that there was a globe.
Well, you just admitted it doesn't prove anything, so we just dismiss it entirely.
You're also assuming the distance to the sun. You can make an assumption and come up with any result you want. You could, okay, I'll assume it's this distance to come up with the result I want. So it's like the assumption You need to leave that out of the equation if you want to use it as a fact, right? No assumptions in flat Earth. Everything is factual.
Yeah.
Yeah, question 2 ain't quite right because nobody's asking what the radius of an assumed globe is, right? We want to establish that there is one in the first place before we go into that.
Well, Eratosthenes already assumed that there was a globe, and he was just trying to calculate the size.
No, that's the
Well, then we're done. We're done right there. Then once he tells us that, it's like, okay, finish.
The distance to the sun is an assumption. It keeps changing. So I don't know why you would even. What you got to look at is things that you can prove for yourself. Everything that's verifiable. The flat earthers, we've come up with lots of evidence, right? That anyone can go out there. You don't need $1 million government project, multi-billion billion-dollar to like all it is really that they're providing you is like computer generated image and bullshit. That's it. Like everything that we've done, you can go to any store, buy a Nikon camera, like a P900, P1000, and go do experiments for yourself and get the same result. We don't get the same results.
What do you think about that video, Matthew?
In that video, that's showing the glare of the sun. And in order to get accurate results, you need to put a solar filter on so you can see the actual sharp edge of the sun and see what's happening. The sun doesn't fade out. Have you ever seen the sun set over an ocean?
So is this like a false video then?
No, it's a video that is not being very careful about using solar filters.
Damn, Timbo, what do you have to say about that? He just countered you.
Have a look at no, he didn't counter it. He just made something. He just said something. He didn't counter it. So CB just posted a video on Indio's channel. Now watch that, and you tell me about that as well.
Should be a little less glare there.
He didn't counter anything. He just said something.
The glare gets smaller and smaller.
Okay, but it doesn't go under the ground. So there's that.
A few minutes after that, it does. What are you talking about?
Cool story, bro.
Kind of another red herring, really. Let's see the curve that it's supposed to go over.
Yeah, exactly. And so, Matthew, also with the sun on the horizon, you get atmospheric lensing. Can atmospheric lensing, if the sun cause the sun, if the sun is going away to look like it's going down?
Yeah, so lensing near the horizon could have all kinds of weird optical effects, yes.
Thank you.
All right, one last question for you. Let's see if you can do it. Did you or did you not, on Nathan Oakley's show, admit that you were lying to kids?
No, I didn't.
Remember, we can pull it.
That's an honesty test. You said you were an honest guy, right?
I did.
Wait, if we pull up the video, is it going to show you saying that, or?
No, it's going to show Nathan Oakley saying this and saying that.
Asking about what he said. We're asking
Therefore,
what you
you're
said.
lying to kids.
Sorry. We're asking what you said. You're talking about Nathan, what he said. We're talking about you, what you said. So if we pulled the video, are we going to hear you saying what MacGyver just said, or no?
I think what you'll hear is Nathan saying...
You think? No, I'm not asking what Nathan said.
Yes
Matthew,
or no,
please pay
bro.
attention. He said you said something specific. Well, when we pull up the video, are we going to hear you saying this or no?
Saying what?
Dude, you're a university professor. You can't follow what we're talking about in the last 5 seconds. You just said no. I've never said. Okay, MacGyver. All right, so now you know what we're talking about.
You will not hear me say, "I lie to kids."
All right. So why did he bring
this? Than a greased pig, bro.
Did MacGyver just make that up, or
no? What you'll hear me saying is Nathan Oakley says. So
we're asking what you said.
I'm.
You can just directly quote what you said, sir.
Let him answer.
Hear what Nathan said.
But let him answer it.
What you'll hear is something like Nathan Oakley saying, "By saying that the Earth is a globe, you are lying to kids. Are you going to keep teaching that?" And I will say, "Yes, I will keep teaching that the Earth is a globe." He interprets that as me saying, "Yes, I will keep lying to kids."
No.
My
It
way
was very specific. And then you giggled at the end. That's what
Yes,
really
because he was
set him
getting-
off. That's why
he
I
was getting
remember it
so
so well.
angry. I thought it was pretty funny. Did you see?
It was
how,
like, oh shit, this is the moment Matthew loses every single bit of credibility, and his, even the anti-flat earthers are going to look at him as an idiot. And everyone knows that he's lying. That's why it was a sad moment for you when I heard it earlier. And then when you laughed about saying that you were knowingly lying to kids and your students, and you giggled there at the end.
When he said I was knowingly lying to kids, I thought it was funny. Yeah.
To be fair,
that'd be funny
out for you.
But to be fair, even if he was a flat earther, he had to teach kids that it's a globe or he would get fired, because that's what the narrative is. That's what the books teach the kids.
I don't know why that would be funny though, Matthew.
If somebody said you should be fired for saying that 2 + 2 is equal to 4 because it's really equal to 5.
Well, good thing you're not saying 2 + 2 is 4.
You don't even know how to do analogies correctly, bro. Here's how it would be. It would be like if you were a university math professor and you were teaching kids that 2 + 2 is 5. Yes, you should be fired. That's you, bro.
No,
You
that's
have
right.
it backwards.
Don't call him a bro. He's not your bro. You're not treating him like a bro.
Bro.
Sorry, sis. My bad.
Truther, why do you keep doing that?
Yeah. Enough with the concern troll. Shut up.
But I literally told you.
It's because I don't know. It's because whenever I speak out something against the narrative, I get immediately muted. But every time I join, you guys are always shitting on Globers for hours on end. No moderation, no nothing. Just attacking the person and not the argument.
But
All
the
day
only
long.
person who's jumping in and saying shit is you. Everyone else is having a conversation.
Now you throw it on me. Go back to attacking him. Go back. Go on, let me go on mute.
They definitely don't need you to hold their hand, so don't worry. They're big boys, just like you are, hopefully. So
on his defense,
don't feel the need to.
Why are you getting butthurt, man? We're on the internet with random people. Who? It's not about feelings, mate. We're having a conversation. Everyone's putting across an argument, and you're jumping in because your feelings are getting hurt. Just shut up, man.
Anyways, back to him. He has to teach
argument
based on the textbooks that it's a globe. That's his job.
Now, his job, if he was an honest person, would be to be honest and teach people honest things.
Yeah, but
When
he's
he
in a
admits-
field where he can't be
He
honest.
admits that he was lying to people knowingly, despite all the information he's been told. That's called lying, is intentionally deceiving people for some sort of reason. That's what he's doing. It's different when you're just ignorant to the point and you truly know or think that the earth is a globe, and that's what you tell people. But when you know it's flat and you've admitted that it's flat and you've admitted that you're lying, and then you come onto this server and any other one and act like you weren't and say that you weren't lying and say that these things never happened and still spout the same rhetoric that you've been spouting every other day, no matter what was said this morning, no matter what admissions were made, that's where the problem is. I'm attacking the person and the argument at this point.
But he's not saying it's flat, though.
Because their argument doesn't stand up, and they're here lying to you now too, and they have you defending them, and you're only doing it because you haven't listened to the video from earlier that I posted, and you don't know Matthew. You're just unexperienced.
But he hasn't said the earth is flat, though, on his defense.
He did say the earth was flat. That's why I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't listen to the video that I posted just a little while ago where Matthew admits that the earth is flat. Flat water.
I said that functionally, when you're doing celestial navigation, you can treat the Earth as flat, and all maps are flat. I didn't say it was actually flat. Nathan
You
Oakley
also
tried to make
said
me
you
say
can't measure a 90-degree angle with a curved baseline.
Right.
And if it's navigated flat and it's measured as flat and all you can do is calculate it as round, where the fuck do you get round from besides your own little imagination? And I've heard
that's where he gets it from. He just nailed it. That's where he got it from. His imagination.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's worthless. This is like sitting here talking to a schizophrenic heroin addict under a bridge and expecting to get somewhere with it. You know, I mean, I don't even... Just going to keep telling you bullshit the same way some schizo would, too. I mean, it's literally no different except for he has a degree and a YouTube channel. And that's what makes it sad. He has so many people that watch it. And he's just spouting so much crap, and he refuses to be honest, like you guys see over and over again. He can't answer a yes or no question about something that he said. I'm not making any claims. I'm just using the words that came out of his mouth earlier that are recorded on the internet. That's why it's funny to ask him to be honest now, because you can all just go back and watch the entire show and hear everything that he said. And then you'll think about this conversation and go,
yeah, but he's here now. Let's just focus on what he has to say now. You keep referring to the show, man.
Yeah, man, that's where the information happened. I don't know why you didn't get that.
Yeah, I just now posted a link to Nathan's show if you guys want to hear what was said and see the context. But I'm happy to answer questions too.
Yeah, and then watch the full show. That's where you can hear Matthew giggle when he says, yeah, I know I've been lying to kids. You can hear all of it. It was the entire show.
I didn't giggle when I was saying I was lying to kids. So wait, your claim is that I said, I'm lying to kids, ha ha ha.
No, he said, so you've been knowingly lying to kids. You know, I'm paraphrasing here. And you said, well, yeah. And you had this little ridiculous weaselly giggle at the end, and everyone got super pissed. You guys won't miss it if you just listen to the show, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, and like I said, then you'll think back to this discussion right here, and you'll think he's even more of a slimy weasel than he is now. I mean, that's what's funny. This guy's ridiculous.
Oh, Matthew, you're out of the game.
What credibility do you expect to have, and do you think you deserve, Matthew, based on all the contradictory shit that you've said?
I think people should listen to my words and do their own research and come to their own conclusion.
We did. You're a troll, Matthew.
Your own words contradict each other. So which ones should we use? That the Earth is round, or that the Earth is navigated, measured, and functionally used as flat? Which
both of those are true. Maps are flat, but the Earth is round.
Oh, okay. That's cool, dude. There's an old saying that I think it goes like, who's the bigger idiot, the idiot or the guy that argues with him? And right now I'm starting to feel like the bigger idiot. And so I'm going to stop talking to you.
Blamed.
Okay, so...
Dude, what the hell's going on, man? We got white knights in the panel. Shout out to all the white knights here. Pretty sure Matthew's a big boy. I don't think anyone needs him. I don't think he needs to hold anyone's hand, especially if he's speaking to Matthew or Nathan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if I needed it, would have been on Nathan's show, not here.
So you hear that, Truther? He doesn't need your help, dude. Like, he's a big boy. He's not crying. You're the one crying in here anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Truther shed more tears for Matthew than Matthew is shedding for Matthew.
Dude, I appreciate like, what the hell's going on, though, dude?
Yeah, but that guy's a flat earther. Matthew's a glober.
That's questionable.
Doesn't matter, mate. Just because someone's a flat earther doesn't make them
and
immune to criticism, you know? Like,
you don't need a white knight for him either, Farshad.
Yeah, but I'm not a flat earther.
I don't know why you're. I don't know why you're trying to stick up. I don't know if you know what
It
white
doesn't
knight
matter,
means, then,
mate.
buddy. I don't know why you're trying to stick up for
I'm
this.
not sticking up for him. I'm not
Well,
sticking
then
up for him.
pipe down. Then pipe down.
No, I've already
Stop
told him
concerning yourself over this issue.
No, I've already.
It has nothing to do with you, so just don't worry about it.
No, that's not the point. If I agree with him, no, it's not the point. If I agree with him, then I agree with him. If I don't agree with him, then I don't agree with him. Just like how I shitted on
You're
him.
not
the
a
other.
part of this, so.
We've got Pistol P in the chat in case we want to talk to someone new. Pistol P. No
but
roll.
He's like the only Globers that you could ask questions about.
Pistol P, if you want to go up to VC check-in 1, mate, I'll go and meet you up there.
Like the only person right now in this chat that is a Glober with someone who has all the arguments is Matthew.
Yeah. And he's doing just fine without anybody's help, so.
Yeah, I'm not defending him, and I'm not shitting on him.
Matthew told you everything that you needed to know over and over again. He said that basically all of his globe arguments are derived from the assumption of the globe itself.
Well, that's the point of this Discord, is to debate that, right?
Sure, but he already told you what the globe amounts to himself. You don't even need to hear it from us anymore. He told you it amounts to an assumption. In other words, he didn't put it in those exact words. But when we
the measurement of the calculation of a radius is based on a globe assumption, so it can't be used.
Right. There it is, the horse's mouth. There you go. What more do you need? They're just
I'm going to
assuming
calculate
it
your
and then
breast
reifying it.
size, assuming you're a bitch.
Yeah, well, that's one thing.
Matthew go to 24/7 globe discussion.
Sorry, what?
Who was that?
I didn't even hear what they said.
He's basically saying that every proof you have that it's a globe, it's based on the assumption that it's a globe in the first place.
Well, Matthew's kind of saying that.
No, not every proof, just the measurement of the radius.
It's not a measurement.
Sorry, the calculation of the radius.
It's a calculation of a radius that you just assumed, right? Which tells us then that there isn't any actual proof of the radius, only the assumption.
The Eratosthenes is not an attempt to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, okay. Well, if I just assume you're a female and I calculate your breast size, what good is that?
But you could do that. You could do that. You could assume somebody's gender.
What good is that?
But
if
Matthew,
he's not a female? What good is calculating the radius of the Earth if it's not a ball? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Well, and why give us an assumption anyway? If the radius itself or the existence of it is proven, just give us that first. Then we'll talk about how to measure or calculate it, right?
Yeah, usually I only bring up Eratosthenes when somebody says, where does 3959 come from? And that's the answer.
We're not asking where it comes from. We want the proof, the measurements.
Okay, let me ask him this. Let me forget this radius.
Wait, I got a question. I got a better question, I think. What is the proof of the radius itself, the existence of it?
The existence of the radius is proved by looking at all of the observational evidence of the sun and the moon and GPS satellites and the simple fact that the sun goes down every single night.
It doesn't ever go do that, so then that wouldn't be proof at all, would it?
You're right. The sun doesn't go down every night. My bad.
Correct. It definitely doesn't go down under the ground, Matthew. That's correct.
That's why at midnight you can still see the sun if you have really strong binoculars.
There you go. That's the slime is secreting from your pores as we speak. You're a flat straw man. If you point at the sky at midnight, you should be able to see the sun.
Earthers are allowed to be a little bit saucy in here.
It's just you being slimy when you said earlier you were the honest guy. I'm never slimy.
I deeply apologize. I'm ashamed of me and my family.
So Matthew, it goes like this then. Observe a sunset, conclude globe, and then you start doing your calculations for the radius of that globe.
Perfect.
So that's the proof?
That's the way that it worked historically through the ages, yes.
Crazy.
Okay, how about this? What's the strongest argument that it's a globe? Forget this radius bullshit that you guys are talking about. Out of all the proofs, what's the strongest claim?
It depends on for each person. I'll give you one that I think is strong. The idea of the globe is so successful that we're able to engineer rockets and satellites and put satellite TV broadcasters in geosynchronous orbit, and people can watch satellite TV all around the Earth.
Yeah, but you could argue that wasn't. You could argue that's not put into space. That's just put in different parts of the world.
That's why I bring up satellite TV, because remember those huge 6-foot diameter satellite TVs from the old days? They point straight up into the sky, and they're parabolic, so they're directional. And so that shows that the signal is coming from a fixed location in the sky. And there's no better explanation for where the transmitters are than geosynchronous orbit, and geosynchronous orbit requires the globe to exist.
Which would require a radius as well. So
Right.
A measured radius at that, in the first instance, before any of this would be possible the way that you're describing.
Right. 'Cause you don't just spray and pray technology up in the sky, do you? Not very scientific. Not very businesslike either, I would say.
Right. So that's why they had to get it right. They spent millions and millions of dollars putting satellite TV transmitters.
So when you say get it right, then that means they would have actually had the direct measurement of the radius, and then you would have that instead of satellites being your proof.
There is no satellite TV dishes that look directly up. He's lying.
Sir.
They all look on an angle towards the highest peak where the antennas are on the hills.
But is that the strongest argument for when I ask you why is it a globe, and your strongest argument is that there's satellites in space so you can watch TV?
Yeah, TV.
It's a strong argument. Another one would be that there are pictures of the Earth, and another one would be there's eyewitness testimonies of people who've seen it as a globe.
A simple Google search will show you that satellites point on an angle. There's no such thing as one that points directly up. You're an idiot.
Except in Quito, Ecuador, like the one that I posted at 42 past the hour.
Please.
Okay, so satellite dishes
Even those
pointing
are the-
straight up, therefore ball. Kind of seems like you missed a few steps.
Not
Yeah,
even.
what is this proof?
Even though 99% of satellite dishes don't point up.
Because most people don't live on the equator. They live in the northern hemisphere.
The
aim it
dishes have to be aimed at a specific location, and if the Earth was constantly moving and you're trying to aim at something in space, it wouldn't work.
Generally, that's true. That's why you carefully put those transmitters in geosynchronous orbit.
How does a satellite on a roof of a home pointing to the sky proves that it's globe?
What it proves is that it's pointing at a transmitter straight up. Now, the question for you, Farshad, is what is it pointing at?
It's pointing at the highest point, the mountain in the distance where the antennas are, the low-range antennas, those high ones that you see where people climb up them and it's their dangerous job to climb right up. That's what it's pointing at.
Not the ones at 42 past the hour in Quito, Ecuador that point straight up, not towards the mountain.
If we've got satellites, why do we need 5G towers every 5 feet? You're an idiot.
I'm not an idiot.
Actually, he's clever, but he's a deceiver. He knows
I'm not
better.
a deceiver either. I'm saying
he's an
things
outright
that
liar.
I think are true.
Yeah.
All of these things I'm saying, I believe.
Wait, why are the
No, you don't.
favelas stocked
No, you
up
don't.
with satellite dishes? What are they watching in there, dude? Where did you find this picture?
It's
Just
just a
Google
picture of
satellite straight up disc.
Yeah, satellite dishes in Quito, Ecuador.
Okay, so other than these satellites, what's another argument?
Eyewitness testimony of people the Apollo astronauts who went to space and saw the Earth. They also brought back pictures on film before CGI existed in 1968 and 69. And we have color photographs of a round Earth on film, and that you couldn't have faked that in 1969.
That photo, did you seriously just post that photo of those satellites, that photoshopped photo, and expect us to believe that is actually there? Like, look at the satellites. Look how close together they are. Look at the places they're on. They don't match the ground properly. They don't match the lighting. You're an idiot.
If the astronauts, why can't they keep their story straight? They don't even have the same story. One of them says he could see all the stars. The other one said he couldn't see any. So if they can't even keep their story straight, if this was a court of law, you'd have to dismiss them as a witness because their
Yeah.
stories don't mesh.
Matthew, weren't you just talking the other day about how internal consistency is the hallmark of a true story?
It is.
Yeah. So what about the inconsistent story though?
Guys, just Google search satellites and look at them. There's like on Google, proper Google, not that Photoshop bullshitty descent. And look at 99.9. I can't even see one that's looking directly up. None of them are designed to look directly up.
Jason, you're right that 99% of the people on Earth and 99%.
Oh, what? So there's only one satellite above that one, and then they're all pointing to the same satellite. You idiot!
I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted your comment, but you're right that 99% of the satellite dishes on Earth don't point straight up, and that's because 99% of the satellites are not on the equator. The ones on
There's
the
only
equator
one
do
satellite. They're all pointing at the same satellite.
Right, and so because the Earth is curved, the ones in the northern hemisphere they point at an angle.
So 1% is why it's proof. 1% of the satellites is proof
you're
of
an
the
idiot.
globe. 100% of the Earth.
There's like supposedly like 9 million satellites in the air, but
Satellite Black
all
Swan, one of them
only
is
in
in-
one spot.
Good one, dude.
And that is a Photoshop shot picture you showed as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
right.
if-
They're going to have those satellites on those roofs in that area.
I don't know if this satellite argument is a good one, man.
It's not.
it's just one of many. It's like
I mean, what else could it be then?
If that
Like,
was the case, DirecTV, you wouldn't have. You could aim the satellite on your roof anywhere, and it would pick up a signal. There should be signals everywhere from all these thousands of satellites, and they have redundancy. They don't just have one satellite. They have. That's how they do triangulation. It's not just one, and they're all ground. And that's how you.
Wolfgang's incorrect. You cannot point your dish TV at a GPS satellite and expect to get any channels. You have to carefully aim it at a dish TV.
Want to know about GPS? It's ground positioning. I was in Ohio. Remember when before iPhones, before everyone had a GPS on their phone, I had a Garmin GPS, and I was going through a cornfield in Ohio, and I lost satellite signal. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't know back then. I thought there were satellites in space too. I'm like, how am I losing my signal in Ohio? Why is there no GPS? Like Garmin, their satellite doesn't work here, huh? And I was confused. It was just because they didn't have a repeater or an antenna close by. It's all ground based. Now it makes sense to me. Like,
Yeah, it is 100% ground based. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do ships 500 miles out to sea from 500 miles from the nearest cell tower or anything? How do they still get GPS signals?
You have
Low
Loran.
frequency.
Loran. You can have like that balloon satellite. They have a system network of balloon satellites that you could ping signals and such. But they're not in space. They're just like that balloon that they're saying there's a Chinese balloon over the United States. Should we shoot it down? No. Wait till it's over the water. Like, I think they're leaking stuff out slowly, and then they're going to disclose that the Earth is flat. Maybe. I don't know. I think they're trending that way because, and then I don't know how they're going to twist it from there, but I think they're going to try and normalize it. The powers that shouldn't be, I think, going to eventually leak out because there's too many people that know, and it's they're fighting a losing battle at this point.
That's why they recruit people like Matthew.
Yeah, and that's why there are so many colleges and universities and high schools that teach flat Earth now. Like
Young, impressionable people.
Do they? I don't know any of them.
Oh wait, my mistake. It's not taught in a
No, he's
school
being
anywhere on Earth.
sarcastic. He's being sarcastic.
Right, because they only teach falsities. They only teach evolution, the Big Bang. They only teach false information. It's a brainwashing camp. That's all it is.
Well, it can't all be lies. I mean, I'm sure
Big Bang
there's
is
truth. Well, when it comes to
No.
maybe that, like, the Big Bang, who the fuck
Big
knows,
Bang's
right?
a lie.
That's not how you
Well,
prove things, though, by saying, well, it can't all be wrong.
The cult
Yeah,
that
but
runs
what
the
you're
world,
saying is
they-
everything's wrong, though. Everything in mainstream science is wrong, right?
No, we're not saying that. Those words never were uttered.
All right,
We're
my
addressing
bad.
things very specifically.
Yeah, gotcha.
The cult that runs the world is they lie they think it's okay. It's part of their religious belief to lie to anyone who's not part of it or anyone below them in the organization. So it's just normal. They lie. The people above them in the same cult lie to the people below them. It's just part of their religion, satanic religion.
Why do people think the truth should be mainstream? It's not like they're going to come out and tell everyone, all right, guys, we're going to stop doing Santa Claus. We're going to completely stop. They're never going to do that.
Matthew, what are you going to do if a student asks you if it's flat or not?
I'm going to say it's not, and I'm going to give them the evidence and say, here's some things you should go and do your own research. Just telling somebody something isn't the proper way to teach somebody. You need to give
I'm going to tell you
resources
something.
to do
I'm
their
going
own
to tell you
research.
something.
Would you say, Matthew, the best way of understanding is by understanding like math?
Yeah, that's a good
Your
way.
understanding in
looking
I'm
at
going
both
to tell you
sides.
something.
Right.
There are hundreds of, maybe thousands of buoys along shipping lanes that maintain Wi-Fi. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how you have Wi-Fi when you're on a cruise ship. It doesn't come from satellites.
Oh yeah, those
Yeah,
ocean.
just to clarify to everyone, Matthew is a paid trill. He's never gonna admit
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
He knows
matter
he's
about that.
lying.
I'm just saying, like, you guys didn't mention that. I just had to mention it
No, that was
because if
good.
you're traveling across the sea, you know, if and that same thing goes for like shipping lanes. There's buoys all along the path. They're not getting GPS from a satellite orbiting the Earth. They're getting it from buoys and from fiber optics under cables. You know, they're all connected together. They've built these buoys to they know where the shipping lanes are. I mean, you don't just travel across the sea, in willy-nilly paths,
And another thing is
Right, good point.
there's no line of sight curvature obstruction either, so that probably helps.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I mean, no captain of a ship would ever consider that anyway, because they know they're going from New York to, Eastern Europe somewhere. They're not saying, "Oh, I'm rolling over the curve." This is what I'm going to do.
The sun argument is pretty weak, though, Matthew. You got to admit that.
What, the fact that you can't see the sun at night?
No, not
There's
that.
regions,
The other
Matt. You know this. There's regions where you see the sun for 24 hours. So that's a stupid argument.
And Matt, the cause that you attribute to that is again assumed. It's not proven, it's not demonstrated, it's just assumed.
What about for the
there's
globers?
math that correlates to that.
What about for the globers when the sun releases like a flare and they can measure how long it takes that to hit the earth?
To reach
And
the
sometimes
Earth,
it takes like 8-9 days.
Sounds like a cool story.
What are you asking about that? Like, what about that?
What do you think that would more indicate more of a closer sun or a 93 million mile away sun? For a flare to take 8 or 9 days to hit to measure at the Earth.
Yeah, it sounds consistent. Like if it takes 8 or 9 days to go 93 million miles.
Wait, are we talking about fire traveling millions of miles through a vacuum?
Not fire,
that's
but
what he's
charged
saying.
particles.
Burning particles. Okay.
I've had enough.
He's basically saying it takes 9 days to travel 93 million miles.
Isn't the claim 8 light minutes?
Wait, hold on.
I don't know. Maybe you're talking about something else. Could be my bad.
What do you, Matthew? What do you have to say when he said there's places on the Earth that is 24 hours sun?
Yeah, the North Pole and the South Pole both experience 24-hour sun at different times of the year, and the flat Earth model has no explanation for how the South Pole could have 24-hour sunlight. So they say, "Oh, you're just a liar. It doesn't have."
See, you're being
24-hour
slimy
sun."
again.
And you show a video, and they say that video is faked, and then you're stuck.
You're being
There's a
slimy
difference between daylight and sunlight. And we can't confirm the Antarctic region because none of us go there. Only government employees, and you have to sign a non-disclosure form. There's people who actually live in the northern regions, like regular people that live there, that witness this. People in Norway, people in Alaska, people in the far north, they see it. And I don't know the number, but there's enough of them that have seen it with their own eyes. And if you travel to those countries, you can see it for yourself. You can see it just circling you.
Yeah, and likewise, there are people in the southern hemisphere at Tierra del Fuego that are
non-disclosure
south that
cannot
see 17 hours of daylight in June.
It's daylight, exactly. Daylight is not sunlight. There's a
They see the
difference.
sun
There's
up
big
for
difference.
17 hours in Tierra del Fuego, the bottom of
That's
South
not
America.
24. That's not 24. And it's daylight, not sunlight. There's a big
It's
difference.
sunlight. It's sunlight.
The difference between the two is you feel the one, right? And you don't. You can have daylight, but you don't feel the energy on your face. The plants don't feed off it. There's no plant life in the 60 degrees south.
Where's
there's
the light coming from then?
It's indirect lighting. It's in other words, I could have an indirect light source. And when the sun comes up in the morning, you don't see the physical sun, but there's still daylight. You can go in the opposite. Say the sun's always coming
sunset
up
and sunrise.
Right? Go to the opposite side. Go to the back side. You can have like a building in the way. You go on the west side of a building and you could read a book. Open a book. There's enough daylight to read it, but no one sees the sun. You don't see the physical sun yet, but there's daylight. There's a difference.
but he's saying if there's no sun, there's no daylight.
Right. It's obstructed.
It's a different thing. That's why they have different terms. Just like twilight. Twilight, you have twilight, you have sunlight, you have daylight. They're all different terms to describe something different.
No, but in the globe model, it's obstructed, right? In the flat Earth model, it's just too far to be seen. So how is that possible? How is there daylight? If there's either a sun,
it's bouncing off something. How is there indirect lighting?
How come that's not happening somewhere else?
He just posted a picture. Look on chat.
Okay, let me see.
Do you know what indirect lighting is? If you have a vaulted ceiling in a room and I shine a light on the ceiling, you see light coming down, but you don't see a light bulb on the ceiling. It's indirect lighting. That's what we're getting with daylight versus sunlight. Sunlight is directly emitting from the sun to your skin, and you feel it. Daylight, you don't feel the energy on your skin. You don't feel it.
Besides, all you have to do is ask them to show you the curves they think the sun sets over, and then that conversation's over too.
Yeah, people with zoom cameras have proven that it doesn't go over the horizon. It just goes to the line of where you can't resolve it anymore. It goes to the horizon and it blends in. There's something called the sun actually has a vanishing point too. After going through enough air, he had a drone up in the air, and you can see it just becomes diffused into nothingness. Like the outline of the sun, it just diffuses so much because you're looking through so much air. It would be like looking through 1,000 sheets of glass. It's not clear anymore. It becomes opaque.
There is one thing pretty weak though from the flat Earth side is that you guys are claiming you don't have a map or model.
Bingo. Who cares?
That's not
we have a flat proof. We're not arguing. We don't. How are we supposed to trust any map when they've lied about this? What can you really trust any map that's out there?
No, but you could come up with your own. No.
How?
Well, listen. All maps are derived from the same Earth that exhibits no curvature anyway. So draw your conclusions.
Some flat earthers have actually done this. There's a secondary model. It's called the Pac-Man Earth model. Fixes a lot of holes in the mainstream model.
Listen. All maps are flat maps. They're all derived from the same flat world. Okay, so take your pick.
The problem is saying definitively this one is true, but because we have no way to test it, we don't have billions of dollars. We're running on a shoestring budget. How, you know what I mean? Like
it's doable by an individual.
Oh, really?
Few elements.
Who is this? Who are you?
Map. Yeah, let me go back on mute.
Yeah, talking about Pac-Man Earth. You can stay on mute.
Like, I mean, most of us, like, maybe you could map out one state where you live, and that would be a huge undertaking. To map out a whole country, a continent. Come on, dude. It's going to take a budget bigger than we have.
This is why I told you there's flat earthers with difference of opinion.
This guy's not a flat earther. He's just a clown. So
No, he is though. He's a flat earther.
Is he really? I don't think so.
He's a flat earther.
Where do you see any tags? He doesn't have any tags.
No,
that
but
say
this guy's on every server. He's a flat earther. Trust me.
He's not vetted.
I don't trust you.
Wait, so somebody said that every map is flat, but I have a 3D map that's not flat.
I said they're all derived from the same flat world, unless you found a curvature measurement out there.
No, but I have a map that's not flat. That's all.
Okay.
Do you use
But
that to
why
navigate
did
this
the
world,
ships-
Matthew?
No, I use it to see the sizes of continents and oceans and relative
What
positions.
can you present? Can you post that? You're talking about a desk
my
globe?
3D map?
Yeah. You're talking about a desk globe?
But nobody uses a globe. No,
You know that Neil deGrasse came out and said those are gross exaggerations of the Earth, right? That's
Yeah, that's a distorted flat Earth map there. That globe.
That's
not
cute.
that.
Nobody navigates
No,
their
no,
ship.
no. It's not. You can't say it's
The
not that
captain-
off when it's a gross exaggeration. Direct quote.
The captain of the ship does pull out a globe and some dividers and use that to navigate. He pulls out a chart.
Yeah.
He
I
doesn't.
know you
pull
have
out-
one of those mounted on your dashboard too. When you drive around town, don't you, man? Spin that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't drive that long a distance, so it doesn't matter. But if you look at long distance flights, the path that those flights take matches this 3D.
Actually, half the flights don't even chart on our anything south of the equator. It's cut off. You can't even track it on the internet. The transponders for the public, we can't see those flights.
Yeah,
They
'cause
become
there's
visible.
no ground
All that stuff.
stations in the middle of the ocean, of course.
Well, not only that, but it would disprove the ball. They don't want that. They just they disappear.
There's just not that many flights that fly from the south, but you could still see them.
Matthew, look at chat. What do you think about this? I posted this earlier. This site. They're saying it's fake. What do you think?
FlightAware?
No,
Yeah,
dude,
like
okay,
the
stop.
tracking the radars,
No one
basically.
said it was fake. Do not.
Yeah, we said it was a projection.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Blatantly misrepresent what we're saying here, bro.
It's a representation that flight paths are shown over. That's all.
Yeah, basically like a cartoon is what you said in this.
Well, is that the literal physical Earth, or is it a projection or a representation?
You said it yourself earlier. These are graphic representations.
Okay, it's a graphic representation. You're saying.
Okay, do you
I
understand
want
the
his
difference
opinion.
between a graphic representation and the Earth itself?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as long as you understand the difference.
I mean,
we're not
you
saying
could
it's
just
fake.
ask-
Go ahead, MacGyver.
I'm sorry about that, man. You could just ask Matthew. He'll tell you that it's navigated as flat. And also on that note, wouldn't it make more sense if there was a spinning globe in the cockpit of an airplane if the Earth was a ball? Because then it could be spinning, right, in proportion to how the Earth actually spins. You would know like what continent is coming up and where in the United States you are with the Earth spinning underneath you. I mean, that would actually make a lot of sense if the Earth was a ball. You would think that they would have something like that in there.
Yeah, that sounds impractical. So what they do is they take the portion that is relevant to them from the globe and make it into a flat screen, a flat paper map. And so they do flatten parts of the globe so they can see where they're going.
So
That's what I meant by practically all maps are flat.
Okay,
Right.
so you're saying that
It's easier to look at than to look at a fucking, a ball at all times when you're trying to look at close distances.
Right, but quick question. So you're saying that at some point they received all the mapping data as a sphere, and then they had to convert it to flat so it would be easier to use?
Yes.
Really? How do they get it all as a sphere first and then convert it to flat? Where does that data come from, or what is
Assumption in 3, 2, 1.
There's various forms of projecting you could do. Just there's a whole field for it.
Really?
Just
Yeah, but
various
what's being
forms of
expected?
geometric projection.
What's being projected? Ask Matt to show you that in reality. He thinks, of course, it's a globe that's being projected, right? But ask to see the physical globe. See where that gets you.
For example, in the voice chat, I posted some projections of data transformed to the AE map. and it visualizes data such as flight paths in that projection. The source image for these projections before they were projected into this projection was a rectangle image.
Did you just say projected?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
Did you just say
it was a rectangle image. So basically, that rectangle image is like your source, and you could go and take that, convert that to AE. You could wrap that rectangle around the sphere and represent this very same data as a globe, and on from there. So that's
right. Yeah, because the globe
Well,
is just a
you're saying-
representation of a flat Earth.
Right, but what they're saying is that they received it first in globe form and then had to convert it to flat. I thought that it was all made from elevation angles to Polaris.
Right. So for what he's saying to be true, there would actually have to be
And Matthew agrees with
physical
that.
reality, right? That would have to be translated into this data, right? That's where he's taking that from. So the next question is, can we see that globe in physical reality and just see where that conversation goes?
Yeah, we know where it goes.
Yep.
But it's fun.
You see that link that you posted, Matthew? When you zoom out, to go from like Argentina to Australia, you would have to go west, not east.
Right. The specific flight that I linked is a flight leaving from Santiago, and it's headed to Auckland from Chile to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's flat, it would only go one way, no?
The return flight goes the other way. What do you mean?
It'll do whatever it does in reality where we measure no surface curvature of the Earth.
As real quick, I got a small clip just in regards to the desk globe. This is from Neil deGrasse.
Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists because the globes that you buy, that you rub your fingers over and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No, okay? These mountains are puny compared to the size of the Earth. You would not know they were there.
I think he's referring to geography, though, like mountains and like
basically
elevations and shit like that. Not like
Matthew, what do you think of they're saying basically, you know how the model of the flat Earth says there's ice walls?
Yeah.
Basically, no human has gone there, so we don't know what's beyond that, basically.
200 people every winter stay at the South Pole Research Station, and then several thousand people visit Antarctica during our winter and their summer, and so that's just not true.
There's a difference between that and free exploration. You obviously can't just go freely travel around and do whatever you want. There's a big difference between that and what you just said.
Right.
And who's claiming ice walls?
Right, Farshad's still trying to figure out how to talk about flat Earth. He's still trying to get his fingers around it.
I'm just saying, when I Google flat Earth map, it has ice walls around the edges.
Wait, hold on a second. This is an honest question. When you think of flat Earth, what do you think of? Do you think of a disk in space still at this point?
I don't know. That's why I'm in this Discord to educate myself.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a good place to start because nobody here believes that it's a disk in space. Just
no, but when you Google it, it shows a map with ice walls around it.
Yeah, because anybody
Dude,
can
when I
post stuff on Google.
Yeah, I can Google unicorns too, and I can Google leprechauns and mermaids, and that just means that there's pictures of shit on the internet. But nobody in here believes that it's a disk in space. And to make it more clear too, nobody believes in here, none of the flat earthers, that it's rotating. And most of us, I'll say 99% of us flat earthers, don't believe that you can even go to space. That space, as they've explained it to us, is not real and can't be real.
Yeah, that's what the other guy was saying too.
I'm going to ask you 3 questions real quick, just for the fun of it, if you'll humor me. Feel free to say, I don't know. If you don't know the answer, that's completely fine. None of these are gotchas. But, who in history measured the curvature of Earth, and how did they do it?
I don't know.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your intellectual honesty. I appreciate that. Who in history and how did they measure the axial rotation of Earth?
I don't know.
Okay, cool. Again, thank you so much. That's refreshing. Is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
It is not possible.
Okay, cool. And I appreciate that honest answer as well. And that final answer there is why all of us do not believe that space is real. Because the globe, the heliocentrists, scientists have told us space is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. And Earth has an atmospheric pressure of 14 pounds per square inch. You can't have high pressure next to low pressure without a container, as you just stated. So if space was a vacuum, it would suck all the air off of Earth and we would all be dead. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense. Now don't answer these questions. Ask them again. Ask Matthew this. All 3 questions again.
Oh no, like I said, I don't spend my time talking to
what? Let's see what he has to say.
schizophrenic heroin addicts under a bridge. They got better things to do. You sound reasonable though. You there's some hope.
I am reasonable, but I want to see what he says.
Well, go ahead and ask him yourself, I guess.
His number one proof of the globe is that the sun sets.
Okay, what were the questions again? Give it to me, because I forgot the wording.
3-point space spin curve.
3-point.
Who measured curvature? Who measured axial rotation? And how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Matthew, who measured curvature?
The globe answer is that nobody has directly measured it, but assuming the globe, you can calculate it like Eratosthenes did with sticks and shadows.
Well, there you have it, folks, from the horse's mouth. What more do you need?
Yeah, if I assume you're a woman, I can calculate your breast size too.
By directly measuring it, I mean nobody slapped a ruler up against it and said, okay, that's how much it's curving, because the ruler would have to be like 10 miles long.
Nobody ever directly measured or observed it. They just assumed it and went ahead and reified their fantasy. You got it.
Who
It doesn't have to
measured?
be a ruler. It's your claim.
Who measured
Measure it however you
ax rotation? Matthew.
Axial rotation, Bob Nodell did with his ring laser, and also you can use a Foucault pendulum to show that it slowly rotates on its axis. And the other, I mean, the biggest thing is that you just look at the stars and they rotate. They're so far away that we assume that they're still, and it's us that's rotating.
How do you know that any of those things are due to the Earth rotating?
I'm sorry, I'm just giving the globe answer.
Okay.
If you want to talk about the specifics, I'd be happy.
Well,
to.
that's not the globe answer. The globe
Definitely not.
answer is not that. The globe answer doesn't say that Bob Nodell measured it.
Yeah, come on,
Bob
Matthew.
Nodell
Come
came
on,
after
dude.
it.
You can't say you're a
That Netflix
non-slimy, honest
documentary did.
person. And the
No,
globe
the
answer is a flat earther proved Earth rotation. Stop the cap.
Isn't that awesome, though? They never had any proof of the Earth rotation until Bob Nodell came along and accidentally...
Who's this guy, Bob Nodell?
He was this guy who accidentally showed a 15 degree per hour rotation with his fancy $20,000 gyroscope. It's in the Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve.
Yeah, so the globe proof is on Netflix. Apparently
And
made
it's
by
another-
flat earthers. Yeah, good one.
It's another
Clown
affirming the
shit.
consequence, too. Like, you're looking at an effect and then you're just declaring the cause, right? You don't know what actually causes the drift, do you, Matthew?
What I mean, I think it's rotation. So what do you mean?
You think so, right? But how do you know that?
It fits with everything else. So I think it's true.
It fits with everything else. But when was rotation itself directly demonstrated? Is that something it fits with?
Yeah, and just to address that,
is that something it fits with? A direct demonstration of the rotation that you assume in the first place?
I mean, I think.
Hey, I want to point something out, just so no one's
is there a direct
confused.
demonstration of rotation?
When Bob said that on Netflix,
Oh, cripes. All right,
he
get him
didn't
off.
even look at the information. It was a preliminary comment that he made from other information. Bob wasn't even involved in the test.
Right, but
Go
can we get the direct demonstration of the rotation that they attribute to all this stuff, though? Is that a possibility, Matt?
Yeah, I would say Foucault's pendulum is a fairly direct consequence of the Earth's
I wouldn't say so. I would say once again we're looking at an effect and now declaring a cause. How is the actual cause established, right?
It's the easy way to figure out if that's true or not, just for anyone logically to sit here and think about this. So apparently the Foucault pendulum precesses because it's in its own independent reference frame separate of the Earth as it's swinging back and forth. That means that anything that leaves the Earth in its own independent reference frame would also deviate above the Earth. That means helicopters, hot air balloons, airplanes especially, because they make right and left turns and sometimes they make U-turns. Imagine that on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour underneath you. Matthew will tell you it's only one rotation per day, but that's because it's really freaking big according to you, and it goes 1,000 miles an hour and it still takes it a day to get around. So anything that leaves, bullets, all of it would have to deviate. It can't just be that the only thing that deviates is a Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, so, again, the hallmark of a true story, right, being internal consistency, Matt. What happened this time?
Well, so I think I gave you some of the basics of the globe answer. You asked evidence for rotation, and I gave you 2 or 3, and I recognize that you don't buy it. So.
Well, they're affirming the consequence. That's the only problem, right? Like, I mean, we see an effect, and then you just declare that the cause is Earth rotation, and that's never demonstrated in the first place. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah, what do we look like? A bunch of Globers just buying stuff just because you said so? Because it's claimed?
Matthew, can you have a gas without a container?
Okay, so question number 3, could there be gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
And the answer is generally on the small scale, you need a container if you want to contain gas, but you can get gas pressure by sticking your hand out the window when you're driving 60 miles an hour. That's pressure against your hand, and that differential pressure is not caused by a container.
That air is already contained, Matthew.
Right. And generally, the globe answer for why there is gas pressure is because of the weight of the air. And you can see this because the higher you go, the lower and lower the pressure gets. If you ever felt your ears pop as you're driving up the mountain or even a fast elevator, so there's lower pressure at higher altitudes.
Yeah, but why would we have 14.7 psi at sea level if the volume for that air, whatever its weight is, was like, an infinitely expanding volume?
Yeah, because there's 14 pounds if you take a square inch worth of air.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's too much pressure if you've got an infinite volume, Matt. Right? Shouldn't have that much pressure at sea level if the container is, practically infinite.
Yeah, it depends on how much air there is and what the weight is, and then you can get pressure. Again, I recognize that you don't believe it. I'm just saying this is the globe answer.
Yeah, we're not a bunch of Globers. Well, Farsha, notice... Sorry, Central Quad.
So...
No, Farsha...
So, Farshad, did that answer your questions? You wanted to hear the Glober answers to those 3 questions?
Well, I wanted to point out something real quickly, is that if you notice how we pointed out earlier when you asked about the gas pressure thing, I told you about the banana analogy and how what the Globers do is they'll just bring you slices instead of showing you the peel. And so that's what he just did. Oh, well, look, we have slices. It's like, no shit, dude. Well, you're supposed to be telling us why there's no peel and how you can prove
the weight of the air. That's the answer.
No, that's just more banana. We want to see the peel, bro. Or like the lack of... You're saying there's no peel, so...
That doesn't do anything, though, Matthew. The weight in itself, right? Because if you've got this practically infinite volume, that weight is not going to be sufficient to have 14.7 psi at sea level without some kind of containment, right?
Dude, there's a lot of air above us. It's like 50 miles worth of air above us, and that is sufficient to make 14.7 pounds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're claiming an available volume, basically, of infinite, right? So weight wouldn't be enough to stop that air from dispersing. It doesn't even make sense. It's not an answer.
Yeah, isn't the V? So there's an equation for gas pressure.
Yeah,
PV.
He's trying to say gravity without saying gravity. He's kind of like
PV
trying to slip it in there,
equals
trying to sneak around it, you know?
No, I'm saying weight, so that we don't have to talk about what causes weight. We both we agree that weight exists, right?
Oh, we called this earlier as well. You're just saying that the, you know, we made an example of a car tire earlier, just kind of predicting what you guys would say. And you're just saying that the wheel is so big that you don't even need a container.
Right.
That's just a claim, dude. Like
You've got so much air and it
a
weighs so
demonstration at
much.
least.
Yeah, you got so much air and it weighs so much that now you don't need the physical container.
Your explanation of the gas thing doesn't really make sense, though. You're basically saying because the Earth is so big, it doesn't need the enclosed space.
He's trying to say gravity without like outright saying that.
No, the weight of the air causes pressure. Things that are heavy push down in the downward direction because of their weight.
Okay, do you need yeah,
There's just
but
so
you
much
need,
air.
you
You
need a,
don't even need to contain it.
Right.
Can I ask a
right?
question real quick?
You don't need a limit. You don't
No,
need a
that's
volume
wrong.
for that pressure, is what you're saying. So what if we expanded the volume? Would that pressure become less?
You're talking about PV equals nRT, and that equation works on small scales, but doesn't take into account the weight of the air.
Oh, so at a big scale, gravity kicks in and acts as a container.
Oh, the weight of the air kicks in and acts.
And then, okay, and its weight relates to what? Gravity?
If you want to talk about what causes weight, we could talk about that.
Well, I mean, that's what you're getting at ultimately, right? Like, do we need a physical container or does something else happen at the large scale? Like, what is it?
I mean, I suppose you could obfuscate and try to change the subject to gravity if you
This
like.
is not
But
changing the subject. Oh my god, slimy.
the weight
Isn't
of
that
the
the
air
subject?
is
Though? Like, I mean, you're saying that things operate differently at the large scale. So what's differently? What happens different? You don't need a physical container at the large scale. So what happens instead? Just weight itself is enough to act as a container?
on the large scale. The pressure at the top and the bottom is different because they're so far apart. On a small scale, it's barely noticeable.
Okay, but it's still there. That same effect is still there. You just caveated it with barely noticeable.
Yeah, so wait a minute. Inside of a container, the pressure at the bottom of the container is higher than the pressure at the top of the container due to the weight of the air inside the container, correct?
That's one of my favorite points.
You just made an example.
Yeah.
You're
So
making
air
our
has
argument
weight,
for us, dude.
and it makes pressure at the bottom.
Within a container, ding dong.
Within a container, yeah.
But
So
the differential pressure at the bottom is higher than the pressure at the top. So there's
Just like the
differential
Earth.
pressure.
that's perfect then. So then a gradient doesn't tell you that it's an uncontained open system, right? Because like you just pointed out, that's a thing that happens inside a closed contained system. Perfect.
Gradients happen in closed contained system and in open systems.
Show it.
The atmosphere is a great example.
That's
Begging
just
the
a
question.
claim, dude. That's you pointing at the sky and declaring the claim to now be true. That's not how it
Pointing at the sky and declaring there's a container is
No.
You're begging the question?
No. That's
Oh,
not
my
what we're
mistake.
doing
When you guys
here,
beg the
Matthew.
question,
So hold
it's
on, Matthew.
okay.
Excuse me. It's not begging the question. We have demonstration
certainly
of
is.
this claim.
There's never
Excuse
been
me.
any
You
observation
talk
of it
about
at all.
not starting your sentence in the middle of others. So let's not be the slime ball that you said you weren't.
Fair enough.
All right. So now we're not pointing at the sky and saying, see, there's a container up there just because I said so. Well, we have demonstrations that it requires a container. We're not even pointing at the sky, ding dong. That's you guys pointing at the sky and saying, well, because there's air up there, that means that there's no container. That's your guys' claim. So you can't just point at the sky and declare your claims to now be true. It's not how it works.
So a container has never been observed, measured.
Excuse
or
me, this is
seen.
your claim. Don't reverse the burden. We have demonstration and you don't.
You said there was a container. I'm saying there's not.
Yeah, it's your claim. And so pointing at the sky isn't now all of a sudden your claim is now true.
He's saying you need a container to have the gas pressure, not that he's pointing up to see that there's a container.
Yeah, and there's never been any container ever observed or seen or measured.
Okay,
never
that's
been
still
any
reversing the
demonstration of-
burden away from
Just like
your
the
claim,
curvature.
sir.
What do you know? Hey.
But there's exactly. What do you know? It's just a bunch of made up stuff that Globers say.
So if
There's
you
never
can believe
been
in a container, then I can believe in curvature. How's
Excuse
that?
me.
Well-
We have demonstration. You don't. That's the difference.
There's never been a demonstration of the container.
Okay, but again, I can also ask you. I can ask you how many spots? Excuse me, Matthew. How many spots did the last cow from the steak? Like I'm sure you eat steak. Are you vegan or anything? I'm sure you've had a steak in your life. Can you tell me how many spots the cow had from the last steak that you ate?
No, I cannot.
So why can't I tell you about the container then?
Because it's never been observed.
Well, maybe it's a little bit like that cow. I can't tell you how many spots it had. I can't tell you what the container is made of, but I know for sure that steak came from a cow. And I know for sure that gas pressure comes from a container. It can be demonstrated. You cannot demonstrate your claim. That's where we're at. So don't worry about reversing the burden. You want to see the container. Well, you don't see how many spots the freaking cow had from the steak you ate either. So relax. You need to be proving your claim.
Yeah, quit trying to flip the burden here, Matt.
Yeah, so I can't say that
you
there's
give us
because it's never been seen or measured.
Okay, that's changing the topic. Remember earlier you said that was a different topic, gravity and the container thing. So now you're changing the topic. So let's not be slimy again when you said that you weren't a slimy person. Calling you out on your bullshit. Well, you just changed the subject when you requested Central to not change the subject when we were on the same subject earlier.
Yeah, it was the same thing.
So, come on, man. With these double standards, I'm not a big fan of that.
Matthew, how can you justify claiming that you went to the moon in 1969, but we can't do it today?
That was before I was born, and the Artemis mission went around the moon just a couple of months ago.
So
that's another story. It's another claim. Can you validate it?
Yeah, so notice that the only flat Earth answer is nuh-uh, they're lying.
Well, I mean, it's just a claim.
That's not how you prove things are true. Right? Just because your opponents disagree, that's proving yourself to be true, dude.
And you're just going, yaha, cool NASA thing must be true. Right. So what? Like, I mean, it's just a cool story, and you've decided to go with it.
Except my story has evidence and pictures and people.
Then you would present that evidence and that data. You wouldn't just say the flat earthers don't like it.
It's all freely available on
what you just said, Matthew,
sure.
What you just said is the same thing that Bigfoot believers can say. There's pictures, there's people who say so. Yeah, exactly the same type of evidence, right? Just a bunch of hearsay, people saying stuff, right? Pictures that you can't verify.
I trust NASA.com more than those pictures.
Yeah, but why? You can falsify those pictures that NASA.com shows you. They're showing you curved bodies of water all over the surface of what they're calling the Earth. You ever seen one of those on the Earth?
Yeah, and so if we beg the question fallacy and say the Earth is flat, then we have to say that those
Matthew, stop being slimy.
We're observing the Earth. We're not begging the question at all. We're not making any assumption about it. We're going out and observing it and seeing if it matches these images that they claim are it. Right?
So because the Earth is flat,
I don't know why you can't. No. I don't know why you can't be what you said you were. You said you were an honest, non-slimy person. But that slime has been secreting out of those pores for the last half hour.
This is where your argument doesn't make sense, because you're saying by them refusing your evidence and by just saying show us proof, that means it's not true and therefore it is true. So I give you an example. If I said I walked on the water, right? And you said, no, you haven't. You haven't proved to me that I haven't walked on the water. Based on that, then I'm the one who's telling the truth because I walked on the water because you have no evidence. Doesn't make sense, man.
We could doctor up a picture of him walking on water, right? We can get people together to tell a story that he walked on water, and we'd have exactly the same evidence that you have right now for a globe.
I'm going to go to Google and find a picture of something walking on water.
Yeah, but we can falsify those pictures really easily on NASA's website, Matthew. Just go down to the beach. Done. Boom. Falsified. Right? They're showing curved bodies of water and saying that's the Earth. That ain't the Earth.
Also, what I asked was...
Water's horizontal at rest, buddy. Doesn't curve. It's not bendizontal.
Also, what I asked was, there was a moon landing in 1969. You're saying there was a spaceship that went around the moon. That's not the same thing.
I was thinking the same thing.
So where's the moon landing again since 1969?
There have been 5 times that people landed on the moon since 1969.
Where?
Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
How many times since you were born?
3.
12? 12. Did 12 land there?
So I think it was 11, 12, 14.
Yeah, sorry,
15,
you're
16,
right.
and 17.
Well, supposedly landed there.
Yeah, he was asking how many landed since 1960.
Why is there not a single video that shows somebody going from the Earth to the moon? It like cuts off before they leave the Earth.
Because it doesn't happen.
Because have you ever seen a single video of somebody walking through an airport onto the plane, into the next airport?
It's got to cover.
We can do it though.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's not that
we
difficult.
haven't.
But we can.
Yeah, it's not. I think even if you don't have it, it's not that we can't. It's just no one's going to go in an airport and then go on the plane, sit there nonstop for 8 hours, and then continue.
Right, because it'd be ridiculous. Because who needs to prove that airplanes exist?
That's not in
Everybody knows
contention, though, Matthew. Ding dong. What's in contention is what these rockets are doing. So if I know you say that, they're not trying to prove it to you guys.
Yeah, similarly,
but it sure would be some pretty cold, hard proof, wouldn't it be? It'd be more proof than your eyewitness testimony. Go ahead, Central.
Well, they're not doing anything to prove it to their cult followers either.
Right.
They're
It's just a
spending
cult
millions
follow.
of dollars to put satellites in space for.
You guys will just believe it anyway.
Communication,
okay,
and they're 0% interested in figuring out how to convince you guys.
Sorry, I missed that demonstration of gravity acting as a container for air pressure. Would you be able to pass that along? Because you just said space, so you must know something I don't.
Yeah, the weight of the air, like we talked about before. But
The weight of the air doesn't tell me anything. If I've got air weighing enough, it contains itself.
Well, what experiment could we do to see which one of you is right? I mean, there's got to be one, right?
Well, exactly. Let's just do the experiment where Matthew uses gravity as his independent variable to show gravity acting as a container for air pressure.
I'm sure he has it. You just haven't let him tell you what it is yet. All right, Matthew, what is it?
Floor's all his.
It's, turn on your satellite TV at midnight. It's dark outside, and you're getting a signal from the space.
Wow. That's not a demonstration of gravity containing gas, you goofball.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Come on.
Turn on your TV. Give me a break.
Experiment, quote unquote.
You're very big on the TV, huh? Because you claimed something else also that was on Netflix. I forgot what it was.
That's wild that you would say that, Matthew. As a college professor, too, we're asking for you for an experiment, and you say, go to your TV.
That's crazy.
Come on.
On his defense, majority of the people have his point of view.
Well, yeah, I used to as well. I'm pretty sure everyone else here likely grew up the same way. So
If enough people say so.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Jama. Jaman. What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. I just want to point out something that Matthew just said about NASA not interested in proving anything to flat earthers, but yet they have to do things like flips when they ask for through an interview. Show us you're in space. They do this flip or they do this magic trick. So they're trying to prove something.
Right. And why is Michelle coming on saying, you cannot say the Earth is flat. It is not flat. So they seem pretty interested in the topic. So
Look at my hair standing straight up. I must be in space, right?
Yeah. It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. Why not? Tell us.
They seem pretty interested in trying to convince people that it's not. So
That's what I'm saying. He's saying that NASA's not interested in flat earthers, They're there for science, like playing guitar and blowing flute, Scientific method.
and the didgeridoo. Yeah, that's right. The guitar and the didgeridoo. Because Don Pettit.
Gorilla suits. Chasing
Golf
each other
clubs.
around in gorilla suits.
Yeah.
What science are they
interesting.
doing up there?
They're just
You know,
spraying
that's my
toothpaste and water all over the ISS.
And there's in that room, there's science? What science are they doing up there?
Making cool movies.
Matthew, that
That's science.
that FTFT guy has a better defense than you, yeah?
Him, he's got no defense.
Yeah, he would be way better on Nathan Oakley than I would. I was clearly not very prepared.
I don't know. As long as you weren't, I haven't listened to your episode, Matthew, but if you weren't giggling like a little schoolgirl the whole time, then you probably did better than FTFE.
Notice how all the anti-flat earthers have man boobs too. I'm just putting that out there. I don't know if you do too, Matthew, but just making a little hunch.
They don't have the anti-gravity muscles, bro.
Sorry,
Are you saying that these guys are feminine, MacGyver? Are you saying these guys are feminine, MacGyver?
Bunch of fanboys.
Beta.
Yeah, be chat like us.
Little light on the loafers, as they say out here.
That's so weird, Matthew, that you posted that this is what honey looks like in weightlessness. I was literally in my mind thinking, he's like, what kind of tests are they doing? I was literally in my mind thinking, they're just messing around with honey in space. That's so weird that you just posted that, and I didn't even see the chat.
So their version of science is honey.
Yeah, there's fucking messing around with honey and toothpaste and water, spraying it all around a room that has wires exposed everywhere. Yeah, does that make sense?
That honey is weightless. So how is it weightless?
See, what you're invoking, it's so obvious, right? You're trying to say gravity without saying gravity.
No, I'm saying that in the ISS, because it's in orbit, it experiences weightlessness.
That's a cool story. My
question is,
my ninth grade teacher also went on a G plane, so you can experience weightlessness without "quote unquote" going to space, bro.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that video lasts more than 2 minutes, which is
okay. Well, they can also cut and edit videos. It's no problem.
You can do that with CGI. Haven't you seen?
This is in 1960.
Haven't you seen Tim Peake in the background when they're pushing George Bush Senior through the space station in front of a blue screen? You haven't seen that?
I don't think it's George Bush Senior. No.
Yeah, it was. Anyway, that was
bring loads on the ISS.
He sees a gooey substance in a container, and that proves gravity somehow.
And that we're on a ball.
Dude, my 8-year-old daughter does far better than you. I mean, she wouldn't even think to come up to me and be like, "Look, Dad, I made slime. Now the Earth's a ball." Like,
wait a minute, Matthew. You said that. How would they be doing this? It's
hilarious, dude.
How would they have filmed Interstellar or any of these space movies? They must have filmed it in real time in real space, huh?
They can fake it.
You're a slouch Glover, man.
You just answered your own question. Okay, this can be done in a studio, no problem.
Maguire, do you teach your daughter to believe in flat Earth if she's 8?
I don't teach her to believe in things. I teach her to test things and to go where reality takes you.
Yeah, but the school's teaching her its globe.
Right? Well, the school's going to teach her a lot of things. Does that mean that they're going to tell her that you can have gas pressure without a container? Am I supposed to be like Matthew and continue to lie to my kid when I know that that's not correct?
But she has to go with that for her test, or else they're going to fail her.
She needs to pass a test, but that doesn't mean that she can't know the truth. We have to go to work every day, most of us, and shut our mouths about certain things that we know of or believe in because we need to go make a paycheck. But that doesn't mean when you go home you have to keep your brain turned off, not open your mouth. That's what
but you're an adult that's an 8-year-old.
What are you trying to say? I'm confused.
They both have brains, though. That's the thing. And they can both test things in reality.
You can entertain ideas without accepting them, right? So it's okay for the 8-year-old to learn the claim, right, but to still think critically about it.
That's a good point,
What's so bad about being honest with her about where we live? I mean, I don't tell her the Earth is the Earth is flat and don't believe anyone that says the Earth is round. I ask her, what does the Earth look like to you? And she says, I go, does it look like a ball or does it look like it's flat? And she says, flat. And I say, is there ways that we can measure the Earth? And she goes, yeah, because she knows what lasers are. She's not an idiot. And then you say, do you feel like you're spinning? And she says, no, I don't feel like I'm spinning. I said, would you believe someone if they told you that you were spinning, even though you don't feel like you're spinning? She says, no, that would be silly. So I don't indoctrinate her. I teach her to trust her senses and to look into the information and not just blindly believe stuff. That's the most important thing that I teach her.
Matthew, how come we can't feel we're spinning?
Why not, Matthew?
Is that directed to me?
Yeah, you're Matthew, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear properly. The acceleration due to the rotation of the Earth is 0.03 meters per second, and that's below the threshold of human perception.
How do you know that that's the rotation, or that there even is one?
Did you tell her, Matthew?
Yeah, the question was, if the Earth were spinning at the claimed rate, how come we don't feel it? And the answer is, if the Earth is spinning at the claimed rate, then the acceleration is too low for humans to sense.
But it's not a matter of if, right? For you, because you believe it spins, right?
Right. It does spin. The amount of acceleration is below what we can feel.
It definitely doesn't spin, but go ahead.
Well, 0 is below the amount of acceleration that I can feel.
Right. So the fact that we don't feel anything is inconclusive either way.
Yep.
Matthew, that number that you got. How do you if we can detect it with our body? What do we use?
Flat Earthers on Netflix.
Bob,
You use Flat Earthers on Netflix.
No, you already
Use
said
Flat
it.
Earthers on Netflix.
It's mathematical equation. That's what it uses.
Would you agree if Einstein said it's work on both? You could be rotation or the sky moving. Would you agree with that, Matthew?
He was talking about some sort of light experiments they were doing. I'm talking about the physical acceleration.
It has to be detected, Matthew.
We have
just tell me the Earth is moving.
We have Cycle in the chat. Supposedly has some kind of proof for
You go for
something.
it. Every time she'll get back to you.
Timbo.
Sorry.
Is Timbo hot micing again?
Always, mate.
We were having a right rip snorter here, and this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good on our room.
There's bread, steak,
Where do people come up with these equations for everything that is asked?
Oh, from the sky.
Back calculate it all. It's all back engineered, bro. You can just back calculate anything.
Yeah, from the sky, basically.
That's what I'm saying. Einstein said it could be either.
Angle measurements to Polaris, right? When Polaris is 0 degrees on the horizon, they go, oh, well, that's because it's disappearing over the curvature bulge, so I must be at the equator of this ball I imagine I'm on. Just stuff like that, right?
Like, look at what he posted. Look at this. How does a human being come up with this?
Come up with what?
These numbers that you just posted.
Physics.
Well, that's derived from the radius.
That's a one-word answer, dude.
It's derived from the radius, which they got from imagining that there is a radius, right? And then back calculating from stellar observations to figure out what it would be. But that's where it comes from. That rate of rotation is based on the radius, the size of the ball. Then assuming that it is rotating, that's where we get a day from, a day-night cycle. We know it takes 24 hours for that, right? Based on the size of the ball and the amount of time it takes to do that, that's what they get. It's all just based on their radius assumption.
But according to your model, Matthew, the physics on the Earth is not the same thing in the space, right?
No, it's the same. Works the same everywhere.
Except for gas pressure. So that's not the same.
So you think someone could wear a spacesuit and get out of the Earth and then in the space just float around and be fine?
Yeah, obviously not. In vacuum, it's going to be kind of hard to breathe. It's even hard to breathe at Mount Everest, which is here on Earth.
No, but they're wearing a spacesuit.
Yeah, if you have a spacesuit, then you can survive in a vacuum.
Have any of you guys ever done the experiment or the little test where you put water in a little cup inside of a vacuum chamber? And then it sits there boiling and degassing until it freezes, right?
Yeah.
And so I always thought, well, this is the early days for me of flat Earth. I was like, well, shit, isn't the Earth, space is a vacuum, right?
Right.
And the Earth is in space.
That's
Why the
right.
hell isn't all the water bubbling off the oceans and freezing?
Exactly.
It's in a vacuum.
Yeah, you should have all the layers of the atmosphere filling the vacuum, and then the oceans, all of it should just boil off into the vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, the only person who ever went into a vacuum chamber, I believe, in a suit, the suit failed, and they said before they passed out they could feel their saliva boiling.
Whoa. You should have got the special space zippers, bro.
Yeah, but you can have 14.7 psi gas pressure, and you can have oceans of water, no problem, within an infinite volume of 10 to the negative 17 torr, no issue, of course. Yeah.
That was actually before they got down to even half the pressure of zero, wasn't it? Okay, and then he passed out, and they.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So that's nowhere near.
Nowhere near what they're claiming of space. We've never gotten close to simulating any vacuum near that powerful.
Now, what was the other one they tried, and then the air started rushing in through the 6 foot concrete walls.
Damn, I hadn't heard that before. Wow,
that's crazy.
Oh,
and there's a steel plate in the middle of it as well.
You're forgetting how strong those zippers are.
Yeah, the zippers, bro.
Yeah, Velcro. And that's where we get Velcro from, isn't it, NASA?
I mean, how are you supposed to, they're always like, dude, rockets definitely work in a vacuum. And then I'm like, well, how did you ever even test one? Because as soon as you put a rocket in a vacuum chamber, you just pressurize the damn thing. So, I mean, that's quite a lot of hope and guessing to shoot somebody into a vacuum in a rocket. If you really think it is a vacuum, then you can't even test it on Earth.
Oh yeah, well they got to.
They test the rockets on Earth first.
They got to just bring enough air to pressurize all of outer space.
Test them out.
How do you explain the radar in the military? It's based on the globe map.
So you're doing it again, man. You go into radars that, that just could come out of a computer program. That's not reality.
Okay, so from now on, the answer to every question is we don't measure curvature.
Yeah.
Every single question.
Yeah, Earth's not a map.
It's not a radar.
The sun still sets.
Not under the ground.
Yet there's no curve, and the sun still sets. I like it.
Due to perspective.
Just like boats.
Yeah, you guys like to steal perspective a lot, eh?
Perspective thieves.
No, maybe not in the case of the sun all the time.
Yep.
Does perspective make it so small that it goes into an invisible angle that your eye cannot resolve?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
How can you zoom back in when you can't see anything?
The sun. You can see the sun clearly as it sets into the ocean, and it hasn't gotten too small by any means.
How far is that horizon that it's going over?
It doesn't matter. It's either there or not.
It does matter.
How far it is.
Well,
It does matter if you want to say that it's
That's what's blocking the sun.
Yeah. If you want to say it's
Horizon according to the model.
yeah, if you want to say it's disappearing due to curve, it does matter, Matthew.
That's nonsense, Matthew.
Yeah. So unless you can actually demonstrate this curve, this physical geometric horizon that's supposed to go over, right? There's no reason to think that the sun should set any differently than it does over a flat Earth.
But he can demonstrate the curve. He already told you.
He can or he can't?
He can.
Oh, how did he do that? By just pointing at a sunset and declaring this has to be the Earth?
No, he said it as two things. One is math, and the second thing is the experts.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Oh, there's those two. Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm convinced now.
Well, and the eyewitness testimony and the pictures from space and the existence.
Well, we already debunked your eyewitness testimony as being inconsistent. So
yeah,
I get that you don't believe it. Sure.
No, it's not about believing, friend. You said that internal consistency would be helpful to a true story, right? And even your eyewitnesses aren't being consistent. So you got a problem.
All 12 white men who went past Apollo, the Earth or low Earth orbit, said that they saw the Earth as a globe.
Okay, but you said that the story.
I was
that's
making
not
fun
the
of
whole,
the fact that
that's
they're
not the
all
whole
like
story,
in
is
the
it?
mid-20s.
You say I'm talking white man.
Okay, but some of them said they saw stars. Some of them said they didn't. So the story isn't consistent, sir.
Because some of them saw it and some of them didn't. How is that not consistent?
Hallmark of a. So they're both looking at the same stuff.
What the? How would you?
They were the same place, Matthew.
Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, that's still, it's inconsistent, but still consistent. Everything in their paradigm is like this. Straight lines bend. Consistency is also inconsistent. Everything is what it is and the opposite.
This is what space is to me, right? Space is like, have you ever watched a movie where you have someone in a movie, like in reality, just translate into cartoon? You know, like these Bugs Bunny mixed with real-time movies. It's like same with space. Once you reach a certain height, everything just translates to CGI. Like the CGI illustration, junk in space is CGI, images you see, everything just CGI. Once you reach this certain height, everything just is the same what happened with physics. Just go out the window, turn something else.
It's weird that they call it physics, yet they can't physically demonstrate any of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's different in space, that's why.
Doesn't sound very physical. Sounds more imaginary.
Matthew said that the way we detect the numbers he gave about the rotation was from Netflix. I was asking him, do you agree with Einstein when he said it could be both? It could be either the Earth rotating or it could be the sky moving. So it doesn't really, it's not even exclusive to the globe.
Look at that image he just posted. He says it's from 2 days ago.
That picture, that image of the Earth allegedly is showing curved bodies of water. Would you be able to show us one of those from the surface?
If you're down near the surface, it's going to look fairly flat because it's so huge. But when you back up a bunch, then you can see that it's curved.
Nah, it shouldn't. Claim is that they're taking a picture of a 3959 mile radius ball. We can work out the geometric horizon distance based on that, right? So we know what it should look like from the surface, geometrically speaking. So can you go and, show us?
Yes, your only response must be, oh, this is fake.
No, my only response is they're showing curved bodies of water, right?
You're not saying it's
slimy weasel.
As far as I know, that doesn't happen. Water always rests horizontally, right?
MacGyver, yes or no? Are you saying this is fake?
Where's the button?
Not MacGyver. This is.
Are you saying that's fake?
Oh, CB, sorry.
Well, I would like to just use your words because that way then it's, just your words. You said earlier the Earth is measured, navigated, and is functionally used as flat.
Not measured, but navigated and used as flat because once you're on the surface, it's so big that you use flat maps. But here's a picture showing that it's not in reality flat.
Okay, so why do you trust that image?
It comes from people I trust.
Oh, okay, just the people who gave it to you. That's why they wouldn't lie.
We had that same image before spaceflight, Matthew. We had that same image before spaceflight, Matthew.
They didn't have pictures of spaceflight.
Universal Studio, you remember? It's the same thing.
Yeah, but the thing is again, we can falsify Matthew's cartoon and the people that he trusts, right? Because we can just go to a body of water, right, and see if we can measure any curvature over its surface, right? Because they're showing curved bodies of water in that picture. Those are the oceans that are supposed to cover the surface of this thing that we're on. All those should be curving at a rate comporting to the size of that claimed ball, right?
Right. So notice that the argument is we know the Earth is flat, therefore this image is false.
No, Matthew.
Not really. Skip a few steps there. No, it's false because it's showing curved bodies of water, but we don't measure or observe those anywhere in reality, right?
Okay,
so it's not possible.
This is what you do. I'm sorry, Matt. I have to stop you. I have to stop
because
you. I have to stop you, Matthew. Really quickly. Just real quickly, Matthew. I'm sorry. Real quickly. You make it your job to represent the globe. You give the globe answers, pretty standard. We can appreciate that. But you go out of your way to intentionally misrepresent the flat earthers or a flat earth position. What's up with that?
I don't mean to misrepresent.
No.
I was trying to say it
you do this all night.
Okay, so
I only get aggravated when you do this because you say you're an honest person. I want to take you and I want to believe that. Then you just go on and you're like MacGyver called it, man. You are being slimy.
Okay, so let's take the one example I said. I said because the
one of
water
the 30
is flat. Okay, because water is flat, then we know that this picture of a globe is false.
Yeah,
but it's
dude.
not.
It's a geometric possibility, though, right?
You're trying to make it sound better, but you know what you're doing.
No. Well, so correct me and tell me the better way.
Well,
to say
just be consistent, man. Like if you try to represent the team globe. Well, I can appreciate that, but you're just intentionally being slimy when it comes to representing a flat Earth.
I'm not.
I don't appreciate that. No.
Can you help me?
Matthew, we're talking about observation.
You don't need help
though.
representing the globe, so
we're talking about observation and measurement. You're trying to pass it off as assumptions and begging the question and stuff. You're projecting, right? So we're talking about.
You don't need help. You're a big boy.
We're talking about observing bodies of water, not just assuming that there's some way. Observing them and measuring them against the globe math, trying to find that curvature and coming out with none, right? If it's not there, it's not geometrically possible for the Earth to be that thing that they're saying it is in those cartoons. Period.
Okay, so let me put it this way. Flat earthers say because we have observed water to be flat, because we've done laser tests across oceans and across lakes and seen no curvature, because of that, we know this image is false.
That's right. It's not geometrically possible.
I mean, that's... Even, you weren't here, but AI gave a much better answer than that. Okay? It didn't even have anything to do with the Earth being flat. So I don't like how you try to represent the flat earthers. It just always comes off as slimy and you're intentionally misrepresenting us often. So it's this weird double standard that you have.
He was talking about how they were like imposing weather data on like the Blue Marble data set or something like that. Yeah. But I mean, I don't even think that we have to go there. We don't even have to explain how his image is produced. If we can just go out and show that, look, bodies of water don't do what they're showing them do in this picture, it's already over for Matthew right there. All he has is
I do agree.
Religious icon, just a
religious icon. That's good.
Just a religious symbol, Matthew. You don't actually have anything from reality or that can be substantiated with anything at all empirical.
Pro tip, bro: don't speak for the flat earthers, Matthew. Speak for your team. All right.
Okay. For my team, we have pictures, and here they are.
Yeah, the Bigfoot team has pictures, Matthew. The unicorn team has pictures. Pictures aren't enough, right? They have to be validated.
Problem is, he goes to all these other servers, and the flat earthers on those servers tell different stuff.
I don't even buy that those are quote unquote flat earthers, though. Like I said, any random person can claim they're a flat earther. That's the part of the issue. Is like, and people will believe them. There's a lot of people out there.
Yeah, but the issue is half of them are
out there trying to give flat earthers a bad rap. So let's just say real quick. Let's say me and you, we hate flat earthers, and we want to go out and give them a bad rap. So what do? Let's make an account. We're just going to go and say we're flat earthers. We're going to say the most retarded shit. Okay, and then so what? Then someone else like you comes along and starts believing the things that we're saying, and then they go off to this server and say, "Well, look, I heard flat earthers say X, Y, and Z." How do you know that that was a flat earther? You need to have some discernment.
But there's two things. One is their ideology matches what Google says when you type in
Google flat Earth isn't on Google, dude.
And the second thing is like a lot of those people on those servers are on this server. And they're
Sorry,
reputable.
let me just say that again. Flat Earth is not on Google.
Yeah, bring me
Yeah,
a
but
flat
those-
earther who's repping the Google model, dude.
But those members are on this Discord too.
Just bring me any one of them. Like, I've never seen that.
There is no flat Earth on Google. I'll say it again. If you Google flat Earth, they're going to show you some freaking magic carpet ice cream cone pancake floating in space. That's not it. All right, they're going to show
Dude, he
you.
was arguing with this Shane St. Pete guy the other day.
So you're talking about the Tartaria server. There's lots of people on here that are in that server. I'm a member of that server as well.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that just because some people in there claim something that's what all flat earthers claim.
No, I'm not saying they all think the same, but to say they're not flat earthers, like they'll say you're not flat earther, you know?
Well, they
whatever.
believe in.
No, I'm just saying you have to
they
have
might
you have to
believe in
apply
a flat
discernment.
Earth,
All right.
And you're talking to us too. Like, why do you keep bringing in other people's claims and trying to have us answer for them? Right? You're talking to us. Like, let's just talk about what we're saying.
No, I'm just saying the reason why because he's saying he's misrepresenting flat earthers.
Intentionally, he is. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm just saying.
He's misrepresenting us in this conversation. He misrepresented what I said, right? He tried to spin it around, right? Pass it off as an assumption. I wasn't talking about that, right? So that's what he's doing. Doesn't matter what people in other servers are saying. We're having this conversation now, so let's focus on that.
It's like part of his shtick to like throw in like, oh, well, on a flat Earth, like it wouldn't work. It's like, well, only on your sloppy flat Earth idea, right? We're not talking about that.
Yeah,
Seems
like
to
you
be
guys
the
have
only
sloppy globe
argument
Earth
that
ideas.
he can
and
get
you-
it.
No, Matthew. There is only one globe Earth. Okay, this isn't. I already said this before. This isn't bring your own cosmology day where you can just bring your own globe Earth. There's only one claimed globe Earth. So no, we don't have sloppy ideas about the globe. There's only the one idea. All right, so we're addressing those ideas very directly. Okay, the curve, the spin, the space. It's not our sloppy ideas about the globe. Those are you. Like you act like
Yeah, I
we
would
came
say
up
half
with these
people-
ideas, dude. Are you kidding me?
I would say half
yeah,
the
it's
people
got
on the server
set
say things like
dimensions and
rockets can't
speeds,
work
and if
in a vacuum. And stuff
got
like
set
that.
dimensions.
No one said that in the last even 2 hours. No one's even said that, and we talked about that. So
Yep. Yeah, they can't even claim another globe. It's not possible. If you wanted to go with like the Black Swan horizon and try to scale it up to like a 250,000-mile radius, wouldn't work. Stellar observations, ironically, would debunk the whole thing in 2 seconds, right?
They could claim concave though.
You know, Polaris
Claim
would be
what?
What? Go ahead.
Concave Earth.
Well, that's a whole other thing. It's like a reverse globe.
also, rockets can't work in a vacuum isn't a globe claim. Ding dong. So that's not us representing the globes. Come on, man. Do you like how am I the layman and I'm over here correcting the university teacher? What's going on here, man?
I'm saying lots
There's a
of
problem.
flat earthers say rockets
That's not
can't work in a vacuum.
us. That's not. Listen, you're not even paying attention. So we're talking about sloppy. Oh my god, we're not representing the globe Earth poorly. That's
Everyone
us
who
saying
says
that. That's us saying
everyone
that
who
it
says
can't
that
work.
Space
That's not
is
us.
the second law of thermodynamics.
That's
violation
us
is representing
rebutting
it.
the claims. Okay,
No,
we're
it's-
not.
it's-
That's
it's sloppy
listen.
physics.
No. The globe Earth claim is being represented clearly and concisely. The claims are on the table, very clear for everyone to see. Now, our rebuttals you may call sloppy, but that's not what That's not what I was talking about.
As far as the rockets in a vacuum chamber go, I mean, if you could just, the reason, I'm not saying it can't work, I'm just saying I have not seen any physical demonstration of it working ever. So I have yet to be convinced, right? Since I have a hard time just believing stuff. But if you got a video of one and it's got the main thing is, everyone has to notice when you look at those, there's never a vacuum gauge that they show at the time that they're launching the video. You know, so you got to look at all the scientific stuff there. But if you got a video, man, post that, and then I will tell you I'm sorry for claiming that, and you're right.
Yeah, I was talking about rockets in an actual vacuum, not in a vacuum chamber.
Duh. Who's doing rockets in a vacuum chamber? What the fuck is going on, dude? Oh my god.
MacGyver
Where do you find an actual vacuum if it's not a vacuum chamber?
Yeah,
Where do you find an
exactly.
actual vacuum on Earth?
Nowhere on Earth, no.
Okay, so how would you know? this is
Nowhere in
real?
nature.
In reality, yeah, correct.
Wouldn't it work in a vacuum chamber if it works in an actual vacuum, as you call it?
If you could make one big enough.
See, again, you know, if anyone is listening that's on the fence or wondering, you know, who's actually on the side of science, whether it's the flat side or the globe side, I mean, you just look at this. Everything is the Earth curving? No, but just believe me. Is the Earth spinning? No, but believe me. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Yes. How do you do it? Well, I don't know, but just believe me. Can you have rockets in a vacuum? Oh, yeah. Well, can you show it? No, just believe me. And you have to come up with your own terms, too. Actual vacuum. Can you post the definition for actual vacuum as it's listed in the dictionary, please?
Actually...
But I don't think that you just made up your own words. For real. I'm not even joking. Like, find the term actual vacuum, like, as opposed to a vacuum. I mean, am I crazy here, or what the fuck?
Well, there's
You
really
said it, I mean.
free vacuum. Can't have it. The whole term vacuum is kind of a misnomer anyway, because there's always something there. Can't have a
Matthew,
space that's absolutely devoid of anything.
Let me ask you this, Matthew. You've been in these servers for like months now, if not years, and many of them, like, you don't even have 1% doubt that it could be flat?
Not even 1%. The evidence is overwhelming, and if you take physics and look at the observations, do your own research, I think it'll be.
Yeah, we did that.
So we did.
And there's still no globe.
What did we miss? We didn't do enough then. So, like, let us know what we missed. You've heard us talk a lot, so you must know what we missed.
Epistemology. You have flawed epistemology about how to know what's true and what's false.
Okay, what are we supposed to do differently?
Understand the authority of experts. Look at take physics for
That's
one.
your epistemology.
Understand mathematics and
just believe daddy. Yeah.
Understand that some things are true even if you don't see them, like radio waves.
Oh yeah, Wi-Fi waves.
Understand, Matthew, that some things are not true, and that's why you don't see them.
Right.
The ghost,
That's part of
it
epistemology.
could be that the reason you don't see a ghost is because it's not a real thing. It could be the reason you don't see a globe is because it's not a real thing. So saying I don't see something, you know, as an argument for its existence, I think that's pretty bad epistemology.
It is. I'm saying because I don't see something, it does not exist is bad.
Right.
Okay, but the opposite is almost worse. You're saying because I don't see it, therefore it is there.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but why do you have to go to that though? Why do we have to talk about how we don't see it instead of, you know, how you do? Right?
Exactly. Why even go that route of, well, we don't see, you should just be putting the overwhelming evidence on the table instead of making excuses for why the evidence isn't apparent.
I was using as an example when you say because I don't see curvature, it doesn't exist.
Okay,
That's a
but
bad argument.
cool. That's cool. But you said there's overwhelming evidence, but there sure doesn't seem to be any on the table.
But talking about how we don't see it, though, Matthew, that's a pretty bad argument from your side. You should just be
And
showing.
yet it's dark almost everywhere for all of you, and there you go. It's dark. That's
okay. We live on the Earth as well, so we don't think the Earth is a globe. So it being dark isn't really proving anything about the Earth being a globe. I don't know what you're getting at there.
Yep, but the sun is high in the sky over Indonesia right now.
So go ahead and misrepresent the flat Earth again.
Well, it's above Indonesia.
Yeah, straight above
The
Indonesia.
sky is above us. So yeah, okay. So the sun's above us.
What's the flat Earth? I don't want to use the word model, but what's like? How do you guys define the other planets like Venus, Mars, Pluto?
I've got to stop you right there. That's a nonsense term in itself. But we don't define it. Other planet? It's begging the question of the Earth being a planet. We don't think the Earth's a planet, so we don't think there are quote unquote other planets.
The only difference, bro, is that we all see the same thing in the sky, lights, whatever, flashing beauty, prettiness, whatever. But if you're on the globe side, you have a bunch of stories attached to what you see. Oh, that one is a gas ball. That one's a rock. It's like those are stories, but we just look up and go, pretty much stop there. So I wouldn't say the Earth is a planet. There's no other Earths up there. There's nothing in the sky that you see that even slightly resembles the Earth. There's no trees, lakes up there. Sure, seems to be a lot of trees and lakes here. So
if you use a telescope, you see all these other planets that they talk about.
But you don't see other Earth. You don't see land.
No, you don't see other Earth, but you see other stars and planets.
People want to be really quick to compare the Earth to things they see in the sky, and there's nothing alike.
You see how you're assuming the Earth being a star or a planet type of thing in the sky, right? Even within that question. Right? We're not doing that. We're not making the assumption that the Earth is one of these celestial bodies flying around in an outer space environment. We're not thinking that.
Yeah, last time I checked, I never saw the Earth glow or move. So,
and where do you get this idea that the Earth is this thing that's just flying around somewhere? I don't experience it like that. We've just heard from Matthew for the last couple hours about how we don't experience motion of the Earth. So why do we think that? Everything else seems to be in motion around it, as far as we can tell.
No, but Matthew, like his defense is mathematical equations and the experts.
Right. Yeah. That's how we know Wi-Fi works, because the radio experts tell us that it works, and we use it all the time, and so we don't have to know everything about everything.
But why don't you relax with the analogy that's false equivalent, and you actually present the overwhelming evidence that you claim is there? Forget your false equivalent analogies.
Projection is so crazy, though. You guys have bad epistemology. You don't listen to experts enough.
Right. That's true. You don't.
Okay.
Why would you? Appealing to experts isn't okay. Like, this is what is kind of annoying, because I've said before, I had to present evidence in front of a judge before, and I'd sued someone. I had the burden of proof. I had the claim. So, I didn't have a lawyer, but I sure as hell went up against a whole team of lawyers. Do you think they could have just said, well, I'm an expert in my field. I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this for 50 years. Therefore, I should be just granted the win in this case. That's sure as hell not how it works. So appealing to experts doesn't do anything. I won that case easily. No lawyers, no experts, just little old me and my evidence, my overwhelming evidence. So appealing to experts, not really going to help you win your case, Matthew. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
Also, Matthew, Wi-Fi's are man-made. How do you compare that to the globe?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. My point was that you don't have to perfectly understand how Wi-Fi works, how your car works, in order to believe that they do work. Similarly, you don't have to perfectly understand every detail about all of science in order to believe it.
Yeah, trying to categorize the globe as science again. I see what you did there. Trying to give it that authority, that badge of science, right? We just slap this label on it, and then it's good to go. It's category error anyway, because it's geometry at the end of the day. But yeah, I see what you did there.
No, I'm thinking about knowing about a car. You don't have to be a mechanic, certified, AAA mechanic to be able to work on your vehicle either, or to know some things, or to never need a mechanic as well.
Right.
So I don't know if your reasoning really holds up there that well. That you should be appealing to an expert.
Design a car is what I'm talking about.
There you go, moving the goalpost. Your example didn't involve designing a car. It was how to work on a car. That's why I made an example of a mechanic. So look at you being slimy again.
If I wanted to be more than one example, Matthew, if I wanted to,
Having
If
more
I
than
want-
one example is being slimy.
No, it's called moving the goalpost. It's called being slimy. All right.
But here's the thing: if I wanted to be a mechanic, an expert in that area, right, I could learn how to be one from another expert, right?
Right.
So
And you
who is
could
the
also
expert
learn
that's
to be an astronomer.
us? Who's the expert that's going to teach us in this room? This is open to the public, right? Who's the expert that's going to teach us how to know that the Earth's a globe?
Can I one up on that?
Sure.
Who's the expert? Who's the person that actually figured out everything to be able to create the expert? Who's the person that figured it all out in the beginning to be able to do whatever in life, whether it's like how to make a sidewalk?
Because this is what we're asking for, Matthew. We're asking for that expertise, right?
Who's the first person to ever be able to figure it out? It don't matter what it is, making a sidewalk or the globe.
Well, hold on. This
I
is
don't
kind
know,
of
but
going.
sidewalks exist.
Like,
Oh,
I don't want to go to the first
All right.
person per se. Like, Matthew, you're just talking about experts in general. Just bring us any of them who have done it, right? We want to talk to them. We're not burying our heads and going, yeah, we'll just figure this out ourselves. No, we want to hear what they have to say, right? We want to hear the claim. We want the proof if it's there, right? So where are they? Point to them.
Sure, I don't know who the experts are who first made the first computer or the first car, but computers and cars exist.
Okay, yeah, you're answering his question. I told you, like, it doesn't have to be the first one, right? It can just be any expert.
Being slimy still.
We want that expertise, right? If it's out there, we want that expertise ourselves. So bring it here.
Just the vague experts.
What I was saying, like, it don't matter have to be the first one. It's just like obviously there's some down in the road. There's expertise, so that's what we're.
Anybody who has the expertise that demonstrates this ball, right? Like, let's get it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, just like you can have amateurs working on cars and that type of thing. That was a good example. Or you can represent yourself in court. I would say that the general population is perfectly capable of understanding the basic arguments for the globe, like sunsets and satellite TVs. So that would
So
be
we don't
anybody could.
pretend. So you just flip flop, just like that. I guess we don't need an expert. We can just ask any bozo off the street.
Experts could explain it well and give the best answers, but it's easy enough to be accessible to the common person, just like you can work on your own car.
So in this
Even if
case,
you
an
didn't
expert
design
is
it.
expert's just as good as any old bozo off the street. Then,
That's
so
not
why
what I
we
tried to design cars in the roller derby when I was
I can just ask somebody off the street. You said it's trivial enough to understand that anybody out there will get it and be able to relay the information. Well, that's literally what we've been doing here, is just getting any bozo off the street who wants to trawl in to come in here and show us where this proof is. We're still waiting, right? You're a university educated person. You should have it if anybody does. Where is it?
Yeah, like working on your car, there's a big difference between
Still
the
salty about
experts
that
who
example.
designed a car and working on your own car.
You're still salty about
Similarly,
that.
You said that it's a trivial enough thing to comprehend that we can just basically ask anybody. So we don't need experts anymore, right?
Yeah,
Anybody should be good
Let's
enough.
go ask 100 people off the street, why can't we see the sun at midnight? And let's see what they say.
Well, they'll give us their opinion. We want the proof, dude.
Wait, now you want experts or you don't want experts?
No,
Okay,
we
well, you
want
just
the
said 100
proof.
people randomly. Those aren't experts, dude. Come on.
And I never wanted experts
Even
in
the
the first
most
place.
common
You just,
person can
look.
understand it.
Experts aren't what I wanted. What I wanted was the proof of the ball, right? You pointed to experts for it, right? So I said, bring the one that has the proof, because it's the proof I'm looking for. I don't care about an expert, a non-expert, anything, whatever, just the proof in whatever form you can bring it.
Having 100 zombies repeat the same story isn't proving jack shit. So, no, I don't need to ask 100 random people what they believe the sun is going under the ground. I want to know
and
for
asking
sure.
100 zombies on Discord, the same thing, right?
See, there you go, being slimy again. This is
Oh, wait,
your
you-
example
you can-
of
you can call
100 people.
zombies
No,
by
listen. You
I'm
made
sorry,
the example.
I forgot that you were
Matthew.
the only one that's allowed to do that.
No, you're just the one who claimed not to be a slime ball, but have chosen to do that this entire call. And as I'm calling you out, you're just getting more and more salty, moving the goalpost. Oh, well, I don't design cars. Stop it, dude.
Yeah, I apologize for sinking to your level. Sorry about
Even though I designed cars when I was a kid in the derby race, so you're wrong there too.
You chalked it up to this thing that
And
we
I'm
have to
above
be
your level.
experts to comprehend, right? And now it's just like you don't have to. You can just ask somebody on the street. We all know, right? So which one is it?
It's both. Experts could describe it well and have lots of examples and be able to show you specific data and observations.
Okay,
But
such as
even,
specified
even
as.
that, the person on the street could understand the basics.
Okay, so what are the basics? Right? Do the basics actually prove the globe?
The basics are use your eyes and watch the sunset. Use your eyes, watch the moon, stay the same size all night during the full moon. Look at the stars, understand some basics about time zones, and there you go.
So you look at a bunch of things, right, that aren't
Yeah,
a globe.
look at evidence.
You look You look at a bunch of things that
that's
aren't
not
the globe,
evidence.
right? That aren't the globe in question that we're trying to get the proof of, right? Then you just imagine that all that stuff is due to the globe, and then you just declare globe.
Yeah, you look at the evidence and say, "Oh, hey, this matches the story."
That's not.
Oh, ta-da, we're done.
It's you looking at stuff that isn't your globe, the thing that's in question, right? And then imagining that stuff is happening because of the globe that you imagined.
Well,
Again, you're just pointing and declaring at the sky again. There's no
the other
different than
option
earlier.
would be to start thinking for 2 minutes about the flat Earth and realize.
There you go, being slimy again, trying to reverse the bird.
Yeah, I'll think about it for 2 minutes. All right, if I don't measure any surface curvature over a body of
You're
water
disgusting,
anywhere
dude.
here,
It's
right?
too big.
If I don't measure any surface curvature, right, then there's no indication that it can possibly be any kind of curved object.
Or that it's too big to see, one or the other.
Okay, but yeah, now you don't have any evidence that it is that curved object if it's too big to see.
Eyewitness testimony, pictures from space. What are you talking about?
No, those are stories. That's not evidence.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
People
You have to discount all of that evidence, and then you can believe.
That's not evidence, my friend.
Well, you've got an
So-
empirical geometric claim about a physical object, right? So somebody just saying, hey, I saw this, right? I mean, it goes in the same category of evidence that we have for Bigfoot, right? So that's the level of credibility that you're showing right now with your globe.
Well, I believe the Eiffel Tower exists because people said, "Oh, I saw this." I haven't seen it myself.
No, but that's easily verifiable. You can go there. Millions of people have, right?
Until I go there, can I believe in it, or should I not believe?
It's not an extraordinary claim. Yeah.
Yeah, notice how
here
that's
is
not
the
in
globe.
contention yet, and the globe is very much in contention, Matthew. No, I wouldn't have a problem with you being slimy. You just said that you weren't. Okay, that's
I'm
the
not.
only issue. Oh, okay. Then you're not being honest. Then, so you're
landmark.
dishonest.
A
You're
famous
dishonest
landmark
then.
that literally anybody could go verify for themselves if they wanted to. You could get on a plane, right? Is there an equivalent to that for those NASA pictures that claim to be of the Earth, right? Can I go 1 million miles from the Earth, see the Earth from the vantage point that they claim to have, and independently verify it?
No, but everybody can watch the sunset, which
course not.
matches that story. There you go.
So again, no, listen. Again, you have a false analogy, right? A false equivalency. Once again, you're comparing things that aren't really comparable.
Slimy fuck.
Yeah, I see what you do every single time.
Yeah. Just own it, dude. Just might as well
So
own
how
it.
is
Yeah, you know what?
how
I
is
am
vigorously
slimy. I am dishonest.
vigorously defending my position.
No, dude, it's not. It's
How
just
is that
because at
slimy?
every corner you just
We're
slime
having a
away.
conversation here, and we're
No, you
getting
don't
a little
like
bit
it.
animated, but you guys don't like it, so you call it slimy.
No,
I'm sorry that you don't
just-
like.
You
my
know,
tactic.
you know what you're
I'm using the
doing.
same
You don't have to
tactics you guys do.
apologize. You might as well just own it. That's the thing. You're not
How is
using
it
my tactics. One of us is being honest and trying to be drill into the topic and go down
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
very
that's
bottom of
what-
the well. Excuse
that's
me.
me. That's me.
Excuse
I'm
me.
being
No,
honest.
no. Excuse me. What you're doing is moving the goalposts. You're being slimy, trying to reverse the burden. We see what you're doing. It's not slick. That's why we're calling you out. You might as well just own it and from the start instead of saying, no, I'm honest. I'm not slimy. And then the whole 3 hours preceding, you're just being slimy and dishonest. That's why I'm upset. So you're not being what you said you were. We don't like liars. You asked why Nathan was upset? Because you probably lied to him too.
I didn't lie. to
So
him.
stop. Well, okay, that's you lying, Matthew. Jesus. Might as well just be an honest person for once.
Can I ask why you would even go on Nathan Oakley's show? Didn't you know what was going to happen before you went there?
Because he analyzed one of my videos, and I was just going to see. I just was going to go listen, but then they said, "Hey, Matthew's here," and started asking me questions about it. So I knew it was coming.
I have
We are not
like
the same.
1 minute. I have like 1 minute of that show that's kind of funny. If you guys want to hear it, I could play it just through the speaker here.
Do you have a clip of that? I'll play it through the bot. It'll sound a little bit better.
Okay, yeah, I
Let's
just
do
had
it.
it queued up. I just had it queued up on my phone, so I don't know what'll work best, but no worries either way.
You can try. You can try. If you have a link,
Alright.
you can send it to me, and I'll just drop it in the bot. But if not, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I could tell you the time spot in the video if you want. And send you
Yeah,
the
just
link?
drop the link and I'll go ahead. Well, if it's a timestamp, it's a certain spot in the video, then just go ahead and play it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if it doesn't play well, let me know.
All right.
Well, it's based on what he just said, right? You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
That's not what you said before, though.
He said measured.
Measured, bro.
He measured a angle. He measured the. He said calculate the radius.
Angles. That's straight lines, though, isn't it?
Oh, brother. It is.
So does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere?
No,
is this cognitive dissonance hurting? Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised, as just been pointed out by QE. But I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling kids.
Yeah, I hate you. I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You chuckle about this. Shut up! Shut up! Stupid man. My audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. I wouldn't put my kids in front of you.
You think your kids are going to end up as...
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum.
CEO of a fast-growing outlaw enterprise. I can
Yeah, sorry, hold on one sec.
No worries.
Marcel, how's our quarterly trade acquisition campaign?
Skip. There we go.
You understand? What matters, I don't care about your opinion thereafter, it's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. When somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. Cats hate all of the people in this arena who know better that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me. Teacher, you should be sacked, and you can shut your mouth while I berate you. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down, he's not got an ounce of integrity.
Matthew,
brilliant.
That was amazing.
Brilliant.
It's my favorite part.
Absolutely brilliant.
Brutal,
Wait, you love getting flamed, Matthew? What are you talking about?
Badge of honor. What are you talking about? Nathan Oakley is such a doofus that to get a.
Well, he just highlighted. He just tore a shred off you, and now he's the doofus. Okay.
Do you even understand why he's so pissed off? I would be as well.
You got you're roboting, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
He's a doofus. Okay, you just got slammed. That's the only thing you have to say in response. Just showed me why I enjoy the show. It just tears an absolute shred off you, like I have been here, and I'm not even near on that level. So I don't know why you think that's a good thing. You're getting dunked on right now.
Matthew, you do seem like kind of a slouch glober, though. You don't even try the reciprocal zeniths or spherical excess copes or any of that sort of next level stuff.
I'm familiar with those. I think those are.
Yeah, but you're always just like satellite TV, pointing at the sky. The sun sets.
It's easy for normal people to understand.
Yeah, but you're not talking to those people, right? You're talking to people who want whatever proof there absolutely is, right? You're not just talking to Joe Blow on the street who doesn't know anything about this topic, right? So why not bring us the goods?
And are normal people dumb? Is that what you're saying? Do you think that normal people can't understand things? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that normal people aren't familiar with all these detailed arguments that go on here.
Do you think
and so,
people can't learn?
Why wouldn't you bring us?
I think you're underestimating the average person.
Yeah, I think people can learn. I think they can learn well. It takes time. So I think I understand why people might say that I said I was lying. In that clip that was played, Nathan Oakley, like, he said something like, "But it's a straight line," and I said, "Yes, it is," or "Yes." But I think because of his accent, it might have sounded to some people, if you clip that, like he said, "So you're straight lying." So I would need to listen to it.
Well,
I
we
heard
think
it as
that
lying, and I would.
we
need to
think that
listen
you're
to
lying because you're always lying.
Yeah,
That's
that's a specific thing
There's
where I
not much
said
more
yes.
to it than that, bro.
No, earlier you said that I admitted to lying, and I could see how, if you misheard that word, or maybe I misheard it, that it sounds like I'm admitting to lying to kids.
Yeah. Well, everyone still knows that you lie because you did that for like the last 2.5 hours, man.
I haven't lied. I haven't lied a single time in here.
That's a bullshit lie right there. Why would you even say that? I've never lied once today. Really?
I
So
mean,
if I
if
go
he's a
to
liar.
rewind the tape and play something back that was a lie, what are you going to say then?
Then
You're
I
just
admitted
shooting
it was a
yourself in
lie.
the foot. Oh, really? 'Cause just like you admitted it just now, right?
So,
but Matthew
implies an intent to deceive. I've never intended to deceive anyone.
Yeah, you're intentionally
Matthew,
slimy all night. Yep.
Isn't that what a liar would do, though? Is tell you they're not lying?
Yes, that
Wouldn't
is
they
what
just
a
lie
liar
about
would
that
do.
too? Yeah, there you go. So it's a lot like your Earth curve and rotation proof. You can't tell either way.
You should be in politics, bro. You got in the wrong field.
I don't like politics.
You're slimy like a politician. So
I am impressed the way you hold your shit together, though, when you're getting abused. I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah.
True.
It's easy to do because
He's a
I
big boy.
know the reason it doesn't land is because it isn't true. Like, none of it is like.
yeah, not like
however
just
many
like you
times
calling
somebody
Nathan a
says I'm-
doofus. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, however many times somebody calls me slimy, I hold.
Oh well, it
myself
seemed like
together
it
because
seemed like
it's
it hit
not
a
true.
nerve because you really wanted to speak up and deny that, even though it's
Yeah,
pretty
I get
obvious to
animated.
anyone listening. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. So you can say it, but I mean, behavior speaks loud enough. You can say you haven't lied, but everyone listening can tell that's not true.
I'll leave it to the audience.
Well, there you go. That's who it's up to anyway.
Okay, let's just try again for fun. Matthew, would you say that there's lots of proof that there's satellites flying around in space?
I like to use the word proof for logic and math. Instead, I would say it instead that there's lots of evidence for satellites in space. You can see them. You can use satellite TV. You can use GPS.
Could you post just like some of the most basic evidence, like maybe an actual photo of a satellite in space?
Nah, bro.
Does anybody have the cricket sound? Or? Cool.
This guy right here.
I got an applaud.
Yeah, so there's a satellite in front of the moon.
Not, I meant the lobby. I wasn't talking about.
Interesting. Do you know? Do they have any information as to like what satellite that is or something? So I
Yeah,
can look
it's
it
the
up.
International Space Station.
So okay, I got you. So what's your opinion on the Chinese spy balloon? Do you think that it was just one of the only balloon satellites that are up there, or do you think that they use those more than just for Chinese spy balloons?
It's a good question. I mean, it is plausible that the Chinese were launching them for weather and they got blown over the Pacific. But it is also plausible that the Chinese are trying to spy on us. So I don't know how to figure out which is the case.
I don't think that was the question. Is it plausible that the satellites are floating around on balloons and not orbiting? I think was the question.
Oh, ISS, no, it moves way too fast. I've seen...
Not the ISS, but like satellites.
Well, ISS
like does the U.S. Does
you
the
guys
US
always
also
do that?
use satellite balloons?
The U.S. uses balloons for weather research, yes.
So would weather research have a satellite attached to the balloon?
No, it would have equipment and solar panels that in similar configuration, but it wouldn't be called a satellite if it's attached to a balloon.
So would you say the defining factor between the balloon and the satellite is that the satellite is falling around Earth and the balloon is flying around Earth?
Yeah, the speed would be the main factor. Balloons just sort of float along at the same speed as the air, like at most 200 or 300 miles an hour.
And balloons have to refuel or they fall. So,
well, I mean, eventually, yes.
Yes. But satellites in orbit of a globe require a globe.
Right. And that's why I think that's
You need a globe for that.
Exists because we see satellites.
Right. Well, we think that's why that's not how that's working, because you guys can't show us the globe that it requires.
And yet you don't call it circular reasoning.
Well, no, it's your reasoning that's kind of circular because it's based on the globe that you can't see or show anybody, right?
No,
we're just going with observable reality, what's demonstrable and true, right? So we're not going to beg the question of an imaginary ball that we can't even measure or observe or look at or do anything to tangibly demonstrate, right? That's what you're doing. So that's the circular reasoning.
So you beg the question by saying the Earth is flat and therefore satellites don't exist, whereas my evidence is, hey, look, there's a satellite.
No, because we didn't assume it in the first place. We observed it that way, right? You assumed your imaginary globe in the first place and then reified it with this whole fantasy scenario of how it's got satellites and stuff orbiting it. Therefore, it is a globe. It's a nice projection.
Man, I just posted a picture of a satellite. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, we're talking about actual satellites, not the ISS.
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be like, I don't know, thousands of them, right? If not hundreds. I mean,
oh yeah,
there's got to be
lots.
Yes, I mean there should be more than just the space station, right? There should be one that's labeled as a satellite without people in it.
Yeah, of course, the ISS is the biggest and brightest, and that's why it's the easiest to see.
So what do you think? Is it orbiting a ball?
The motion matches the ball, the predicted ball motion. If you look up the path of the satellite,
that's a great affirming the consequent. Can we see the ball?
It's evidence that the story is correct. That the prediction.
Nah, it's just affirming the consequent. Let's see the ball.
I showed you a picture, but you didn't like it.
Well, it was showing curved bodies of water, and I couldn't measure one when I went to the beach. So what gives, man?
What gives is you were begging the question about the flat water and saying that therefore my picture was no good.
No. I was trying to falsify the flat water. I was doing everything I could to measure a curve, and there just was none there. What gives?
You didn't look far enough.
Well, how far is far enough? Geometrically, I thought 1.2 miles times my observer height should be enough to at least see a horizon.
It'll be more obvious the higher you get. So, 2,000 miles.
Why would that be the case, though? Because it's going to be nearer to me the lower I get. Right? The horizon will be.
The Earth is pretty big, that's why.
No, doesn't seem that big. 1.2 mile horizon at 1 foot altitude. Doesn't seem that bad. Can't find it, though.
The Earth is so big is always the go-to answer.
Because
can't find a convex body of water. Can you just show us one of those that is not in an unverifiable cartoon? Like a direct measurement of a convex body of water from the surface of Earth. Yeah, of course you can. I'm just playing.
Well, it's quiet. Is my microphone all right? I just bought a new mic and I don't know what it sounds like.
It sounds great.
It's all good.
Ah, awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, I've never seen a convex body of water, Matthew. Have you?
I have. I just showed you a picture of one.
Oh, okay. Whoops. I mean in reality. I haven't seen one in reality. Have you?
I showed you a picture that was real.
Because you say so. Were you a million miles from the Earth, personally verifying that image?
No, but the robot that took the picture was.
Okay. Yeah, so you trust a robot. All right. So, where in reality have you ever seen a convex body of water? Has that happened?
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, no. I'm right there with you, buddy. Problem. So we were talking about consistency, right? And it doesn't seem like the globe model is that consistent with reality as far as we observe and experience it.
I guess I would say that your experience of reality and your understanding of the globe are inconsistent. That's true.
But it's the same experience that you just told me you had.
Yeah, but your flawed understanding keeps you from seeing the consistency, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you just told me you had the same experience, right? Where you do not observe or experience any convex body of water anywhere, right? But you understand something, right? That makes that experience somehow match up with those cartoons that you posted.
Right.
What is that?
I understand that these pictures are real. I understand that eyewitness testimony is credible. I understand that engineering of satellites works. I mean, lots of things like that.
Well, what's this understanding based on? Just you saying so?
Things working, GPS working, sunsets. I mean, we've been over this over and over again.
I know. You just keep begging the question of all these things over and over again. You just keep saying the sun goes away, therefore it must be blocked by a curve that I can't show anybody because I've never seen a convex body of water. But trust me, bro. I know. We just keep circling around on this.
Look, when I watch the sunset, I can see the whole circle of the sun, and then a mere 6 minutes later, it's entirely gone, no matter how much I zoom in on it. So what happened to the sun?
Okay, so there is a geometric horizon?
There's something blocking the sun.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I saw the whole sun and I saw it disappear bottom up, and 6 minutes later, it's completely gone.
So what's something? Could it just be like lots and lots of air? Is that something that could be blocking the sun?
No, because it doesn't disappear gradually. It like is a sharp line that moves from the bottom to the top. Are you familiar with how sunsets work?
Oh, no, I've never seen a sunset. I've never touched grass. Yeah, so you're saying that there's something solid that's blocking it. So obviously a curve, right? A geometric horizon.
There's something solid blocking it. That's the best explanation because that's how sight works.
Okay, can you define something at least?
The ocean. Looks like the
ocean. The ocean in the form of what? A curve?
And it must be curved. It must be curved because the sun is not going into the ocean.
Okay, so we're back to the geometric horizon I didn't observe at 1.2 miles times my height in feet.
Well, I don't know about the horizon, but the curve of the ocean.
Well, no, I do, because that's the same thing. That's exactly what you're invoking, is a geometric tangent point with the observer's line of sight, right? The horizon on your sphere.
Well, yeah, that's just a single line, but like the whole sun ends up being
that
blocked.
Would be the furthest edge of the sphere, right? That I can see, right? Which is the thing that starts to physically obstruct the sun as it goes away. In your belief,
it just starts it, but below the horizon, the rest of the ocean blocks the rest of the sun. Is what I'm saying.
Right, that's where the obstruction begins, right? But if the place that it begins at doesn't exist, then the rest of it doesn't either, obviously, right? So you're going to need all of it.
No, if the horizon doesn't exist, then you're right. Then
no. You're twisting words around again. Nobody said the horizon doesn't exist. Just the horizon as it's defined by you. Your interpretation of the horizon, it being a geometric physical sphere edge, right?
Right.
That's what we're talking about. Nobody's saying the horizon isn't real. We're saying that interpretation of the horizon, we need a demonstration to back that. Right. So if you don't have that, don't have the physical demonstration of a geometric horizon, you just told me you don't have a convex body of water to show us, and that's the thing that you're invoking with sunsets, right? Pretty illogical, Matt.
I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of evidence for convex bodies of water, including sunsets, including pictures from space, including eyewitness testimony, including the way that navigation works. I mean, there's dozens of proofs, but you don't buy
It's
any
just
of them. So
weird how all the evidence is never an actual demonstration of just a convex body of water.
It's good enough for most people. I don't know.
Good enough for most people. You don't have a single demonstration of the thing that you're claiming to prove, but it's good enough.
You mean by not a single one? You mean the 6 that I listed?
No, those weren't demonstrations of the convex body of water. Because when I asked you for that, you're like, no, I've never seen that. Right? You just invoke it, right? You just induce
there's
it.
Evidence
all
that
these
it
other
exists.
things, right? Yeah. So you just infer it out of all these other things that don't necessarily tell you that it's there, and you never actually directly see it. So how do you know it's there?
I never directly.
Or how do you know it's not just a ghost you're inferring out of thin air?
Yeah, I never directly see Wi-Fi, but I can infer it through lots of different proofs.
Right, but you have physical,
I
tangible
don't have
demonstration
to
of that.
directly see something. I can use other proofs and other
Yeah,
observations.
but that's practical use now. Okay, so there's practical demonstration of that, right?
Right,
like this conversation itself.
So
being
practically go to the sunset and watch it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the sunset and watch it. If it sets over a curve, we're going to have a geometric horizon. Is that there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you say so, or because it's measured?
Because something is blocking the sun. I don't know where it is. That's the apparent horizon.
Something's
so who
blocking
knows?
the sun.
It might move up and down a little bit, but the geometric horizon is blocking it. The apparent horizon shifts a little bit due to the atmosphere.
Oh,
but it's
okay,
certainly
apparent
there.
horizon. Okay, apparent horizon. So how do you know this isn't all just apparent phenomena then?
The apparent horizon is based on the physical horizon.
That's weird. The physical horizon being the real one, the real tangible one that you don't see, and then the apparent horizon being some sort of distortion of this real one that you don't see.
Yeah, just like looking through glasses. When you see a building through your glasses, the real building is causing the light to come to you, but you see it in a slightly different place due to your corrective lenses you're wearing.
Okay, but in that case, you know that there's a building there, right? When you're seeing a distorted apparent image of a building, you know that that's what it is because you have confirmation of the building in the first place. In this case, what you're saying is distorted. You don't have any confirmation in the first place, or do you?
There's a geometric building and an apparent building, and then the same thing with the horizon.
No. See, a false equivalency again, because the building is demonstrated in the first instance. The geometric horizon isn't.
Yeah, but just claiming false equivalency doesn't prove that.
No, I didn't just claim false equivalency. I described the false equivalency
incorrectly.
No, not incorrectly, because we have validation of the building's existence in your example, right? We don't have validation of the existence of the geometric horizon, the thing that you say is being shifted and distorted in that scenario. We don't have that.
I do.
Or do we?
You don't.
Okay, where is it? Now you're going to point at sunsets again and just imagine that it has to be due to the geometric horizon. You didn't see that you said was shifted and distorted.
Look, dude, people have understood that sunsets prove the Earth is round for hundreds of years.
Did they understand that, or did they just think it for no real reason like you do?
The main reason why people throughout history have believed that the Earth is round. And
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry
when
that you don't, you can't catch up with the rest of humanity and understand something simple.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm ahead of those guys. It's not that I'm not caught up to them. I was already where they were at.
You're behind the curve.
Most of my life. I'm ahead of it. I got ahead of the curve, right? I was stuck where you guys were at for most of my life, right? But I managed to supersede the curve.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're still stuck behind it or on it, I guess. Yeah.
But I apologize. You don't need me like telling you guys that you're not understanding things correctly because the rest of the world does. So I don't need to repeat that.
Well, the rest of the world doesn't. If this is their understanding, Matthew, if it's the same understanding that you gave us here, then they don't. They don't actually have any. They just have a blind belief, right?
No. I'm sorry. I meant the rest of the world, like your friends and your family and all the people that you know in real life are already telling you all that type of stuff. So you don't need me to say it.
Right. Exactly. Everybody has this religion. It's the one that we're brought up.
I must be getting tired if I'm getting cranky, so I should probably go to bed before.
No worries.
But it was nice chatting, as always.
All right.
Stay blessed, Matthew. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. Appreciate it.
You don't have to sleep on my account.
We just got here.
I know we were hard, but have a good night. He left. He's gone.
It's enough of that.
The hell?
He didn't want me to say sorry. It's all good.
So many circles of imagination going on there.
Yeah, you got a couple of Globers in there. First Matthew, and then New McCall. And who else we got in there? It's been a pretty lively day today.
Yeah.
First we got some triggered flat earthers, and then we got some triggered globe earthers. Ah, hell, bro. Earlier, I mean, I was on my lunch break, and I think his name was Truther. He was so lucky that I couldn't stay on.
Yeah, we had to grill him a little bit more after you left, but yeah.
Appreciate you, man, because you know I don't roll like that, man. We don't do that up in here, man. You say something that, well, NASA said X, Y, and Z. I'm like, hold on a second. Would you like it if somebody misrepresented you? Even if, listen, NASA's full of shit. I understand that, and they say a bunch of dumb things too. But if they said that exact thing that gentleman said, then please post it up there so I can see it. I'd like to at least make some confirmation they said that. But we got white knights in there saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say you caused a little bit of a stir because, like, the other dude was trying to say that you said that they don't say this, and like, what's so funny is I don't know if you were listening after you left, but AI made the case perfect for you. I don't know if you were listening, but he dropped it.
No, I actually had
what you were saying.
Yeah. The thing is, I wasn't upset, but then when they started getting some knives out for me, then it was like, oh, don't come at me with your daggers, man, because I'm gonna stab you with my katanas. Like, you don't like that. It's not gonna feel great.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke. Yeah.
Yeah, you really don't, man. I'm like, settle down, pumpkin. Like, you're barking up the wrong tree right now. I was looking at the clock. I was like, oh shit, man, I can't stay on here any longer. I was already late. But no, it's just I think what happens is because, I mean, of course, everybody wants to like dog on NASA, and I'm with that, dogpile them, whatever. But if they didn't say something, it's just like, come on, guys, we can't do that, Like, if they did say it, then by all means, like, unleash the beast. But you know how it is. We gotta have our game in here has got to be tight. If somebody comes in here, it's especially one of these globe earthers like New McCall or Matthew, freaking, they start saying something, and he got cranky with Heretic just a while ago. He's lucky that as soon as I popped in here, I was like, nah, don't leave, man, stay.
Yeah, he was getting upset.
And
that's good.
I like him that way. I like him upset. Because that's his true nature, though, Heretic. That is the way he was displaying, that's exactly how he feels. He wants to feel that way, but he's suppressing it every time he comes in here. It's the Mr. Nice Guy is a facade.
Exactly.
Before he just left, that's his real self. That's
cracking the facade.
Yeah, I know. And keep chipping at it, man. You're doing a great job. Like, yeah, that's what I like. I like to hear him like angry, because if he really wants to get down to it, like, and you pull out all the stops, he wants to tell you all kinds of bitches and hoes. That's what he's gonna do.
Yep. Pull that clown wig.
For real.
Take that mask off. Let's see who's underneath.
Yeah. I bet he's probably one of the biggest demons in here that we got.
Bro, and like masking as a nice guy too,
That's the most deceptive, sly way to do it. Yeah, that's like high level deception, right?
Yep.
Where you come posing as a nice gentleman that everybody can like, a nice friendly person, You're gonna sell your stick a lot better that way than if you come in like guns blazing.
Yep. Everybody's like, I like Matthew Learns. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, see,
everybody can hug on him and kiss on him. They can like him at parties. He goes to flat Earth meetups. I'm like, if I'd see him, I'd dude, in real life, I would still be in his face. I would, dude. I would be like, dude, you're just nothing but a freaking liar and you're pretender clown. You're joining us right now because you just want to like dig on us, like whatever we're saying, because what he just told you right now, I bet you he wouldn't do that at the Flat Earth meetup. 100% he wouldn't do that at the Flat Earth meetup, because that's where he's going. He's going to the Flat Earth meetup, and he's going to meet up with some people. But what he told you tonight, Heretic, like all your friends and family, it's okay. They all know the Earth's a globe, so I'm cool with it. Like, what's that all about, man? Like, well, you know what?
He's
what's
spiraling.
yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
real.
I mean, yeah, it shows that he's coming unhinged. He's losing it. He's losing the ball.
We gotta let him. We gotta let him a few more rounds with CB, man. CB will just coax it out of him.
He doesn't.
I can't
Yeah,
wait.
you're right. He doesn't crack like that usually. He usually keeps the polite demeanor and stuff up through most of the conversation. So I think he's a little more triggered today than usual because he was on Nathan Oakley too.
Oh, was he? Oh yeah, Nathan.
I think he's pissed off today. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
He
I
had
was
to let off
talking
some
mad
steam.
shit to him as well.
Yep. Get some
Was
shots in of his own.
Oh, I didn't hear the Nathan. What would possess him? Like, I know he's a masochist, but like, what would possess him to go to Nathan's? Like, Nathan just, Nathan, the way he runs his thing.
Yeah, totally. Well, Nathan covered his video, and he just couldn't help himself but to go in there and try to defend it.
Oh yes. Perfect.
Yeah. So I mean, it just went exactly as you'd expect. He just got
I know.
shredded.
Tongue lashing like you wouldn't even believe, huh?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love it.
The other guy that was in there was trying to set him up as well. Did you see the messages in the live chat that he sent?
Oh, on Nathan's or here?
No, on Nathan's. Another guy jumped in there and he was playing silly and he was trying to set Nathan up, but he got booted. But yeah, he went on a bit of a rant in the chat, saying he's going to finish him off and shut everything down and make complaints on every channel and YouTube he's on.
Oh, is he what do you call those guys? Cancel culture? Is he part of them? He just wants to cancel everybody.
Yeah, he apparently cancelled someone else as well, but I don't know who that was. I'm going to try and find the screenshot.
Those guys are a scourge, man. If you see those guys, immediately ban and delete them. Like, they need to be like immediately removed of every forum. Like Bob the Science Guy, if you ever see him anywhere, ban his ass on every platform you see him, and it'll make every moderator aware that he's one of those guys. He's a part of cancel culture. He doesn't want to see any of the flat earthers or anything. Like, he wants to just go in and destroy channels. That's what he tried doing here. So
Actually,
get rid of his ass.
I think I can post it. I'll post it in the live stream text.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, CB holding it down, man. Heretic coming in with the left blow.
Good times.
Yeah, I was smiling, dude, when I was listening to you, Heretic. I was like, hell yeah. I was bobbing my head like, what's his face on that meme? That GIF? Bobbing his head. That was me. Because I'm driving home from work. I was like, damn.
Just trying to stay patient with him and let him be the one cracking.
Yes, dude, I was just saying, bro, there's nothing beats going back and forth with Central, bro. A little tag team all day. It's like my favorite thing to do.
All we need is Numacall to unmute, and let's go, Numacall. You're next on the chopping block.
I just posted that in the live chat.
Huh? Oh, you did? Thank you.
Rube Noxious.
I'll have to check it out. See what's crack-a-lacking.
Numacall, do you approve of Matt's globe proof?
Which ones?
Any of them.
I need to take a look. This video is an example.
Well,
Well, I mean, one of his main ones is just sunsets.
Yes.
He just says that the sun sets, therefore it's a ball. Do you think that's enough?
Yes.
Really? You don't think you missed a few steps there?
I think you guys compare the sunset with perspective is nonsense.
Okay, so you're aware of a curvature measurement that's been done to validate this idea that a ball, like the sun goes over a curve.
Yes.
All right, which one?
We go around the same thing always, Heretic. Just get to the point, please.
That was the point.
So,
Looks like you're trying to skate past it.
you know the measure, you know the globe.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I've never been
precise.
presented with a measurement for the globe.
Okay.
Never.
That's
I've been
so
presented with measurements of other things from which a globe is then interpreted. Never been presented with any kind of a globe measurement. No.
So you don't accept Eratosthenes, not even Al-Biruni, and that's it.
Well, what's to accept? I mean, they make assumptions that they're on a globe in the first place, right? They measure something else. They'll measure a shadow, right? Because they're assuming the globe in the first place. They'll say, well, that shadow indicates this much curvature. Then they'll just calculate a preconceived circumference that they just imagined and never actually directly demonstrated in the first place.
Al-Biruni didn't measure any shadow. You're just...
He used the horizon.
Yes.
Is the horizon geometric?
So you want to debunk Al-Biruni with that kind of argue?
Well, it seems like it's pretty self-debunking if the horizon isn't geometric. Like it has to be if he's actually getting the geometry of the horizon from his angle measurements to it.
Okay, so my guess is you can do better, right?
No, I can't because there's no curvature to measure, so no, I wouldn't be able to do any better.
But if there's only flat water, you can measure the flat water, right?
Yeah.
So that's it. Show me.
Which is what we measure. Flat water.
Really?
Well, have you ever seen a body of water that was anything other than horizontal on its surface when at rest?
Yes.
Okay, where? Can you just show us that?
When I see a ship going away.
Okay, how did you know that the body of water was actually not horizontal, though, at rest?
Because if there is just a horizontal surface, the ship will go by perspective and will get smaller and smaller and smaller, then disappear.
My man,
it does get
my
smaller.
man pulled out the ships. My man pulled out the ships go over the horizon. Wow.
So what he's saying then is that we must have a geometric horizon.
I think he needs to do better than that.
I'm saying by perspective that you guys are invoking.
Okay, I get it. Perspective's
will
not good
never
enough. Okay, I get your claim. I get your claim. Perspective's not good enough. We need a geometric horizon to explain this. That's it, right?
Yes. The last
Okay.
filter that I talk about, he showed some kind of refraction with perspective who make this kind of effect.
That's nice.
Disappearing the bottom first.
Okay, that's great. So we need a geometric horizon for it. So who measured that?
I've said so.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni.
Yeah, neither of them measured that.
Okay,
Right?
you don't accept my answer, so
Well, your
let's
answer is
let's move on. Let's move on.
Well, they're not the thing that I asked for, though, right? Because Eratosthenes, he just measured shadows, right? Just assuming a globe in the first place, right? So it doesn't actually tell us anything about whether it's a globe in the first place. Al-Biruni is also assuming the horizon's geometry, right? He doesn't actually know that in the first place either, right?
One question, Heretic. You can get your own assumption that there is a flat Earth and make the Eratosthenes test to know the distance
No,
of the sun,
that
right?
wouldn't help me because I don't know it's a globe in the first place because shadows diverge on both curved and flat surfaces. So how would I tell which one that I'm on just from a shadow alone?
No, I'm just saying if he measured the distance from the sun on a globe Earth. You guys can measure the distance from the sun in a flat Earth, right?
Don't worry about a flat Earth, brother. You're supposed to be defending a curved Earth, boats going over a hill of water.
Nobody
so you
cares
about
about
that.
flat Earth.
So don't
Nobody
worry about
cares.
yes.
Yeah,
So then
you're trying to
bring it
get
up
off
then.
the hook there.
Yeah. Don't
He's trying to
bring it
get
up
off the
then,
hook
Numa.
because
Yeah.
you're
So
claiming
don't
that we
bring it
need
up,
a geometric horizon, right? For
I'm
boats
just
to
asking.
right? You're
You
saying
are
that we need a
saying
geometric. Look, you're
we
trying to get off
cannot
the hook.
fly.
You're trying to deflect, right? You're trying to turn it around to our burden now, right? Because you just told us a minute ago that perspective's not good enough. We're going to need a geometric horizon for boats to disappear, and now you're trying to get away from that, right?
No, I'm
You gave
just
us two things that
responding
don't
to
actually
your claim.
demonstrate it, right? And then
Your
when
claim
you
We don't
is
have a
that,
claim.
yes,
No, excuse me, Numa. Excuse me, Numa. No, we don't have a claim. You just said no
Yes,
one
you
cares
have.
about flat Earth. So anyway, no, we don't. Excuse me.
No, you have.
So don't worry about. Sorry, don't worry about trying to misrepresent our position. Why don't you just defend your position that boats go over a hill of water? So don't worry
Okay.
about reversing the burden. We don't have any claim. You have the claim.
First of all, I don't have to mispresent your kind of model because you guys don't have a model. First of all,
There you go. So
right?
don't worry about it then. So why don't you just go and tell us how boats go over?
I don't worry. It's the true. I don't have to worry about the true.
Yeah, don't worry about your straw man. Just go ahead and defend this
No, it's
hill
not-
of water that boats go over.
It's not
I don't know,
a
you
straw
sound like you
man.
don't want
He
to
said-
defend that claim.
No, he said the Eratosthenes.
Is there a reason why you
experiment-
don't want to tell us about this? Your claim?
Okay, can I? He just said Eratosthenes is not a valid experiment to show the curvature of
Even
the.
Matthew said it wasn't.
So,
it's not even an experiment. It's a measurement of shadows.
I'm asking, can we measure the shadows in a flat Earth and get some results?
Don't worry about a flat Earth. You just said 2 seconds ago no one cares about flat Earth. So instead of reversing the burden to something you said no one even cares about, let's get back to the claim that you said boats go over a hill of water. So focus
you
on
guys
that.
don't accept
Instead of,
my-
excuse me. Instead of sprinting away from that claim, we're not going to let you. You can tell us about that claim and then prove it. So don't worry about flat Earth. Don't worry about strawman. Don't worry about anything else. You're supposed to be defending this claim. So let us know when you have proof of that.
So that's easy for you guys, right?
No, it should be easy for you. This is your claim.
You're trying to turn your claim into ours, buddy.
if you
You
guys
want us to
have no
defend
claim-
something about the stuff that you brought to us, right? You brought us the shadows. Now you want us to tell you a story about those, but that was always your story in the first place to defend, not ours, right?
So you guys have no model, nothing,
Don't
no
worry.
story,
Notice how you're sprinting away from your claim.
and there's no way
You
to
just said 2
falsify
seconds
that,
ago,
right?
Excuse me. 2 seconds ago, you said no one cares about flat Earth, but you
You
seem to
just
care a lot about
interrupt me and said, "Excuse me, sorry, guys."
Yeah,
well, that's
so-
just
so
an
I've
argument
already-
from ignorance.
I've made the point very clear. Oh, he's gone.
I bounced. All right, another one spirals out.
He was desperate to run away from that claim. No, but tell me about a flat Earth that no one cares about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, let's get off of his claim, his argument. Let's make this about us and what we claim. Yeah, don't fall for that. I mean, I know you don't, CB, but just like anybody.
No, you're good. It's just funny, dude. Like, it's not like we can all sit here and listen to what you're trying to do. You made the claim about boats going over the curve. That's proof. So now you want to like talk about flat Earth models and this, that, and the other. Nah, focus on what you're claiming.
Yeah.
Was that Faust Thanos?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
okay.
on and off. Yeah.
He left because I said excuse me. Sorry.
I mean, he always spirals out in the end. He says stuff. He doesn't really know anything about it.
He left because you guys gave him that smoke.
Yeah.
Smoking that
I
dude.
don't want that smoke, dude.
And what? Eric, you lighting your feet tonight or what? Damn, bro, you got that fancy footwork. You and CB, what have y'all been doing, man? Y'all using these guys as crash test dummies, punching dummies, or what?
Yeah, basically.
Hey, shout out to Fun Guy. He just joined the chat. What's up, Fun Guy?
Not much. Just got home from work.
Right on, man. I did the same thing. That's like 2 a.m. over. Well, yeah, it's 2 a.m. over here.
Yeah, I think it's about 6 o'clock here at night.
Freaking, what was that last guy's name? He was under Numa.
Yeah, Numacall this time, but it's Faustano, same guy.
I'm gonna change his nickname back to Faustanos. I don't like his switching, all this switching around with names. He's Faustanos from now on.
That's who he is.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Another fun thing to do is just to ask him to detail any of these methods that he comes up with. Like, tell us what Alberuni actually did. That's another case where he's going to spiral.
He doesn't know. That's his claim. He didn't know.
No, he usually just deflects and then tries to get us to make some kind of claim, gets mad, and then leaves.
Well, yeah, I won't use it on him. I'll wait. I'll let you guys. I'm gonna melee on him on some other shit. But he's more of he's Jenna's punching bag too. So, right, Jenna? I don't think she's here. Timbo, what's up, man? What time is it over there? It's morning time. You getting ready for work?
Yeah, I'm here, y'all. I'm muted out right now.
Hey, your punching bag just left.
Oh, was it my friend Faustanos?
Yeah, your buddy.
Dang.
My buddy. My buddy.
He gives up way too quick.
Yeah, he's a cheap date.
I'm disappointed. We chased them all out of here.
They can't handle the heat, so they run out of the kitchen.
Oh, look out, man! We got to make room for Heretic, man. He's the guy tonight. He's filling his oats right now.
Yeah, it was time to get some reps in tonight, I felt.
Yeah, it seemed like it, man. Good stuff.
Stepping in with that sumo energy. Like, come on, bring it. Step in the ring.
CB just laying in the cut, man. He's just like, I'm gonna come in there and help you out every now and again. I'll slip in that right hook.
He and I have been trying to get this other guy to join VC, but he's a keyboard warrior. He's hiding behind the screen. He says he's well, he acts like he's shy. I won't say what he said, but he's acting shy.
Oh, customized.
Oh, customized?
Yeah.
That's a
Is he in here?
Another one.
Somebody get his ass in here. He said he wanted to give me some smoke.
Yeah. He keeps saying, "Let me talk to Mayhem. I want to talk to Mayhem."
Yeah.
Why does Mayhem always chicken out? He keeps chickening out. Like he comes in here for like 2 minutes. He's like, "Oh, yeah, my phone dropped the call," and has all these excuses.
Oh, I got him. He's mine. When he comes back, hopefully he gets enough. He gets sturdy. He wants to come in here.
Isn't it funny when they?
I'm gonna roast him properly.
Look, they'll act like you're afraid, right? Because they'll demand that you give them permission to post pictures and do whatever else and act like you're afraid. But then when you're like, hey man, come to VC and come chat, and maybe we'll give you permission, you'll be able to post stuff later, but come talk first. And they're too scared to come in as though they're afraid of a microphone and a freaking speaker. Dude, it's a speaker and a microphone, and you own it. It's your speaker and microphone. You can turn it off if you want to. What are you afraid of?
Well, there's a couple of things, man, because every phone has a microphone, because otherwise it wouldn't be a phone, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's one. Number two, there's dollar stores everywhere. You can go get a mic for super cheap. So there isn't any excuse unless... I mean, if somebody's on the internet, obviously they have some kind of money. You can go to your couch cushions and find at least $1 and go to the dollar store and get you a mic. Come on. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's just crazy how many Globers there are out there who can't communicate with people over the internet on voice.
Indeed.
Like, how do they do everything else that they need to do every day?
You took the words out of my brain. It's like, do you guys not go out and like speak with people outside? What the hell's going on, man?
You don't live in 2023 and not have a working microphone. Bullshit.
Dude, imagine rolling up to someone face to face. You're like, hey, can you, they're like trying to talk to you. Like, hey, what's going on? You're like, can you like, point to your phone, like, text me. It's like, what? What's going on?
They're trying to sign language. You get what I'm saying?
Imagine having only a pager in 2023, and you just don't have a microphone or so. That's what these people act like. They just simply can't. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, well, regardless, they got phones.
Exactly, Flying High, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like saying my dog ate my homework. Like, stop. Like,
Yeah. The dog ate my Horizon. Sorry about that. We'll have it next week.
Hey, shout out to the new people in there, Flying High. I haven't spoken to you, man. So yeah, good to see new people.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm chilling with two globies right now. They're my friends, okay? One of them.
Similar.
Hello?
Are you gonna tell him to come on? Tell him to come on the mic, dude. Hand him the mic.
Yeah, he's here. He's claiming that he's a former flat earther.
I'm not claiming. I'm telling you.
He's telling us he's a former flat earther.
Claiming just like.
All right. He's saying he's a former flat earther, right? And what was your question, bro?
Why?
His question is why.
Why what? Why what?
You can answer that any way you want. I'm just asking why. I'm a former.
Yeah, I know why.
So let me set it up. I'm a former flat earther, and I'm asking.
That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit right there. That's some bullshit right there.
Okay, you know what? Then I'm not talking to you then. Yo, I ain't talking to you then.
Oh,
so I'm talking to somebody else.
Relax.
You said bullshit. I don't know you. I ain't saying anything you said.
Relax, bro. Chill out.
Calm down. Calm your tone. It's okay.
Relax, dude. Have a beer. Dude, have a beer. Relax, bro. I'm saying this bullshit because, like, check it out. If it was really true that you were a former flat earther, then you would have like some real hard evidence against what we have to say here. So we're saying flat and stationary, but you said right now that you're a former, meaning that all of what we're saying right now you're denying wholeheartedly. It means that you got some hard evidence. So I'm curious because none of us in here for 8 years we talked to like cosmologists, astrophysicists, everybody. No one has brought us evidence, but you somehow have found this. So I'm calling bullshit until you say, okay, look, here's the evidence. You got it right here. So now I want you to present to me the hard evidence that you got to say that the Earth is not flat and stationary.
Are you finished?
If you got a globe curvature,
are you finished?
I'm waiting. I'm just
no.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring it.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till you do your spiel. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no, I'm just spiel. What I'm saying. I'm trying for you to understand. Everybody in here.
I feel what you're saying.
All right, so
but that's not where we are in this conversation. Hold on, that's where we are in this. Hold on. I let you speak. That's not where we are in this conversation, sir. So my friend, hold on. I'll slow down and I'll show you why. That's where we are. The response to why. I know what you assume, but or can capitulate or whatever through the question I asked. That's okay, but that's not where we are. I'm asking why, and I'm just asking that simple question. And maybe there's more answers in you answering why than you asking me why not. All right? Because, like I said, I'm former. So if I'm former, that means I was there. So it's not about what got me out. All right? Because that's what you're interested in. I don't care what you're interested in. Because that's not where
I'm. You were never in to begin with, just so you know.
Pardon me?
So you were never a flat earther to begin with. So that's pretty obvious.
Hey, you know what? You are welcome to feel any way that you feel. And I'm going to say
that's like saying I knew Santa Claus wasn't real and then I went back.
Okay. I'm out of this.
That doesn't happen.
Hold on. I listen to whoever's speaking. So, and there's multiple people. So listen, if you don't want to believe whatever, that's okay. Right? So for all those people that don't believe anything about me, I want to hear no fucking response from you because I don't believe anything you have to say. Any other person?
Man.
Hold on. Any other person? Hold on.
Bro,
any other
okay,
person?
but if I told you that I used to know Santa wasn't real and then I went back, sorry.
Hey,
hold up, but why you gotta get in your feelings about this? Why you gotta get in your feelings about this? This ain't about feelings.
I'm not getting my feelings. I asked a question and I was like,
hold up, man. Screw some feelings right now. What we need is some hard evidence. If you ain't got no hard evidence, man, you're just talking smoke. They're smoking mirrors. They ain't shit. They ain't shit, man. They ain't shit. So bring the evidence. That's all I'm saying. If you talk about your feelings and you don't feel right, so what?
Are you finished?
First of all,
Yeah,
I'm not.
evidence.
Are you finished? Are you willing to let somebody respond to what you say, or are you just
you
are you
are a guest here, so
are you just talking at me? Because if you're just talking at me, then you know what? I'll back out.
Bro, you ain't bringing no evidence. You ain't bringing no evidence.
Hey man, hey listen, my boy said something, and you know what? That's the only reason why.
Kick Deeks.
Deeks said something to me, and you know what? I was willing to talk. I'll talk about my feelings. Yo, your hostile motherfuckers that attack me as soon as I open up my mouth. Yo, honestly.
Really? Well, we always about.
Hey, wait. Wait, how do you know what I'm saying before what comes out of my mouth? Yo,
because you're not the first person to come here.
Hold on, but I'm not the. Hold on, but I haven't even finished what I'm saying. So how do you know what I'm saying? Anytime you have anybody there that's willing to have some intellectual discourse, yo, I'm good. I'm game.
Okay, one at a time.
It's okay.
Let him talk.
Nobody's willing to have intellectual discourse, so that's okay.
Bro, okay.
Hell yeah, we are.
Restart, Mickey. Restart. Go ahead, Mickey.
Go ahead, Candies. Look, check it, man. Look, every time people come in here, and look, we get this all the time.
I didn't come in here, by the way.
All right, man. It's not about. Hold up, man. It's not about you. It's not about you right now. Just 1 second. Let me get through here. A lot of people that come in here, Mayhem, but they call me Miggy.
Go ahead,
man. Listen, a lot of people come in here and they come in with I used to be a flat earther, but I went back to the globe, and it not like you, right? Because you said something else, but they come out saying some other stuff, and then we're here talking about like, okay, so they said they were flat earther, we hear them, but now what we're asking from those guys, or for anybody else that says I was a flat earther before and I am not now, what we're asking for is what made you turn back into the globe, because obviously we understand something very clearly.
How did I get back to where I was?
Yeah, peer pressure, right? Because there's a lot of people like, man, you stupid. Why are you thinking the Earth's flat and that shit? Like all teachers and everybody tell you that. And then, so there's a lot of pressure. We know that, all right? So we already know that. So we asked the question: what brought you to the globe? Yeah, it's me.
Oh my god, dude.
Hey yo, I know you. Hey, listen, this is my boy. Yo, I definitely like to speak to you another day. I like it's late here, but I definitely like to have some words with you another day, brother. Definitely.
Yeah, you can.
I'm just gonna say something real quick.
Real shit. Yo,
I'm gonna say something real quick. If you're an ex-flat earther, if you are,
can you break down? Can you just break it down?
Excuse me, gentlemen. Can we let the ladies speak for one moment?
I know. Sorry, guys. Can you break it down to my homie, like in simple terms, like? Can you give me the three-step program real quick?
Step 1, calm down.
Thank you, Ethergris.
There's a lot of energy going on, King D's, but yeah, I'm gonna hit that up for you, man, real quick. If your boy's ready to listen, I'm gonna tell him, listen, you don't have to respond because I know
he's listening. Yeah, he's listening.
All right, so my boy King D's is there. All right, check this out. Right, number 1, the first point that we have is curvature. Now you don't have to answer it because I can know there's a high energy right now. So. Number 1, curvature. So if we're talking about who has measured the Earth's curvature from any time in history, now I want you to think about this question, right? Any time in history, who has measured the curvature of the Earth? We ask this for everybody that comes in here. Anybody who's claiming or it went back to the globe or whatever, we're asking them. If somebody's actually measured the Earth's somebody's actually measured the curvature of the Earth, then that answer would be given to me, and you'd say, like, look, it was this guy, this is the citation, this is where that person said it, and this is a demonstration to show you that you can measure the
old thing. That's a new thing.
Say what?
Curvature ain't that ain't an old thing. The answer ain't an old answer. That's a new answer if there's ever one. Because curvature wasn't even really talked about before in the past.
No, these guys are talking about 2,000 years ago. They settled the idea that the Earth already has this. Like, people always tell us, man, the Greeks already knew that the Earth has curvature for like 2,000 years. So they tell us this information, right? Like, I'm talking about like history and shit. So they give us all this stuff. People nowadays will claim whatever they claim about nowadays of rockets and shit, but we're talking about a long time ago. So anytime, I'm talking about from way back when them guys were saying that shit till today. Like, how have they measured the Earth's curvature?
Can I ask you a question? How old is the Earth?
Hold up, man. But like what I'm saying is, we're going to get into all that stuff later. I think right now what we're going to focus on is if anybody's ever done what I'm asking, right? So if anybody's ever measured the Earth's curvature, then you're going to find out, like, okay, it was this guy, his name is such and such, or a group of people or whatever, and you can point us to those guys, and then we'll figure out what they did, the demonstration for that. But if you don't know any of that information, all you can say is, well, I don't know. And then I'll accept that as like, okay, my man don't know. We're just going to go to the next question. But like with King D's being there, like you can be honest right now. If you don't know who's measured the curvature of the Earth, I'll just say I don't know, and we'll go to the next question.
No. Listen, like as far as I'm concerned, like if anything, from what I can remember, it's been a minute since I've been I've been in the deep end. We all did. But what I will say is this: is like the curvature of that's a new thing. That's not an old thing. Like if anything, who was measuring? Hold on. What I'm saying is like 2,000 years ago, they weren't measuring no curvature of the Earth.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. But like
just like hold on, if I could say something, just like the stars and the moon and the sky, there's lots of shit that's measured now that wasn't even thought about back then.
Like, all right, cool. All right, let's say back then they didn't get it right, but so anytime, even in recent history, like like as you say today, has anybody measured the Earth's curvature today? Like I'm talking about anyone that you could think of, a company, a person, whoever. And if you could name that, either you know or you don't know. So you're gonna either tell me right now, you know or you don't know.
Hold on. Actually, what I would say to you is this: is that I'm not sure, but I could get back to you on that.
Yeah, you don't know, so that's fine. It's cool if you say you don't know.
I don't know, but I would have to get back to you on that. Like I said, it's been a long time. I've been in the deep end.
That's great. So let me
come back with an answer. I'd either come back with hold on. I'd either come back with an answer this or not or nothing.
All right. I get you, man. But like, listen, for right now, you don't know, right? At this point, right now. Okay.
No problem.
So next question, right? So we're going to talk about, first is the curvature. Second one is axial rotation. The Earth spinning on its axis. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis for about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So they're telling us the Earth's rotating, right? So this is what they're saying. So now what we need to know, because this is a question for everyone who's listening, even on YouTube. If somebody has measured the rotation of the Earth, or there's a device that actually knows how it can be measured, I need to know who's done it and how can it be done, and so that we can verify that information to be true, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So if you know this information, if you know who's done it, or people or organization, I don't care, then tell us and then follow up by who's done it and all that. Or if you don't know, just say I don't know, and then we can skip to the last question.
Sure, I don't know. Just for the record.
Okay.
Now, hold on, can I? So.
Go ahead.
Y'all were in deep conversation before these came in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so one, apologize. I know. So that's not the way that the introduction for this, because like, yo, if me and my boys are talking deep in something and someone come in, yo, it's gonna be fire, bro. It's gonna be fire.
I know. So, it's high energy. I get it. It's high energy, but like, now check it out.
I just want to say, yo, I didn't understand where I was coming into, and I didn't. I like, sorry for anybody I offended, but you know what, like, I'm about intellectual discourse. I don't mind talking about stuff, but I have no problem with that.
All right, man, I get you. Yeah, it's the nature of the beast. I'm already used to it, so it's no biggie to me. All right, so let's go to the last question. So there's one more question.
Go ahead. Then I have a question.
There's one more question. Yeah, that's fine. So the third question is the vacuum of space. So we're going to talk about how we can have gas pressure without a container, right? They're telling us that the Earth is an open system. The globe Earth, right? The globe Earth is an open system where matter and energy can exchange outside of this known system. Rockets can leave the Earth. Rovers can land on Mars. Satellites can go north or
something belt.
Yeah. Let me just finish. Yeah. We're talking about stuff that's man-made. How people can leave the Earth and so forth. Like when they can send things outside of the Earth and so on. So they're telling us that when you leave the Earth, you enter into the vacuum of space, right? So what we're finding out here is that we have gas pressure where you and I are right now. It's about 14 psi on the ground level. So you and I are breathing the gas, right? The air. So it's 14 psi. So our lungs are we're breathing the air in and out. But as you go higher in elevation, you already know it gets harder to breathe, right? This is common sense. You already should know this. So as you get higher in elevation, but they're saying when you get really high up, then you can't breathe at all because it's a vacuum up there. So the higher you go, you enter into a vacuum when you leave the Earth and so on. So what we're dealing with now is a situation where a gas pressure is staying on Earth without a container. So what we need to understand, and how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Because in every instance that we have gas pressure here on Earth, there is a container. Like, let's say, for example, if you want to have gas pressure inside, I'll give you one example so that you can understand what I'm saying. So if you put air in your tire, like in your car, you need to have the tire is the container for the air pressure, in order for you to have pressure inside, right? But if you release the nozzle on that tire, the air is going to rush out. And in which direction does the air rush out? Any and all directions, right? So we understand this is common sense. It should be for everybody that gas pressure needs a container. So in every instance, the antecedent
common sense is not common. Continue.
Well, that's fine. But so what we're discovering here is that gas pressure needs a container. So, but like I said before, the Earth being a globe doesn't have a container. So the question is, how can we have gas pressure without a container? So if you can answer that, if you know, or if you don't know, that would be great.
Don't know. So, okay. So is that your last question?
Yeah, that would be the last one. But let me wrap it up real quick before you ask your question, okay? So the Earth being like a rock floating in space, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and hurtling through the vacuum of space is just a belief right now for you. You don't know it to be true, because if you did, all the questions that I asked you would have been supported by the information that should have been given readily if you knew that the Earth was a globe. So I'm just demonstrating. I'm just demonstrating right now, just as a demonstration. Yeah, just as a demo. Hold on, let me finish. Just as a demonstration that the information that should have been supported with a sturdy claim, or with a sturdy evidence, you didn't have that.
The things that you brought forth, not myself. That you brought forth.
All I'm saying is that I demonstrated that to the audience listening, so they can understand that you weren't just saying that you have some information I'm not listening to. I'm saying I asked you the questions, the three main claims of the globe, and you didn't have the evidence to support it. So now it's very clear that it's a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe. That's it. Now you can ask your question if you want.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, y'all went way too far. So that's not whatever. So whatever your questions that you asked me, whatever the direct questions that you asked me, honestly, they suit your need, but they facilitate nothing from my side. So now, all right, because like I said, I didn't realize I was getting into a conversation that y'all were in deep conversation, and so now I'm basically, there was a stream, I got into it, and I'm going with the flow. So now, I want to ask you about Antarctica. What about what do you think about Antarctica? Yeah. Oh, by the way, I know about Operation High Jump and understand some things. Like I said, I've been there. I'm just asking you about Antarctica. What is Mayhem? What is your?
What's my take on it? Well, as far as we know, it's an area that people have gone
not
to.
Not we. You. You asked me directly, and I answered me. So I want you to answer directly, please.
I'm answering directly. I'm saying as far as we know.
You said we.
Yeah,
brother, you said we.
People, everyone. Like I would say, everyone. There's common knowledge when it comes to this. So I'm not going to speak for everybody in the room, but I'm saying common knowledge as what's been given to us as like what Antarctica is, because I haven't been there. I'm saying so. The common knowledge is.
I'm not asking you for common knowledge. I'm asking you what you asked me what I thought. I'm asking you what you think. I'm not asking you what you judge me. I'm asking you what you think. You asked me direct question for me, because I could give you a different answer.
Yeah, since I haven't been there, I'm gonna tell you.
Now what common knowledge is, because common knowledge is not always what the common person thinks. So you might have some different perspective. That's all I'm asking.
Well,
I'm asking
Thinking something and knowing something are two different things.
From what I've heard and what I've seen on videos and stuff, it looks like a cold place. It's cold, you know, and obviously I've heard that people have gone there and built bases there, and you know they're studying whatever it is they study in Antarctica. But I can't verify that because I've never been to that place. So what I can tell you is the only thing that I've heard from, like, you know, what people have said about it. They wrote in books and things like that, but I haven't been there myself, so I can't verify what I'm saying. The only thing, because I'm being honest with you, like the only thing that I know right now is what they're telling me about it.
I respect that. I respect that. What I want to ask you is this: you haven't been to. Listen, I'm not trying to listen. I'm only challenging you on what you said, not the whole flat Earth shit. All right. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you're still there. Okay. I'm not. No. I'm just trying. I'm just. I'm just curious. If you haven't been to, how are you? What's the word I'm looking for? How are you so sure about what you said to me before?
What about Antarctica?
No, not about Antarctica. About the 3 questions that you asked me. How are you? Because I'm confused. How are you so headstrong about that? Like,
yeah.
And then I asked you a question. And I'm just asking. I'm just asking. It's not. I'm not here. Listen. He didn't bring no ringer in to try to fuck with y'all or whatever. Like I said, he been talking to me about it. I told him I was there, and I don't even really talk to him about it. And actually, to be honest with you, I got hoodwinked into this conversation, but you know I'm all right to be in it. I'm all right to be in the conversation because I tell him no. All right, so this is the most I've talked about it in a little while, and which I'm willing to.
Yeah, Mickey, we were just talking about it earlier, and then I just kind of threw him in here, you know.
So I didn't know where I was at.
I get it, man. No, I get it, but listen, like sometimes it's good to not know what's going on, and then like that way you can think about it later. But the reason why.
Listen. Many years ago, I was here. I was where y'all were. To be honest with you, somebody said something earlier. Why I'm not there? I'm not gonna express that to somebody because the reason. Hey, yo, it's like y'all. Most of y'all that's in this group, who are however many y'all grew up with religion. Y'all might not be there now, right? And I'm not gonna. But what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna get somebody out of something that like I might have found. I might have found my path or had my path or whatever way led me out. But that's not somebody else's. I don't judge nobody for being where they at. Like I said, I've been with. It's like I was a crackhead once too. No disrespect, but for all that the reference, I'm not judging because I felt like as soon as as soon as I came in here. I felt I was judged, and some people were
so Mickey, it's Deeks here. I was telling my homie Mac here that like, yo, once you go flat, you never go back. So that's how the whole argument started.
Yeah, you don't go back, but like some people have their ideas of why they want to go back, but it's never because they understood the Earth to be flat and stationary. It was only because, like I mentioned, the reasons why. Sometimes it's peer pressure. Sometimes they just give up because it's too hard to be in this situation, like where you have to keep telling people the truth. Like there's a lot of reasons why people just leave.
Oh, trust me. I understand and I understand and agree with you. I understand and agree with you on that for and that goes for many things. Definitely. Not only that,
but it's never because of the evidence. That's what my point was. It's never because there was some hard evidence that was shown. Like maybe you've seen like, oh shit, the Earth has curvature. Look at it, it's measured. Like there's never been something that's given you like an absolute assurance that the Earth is a globe. There's never been that. There's only this bullshit that they're trying to tell everybody, and they're making people believe that it's a globe. And they're very good at it. They're very good at it.
And the same person I've been talking to. Hey, you know what? Hey, yo, bro. Next time my boy comes over, hey, yo, I'd like to have a conversation with you. But what I'm gonna say to you is this: On the opposite side, I never got any proof. So on that note,
Well, stick around.
On that note, hold on. On that note, yo, I look forward to talking to you in the future. I don't think I'm good for the group right now, or with so many people because you got too many fierce people in there, and I don't deal with that well. But y'all, you got some
guys. He didn't come prepared.
But you got some good energy. I'm willing to listen to you, man. I'm willing to listen to you. Yo, his name started with an M.
It's all, listen.
Yo, you cool as shit, bro. You cool as shit, bro. Much love, yo. Hey, next time, y'all people, let that motherfucker speak before y'all get mad.
Who's the first person you were speaking to when you got here, though? That's what's funny. Is that this is the first person you were speaking to. I'm the only other person that spoke up.
Okay, well, I heard some haterade. Someone was sipping on some haterade.
I just said that I don't think you were a flat earther before because if I told you, bro, if I told you, this is not haterade. Listen, if I just told you that I used to think Santa Claus wasn't real, but now I do. Like I went back, you'd probably be like, I don't know if I believe you.
No.
That's where I'm coming from. It's not haterade. It's just
that's a false equivalent, bro. Bro, you're using a false equivalent there. That's not the same thing.
Listen, all right, I'll give you another.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not a good example.
Fine, let me give you another.
No, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying.
I'll give you another analogy if you don't like it.
You don't have to give me another analogy. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying that the way that he came, the way that, it doesn't matter what example you want to give me. I'm just saying, by somebody coming in, it's just like, yo, that was fierce.
Because Mac, because we're confident in what we're talking about.
No, then you know what? I'm sorry, y'all. That's his fault.
Boys, I was just telling Mac, like, yo,
he brought me into a shotgun wedding and told me that I was just going for breakfast. All right, so hey y'all, I ain't mad at none of y'all. I'm gonna give him some thumbs though. Boys, I was just like,
you know why? You know why he did that, right? Because you're his boy and he's trying to look out for you, man. That's why he's not doing it.
Yes, sir. I know. You know what? Because he don't have enough on his own. That's why he had to go get the gang. No,
I don't think so, man. King D's is cool as shit.
That's all right. You good too. Hey, y'all. Hey, listen, fam. I ain't mad at none of y'all. But that, definitely, I look forward to talking to you. I look forward to talking to you.
Sure.
I'm too old to hear too many voices.
Yeah, keep it flat. All right.
You want that flat ass too? No.
Keep it level, bro. We're just trying to level with you.
So, Mickey, you're exactly right, bro. This is my boy, and like, I care about this man. You know what I mean? So I was just letting him know what the deal was.
Like I said, hey, honestly, bro. For the guy that said I wasn't, honestly, I was. I lost friends over this motherfucking shit, dog. But I'm not ready for my story yet.
All right. Fair enough.
All right.
But I'm curious, now that you know, because you're the only person that I know down here that even talk about that shit. All right. So I'm curious to know who is still in the Flat Earth Society, like. The motherfuckers
everybody in this room.
No, I'm talking about the motherfuckers that I knew.
Brother.
No, I'm saying the motherfuckers I knew 5, 6, 7 years ago. I wonder if them motherfuckers are still in the mix. And I'm talking about people that came. Sorry, go ahead.
You'd have to probably stick around and check it out. I don't know. King D's might clue you into that. I don't know. But Jenna, did you have? Hang on, Mac, is it? Is that your name, Mac?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come chill with y'all. Man.
Do that.
I'll come chill. Y'all can mute my mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Jenna come through, man. Jenna's been trying to come through, so I'm gonna let her come through.
No.
Hey, man, Jenna. I was just saying, we're just trying to keep it level with you, all pun intended. But
all right. It's all good.
I guess
y'all feel like my whole family.
You're so excited, bro. Okay, so like my question to you in the first place was like, so I guess if you're an ex-flat earther or whatever, like, what was it that made you an ex-flat earther, or was it just like too much? It was just overwhelming, so you like gave up. Like, I just had some questions.
Like I said, it's like I said, I ain't really tell my story. This is the second
Fair
time.
enough, bro. Look, you said you lost a lot of friends over this, and I did too. We all lost friends over this, and
what I'm
the
saying
whole thing
is,
is.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm saying this is the second time in 2 weeks that I've had a conversation about flat Earth where before it's been 5 years at least. So on that note, I'm
tell you it's picking up pace. People are waking up.
I'm dusty and rusty though, but I might like I'd have to think. I'd have to think about things. Like I could come up with something now, but you know what? I'd have to actually think about it because I'm so far removed. Listen, I was kidnapped, brought to another country. They stole my name. They stole my culture. They stole everything. And I'm a brand new person. I gotta remember that shit. I don't even know right now. You feel me? But I'm willing to think about it and get back to y'all and talk to y'all. Real shit.
So guys, Mac basically started to press me on this, and I was like, "Yo, fuck!" I'm like, "Yo, fuck it. You want to meet my niggas?"
Yeah. You got two persons.
I told him,
you know what it's about in here.
On the line right now, and that's exactly what happened.
No, that's not what you did.
My nigga.
We trying to roll some weed, and this motherfucker interrupted for this. No, I'm sorry, y'all flat earthers, but y'all know weed is more important. Yeah, you ain't about that life.
Can we start can we maybe go more into depth and maybe just educate this man a little bit more on that?
No, listen, I told you, come back, we talk. I ain't afraid.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be. He's probably gonna be ready next time he comes back, but now that he knows that he's not in
I'm gonna be ready. No, I ain't gonna be ready. I'm about listening, man.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Mickey. Maybe he has some questions for you or something. I don't know.
Shit, I'm here for a little bit. Well, I tell you what, man. I just got off of work, so I'm gonna get a few questions in, and then I'm gonna turn in. But
that's something to do. There you. They got on night.
I'm here, man. Like if you're gonna ask me something, I've heard it all.
I'm good right now. I'm good right now because my mind ain't being. Listen, it's like this. I'm a virgin for 5 years, and all y'all talking about yo, you want to fuck? Yo, listen, I don't even know. I don't know. But you know what? But next time, I'll be ready to watch.
So, guys, can we give some respect to Mac? Because at least he conceded.
No. I ain't trying to fight nobody. Yo, these my people from before. I used to be white, but now I'm black.
Make your own account, bro. Come back.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, definitely come back though. But we're gonna kick it.
Honestly, I'll come back and holler at y'all and listen to what y'all have to say. I ain't got no problem. I ain't scared of words, man.
Guys,
come with King Diesel, man.
Here, but he's very quiet and he's shocked. He doesn't know what to say.
No, don't listen to him. He don't give a fuck. He's in school right now. He worried about getting home.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna probably kick it back to the panel, man. See what's going on in here in the room.
Sorry to interrupt. Take this motherfucker off, so y'all can have some peace.
It's good that you came in.
This Discord's on the panel, right? It's like we bring in the Globies and we fucking try to educate them, right? And that's what we're doing, bro. So that's what we do in this Discord.
Yeah, check it out. Next time, just lurk around here. Just pop in here, but don't say nothing. You'll hear us talking to other guys here, like Matthew Learns and just other guys who are hardcore Globers, and you'll see what happens. So I won't say anything, but I'll see. Just you'll listen and you'll hear what happens when they come in here.
Hey, yo, I'm an old motherfucker. So I know Discord from my grandson. So listen, if he give me the Discord, I can get in Discord and I can join this.
Yes.
I should. Yeah, just you have to make an account. So just tell him to make an account for you.
Don't worry, I got one. It's for my grandson, but y'all can have a piece of that too. We all can talk. Anyways, yo, what was your name again, baby? Yo, It started with an M.
Miggy.
Miggy?
It was Mayhem, man. Oh, Mayhem. But they,
Mayhem Moriarty.
everybody knows me by. Yeah, everybody knows me by Miggy because that's what before I changed my name to Mayhem.
Okay.
Because I'm Mayhem to the Globers, man. That's what I am.
All right, you Miggy to me right now, then.
Yeah, that's cool. You can call me Miggy.
All right, Miggy.
Yeah.
Love and blessings, man. Hey, yo, love and blessings, man. Thanks for the words, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah. Hey. All right.
Yeah, it's commercial break after that, you know what I mean?
All right.
He seemed pretty cool.
Shit, it's been jumping today, Ether.
Yeah, man.
Which is there a full moon out or some shit? What's going on?
I don't know.
We got a full house today coming in.
And it's been a variety too. A lot of different people. A couple really good people.
Guys, let's keep this going.
No, hold on.
Let's keep this going, boys. Show him how he's having a hard time understanding how the sun moves around.
Wait, what? Okay. Nah, all right, man. We need to give him a refresher course. We got to go all the way back to one.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick this. I'm gonna kick this with my boys, man. I gotta get going. So.
Everybody put a big hand.
Hi, bro.
Was it? I put up my hand.
We'll see you soon, Miggy.
Yeah, later, King.
Talk later, bro.
Miggy. Watch out for zombies.
CB, Heretic, Jenna. Love you guys. I'm out.
Peace out, Miggy.
Take care, Miggy. Have a good night.
Peace out, Miggy. Have a good one, dude.
No, I
See ya.
Guys, we need another moderator to just bring it all the way back, like to the basics. Because the homies here, they're like, they're like in grade 1.
Water finds its level, and the Earth is 71% water. Well covered.
Dude. Oh, sorry.
Level. Straight flat.
Yo, it would be super helpful if bro.
Yo, can we have any 50-year-olds in the house? Because my boy's like in his 50s. Maybe he'll relate more to hearing someone in their 50s.
I could let him talk to my mom. She's a flat earther.
Who's the oldest moderator there, bro? Talk to this guy.
Yes.
We need Helio in here, man.
Actually.
No disrespect. But black don't.
Check the chat. How do the sun and the moon do their thing over the
But I
flat Earth?
digress.
Check the chat.
I'll show you. You're very good.
Oh man,
Let me roll
dude.
this stuff.
I think this dude is pretending to be an ex-flat earther, but he's like the kid in the back of the class trying to play class clown, and he's just like he's just messing. Like I'm like, no, man, because he's too cool. He's too chill. I don't believe it.
Bro, when he told me he was a former flat earther, I swear to God, bro, I was like, yo, that's bullshit. I told him straight up, I'm like, yo, that's bullshit, bro. That's absolute bullshit.
It's unbelievable.
Pakistan.
So,
It's too chill, man. I'm just saying.
I'm 52.
No, he has a big heart. He has a big heart. That's what matters, right?
I think what happened at the beginning, y'all walked in the door, you basically shoved him into the gladiatorial arena in the Coliseum. Then he burned his hand on the stove because it was already hot from people cooking earlier. And then everybody freaked out. but then everybody calmed down. But hey, it's fun. What's that, man?
I come in here, yo, your kitchen stove is
So no, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate because we were just having some conversations and shit, and then I mentioned flat Earth, and then like I started getting double teamed by 2 globies, and then I said, "Fuck you, guys! I'll put you on the fucking line right now." And then they conceded real quick, so it's all good, boys and girls.
There's a ton of information.
The mission was completed.
He said earlier. He's 7 years ago. He was studying this or something.
Your mirror, that's so sick. Your artwork.
A lot of things have changed. I can't quite hear what he's saying if he's talking.
So basically, what I was I was saying how our Earth is like observably flat. That's where I started.
Yeah.
I just wanted to start there, you know.
Observably flat. There's some really, really awesome amateur photography from weather balloons, and where they use the fisheye lens correction, so it's not a fisheye, it's not all bubbled and looking all crazy.
His response was like, "Oh, we don't see oxygen, but it doesn't mean that oxygen doesn't exist." So how would you answer that?
So do I.
When hydrogen and oxygen combine, it creates water, and then we see it. And also, you can freeze oxygen.
Oh my god! Thank God,
in a lab, and you can freeze hydrogen in a lab. They both turn blue.
Yeah. I think everyone else is
back. There's an answer for you. You said like, "Oh, we can't see oxygen, so how do we know it exists?" Right?
Man, you still on that? No.
No, they just answered you. Hold on, can you repeat that, bro?
Hey, listen, man.
You can freeze.
It's like constipated.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead.
You can freeze oxygen.
A more in-depth
hydrogen.
explanation of that, though, is
there you go.
that many gases are liquid at their base. Water is just liquid oxygen for the most part.
You can make solid oxygen at negative 361 degrees.
Bingo.
What are you reading off that? Are you reading that off of?
I don't know the internet, man. You got the internet, don't you?
I ain't reading shit off of shit. Just saying.
Let's see.
Everything
Okay. I'll concede it's Wikipedia. But still.
Yo, you get air hugs from me, bro. Air hugs. Big air guys.
What I'm trying to explain to Mac is like, yo, this is not a joke.
Man, what are you trying to explain something to me? I'm grown. You don't explain nothing to me.
But
listen,
however,
yo, explain to him where G-spot is. Oh, you don't have to do that. He already know.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to do the refresher course, right? We're kind of pulling out the old school books from back in the day. Like, oh, dude, we got these notes, right? Here we go. Let's just run over the old notes because you already know most of this. But oxygen freezes. Oxygen can be liquefied. You can put it in a tank and make it liquid under pressure.
You think baby's blood can be liquefied?
Yeah, you can. I mean, anything can change into any of the three.
Wait, why you say baby's blood? Because that's awesome. Because I call the girlfriend of mine right now.
If you compress oxygen, so you take oxygen in a jar and you close it up and you apply a pressure, you're gonna make a liquid.
Can I be unmuted, please? Well, I can't actually hear.
Wait,
so if you guys are
how
talking,
is
I
that?
can't hear you. And
Okay,
it
here
would be
you go.
super nice to be able to talk.
Cars, we can hear you, hon.
Yeah, that is no. Normally,
Send a
it needs the
private message.
microphone. Yeah, somebody fix her. Like she needs help. Normally, it mutes the microphone too when it's server deafened. That's weird. I've never seen that happen before.
You know what? I appreciate you showing me what Discord. This is Discord.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you. I've heard a lot about Discord. Now I understand more. I gotta go find my grandson.
I can talk, but I can't hear.
No, asking about adrenochrome.
Seems typical of cars.
Do you drink adrenochrome?
And a hush fell over the crowd.
Do you enjoy the taste of adrenochrome?
Sorry, guys, don't.
What's adrenochrome?
Why?
Just disregard that.
That has
Disregard
nothing
that.
to do with the Earth. I mean, that's pretty freaking disgusting. But hey, how do you get right angles on the outside of a sphere?
Well,
Ask Anufi.
Do you think that Hillary was drinking adrenochrome?
That's not what this Discord is about. This Discord is about
Yeah,
flat Earth. And
we
the
have
geometry
another
of the
channel for that in like
Earth.
politics.
We're talking about the geometry of the Earth, bro. What are you asking? Like,
So let's try that again. How do you get right angles on the outside of a sphere if you have to have straight
What is your
lines?
opinion on Roberta Bondar?
Again, it's wrong. Wrong Discord. We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Wrong Discord for that, but how do you, I'm gonna say it again. If you have to have a triangle, okay, and you're trying to get right angles, you're trying to get 90-degree angle. How do you do that? All of your lines have to be straight. How do you do that on the outside of a ball? I posted it up in the text chat.
So So with flat Earth, is this what you're saying? Is that Antarctica is in the center, right?
Antarctica is not in the that's the North Arctic.
And is
the
that
center.
where the
North Pole.
exit
North
hole
Pole
is?
is the center.
The exit hole is Antarctica, right? There's like a little exit, and it's like
Yeah, I don't know about that. We call that waffling. What you're doing right now, we call that waffling. You're like waffling on. So I guess I'm just asking, how you get a right angle on a sphere, bro?
What map do you guys use? What map do you guys believe in?
No. This isn't how this works. I'm asking a question. How are you going to answer my question with a question? How are you going to answer my question with a question, bro?
That wasn't me.
You going to answer my question with a question?
Hold on, that wasn't me.
With a question that don't even relate, my guy. With a question that doesn't even relate.
Okay, here, hold on. Here, take it back.
Hold on, guys. Mac has a serious question. He's asking. Go ahead.
No,
ask.
I can't remember what the question I was asking.
Earth is a sphere, and we all live on a sphere.
Let's see. Listen.
I saw round.
Tell them. Hey, listen. Tell them. Thank you very much, and you'll get back to me. Engage with us. Hold on, no. Motherfucker, I'm supposed to kick your ass in the video game right now. Right? It's too late for this, but we talk about that later. That's somebody know my house. I don't know him well enough to say that, and he's not even down. That's another thing.
Oh, you're cutting out, bro. We had a hard time hearing you just then.
Does anybody want to just talk about water and how it always finds its level?
No.
Bro, water does seek level. Water's level in a glass. It's level resting in your toilet. It's level in your tub. It's level in a puddle, a pond, a lake. They call it sea level. Sea level, bros.
Talk to your friends.
Guys, they opted out.
Yo, you can't push that shit on me.
Yeah, guys, they conceded and they opted out.
No,
it's all good.
It ain't about opting out, bro. It's just basic. It's basic stuff. It's basic geometry. It's basic physics. The physics says that water is going to take the shape of the container that it's in. Okay, and that it's going to be level. That's why we have sea level. We call it sea level. And horizons, bro. Listen up for just a second, because you ain't gonna learn shit with your fucking mouth running. You got 2 goddamn ears and 1 fucking mouth for a reason. Hold the fucking phone. Okay? Horizon comes from horizontal. Horizontal is straight, level, parallel, doesn't curve, flat, level. If it curved, we'd probably call it curvizontal. Okay, but it doesn't curve. This takes simple geometry, it takes simple physics, it takes observations and a few simple tests that have been done time and time again for observing that the Earth is not a globe. You have the floor. How do you get right angles on a sphere? Nothing? Did I chase him off? Was that too strong? What happened?
What's up?
Aethergris, what happened?
I don't know.
Did I chase him off? Was I too strong? I said, you talking over me.
I think that they're used to talking to males, but maybe they're afraid of talking. Just kidding. Joking.
Look, I know that if I've got
you come in, because I was paying attention, trying to help Cars with something else, and that's why I was assuming that somebody else came in, because King V's and his bro are probably chilling.
No mods on right now, so.
Well, I have an idea that I might be able to, because she can't. First, that's the weirdest thing, though, that she's deafened and can still speak through the mic, because normally it mutes both. But on the VC check-in, anybody with like silver should be able to undeafen her. She just has to join into there. I mean, none of us can do that here in the live stream chat. We can't interfere with anything here, but if she goes up there, should be able to fix that.
Right.
It's really weird that it did that, though. I didn't think that was even possible, kind of thing.
Yeah, that was really weird. She comes in and we're all like, "We hear you, Cars. We hear you."
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
like, "I can't hear any of you."
But every time I've server deafened people before, and when you click it, it mutes them as well. It does both. It just kind of completely cuts them out of the conversation. And when she joined in and it was only deafened, but she couldn't undeafen it, and her mic was open, I'm like, what the hell is even that?
Y'all, I went too hard. I feel like I went too hard on them just then, and now they're not even in here. They're not here anymore.
You like come out like from the gladiatorial ring, like just all covered in like sweat and blood of
That would be me.
slain enemies, and
That
you're just
would
like
be me.
screaming, and like somebody just walks into the door like, "Hi, how's it going? I'd like to
And I'm
talk
like-
about flat." Oh my god! And then they run away.
Well, because they were all talking at once, and I was like, "Whoa, fucking! I can't handle that. I can't handle that." You know, like I can handle it, and the way I handle it is being like, "Shush! You have one mouth and two ears for a reason. If you're asking all of these questions, then it's wise of you to shut up, shut your one mouth, and open your two ears and listen." You know, like, golly.
That's kind of the entire point. That's why you have two ears, is so that you can listen twice as much as you speak.
You have two ears and you have two eyes.
Yeah.
Kind of a whole system, you know? It's a
So that you
whole
can see twice as
comprehensive
much as you
system.
talk about, and hear twice as much as you see.
You know,
If you
like
wanna
it says,
attack
like in the
your
biblical
mall,
terms of having eyes to see and ears to hear, you know?
Yep.
And
Or
that,
people.
that's not. Go ahead.
I was going to say even mute, right? Cowardice will cause people to be mute, and they'll be afraid to talk. So we'll invite them in to come to the voice chat, and they'll listen, but they'll be afraid to speak. Like all these different globies, and yet they'll be keyboard warriors talking crap. You're like, "Oh, you're scared," they'll say, some of them. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
nobody's afraid but you, and it's obvious because you won't join into the voice chat because you're afraid of a microphone and a speaker.
And they start getting on with those voice projections because they're like, "Oh, I've got like anxiety about, you know, talking to people that I don't know or whatever." I'm like, "Damn, like you're a full grown
Yeah,
adult. How the fuck
no.
do you set up like doctor's appointments
you know-
and shit like that?"
You know damn well it's bullshit though, because they'll get on the video games and talk shit to complete strangers while they're killing
Yeah, exactly. You can get on you can get online and talk shit with people that you don't know playing fucking COD or whatever, but you can't get on here and talk to some people about, you know, what the earth is like. Like, yeah.
Things get serious and their ego gets involved. Now that it's like playing a poker game, but the only thing that you can place to bet is your ego.
Yeah.
And they do not like losing that game.
Heck no.
You stand them with a tail between the legs and they end up having a bad attitude for the rest of the week.
Look, I really hope that those guys, if they're still listening, I hope that they didn't take any offense to it. They just had started asking question on top of question on top of question, and I was like, no, man, we're still on this one question that I asked you guys.
That's, you know what, that's guilty on both sides. Whenever like a majority type thing happens, people start dogpiling.
Yeah. And well, it didn't help. There was what, 3 people on one microphone just then?
Well, I think that the one person was, I don't know who that was. Like, that might have been the King's person or whatever. I don't know. Or it might have been somebody else. Like I said, I wasn't quite paying attention to that. I was trying to help Cars with this. And
Yeah, I think what had happened is there was a guy who is like a flat earther, and I think he just brought a couple buddies in and was like, "Yo,
that was the one friend. That was the one friend, which that wasn't like that's King D's, right? And he's got his one friend who he said he was an ex-flat earther. And so I don't know if you're talking to him. And if you were, like, they're smoking right now and they're chilling. So he'll come back and chat when he's ready to. I was really commenting on literally all the people that come in and out through this place. It's like a revolving door, and at front there's some kind of little clown wheel car, and a bunch of clowns just keep coming out, and I don't know why. It's just unlimited supply of clowns just keep coming out and walking in here, and they walk back out and get back
out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it's just unlimited clowns just keep coming in, and so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, not him. He has his own reasons for believing what he does, whatevs. I'm just going to rant about the stuff that happens here every day. Because holy crap, people are dense. For one, people don't know what words mean.
Right? We were talking about this earlier, how, etymology and Latin root and Greek root and everything is really important in understanding what you're saying. Because, yeah, it occurs to me that a lot of people say a lot of things that they really have no deep understanding of. Like, words have a lot of meaning, okay? Words can cast spells on people's minds. That's why it's called spelling. Wow. Some pretty cool stuff figuring that out.
Because before spelling, there was speech and just spoken word type stuff, enchantments, causing people to chant until their mentality is under a certain direction, or I guess you could say control.
Yeah. Yep. Neuro-linguistic programming. It's called NLP. Anybody out there listening? Neuro-linguistic programming. If you don't know what it is, look it up. And then after that, look up Tavistock. Mind will be blown. And I recommend don't use Google if you can help it. Google sucks. Google likes to hide things. You use
What happens
Brave
when you learn
browser.
too much?
Do what?
What happens when you learn too much about stuff like that?
Yeah. Google likes to censor things and hide things. So using Brave browser or DuckDuckGo or Yandex or any one of these other.
If you circumnavigate all that, and then you've accomplished all this, and you've got a bunch of data that you've collected, in your head you already know a whole bunch of things, like how they operate, how they do all this.
Yep.
How this works and how that works.
I know how the algorithms work.
If you notice, if I do this, people in general, they do this. And if I do this, people in general, they just have a tendency to do this. And it's all lined up with everything that these people are doing. Interesting. And then you have the ability to actually do what they can do.
It's that kind of like that cause and effect stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you have it figured out and you understand how the algorithms work, how all of this AI tech works, how they censor stuff or they put stuff all the way at the bottom of the feed, they are burying information and shadow banning, and how all of this, the coding and the algorithms is set, and figuring out how to get around that. Once you know how to do that, you've probably just navigated the entire matrix.
Yep. It's not all of that though. It has to do with completely ignoring the keyword buzzword directions that they try and push you, those paths they try and push you down. And by using alternate words with your searches that they don't expect you to use, because that will pick up the stuff.
Yep.
Kind of like searching between the lines, read between lines, search between the lines.
Good morning, Jedi.
Greetings and good morning, Mr. Jedi.
Morning, fam. How you doing? You all good today?
Doing well.
Doing great, dude.
Me.
Just had some people. We just had a fun one on. I don't know if you heard it.
I want to finish my point because it kind of sounds bad the way that I said that, and I need to finish my point. So when you know how this stuff works, one of two things will happen. Either people will know, they'll become dark-minded with it, and they'll use it for great evil, and they're going to hurt people with it because they can. Or they're going to figure out its kind, and it kind of involves just complete factory reset, straight up. I mean, however you want to imagine that happening.
Factory reset? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure I can imagine several different ways that you could totally reset somebody's factory settings, if you will.
I have a reason why I said the words the way that I did too. This is
I can tell.
And this is the word nice.
Yeah.
And we know that stupid, the word stupefy means to be struck senseless. So you're hit so hard that you've lost all your senses. So if somebody's stupid, they're senseless. So to be nice is to be senseless. You don't have any sense and you're ignorant if you're nice. Yeah, but it's okay to be kind. You should be kind because love is patient, love is kind, and love is indeed the nature or natural order of things, which I didn't highlight in that picture and I should have. But also the innate character, form, and condition, and a class or race distinguished by innate characteristics.
Pretty amazing how the brain works.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a brain scientist or anything.
I
know how the mind works. I know how the brain works.
Oh yeah, well I'll make that claim. I'm a quote unquote solo practicing brain scientist, but I don't actually work on physical brains yet.
That's way cool, dude.
Solo practicing. I'll use all these weird words and mix magic with science since they've got their mathematics. Well, I like studying psychology. I like studying the actual biology of how the brain functions. It's like this weird drug factory that makes chemicals and electronic responses out of like Jell-O inside of a calcium-based container that's layered in flesh. Made out.
Yeah, I call it the electric skull meat. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's just interesting to study how all this works.
Turn on your electric skull meat.
So when you learn all that stuff about it, though, then you just kind of have an empty computer. But then when you learn all the stuff about the MK Ultra things and the Operation Mockingbird, Sinclair script, and all this other programming,
that completely undoes.
So,
yeah,
empty computer and how to program a computer made out of meat and fat and whatever. By the way, I believe that your tongue is actually like your brain muscle. So there's meat connected into your actual brain as well. It's not just fat. It's also directly connected to your tongue.
I've seen that. And I've always thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, so, I mean, and the weird, to me, what's weirder is that the eyeballs are connected in the back. Like, what the hell? I guess, it's kind of like, you would plug the cameras into the back of a computer, I guess.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know. Like, is that where our USB drives are? They're kind of...
right in the back. Well, you wonder, okay, so it's interesting that you say that because, now, it's like, I'll see things or I'll hear things, but, like, the things that I see don't, like, register until later, but they're, like, it's the subconscious, Like, what you see, even if you don't understand it, it's stored subconsciously at the back of the mind.
Huh.
So, like, the eyeballs are plugged in at the back.
That's
like,
actually weird because people do say, "Oh, I'll keep that in the back of my mind."
Yeah, I'll keep that in the back of my. Like, you'll see something and be like, I'm gonna keep that back there. Like,
there might be something to subconscious memory, like sort like a RAM type thing for storing data.
I think it is. Like, my
literal
grandma
back of
was
your
kind
head.
of weird like that.
Brain science is new. People don't know, and all they've really done to study it was like do a couple scans with a few devices and then cut brains open. Well, cut brains open first, then scan with devices. The devices existed later. Put the cart before the horse with that one.
Subconscious memories. My grandmother would actually talk about that. She was like, "Oh, I don't know. I heard something, like in a song or like in a movie or something." She'd just be like, "I don't know." She's like, "It's stored in my subconscious." She's like, "So I'm gonna have to pull that to the front of my mind and like analyze that later." And so, like, I learned at a really young age about that from my grandmother.
There's something that I can prove but can't prove. It's more like there's an insurmountable mountain of anecdotal evidence, but I don't have any actual scientific, in accordance with how the standard with their hierarchy, I don't have any of that kind of evidence for it. But the Aethernet, like this concept of ideas and things that are above, like they can happen and influence multiple people at one time or influence an individual in weird ways and from great distance. like earlier they were talking about numbers and stuff. Like this is like before somebody said 7 of 9. And I had been thinking about Star Trek like before that. Like and it was minutes before they even started talking numbers or anything related to that. Because I was thinking about something else related to the fantasy that they portray and stuff. So I'd already thought about that character 7 of 9. I thought a moment thinking about how it reminded me of like how the Borg reminded me of Nazi Germany and how the way that character behaved and stuff. It's like somebody leaving that, like some Operation Paperclip type crap. Like, yeah, now we got one of the Borg. And so it was weird. And then later, somebody mentioned 7 of 9 while they were talking all these different numbers. And I was kind of half dozing off just listening to them chat, and it had me sit up fully like, no way. You did not just say something that was inside of my head. That didn't just happen. No. There's no freaking way you said something inside of my head before that I was thinking about before y'all ever started talking about numbers and going down that train of thought, because it was unrelated to the conversation, because they were talking about something else entirely, and it just had me like straight up sit. I was wide awake at that point. Like, okay, that was weird. But I believe that there are, and I've seen so many others. That's just one, but I've seen tons and tons of other things like that have happened where it's just these weird, inexplicable, I don't understand why, but disconnected over there for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that honestly, we're living in a massive bubble of consciousness where we all share consciousness. So that would make a lot of sense.
There's also now I do have a scientific thing with that where it talks about some kind of the monkeys will be learning things and they'll all start doing the same behavior. But then once they get to a certain point, way over far away, there's this other group of monkeys, the same type of monkey, but none of them talk to each other, interact with it. They don't interact at all. So they can never know what these are doing. All of a sudden they start doing it for no reason at all. They're doing the same thing those ones are doing.
Yep.
And
because it's a consciousness thing, right?
And so that's what I'm saying. We have an effect, but we don't understand the cause.
It's got to be a wave. You know what it is? It's a wave. It's a resonant frequency. Like, you know what I mean? Like when a tuning fork picks up another sound, that sympathetic resonance.
Well, I was just thinking, when it gets quiet like this, about 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody's really talking. This should actually be like the late night, like we have like a late night speculation thing where it's kind of like, but we still keep it to the flat Earth. But I mean, we all wait. Everybody does anyway already, so it's like it should just be part of the server anyway. Like,
right.
Once we get to 3 o'clock, it's like the witching hour. People start speculating and doing weird crap, I guess. And so, and then we stay up as the night watchmen and have pray some intercessory prayer against the witches as they do their weird crap.
So, like like the what's it? The Eye of Ra. Like, oops.
We can keep you honest in the UK because it's like 8:30 here, so I've just had my coffee. So if you get too off topic, we can go, hey, hang on. But no, it's great hearing a bit of speculation. It's tough when everyone has to keep it straight-laced all the time.
I guess everybody was chatting with all these different people for so long before. I've noticed the other week, like, because I've been here a couple weeks now, and there's certain points where it's just silent. Nobody's doing anything, and it's I think it's right there at that point where you guys haven't quite woke up yet, and all the Americans are still asleep, so it just kind of dips down into nobody's really active except for the insomniacs.
That's so true. I don't sleep. I research everything, anything. I read, and I get a hold of anything that I could possibly pick apart, analyze, criticize, scrutinize. I just learn, just learn.
Yeah.
When all of when
you guys ever try to play what's the stimulant? Like,
what's the stimulant?
Wait, what?
Yeah, like you guys are just strung out, like you're tired or whatever. I don't know, you might whatever. But those guys who were talking earlier, the guys, there was like 3 in a room, and one guy was trying to, the ex-flat earther, whatever. But like, he was like, I used to be a crackhead, but obviously he was compass then, but it was like still at least drunk, maybe a little bit high. There was that slurring. It's like good fun trying to work out what's the snippet.
Yeah. Yeah,
or nothing.
Honestly, I think that this server should be a pretty sober server. Like, I don't know. If people are like too drunk and like weird and rowdy, then I don't know. I'd be like, nope, you're gonna be on mute. Boot.
You know what? I have very specific beliefs about that, but I can't say what their beliefs. But and I'm not. It's not about picking on anybody. It's just that I am actually building a server, and so the way that I am structuring mine, there's going to be certain things where it's like, it's
sobriety.
Scripture's foundational, so I'm going to draw a lot of just the general code of conduct out of that. Like, that's the entire point.
Yeah, that's it. A code of conduct.
It's as foundational as the flat Earth.
Yep. So what's the server you starting, man?
Well, it's called the interstice, which is a space between spaces and a place between places. The word interstice is a gap between two walls. And so what this area I'm trying to make is I'm thinking of doing my own stream where I'd like to talk about stuff or have people chatting about things. And which I only want people who are flat earthers to be staff. That's one thing. But the entire point is for it to actually be a neutral ground for people to talk on and still be a stream.
Cool.
Because there'll be like a one versus one room then there's debate moderators who are like, there'll only be 3 people in the voice chat who can actually talk, like the guest speakers and the moderator, and they're going to follow the exact actual academic format for debate.
I'd be down. I'd be way down, dude. Because there's stuff that I know and that, we don't talk about it in the 24-hour Flat Earth, Discord here because, it's not about Flat Earth. But, yeah.
And that's my point.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Because the topic here is very specific, so we have to stay on point. That's the point of the server. So this other place, we'll definitely talk about Flat Earth there. But we're also going to talk about everything else except for, actually, literally, we'll talk about everything else. I don't really care. As long as people aren't retarded. It's like, whatever. I'm not going to be... It's because they have a valid reason to do what they're doing and walk on eggshells with certain social media networks. They've got a lot of data stored up. Can't afford to lose an entire channel.
You use the tard word.
They've got a lot of data stored up and they can't... Yeah, so... And I'm glad that a lot of people step in and they'll make commentary about it and go ahead, because that, if you say something about it, it's kind of like a notice or whatever that it gives you a chance to fight the algorithm, because then somebody can review the thing. A lot of these people aren't going to review it though. Think about it. Look how long these live streams are. Do you think a human being is going to review every single one of them?
Oh, no. At 11, 12 hours? No.
Mm-mm. So, yeah, and they're barely going to be paying attention to just one of them unless they're actually interested in the conversation. Because the average person's attention span is like 8 seconds, so.
That's why I made just little YouTube shorts on my channel. Because, and I actually mentioned that. I was like, since most people seem to only have the 2-minute TikTok attention span, this is why I make these short videos, to plant little seeds of thought into your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2-minute TikTok attention span, and then they forget. Oh my gosh, the Globies, when you like immediately repeat back to them what they said, and they're like, I said that? I didn't say that. I was like, oh, so now you fucking forgot what you said, and I'm supposed to trust your knowledge about a globe? You can't even remember what you said 5 fucking seconds ago. Yet
I was
you're
gonna
gonna
say.
tell me that you've retained everything you've ever learned. Don't
Holy
waste my
shit.
time.
That's on point. Okay, so that 8-second thing, that's from 2000 to 2015. The attention span of most people had dropped down to like 8 seconds or something. So if it's dropped by 50% at that point, you're right. About 5 seconds.
5 seconds. I'm like
4 to
not
5
even
seconds.
joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even joking. 5 seconds. It took 5 seconds for me to be like, here's my reply. And then they're like, did I say that? And I'm like, are you, wow. So you're just spouting off whatever, if that's the case. And not even remembering what you said, not even knowing what you said, not even knowing the meaning or the root of the words that you said. Like, damn.
Yeah. That's another story. But I'm not even telling all people. I think that it has to do with the technology addiction. They've got
Technological addictions. And also, like we were talking about earlier, the programming.
Here's the thing, though. Adults have kind of a, once your mind starts to form, like it starts to solidify for old age, like it reaches this kind of crystallization type thing or whatever the hell they call it. But basically, once that starts happening, like, yeah, you can influence it with the tech. It's not as bad. Giving it to children, these young children and they're in these teenagers that are coming in here that they were given a tablet when they were 2. And they've been online ever since. We started off playing on mommy's iPad. And now they're here talking crap on Discord.
Yeah, it's I'm going to talk to somebody who's... Yep. And so you're talking to somebody who had an iPad for a babysitter, like that. You're not going to get through to those people usually,
The thought of this, no, dude, like thinking about it, it makes me sick, and it makes me want to have I can't do it because it would be traumatic and traumatizing and abusive. But I kind of want to have a bonfire and just take like all of my children's tech and just destroy all of it, like sledgehammer it and burn it all. Like nope, like mine included. Like fuck screw this laptop.
Yep.
I'll hit y'all up on my phone and buy and get rid of all these idols.
Look, I understand that. I feel that.
Like, I'm feeling like this rage about it because do I want my children to have the attention span less than a goldfish? And it's like building up a righteous rage in me. And I'm not going to destroy them. Instead, I'm going to be like, look, we've got to do something different because y'all spending a little bit too much time on certain things.
I had to bark at my nephew.
I even then, I make them go outside and go play and whatever and do things to get away from tech. But I know that there's a lot of parents who they either don't or can't. Because if you live in the city, how the hell are you going to do that?
Right.
So they have no choice. Now to sit in the house, what are they going to do? Sit in the house all day? You can't tell them they can't do anything.
Yeah, and I ended up barking at my nephew because his face was in his phone. And he's just watching all these little YouTube and TikTok shorts and all of this. And I was trying to talk to him. Like, I had literally said his name 3 times. And until I, yelled. And I was like, you're not even looking up from that phone, young man.
Yeah.
You're not even giving me the respect of looking at me when I talk to you. Because you're so engrossed in that flickering little idiot screen. It's so sad. I was like, you realize that you're in that thing all the time. It's like you have a drug addiction. Like you're literally ignoring friends and family for your phone, just like a drug addict.
Yeah. It is like that, or even worse. Like this has happened before. This is one reason why I try and limit certain things that they're doing at times. I need to. I don't know. Just thinking about that attention span thing's got me really overthinking all this now.
It's like technology has refracted our attention. So it's like the light, the double slit experiment. It's refracting our attention, which is mad, absolutely mad. You think we only had one version of attention.
Yeah. It's yes, and what you were saying. Now have that go down to 1 or 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
And people have a Neuralink in their head, so they just have unlimited entertainment constantly at all times, just all the time, every time. Like it's, yeah.
It would be like
You'll never have it. You'll never have a Neuralink. It'll never happen.
That's what Elon Musk is trying to push. I'm going to put a chip in your brain and you're going to love it. And everybody's like, yeah. But when Bill Gates was like, I'm going to put a microchip in you, and we're like, hey, Bill Gates is going to put a microchip in you. They're like, shut up, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. What the fuck? Crazy
that
shit,
or some
dude.
were like, no, that you're not. And they flipped out. But then the same people will hear about Elon and be like, oh, he's so great. He bought Twitter. I thought maybe I'll get a Neuralink. Dude, what? You're literally tripping out over a freaking little rice grain chip that you thought you were going to get from Billy Gates. But now the Wizard of Oz wants to put a freaking Emerald City Dorito chip inside of your head. And you're down with that? Okay.
Yeah, like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And it's going to turn people into these, like, thoughtless zombies, like it's going to remove... I'm going to say it's going to, like, basically remove their, like, free will, their ability to, like, really know right from wrong.
That's part of it. I think that another part of it's going to have to do with the military applications of having a chip inside of your head and being able to control drones, exoskeletons, robotics, and even ships, like flying ships. Like, I don't believe in, I honestly don't believe in spaceships. I do believe in, like, high altitude aircraft or Aether ships, but not the things that they're saying that they've got. Like, nah. No.
Exactly. Yeah, these quote unquote UFOs.
And a lot of people imagine that this Neuralink's going to be like the Matrix. They can jack in and they'll be inside the game. No, that's not what it is. It's more like now you can use your brain as a Bluetooth controller for devices.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Is if you watch the videos of them plugging it up to the pig and how the actual shit functions, I could probably sync it to Joy to Key and be able to use it to control any video game. Like, that would be kind of cool. And then you put your goggles on for your VR and you can use your Neuralink with your VR. But then I was thinking the military applications, because that's what this is all really about. Nobody gives a crap about the toys that everyone gets to play with. That's actually 50 years behind what they're really working on. The interesting thing about this Neuralink thing is I remember back in high school, somebody was telling me about this thing. Because I've been into conspiracies of forever. I remember chatting with the other weird kids about weird stuff. But we would be like, prove it, man. It's kind of like a Pixar, it didn't happen type thing. So it was like very early truther internet scholar type shit going on. But there was this one thing where they talked about soldiers that they had apparently removed part of their skull and put these, I don't know what the hell to call them. I mean, basically very primitive Neuralink type thing, so that they could do kind of I don't know. It's like a communication thing. It's like signaling one another with their minds. But I highly doubt they did anything that was actually that impressive. It's like,
check the chat. This is what you just made me think of.
Huh. But the way it was described to me, I'm thinking like it's the equivalent of Morse code compared to a telephone. Like, it wasn't that impressive, but it was impressive to the point like, oh, that's interesting that they could just think something, and I can't believe it. Electronic responses, whatever.
And it wouldn't be hard for them to put a chip in your brain.
Oh gosh. And yeah, everybody's going to want to be linked in, but it's not going to be what they think it is. It'll just be a bunch of zoned out, brain dead zombies that are just using it for entertainment. And meanwhile, the military will actually have the real stuff, and they'll be able to use things for their own entertainment, which involves just blowing things up and moving really fast.
I think it's gonna get weird. Like, I think it could get really, really weird in the near future. I don't know.
Here's the thing. I don't perceive this like Cloak and Dagger, Bohemian Grove style organization of people ruling everything. Like, I'm sure there is a faction of people that do that, but it's not like they can control the entire world. That's complete crap. The war machine has existed for just as long, and it's kind of like the Cerberus dog of the company Akoshek. So, I mean, it's gonna do what it do. And it likes to feed, and it likes to do all kinds of stuff really powerfully, like show off, flex. So that's where a lot of the money goes, is just military people blowing shit up because it's fun. It's honestly fun as hell to blow stuff up. And when you've got enemies, you want to scare the hell out of them, make them leave you the hell alone, you blow their shit up. Yeah, it is what it is. I'd like a general to tell me I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure he'd agree with me. I'm just saying. When you got the firepower and the enemy's acting like a goat, and I'm not trying to, that wasn't even trying to be racist or disparaging. I've literally had goats before, and goats versus sheep paradigm is what I was thinking of. Goats are very, very annoying when they're acting a certain way. They do not care, and they will hurt you. Even if they don't mean to.
Yeah, goats don't give a fuck.
They do not give a F. And so if the enemy is acting like a certain way, you got to be like, hey, look, you need to, quit it now. There's kind of only one way to make them quit it right now, and it is what it is. There's a time for peace, there's a time for war, so it is written.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's another thing. Everyone wants to raise their fists and like, oh, it's all the government's fault. No, the government is literally just a machine created by people. It's a symptom. The government itself, its very existence, is a symptom of a problem.
Yeah, I think that when people understand that the only laws that actually are real are the laws of physics, and I'm going to tell you right now, only the people that put their shopping carts away at the grocery stores are the ones that can self-govern. Everyone else is going to get hurt.
I call the rest of the laws paper laws. That's about as flimsy as they are, and if you splash some water on them, they'll just fall apart. They're nothing.
Exactly.
And the water will find its level.
I've still been posting all kinds of flat Earth memes while we've been talking, keeping it going at least on the chat screen.
Is that QR code with Indio's profile pic on it lead right here to the Flat Earth Discord?
I do know.
I'm assuming that it does because it's kind of like the only place I would think it would send anybody. But I'm thinking about making a sticker out of it, and I'll send it so that people know what I'm talking about. And they can screenshot it. I'm thinking about making a sticker out of it, though. I guess I should just actually open up the phone. I never use my phone anymore. But if that's what that is, I want to make a sticker of it and just post it everywhere. Like, just stick it on stuff.
That's awesome. Does it bring it anywhere?
Somebody shared it in the thing. It was one of our peeps shared it in one of the, it's either lobby or, I don't know where I grabbed it from. I just be grabbing stuff.
I just be grabbing and running, man.
I'm just like that meme where the guy's got a saw and he's cutting, and like, don't mind me, I'm just stealing the meme above.
Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and walk off with this meme here.
Oh, I'm a hoarder and a kleptomaniac when it comes to memes, and so I have folder upon folder of just random images that people have shared, and they're not organized at all.
You and me both, dude. I mean, I'm pretty well organized in all of these things, but yeah, same. I have so much, like, ridiculous amounts.
It's funny, I meticulously organize my assets when it comes to business-related things or the stuff like the card game type thing that I'm working on. But when it comes to my memes, it's just dump it in the folder. I'll look at that later, even though I know I'm lying. I'm lying to my future self who's going to look back and be like, damn it, I'm not doing that.
Toby dog, me watching my phone make a little movie of the saddest month of my life without permission. Here's your Facebook memories.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Toby dog.
One of the ones that it made for me though, because I post so much truth stuff, it was hilarious. And I can't remember. I think I might have shared it. I'm not going to look for it though, but it was just funny because everything ended up being on point with it's kind of like an actual timeline of what had just happened over the course of that period. I'm surprised that I did not get either banned or suspended from Facebook over some of the things that I said about the past couple of years, because I really didn't care. I'm just saying.
I gave up on Facebook because it felt like a level of insanity that I just was not willing to put myself through.
Oh, I don't. Yeah,
being 30 days in, 1 day out, 30 days in, 1 day out. Like, no. Enough. So I kept my Messenger, but Facebook can just suck eggs because, they don't need me. I don't need them.
Bet you I know why I didn't get back, because I wasn't in groups posting, and I think a lot of you guys were. And so you got some random person in there, and they'd report your post to Facebook and get some other whatever to come investigate it.
I would just post stuff on my own timeline, my own Facebook.
Oh,
and Facebook was literally removing things, removing my posts, putting me in bans. Up to 90 days. I've been in 90-day bans before. I'm like, you got me messed up with that. I was not happy. So I was like, this is just insanity because this keeps happening and I keep going back to it, So I had to make a choice, and I was like, I don't need Facebook. I don't need Facebook. I have Messenger, so
I think instead they kind of shadow banned me by keeping my posts pushed down, because I didn't really get much. Like every once in a while, something would get a whole lot of interaction with it, and then other times it was like my wife saw it, and she saw it because I literally sent her the link. So
like I said, files upon files that has just gotten me into Facebook bans. So I gave up. What's the definition of insanity?
Yeah,
doing this thing over and over again and expecting Facebook to not put you in jail. Okay.
That's funny though. I was actually trying to get banned from Facebook, and it was frustrating me that they wouldn't ban me, because there's certain things that I was saying where it's just like, I'm surprised.
Oh no, dude!
That's why I actually left. I want to actually steer the conversation back to Flat Earth, because I feel like we're going too close to. Yeah.
Oh no, I was about to say I had
dark
two.
Side of the chat.
I was gonna say I had 2 Facebook accounts that got deplatformed. And I was constantly getting all of my Flat Earth posts removed, and getting in 30-day timeouts for Flat Earth posts. Are you what?
Yeah. While that was going on, that's actually because after the Mostly Level server had gotten shut down, it was like, whatever for me, because that's kind of like what happened when this one was taken and became that one. A group of people were scattered, and it's like there's nowhere to go. A lot of those people, they were already over here, some of them, and then others on other servers. I think it was a weird thing. But
yeah.
I hate when my brain chases rabbits, because I'll start thinking about something else in order to try and mention something else, so I can kind of shout out to certain people. There's all these survivors though that have fought through. They've seen all these different levels of this. It's all the battles of this war.
Look, man, we're not going to get on to it about here, but I've seen things I wish I had never seen. I saw things that made me lose days worth of sleep.
So I saw, when I saw that a lot of people were getting their accounts just straight up deleted. Discord was like, nah, F you in particular, and then it just deleted user. And nope, F you in particular, deleted user. And we know them. Some of them are still our friends.
Yep.
But all the work
Facebook
is gone.
was actually. Facebook was
And,
doing that. Like the algorithms were set to actually like just pry at people's like mental and emotional state. You know, you don't get any likes, you don't get any of this, you don't get that on your post. Well, like, you know, oh, you don't have any friends. Like it makes people feel a certain type of way, and when they're not aware of what the AI is trying to do to them, they're gonna be like, oh, I don't have any friends, or oh, you know, like
Yep. It'll make them depressed and stuff. You know, it's emotionally
Yeah, when I started-
manipulative algorithm.
Yeah, when I started red pill posting, like over half my friends list disappeared in just a matter of a few days. So I was like, I see what the hell's going on.
The litmus test.
Mm-hmm. Look, I really think that it all started in 2020, man. The education, it was the IQ tests. The IQ testing started in 2020, like the ultimate IQ testing. Yeah, friends, Toby Dog. Yeah, quote unquote friends. Yeah.
Fair weather friends.
Yeah.
But when that started happening, I kind of was like, nah, and dipped out from dealing with any of the conversations with anything. I finally decided to get back into the truth-related conversation and flat Earth and stuff like that, and that's when I ended up showing up here.
You know,
Like,
if you
I
think
guess
about it, I feel
I'm
like
coming out of retirement. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna say it really seems like flat Earth is the very bottom of the rabbit hole. The very, very bottom, the very last thing, the biggest and the most hidden in plain sight thing.
Yeah.
That's just, and it's so sad because so many people, you know, even like I did, like, you know, arguing with these globies is like arguing of a reflection of my past self. And I'm like, gosh, I sounded this dumb. Like, I tried really hard to prove the globe. And every time I tried, I was like, well, crap, that doesn't make sense. So, you know, there I was putting my beliefs aside and analyzing new information and just kind of keeping an open mind. And once I had like really learned everything that there was to learn about the globe, and I then started learning about flat Earth and really comparing notes, it became so clear to me that the proof the Earth is not a globe is stacked to the ceiling. It's just incredible, you know, absolutely incredible. And the whole thing is like it is like Flatsy Klein had said once upon a Discord in here. She said, you know, it's like a skeleton key, you know, it just unlocks so much more than maybe you didn't know about. But I've listened to you guys on here, and you know, I learned things just by listening. And it's very helpful because like I already know a lot about the Earth that, you know, we live in. I still learn more in here, and I love it. I love it. I go fact check it, and I check it out for myself, and yeah, it's on point. Very on point.
I feel like I've got this simultaneous. It's a good and bad habit. So it's incredibly Socrates. It's so Socratic though. Straight up Socrates. I don't know what I don't know whenever I go out to study anything. So I'll assume that I don't know anything about anything, even if I just studied the etymology of that particular word yesterday. I don't know. Did I remember it right? Let's look it up again. And so, like, when I have a tendency to have conversations with people, then I'll know that I know what I know because I've looked that up at least, like, I don't know, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times, maybe more. Depends on how many people I've talked to and posted the same etymology because I've started actually compiling the screenshots and saving them, but I was actually taking a new screenshot every single time. I was looking it up over and over and over every time when I was trying to define these words for people. So it's like solidified them in my mind now. Kind of the opposite of what folks are doing with the the TikTok videos, and instead, like, they're just collecting junk information and stupid crap that they can laugh about, but it doesn't do anything for them.
It's an ego dump. That's all it is. It's just an ego dump, where just everybody is just stroking each other, It's just, that's why I don't get TikTok. I haven't gotten TikTok. If I were to get TikTok, it'd be like literally all politics and flat earth.
I think that it's hilarious when this place and others, which every place has a tendency to have certain aspects of an echo chamber. Like, if you were to walk to a auditorium, right, and say, "Oh, this is an echo chamber." Well, yeah, I guess this part of the room is. It's supposed to send sound that way. Like, it's literally designed to do that. And then people get pissed that the auditorium functions like an auditorium. Meanwhile, they're in a literal echo chamber. You walk into this giant, like, auditorium shaped like a globe and start parroting all the same information and yelling in all directions, so that's all they can hear. It's the same thing over and over. Start summoning gravity and having mass as they attract mass with their mass.
Well, Toby Dog, they do say that, if something resonates with you, like, what's a resonance? Like a resonating sound could be an echo, right? So, I mean, you absorb that, yeah. But, I mean, sometimes it is like shouting into an empty canyon when you're trying to just get this truth and this knowledge across to people. Is anybody out there? Hello? The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
Sometimes it'll sound like that if you're just kind of like talking somebody's ear. It echoes like that.
I'm telling you, I can hear my voice come back.
They're not getting it because they're picturing a tiny Earth. They live on a tiny, insignificant speck floating in a cosmic space dust off in the void of nowhere.
Yeah, and for all we know, the Earth could be a lot bigger than we've been told. And I just kind of think it's somewhat ironic that Globies want to argue like that. And they're like, well, Earth is too big. It's too big for you to see the curvy curve. Too big for you to see curvizontal. Like, oh, okay, all right. Oh, the absolute irony. The absolute irony. Because I'm like, you realize that we're kind of like fenced in, Earth probably is a whole lot bigger than we've been told. However, it's still not curving. And it's so simple. Water is going to take the shape of the container that it's in. Water seeks level, and containment is a necessary antecedent to gas pressure. So containment, water taking the shape of the container that it's in, and it makes so much sense. It aligns with physics, it aligns with trigonometry and geometry, and I love that. I love it when things make sense. Because the ball really didn't make sense to me. Like, I thought it did when I was being taught about it, and I thought it was really cool. And then I was like, oh, well, that's dumb. It took a few years. It took a few years before, reaching this point. Awake in the land of sleeping, Toby Dog. Yeah, we called them zombies. They are NPCs, they're the non-playable characters. They're like the people running around in the Truman Show. That movie comes up so much in this Discord.
Hey.
Damn.
My logic is this: if anybody calls me an NPC, I'm fine with that. You want to know why? NPC
because I'm not playing in their games.
Oh, NPC stands for non-playable characters, so don't try to play me, son. No.
Hey.
That's exactly what I would say to some. Hey, some dude calls me an NPC. But no, you don't even know, man. I already know that I'm an NPC. We all are. There's only one player in this game. Player one. We're just a little kid. Yeah, we're just like the little. We're just like the. No, it's not even like the. We're his little kids, and we have all these controllers, but none of them are actually plugged into the real. So it's just kind of like sitting there. We think we're playing, and we're so proud of ourselves because we're doing so good, but we're not really doing anything. He's just
I
completely in
used to say
control.
that to my little brother. He'd want to play video games with me, and I would just pretend to plug him up, and I'd be like, "Look at you go, man! You're doing so good." He's like, "Yeah."
Yep.
That's such a great analogy.
We'll either be so happy that everything's going good, or we'll be so angry that our controllers aren't doing what we want them to do. Either way.
Oh shoot.
Either way, it's only a one-player game. You can't even play two players. It wouldn't work if it was plugged up. The disconnected part, though, is like kind of people have disconnected themselves from the way of truth and life and their source. Like, how can you recharge anything related to what's inside, the true form of what's inside of you, if you're disconnected from it?
Yes, disconnected from source. I say that so often, like the globe being a tiny little ball in space, okay? Like, you make a sphere, you've just closed off something, you know? You close off all kinds of stuff. You know, you close off that you know, the will to explore and to, you know, expand, and it really does. It cuts people off with source. All of this stuff that's consumed by the eyeballs, you know, all the stuff that's being plugged into the back of the head, it's disconnecting people from source. Absolutely. I'm glad you said that.
I'd like to call him the self-existent one and creator of all things, Ancient of Days. Here's the cool part. We can use whatever name that we want to, like, as far as when it, like the Bible, there's all these people who argue over whatever. But there, all right, if anybody has actually learned in the scriptures, they would know that when the king returns, there's a scroll that has a name on it that only he knows, because it's the name above all names. A name that I don't believe can be even spoken with a human throat. Kind of like Moses couldn't see the face of Yah. He could look at the shadow and he still made him glow in the dark or whatever. We can't even say his actual name. We can just kind of say what we've been allowed to know.
Right.
But the true form, I don't think it can even be spoken. We're just given a little bit of it. So we have his real, we have what we've been permitted to call him, but it's kind of like this. Sing the song of an angel in the exact way that a biblically accurate angel would sing it. Who can? We are a human form. We can sing praises and glorify him, but so does all creation, and everything sounds different. So
have you seen the maestro or whatever that conducts the audience?
With the magic wand thing where they're like,
it was beautiful. I was like, oh my gosh, like all of these people harmonizing, and it's just, it was so beautiful. I freaking loved it.
Oh, I love the idea of people like harmonizing in a choir, but I was thinking though, like how the orchestra is kind of like a dark version, like a magic version of that. Because instead of in a church situation, they wouldn't have the little stick waving around like a magic wand. Instead, they're just kind of waving their hands about, like whatever. Whereas in this formal situation with the orchestra, they've got this magic stick, and they've got all these muses, and they're orchestrating the exact frequencies and pitches that they want in order to get the effect that they want. Same thing for the opposite reason. It's all worship regardless. I mean, even if you're just in the studio making up whatever, because worship is just whatever you deem worthy. The worthiness of something. But I agree with you that these things are beautiful. It's just a matter of what direction is that energy going? Is it positive or negative? Is it good
Out
or
in
bad?
Poker Street in the crowd. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. Because I've seen a lot of things that are just incredible. And then I've seen other stuff where it's like, why? Why even? Why does that have to exist? This is why we can't have nice things, because you guys keep making crap.
This is why we can't have nice things. That's so real, though.
Just saying.
We literally cannot have nice things.
lasted. Like, there's Nokia phones that still work. Back in the day, stuff lasted. Now things are designed. They're engineered to break down as soon as possible. Like, as soon as people's attention spans will allow, which they're trying to diminish, so that you'll be more inclined to buy the new thing, next month instead of next year.
Yeah. This is the next new thing. Get the next new thing. How about this next new thing? You need this next new thing.
There's a cartoon that has a rat race thing going on. And it's pretty damn horrible, but it's exactly what's happening now. Like, and one of the things is they were chasing after all these objects, all this materialistic wealth, because it was the newest thing that was important and cool, and everybody needed it, whatever. He also ends up in a rat trap at the end, like everyone, almost.
What do you mean it ends up in a rat trap? What do you mean by that?
Dead-end job. They use the metaphor of a dead-end job kind of thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The money, chasing the money, and like kind of the money's the cheese. Chasing the money right into and now you're stuck there.
That makes sense. Try to make ends meet. You're a slave to money, then you die.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's another thing that's interesting. When people say, "Oh, I believe in God." Oh, which one? Because there's so many different deities, and then also people speak. Those believers and angels aren't the only ones who speak in tongues. Serpents and devils have split tongues, so they can speak in tongues in their own way, and it's not a very good one. But I think the gift of
tongues. I think the gift of tongues, which is I'm sure you know, is like the ability to communicate, speak other languages, and even understand other languages, even if you don't speak them. Like, I don't speak Jamaican, but I can understand it when it's being spoken. I can't German.
Study that, though.
Huh?
Right? They were to scientifically study the phenomenon of speaking in tongues in the early Christian church, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got all these people, and for the first time, they have a unifying force where they treat each other like they're brothers and sisters, so they don't really care. They're sharing all this information. They're casual, like, words they're picking up on just randomly, like whatever, just by being near one another. And some of these people end up being able to actually fluently understand certain things in a way that it feels supernatural, because it is. It's not something that is natural, because people don't naturally unify like that.
Right. As we have experience.
But there's two different types of speaking tongues. So I'm just talking about speaking in tongues of men, like a holy gift of speaking in tongues, because there's also speaking in tongues of angels. That's something else. But as far as the speaking in tongues of men, it would baffle people, especially like certain highly educated folks. Like, how can these low-level people, like, they understand all these different languages? Who taught you this? It piss off some people who are getting a lot of money trying to sell education to folks.
Yeah, I've complained about that.
supposed to be an
Yeah.
interpreter. Without the interpreter, it's just babble.
Yep. That's that's the interpretation of tongues.
Babble.
And yeah. So then I was going to get into the angelic speaking thing. Without an interpreter, you get into there's fallen angels speaking too. So you don't want to even F with that at all. It's really horrible. And without an interpreter, which there will be one in a true congregation of Yah, it's like he said, babble. It's nothing. It's gibberish.
Mhm. Isn't it kind of weird that there's that language teacher called Babbel, like language app or whatever
Yeah.
for learning different languages? It's called Babbel. I'm like, wow! Like anybody that knows. Anybody that doesn't, they're like, oh, it's just a language app.
Or how about this? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy had the Babel fish, which that's for years also talking about. There's a website, Babel fish, but there was a actual creature that would go in your ear and be able to interpret all these alien languages inside of your head because Babel.
Well, relating to the Tower of Babel and the separation of languages.
Yeah.
Babel, the Tower of Babel, which had a lot to do with the separation of languages. So there's this, learn a different language with Babel, that kind of thing. It's like, whoa. Whoa.
I have a hypothesis, but it's not actually anything proven, so I can't say that it's evidence. It's just kind of a theory that can be tested. But I don't have the money to test it or the feasibility to. I just know it can be. It talks about 70 different peoples that came out of Babel. It's 71 when you include Israel, which can be divided into 12, but that still counts as one. And then they say there's 71% water on the earth. And seas are biblical metaphor, like spiritual metaphors. When I say Bible, I really should say prophetic. But then that gets into weird. But when it talks about seas and waters, it's talking about peoples. Like groups of people.
You get into weird prophetic things.
And I'm not talking about when it's specifically saying maybe. I don't know. I haven't even read it that way because I didn't read it in that format on certain things. I was like, oh, okay, he went that way. But there's certain things that it's literally saying this is a prophetic sense. He's in the spirit, and it's talking about A, B, C, and D. So.
A, B, C, and D.
I'm just kind of, But there's the metaphors in there. It's just interesting. That
I like the way you talk in code. You talk very coded. You talk coded. And you know what? My brain is going to decode these things. That's what we do. Like most of us, like genuine flat earthers, we have that mental ability to decode.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, we can speak in code, we can decode the coding, we can understand when somebody's talking in double speak, which a lot of these globies want to come in here and they do that too. They want to talk about how level is curved. Oh, that's some double speak, buddy.
I say that what the Dark Minders do is double speak with their weird, crazy crap. We're capable of doing like triple speak, and normies can only do they have one track minds. They can only think of this is what it means to me, so they have one type of speech.
Right.
But that's not talking about speaking time. This is something else. This mental stuff. But that triple speak type thing is actually, in my perspective, how all that stuff functions, those gifts of the spirit, like being able to perceive all of these things and how it processes through.
Toby Dog, post it up.
It's like They Live puts on the glasses.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of like interpretation tongues in a lot of ways. You see exactly what it's actually saying.
There's so many movies that they put this stuff in our faces with. I was going to say, there's so many movies that they put this stuff in our faces with. They Live, Wag the Dog, like Back to the Future, Men in Black. Holy crap, there's so much, and it's just right in your face. Right in your face. Oh, it's just Hollywood. It's not real. It's just Hollywood, But these things are all based on real stuff that's really happening in the real world around you. And people are like, it's just movies.
You could do the etymology for the entire thing, everything that they do, and prove systematically, mathematically, that every single aspect of what they're doing, like mathematically and etymologically, that every single aspect of what they're doing is wicked, and people will be like, "No, you're just whatever." Like they literally know what they're doing though, because they're artists and they study the history behind things that they're making references to. They're not idiots. They're just dark minders. They just want everybody else to be idiots so that they buy their crap.
That's the worst. They love causing pain.
Yep. The dark minders enjoy it. They get a sick sense of satisfaction out of certain things. Kind of like but that's the thing, isn't it? How many people
It's like,
laugh?
yeah.
They'll laugh at somebody falling down or getting hurt really bad. And I'm not even talking about the internet. I'm talking America's Funniest Home Videos. This dude gets hit in the nuts.
It's like that Tool song, Vicarious. Vicariously, I watch as the whole world dies. Like, yeah, there's some big shot, big wigs, rich guys that are sitting back and that's what they're doing. Vicariously, just, oh, yeah. That's what you reminded me of when you said that. Like, oh, wow. That hits deep.
They're humanists versus nihilists is how their particular mini battles were going with their faction. They don't really care about anything else because they don't believe in God. So they're portraying this humanist versus nihilism type thing. Look at how Rick and Morty is, overall. If anybody's actually watched it, if you haven't, you probably don't need to. But if you have, you know the general theme so far of what they've done. And they start off with this complete nihilism type thing. Then they start glorifying humanism and humanity and unifying and unity and, forgiving people and whatever and cutting out the parts of yourself that you don't really need. But in a very humanism fashion.
Toby Dog, that's a really cool freaking a piece of AI art of the Tower of Babel.
That is very interesting. We have to keep in mind, it did not... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, it makes me wonder about, the basement of the Vatican. I don't know why.
I just had a thought. This is more of a speculation rabbit hole that I don't even know if it exists, but I'd like to dig and go see. Think about it. When they collapsed Jericho, right? There's no actual explanation as to why they had to take Jericho down. It's just kind of like they're marching through the freaking desert and they come across Jericho, so let's go walk around Jericho a couple times. And why not just leave? Bye, Jericho. I'm going to keep going. There has to be a reason they had to take it out. And then if you look, the walls and walls and walls, were they trying to emulate that? Were these people, these heathens, trying to copy the same thing again? And it's obviously they wouldn't. Way too small. The original, obviously huge. But the point is, where they try that kind of arrogance type stuff. Yes, we have this giant fortified city and nobody can stop us. And then the chosen people come through. This thing's got to go. It's the whole thing is a idol of wickedness. The whole thing's got to go. It's the family business to be smashing idols. That's what Abraham did to begin with, right? Because his family business of his parents was to sell idols, and then he's kind of like, nah, fam, and smashed the idols and kind of went a different direction with things. Fast forward to Jericho, and you have people who, and I'm not saying they're building a tower, I'm saying the giant fortified city format. Like, yes, we are so mighty, look at what we have. That kind of thing. More like building a skyscraper of all these people, like out in, like, this is our whole city. Which that was the aim right here, clearly, but they wanted to reach all the way through. I'm just speculating just for a minute and actually just thinking about how stuff is. I'm not actually saying, though, that Jericho is trying to do exactly that. It's more like in their hearts. Because they wouldn't even know why they were doing certain things. They were just kind of like passing on certain traditions of how stuff is. But look at the regions they are. Like, one group goes out, like, yeah, we can build a big fortified city too. And do stuff. As long as we don't build it too high, we won't be smitten or smote. The gold shall not smite us as long as we don't try to reach for the heavens. We'll just build it high enough. Flat horizon, yep. What does that mean?
Come into the chat and we'll talk about it. Mic up.
Yeah, why aren't there stars flying up the horizon?
Nobody ever observes any shooting stars going straight up. We see a rocket going up, but then the rockets arc and they go down into the ocean.
So,
what do you like? What do you mean? What do you mean? What does it mean? Like, we don't see shooting stars going straight up. Like,
that's my question. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Why are you talking in the live stream if you're not in the voice? Are you listening on YouTube or are you just talking in the live stream chat?
Well, I mean,
this person.
Jan, if you want to talk about it, you can mic up. Much faster to talk. Yep.
I literally did the math. And I'm not using that word literally like in a really frivolous way. I am quite literally saying I literally did the math. It is faster to talk than type. Even if
I've
you're
done the math enough to know the dangers of our second guessing.
Say you had a stenographer's keyboard, right? And you're trying to type faster than the fastest speaker in the world can speak. You still can't do it. Like, if you're the fastest stenographer typer versus the fastest speaker speaks twice as fast as you could type.
And when I want to, I can get talking real fast.
Yeah. And then when you look at the ordinary stats, when you look at the so they're probably listening to their stuff. Can't chat. They can do things. No.
Well, Jan, since you're at work, I'll just talk to you a little bit through I guess through YouTube or wherever you're listening from. When you asked what does that mean, with the whole thing about shooting stars never going directly vertical, it means that we live on a stationary inertial Earth plane. That's what it means.
I'm on the East Coast, right? Mm-hmm. And the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say it's because the ball's spinning, right, at 1,000 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. So at some point, when before sunrise, I should see stars flying in my direction towards me, like up over the horizon, and then over my head, like shooting stars going that direction, not down, but over and across because of the the rotation and all that good cool stuff.
Yeah. Yep. And I've gotten the chance to travel around the country, And so I've been able to see a whole bunch of different sunsets, you know. And it's been an experience. You definitely when you can travel and you can actually go and watch sunsets from, you know, elevated points, or, you know, just go enjoy being at a lake or whatever. Like you really have an appreciation for Earth, and you really start to understand how everything works on this Earth. And it's kind of silly when
I just
globies
had
want
an
to ask,
idea.
how does this work for a flat Earth? I'm like, it's working right now. Like these things they ask about, how is it working for a flat Earth? It's working right now.
I was just thinking, I had an idea that it'd be pretty cool to find. I already watched sunrise and sunset, but it'd be cool to find the best place to see the sunrise and sunset on the property that we're on, and then those be my locations to go. But I was going to follow up what I was saying before with something else, because I was actually kind of going somewhere that since it does do that, I was thinking that, because I didn't really pay attention to stuff like that early on. I wasn't like looking for it. And now I'm thinking, well, we know when certain meteor showers are supposed to happen. So if I find out when one's supposed to happen, I can time it right, then I'll go to the beach at night and go chill here and see if I can take some pictures and do stuff. Gonna need a way better camera though. But I mean, I'm on the East Coast. I can get angles of things that the West Coast people can't get. So why not?
That's valid. I'm in Oklahoma, so it's right smack dab in the middle. And it's kind of cool. Honestly, it's really cool because when, like, through each solstice, like, I notice the shadow of my apartment building is either, you know, longer on the side. Like right now, the shadow from my apartment is longer on the sidewalk as it's a colder season, so the sun's a little bit further away. But like in the summertime, there's sun like right up to my porch. Like my apartment building barely makes a shadow. So understanding that was pretty cool. I was like, oh, hey, look, I get it now. Which makes me wonder, I'm sorry, I'm just like rambling on, topic bouncing. But if we got rid of daylight savings time completely, do you think more people would end up becoming more aware of like the path of the sun?
Maybe.
Because that, I thought about that. I was like, look, if we literally got rid of daylight savings time, then I'm pretty sure people would then begin to understand the path of the sun. Like, just study light and shadows, people. Like, study light and shadows.
Don't have it, but then I'm thinking to certain nations have it and others don't. Like, I don't know.
Arizona did away with it.
That's the thing, is one of the reasons why thinking becomes uncomfortable for people is they don't like thinking about what they don't know because it makes them feel stupid. Like, oh, well, that makes me feel dumb. Oh, that makes me feel... Yes, exactly. We're all fucking retarded because we don't know anything because we're born with empty minds, and then you gotta add data onto it. And then you keep adding data onto it. And then you keep adding data onto it. And I'm sorry. Like chasing a rabbit. But, so... this person right here, Jan, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Jenna.
No, you're fine.
I'm reading the live stream text, and Jan's talking about bringing some Globers in later. And, like, well, I might join you later with a few friends. And said that they don't know if they're willing to jump on, but it would be interesting. They're Globers. And then I was thinking about Crab and Coffee. And I'm reading this while trying to listen to you and process what you're saying, and I can't divide my attention up that many times. I'm thinking of too much stuff. I'm sorry.
Here, this is for you, Jan.
When my brain starts getting like this, I know it's 5:30. And I probably should get some sleep, but I'm not going to. I'm going to drink some coffee, and I'll get some sleep at about 7 or 8 when it gets a little more active in here and people start waking up around here in person.
Yeah.
I don't mind going to sleep when everybody else is awake because it actually makes me happier to know that everybody's awake and active and knowing what's going on while I'm asleep. All right, night watchman shift over and then I go back to sleep. But I actually was serious about grabbing some coffee. I think I'm gonna go do that since it's 5:30, and I'll be right back soon. I'd like to continue chatting with everybody. I reckon Chris is getting his day started or something, or doing his thing.
He says, I'll be around. Looking forward to it.
9:30 in the morning here, mate. So you're spot on. Yep, day's just starting for me, mate.
Yep.
Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Well,
hope everybody's
I hope
well.
you have a
and
blessed day.
Yeah, me too. I hope I have a blessed day too. But I hope you guys have a fantastic day as well.
You too, Jedi.
Take good care of yourselves, yeah.
Of course. So Jan was asking me about the meteor thing. So Jan, just this cute little gif here. Meteors don't fall up, okay? Like they probably should fall up in up, down, left, right, in all kinds of different directions. If we're on a spinning globe, but that's not what anybody observes. Meteor showers, just like rain showers, they fall down. You know, you ever seen it rain at an angle? Yeah. You ever seen a meteor shower go at an angle? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's all that is. That's all that is. It just.
You ever seen Forrest Gump where he talks about all the different directions of rain that he saw?
It was raining sideways, and it was raining up from the water. It was raining from the trees. Oh shoot! Coffee number 2 on the way. Look, I'll put it for that second cup of coffee. Look at that.
There you go. I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna step out for a break and get that.
Sounds good. We need the Flat Earth music bot on here in like a minute because I'm probably gonna pass out.
I could throw something on. I'll do that before I go. Get some music on in the morning. I need more tracks. I'm actually like what I want to do actually is acquire these ODD things and make radio edits of them. And I know that we curse on here and stuff, but sometimes when people get their day started, the children around and whatever, and they want to be able to jam out to this without having certain words on there, they usually listen to stuff alone. So it's like, if I make a radio edit that sounds good, then we can just jam out on it with a playlist. Like,
see, that would be really cool. I think that would provide the live stream a good little intermission this early in the morning. You know, before people will start getting on and getting into discussions.
Where it's like semi-active, but not really. People are they're just more chilling, listening in. I like taking spaces between songs too, like listen to a couple songs, chat a bit, and like Spake and I did that a while ago, a couple days, like a week or so ago. I don't know. Where he would play a couple songs and we chat a little bit, and we play a couple more.
That's what's up.
Cool.
That it provides good filler. Provides good filler.
Yeah.
Is Jan a flat earther?
Yeah, there's.
Or is Jan an on the fence earther?
I really wish that people would use those tags when they. I guess I should take notes and then be like write down. I'm gonna write a format for myself and I'll just copy and paste it whenever I interview somebody. Be like, all right, this is the info, and just give it to whoever can confirm them and give them their roles. Like they claim to be on the fence, claims to be a flat earther, claims to be a. No, we don't have. We usually have a claim claims flat Earth. You got to prove here. Prove that they're a flat earther by showing some evidence about it.
Flatter than a
what do you
pancake.
know? How are you sincere about your investigation, or are you just larping and playing around? Like, what is your perspective of what? Like, have you done any investigation into it for real, or do you think it's a disc and you're just making up some crap? Like, we don't just give out that role for no reason. End up getting a bunch of idiots who are basically sophists or theosophists.
I typed like I had a stroke. What's going on?
Oh, God.
Jan, I was just asking if you were a flat earther or a globe earther or an on the fence earther. I don't think we've ever introduced before. There's a bridge now. The whole ass automatic people mover, a conveyor belt.
They do, and there are certain people they've given the FE title to, and it's kind of like they ended up having to withdraw that from them because they got exposed for being, all they did was quote certain catchphrases and buzzwords that they picked up that they've heard folks say, like, oh yeah, they say water is flat and goes level and stuff like that. They'll just pick up on certain things, and all they're doing is parrot. They're using their Glober parroting game for flat Earth sound bites. And it's not funny, and you'll get found out pretty easily because we can tell the content of your heart by the way that you talk about things. Out of the mouth the heart speaks.
That's true.
And you can't even help it. It just be that way. I
Like, if
love
I'm
how
speaking
this,
about stuff, I'm speaking with my heart, and I'm using my brain as
yeah,
well.
I try to. And we all fail because we're human. So there'll be times where things fall short. But
What do you
that's
have
the
to
whole
say
point.
for
This
like?
is,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and it's not just the heart though, because the heart's desperately wicked. You can't trust it. That has to be lined up with Him, so it can be purified, kind of thing. Got to purify the well. And
What do you say to people that like say they can't trust? Like, there are people that are like, you can't really trust your you can't trust your instincts. You can't. I've been told that by globe believers before. You can't trust your instincts. You can't trust your intuition. And I'm like, what?
I mean, I guess you can't trust it if you're a dark minder, because then your intuition will be to do dark things.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole
Like, I don't know.
carnal instinct is feral and vicious. So yeah, you can't trust that. But when it comes to something higher and above all that, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Maybe you give like some kind of random clue that feels like you got a hint from something outside of your reasoning. It's like, you better go with it. Anything against that, you probably have something negative, and you know it because it's happened before when you didn't listen to it when it told you.
Like, a good example of that was this one particular time. Me and my cousins and my brother, we would go play airsoft in this abandoned church behind my Nana's house. And there was one particular day that my brother was like, hey sis, we're going to go play airsoft. You coming? And I was like, I don't know why. I just have a bad feeling about it, right? And my brother and my cousins were held up at gunpoint by the cops in that church. And they were fine, and their airsoft guns, we were smart about our guns. We made sure that they were clear plastic guns with orange tips all over them, so you could tell that they were toys. But like, when my brother made it home, he was like, damn, sis. He was like, I don't even know how you called it. You called it. I was like, what? He was like, we had guns drawn on us. The cops were there. It was freaking crazy, man. Like, telling me all about it. And I was like, I just had a gut feeling, dude. So that's just like, that's your intuition. That's your gut. When you have that feeling, trust it. Like, dang. That's why it frustrates me when like Globers want to tell me that you can't trust your intuition, you can't trust your instincts, these things are fallible. Well, so far, my intuition and my instincts they've saved my life. They've literally saved my life before.
Or they'll be the polar opposite of that, and their form of trusting their intuition involves like playing with crystals and doing tarot readings, or reading like their astrology stuff and looking at stars. Like, well, and then making excuses about themselves based off of their sign. Like, well, I'm this, so that's just how I am. And then they kind of like totally embrace just being the worst version of that they can.
Like, don't get me wrong, I do believe that there is something to the astrological aspect of things. The zodiac wheel, the wheels in the sky, my guy.
But because I believe that waves and frequencies can influence the organic computer as it's developing. But if somebody takes all the worst aspects of the perceived like traits of a particular sign and makes that their entire personality, holy crap! Like,
yeah,
that's not at all what it means. You're not. In fact, that's the opposite of what it's supposed to tell you to do. Like, don't do that at all.
Yeah.
But they'll use it to excuse bad behavior, and it's like there's certain reasoning that I believe that happens there, but you don't use it as an excuse just to be the worst version of yourself. That's ridiculous. I consider it a random character generator, because otherwise it would be boring and everybody would be the same.
You know, I got this crazy ability to just kind of like know what people's zodiac signs are. Like, one really good one, for example.
All right, what's mine?
I'd have to be with you in person and feel your energy.
Nah, that's not true. You just said you could just tell.
Wait.
I wasn't even done telling my story. Okay, so there was a
voice
woman.
is energy, though, right? I'll be right back. I'm gonna get coffee.
What's my sign? You said you could tell.
What's my sign? You sound like a Capricorn.
No.
Huh? Not a Capricorn? Maybe a Leo?
Yes, that one.
See, I can always get it within 3 guesses. And there's 12 zodiac signs, so that's pretty accurate.
You know what's funny?
Oh, do me.
Oh, do me. Y'all knock it off. Quit it. Stop it. Can I finish telling my story? I'm trying to tell my story, okay? So this young woman walks into my jewelry shop, right? And I'm managing the jewelry shop. And she walks in, right? And she's like looking at herself in the mirror. And she's fixing her hair and everything. I stopped and I looked at her and I said, "You're a Leo, aren't you?" And her jaw just dropped. She was like, "How would you even know that?" Okay, and before I knew it, I had dozens of people in my jewelry booth, in the jewelry booth that I was managing, and they were all like, "Guess mine, guess mine, guess mine." I got tipped so well that day just by guessing people's zodiac signs within 3 guesses. It was really cool. It was an experience. Like trying my hand at something. Just saying. Anyway, I'm off that soapbox. Seems like we got some people waking up. Good morning, everybody. Good morning on Flat Earth.
Jenna, I'll give you 3 guesses. I'll give you 3.
Flat Earth. Guess them.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Come on, I want you to guess. What star sign am I?
What star sign are you?
Yep.
Libra?
No.
Or Taurus?
No.
Am I close?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, you're talking about zodiac sign, so you're on kind of target. Come on, easy.
What did I say?
Practical.
You got one last guess before you're hung.
Practical. I'm gonna say it's gonna fall somewhere between a Sagittarius or Capricorn, but did I get yours wrong? I get them wrong sometimes.
Now you guys.
I got the other guys right, though. I got his right in 2 guesses, so I don't get everybody's right, but.
I'll let you off the hook. Do you want me to tell you?
Well, I had fun playing anyway.
I'll let you know. I'm a Virgo.
You're a Virgo. I said, what did I say? Libra.
Libra.
I said Libra.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the Virgo Libra freaking cuspy weirdness. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like Libra, but I guessed a little too far away on the first one.
Wrong end of the stick. I'm closer to Leo than I am to Libra.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. That makes a whole lot of sense, actually, with like just how you talk and how you present yourself.
Leos are where the money's at.
Can you guess mine? Can anybody guess mine?
Cancer.
Pisces.
Who said what?
Cancer.
Pisces.
Hold on, one person at a time. Chris, what was your
Pisces.
answer? Okay,
Pisces.
Who was the other person's answer?
Cancer.
Chris, you got it right.
Fucking did. I'm a fucking legend.
I'm a fucking legend. You got it right on the first one. Good job, buddy. Good job.
I just wanted to say cancer, to be honest.
But what I want to know is how were you able to guess that so quickly, Chris?
He's a scumbag.
Jedi, I want to know how in the hell you guessed that so fast. So fast. He's got information. He's got birth dates on everybody or something. Hope everybody's waking up and enjoying their level cups of coffee. Maybe some pancakes. Another beautiful day under the sun, moon, and stars. And we're still not moving.
Well, that's not completely true. Our bowels are going to be moving this morning after our cup of coffee.
After the coffee, yeah, that's about the only thing that'll be moving at about this hour after coffee.
Absolutely.
That's facts. That's straight up facts, brother. But my spinny wet space ball.
Yes, probably not that, but the bowels should be moving.
A Globy response would be like, your bowels are only probably moving because of Earth's rotation.
Yes, remember, gravity helps you shit. That's believable.
Gravity makes your poops go plop in the water.
Destroyed. Gravity helps you shit.
Oh my god. Oh, what a conversation already. And I haven't slept. Insomnia's a bitch.
Well, you've destroyed our entire everything. You just destroyed flat Earth because gravity helps you shit. You just said it yourself.
Look, I was being facetious. Feces shit. Feces shit.
Facetious.
Feces shit. I was being feces shit. Facetious, yes.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Can you prove the globe, man?
Bowels bowel movements. Prove the globe.
Whew.
Your turds look like globes.
Can you really prove the globe, man? It's
But
not
if you-
like you have any proof.
But if you take a shit
What?
from like 10 feet, if you take a shit on the ground from like 10 feet up, you know that thing's gonna go, yeah, your turd's gonna fall flat, right?
Now I want to write an entire song about that, make a parody of it.
Do you want to prove a globe, man?
Do you want to smash some globes, man?
Do you want to smash some globes, man?
Yeah.
Welcome to the inertial Earth plane. You know what? You're gonna have to develop that, work on that.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I should write the lyric. Oh, what I should do is, until I quit smoking completely, I can't sing worth a damn. So I'll need other people to sing it or AI because I'll probably sound like trash. I should write lyrics for songs, make parodies for things that we already know, and just post it in like the collab thing. And here you go. Anybody want to sing this? There you go.
Thing?
There's
Where's
a
the
collab lab.
thing?
What? You don't have the collab lab? Why do you not have the collab lab title?
I don't know. I sing and shit like that. Where's the
Yeah,
collab
right?
lab? I
This
sing.
is
What
an
is going
atrocity.
on?
Yeah, she's gotta have it.
Yep,
gotta
this is atrocious.
Who's trying to talk?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Mike. I'm gonna. Your mic is so low. I have you already up at 185%.
Is that better? I literally.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, it's better, but I have you at 200% on my end in order for it to be better. And
I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna turn off noise suppression. It's probably gonna get loud. Get ready.
Oh no! Well, let me turn on. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, blow his ears out.
Now what's it like?
Well, now
Much
it sounds
better.
the same. It sounds the same as it was on 200% when I have it on 100%.
Tell me if you hear this.
Yeah, you're good.
Tap, 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 tap.
I'm turning on noise suppression again. Hear it?
Nope.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
That shit
it's
works.
barely clicking.
That thing works.
Yeah, no shit. That's why it's a feature.
You're good. I just put you to 200%. I can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I go in games. It sounds loud. I've heard myself through someone else's
And
mic.
you know it's not a game? The Globe War. Alright. Hello?
Globe War. Not like Star Wars, but Globe Wars.
Globe Wars, yeah.
Exactly.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
A long time ago. Long.
Where the deers and the globetards play.
Far away. Makes me think of that. Kiss a Wookiee.
Long
kiss a
time ago.
droid.
Some dude said, what if this was that? So he took a stick and put it in the ground.
Toby Dog said, get ready to show me what you got. I got you, buddy.
These are little globes with tails, man. How do you argue that?
What? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I was just trolling. I said semen are little globes with tails. How do you argue that?
You know what's really funny is when they're like, we're going to launch the SpaceX rocket, right? And I was like, look at it, looking like a little flaming sperm that's about to, like, I don't know, drop into the ocean.
Well,
SpaceX, SpaceX, they're trolling us. Tell me NASA's
Greetings.
trolling without telling me
Welcome,
that
Bloods.
NASA's trolling.
Welcome, Bloods Thicker. How's it going?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. Are we good? Everyone good?
Doing great. It's almost 5 a.m. here in Oklahoma.
Oh, crikey.
Staying blessed and avoiding stress. Still trying to find that curve. Checking out the server room, looking at different rooms, seeing if anybody's posted or done anything. And nope.
Gonna be in the groin. Show them how Earth is like a coin. I'm over here already thinking of song parodies.
Coming up with lyrics.
Well, there was this guy who did his own. It was like a John Williams tribute, and he did 4 separate frames of himself, and just a cappella this song together, and it's like long time ago, far away. Kiss a Wookiee, kick a droid, fly the Falcon through an asteroid till the princess is annoyed. This is spaceships and monsters to Star Wars beloved, it's true. Episode 5. It was great. Great. I'm like thinking of like globe parodies for it. What?
Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Heck yeah, man. I watched the hell out of some Star Wars.
As long as it wasn't Star Trek, that shit was boring as fuck.
Hey, you watch your mouth. Voyager was my shit.
Star Trek sucks!
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
Everyone's opinion. Star Trek sucks. And also it makes the globe look like a globe when it's not a globe at all.
Yeah, I know.
Star Trek is to Star Wars what DC is to Marvel.
Okay, but I like characters from both DC and Marvel, so I can like Star Wars and Star Trek Voyager, specifically Voyager. Like, I don't really like any of the other ones. Those ones are kind of boring. But I don't know. Voyager, for some reason, I could watch that.
Okay, but technically speaking, since they're both made in Hollywood, they're in the same universe. That means that they can have a crossover. So what happens if they go through some wormhole or whatever? They travel through time because time travel exists in Star Trek, so they can go a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away because they can use light speed travel, so they can go back to when there's Jedis.
They could go back to
let me quit. We need to get back to Flat Earth. I'm like
go back to before the Death Star was destroyed, and they all meet up together and form an alliance.
This is exactly why people don't want to play the sophist game with me, because I can imagine shit forever.
Right, same.
To infinity and beyond. Like, don't play that game. Let's stick with reality.
Exactly. And don't get me wrong, I can imagine shit just like the next person, but...
Alright, go on, continue the story.
It was just getting interesting.
I'll continue.
It was just getting interesting because we were talking about a Star Trek, Star Wars crossover.
Yeah, like that. It's probably one of the most, for some of the people, because they hate Flat Earthers so much, that was probably the most interesting thing that they've heard here so far. Because it was complete fantasy.
You're probably not wrong, dude.
Oh man. So anyway, when they went back in time, let me quit. I could actually just go to Chat GPT. That was just from my mind. I could go to, if I wanted to be lazy, I could just go to Chat GPT and then be like, write me a crossover story between Star Wars and Star Trek, and it would give me a good kick out like a short story real fast, and then I could just narrate it to you guys.
These kids in high school and shit are already like understanding this Chat GPT, and they're like using it to do their homework. Like they don't even have to think. They're just like, Chat GPT, tell me the answer. And they're like, it's like, here you fucking go. Like this thing is doing their homework for them. I'm like, oh boy.
Duh. Like, if you have a calculator, you use it, right?
You have to figure that shit out.
Shoot.
Yeah.
I had to count on my fingers.
Think about it. They tell you back in the day, right? You're not going to have a calculator in your pocket wherever you go. And now you have a freaking cell phone with an actual calculator in it that's better than the TI-83s that you had to go and borrow or pay a lot of money to get back in the day.
Oh, God, those TI-83s are cancer.
Where you can have
Why
Chat
were they like $500, dude?
And then they would say, well, you're not going to have a calculator with you at all times. So they make you do certain problems without it. And yet here we are.
Well, it's very good that you understand how to do those problems.
Here we are.
Like,
Literally debunking bullshit mathematics. Here we are.
You just don't really need to go to calculus, but you need to know algebra and basic.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys. I've
welcome,
got a question for all you
silly Jerry.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Oh, I checked your roles and realized that you've been here for a minute, so you're good. I was making sure that I wasn't being rude and talking over somebody.
Jerry, what side are you on here?
Yeah, are you one of those globies?
No.
What's your best? What's your best globe proof, noob?
Best globe proof.
Look. I have a question.
Far, we only have 1 point in favor of the globe cards, and that is testicles are also round. Do you have anything else to add?
Nah, I'm just here to listen, mostly.
Well, I had a question for you guys because there's a. Let's see. Hold on.
I'm going to work on something else for a minute and take away half of my mental capacity to write a parody. But I'm still listening.
So I actually asked somebody this because I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that like some of the highest levels of mathematics comes down to like honors advanced calculus and like linear algebra and stuff like that. But we had some little globy troll in the YouTube live chat like yesterday, and he was like, oh, I do the maths and I love the maths and I did this and that and it was just a word salad, right? And he was like basically telling me that I'm retarded because the highest level of math that I've done is calculus. I'm like, how am I dumb? Like, he's like, there's higher levels than just calculus. I was like, then please tell me what they are so that maybe I can be enlightened and I might learn more, you know? But he wouldn't tell me what the highest level of mathematics was.
Well,
aside from calculus, you know.
Well, you could just ask him.
That would just like breach the realm of like physics and shit. I guess I don't know.
Ask him like, why did all your math knowledge bring you to a flat Earth YouTube channel? Riddle me that,
right,
man.
That's a good point.
You're like, why did all of your mathematical knowledge bring you to a minimum wage job?
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, so like if you know, I've done algebra 1, algebra 2, geometry 1 and 2, and intermediate trigonometry, and intermediate calculus through high school. I'm like, so like, what am I missing here? Like, what am I really missing here? but that guy didn't want to answer me. Hypotenuse.
Yeah. Anybody who claims to be a math expert, just ask them how they would prove a straight line in reality. I'll guarantee they say, well, it depends what you mean by straight line.
With a ruler, that's how I do it.
Okay, it's not really a straight line. It's like a bisexual line. Maybe it's a gay line. Like, I don't know.
Ew, bro.
Yeah, I know.
We only like lesbians, okay? We don't like...
No, we only like Led Zeppelin. Stop it.
No, dude. We only like girls doing... Not guys, gross.
Why are dudes so weird about that? Like, I don't know. They're like, yeah, definitely watch two chicks kissing. But I want to punch two dudes when I see them kissing. It's so funny.
Ew, gross. Stop saying dude kissing. Yikes.
Ew, dudes kissing.
It's not funny, Jenna.
Yeah, ew.
Makes me physically sick. That's the actual...
It's pretty gross. I mean, I poke fun.
It is something very unnatural about that shit.
Big hairy men. Ugh.
What is this that you put in the chat here, Jedi? Tom McDonald.
Yeah. Just a playlist of some really awesome, truthful music. Really awesome, guys. Been listening to it for, all morning. And yeah, every single track and every single bar is on point.
I absolutely love that you love Tom McDonald. Like, Tom McDonald he's so real. I absolutely appreciate all that he does. You know, it's got to be hard to be an independent artist, and you got all these, all these devils at your door with their claws out, and they're like, yeah, do you want a contract? And he's like, no. Me and my girlfriend and my parents are doing this in my basement. Like, pretty awesome. Love independent music. I'm trying to click on it and it's not going. Oh, there we go. My phone just hates me. Alright, I'm gonna listen to this Tom McDonald song.
Jenna, I meant to ask you before you go. Did you say that your brother turned to Flat Earth recently?
Did I what?
Was it you that said your brother, you had a good conversation with your brother about Flat Earth? Was it you? Or am I getting you confused with someone else?
You might be getting me confused with someone else. There's a Jenny in here.
And that's, so that's Jenny. And that's
no, you can call me Jen. You can call me Jen if that's helpful.
Too many Jens on the server.
Oh, Jenny. Yes, I'm getting you. Sorry, Jenna. I'm getting confused here. Too early.
Jenny! You sounded like Forrest Gump.
Jenna.
Why does everybody do that to my name? Y'all suck. Everybody does that. Jenna.
No, you're Jenna. You're Jenna, but we have somebody called Jen Ney. JEN-NEY, she spells it. So that's Jenny.
Jen Ney. Yeah. Oh, you've got a whole playlist here, my guy. Heck yeah.
Play that shit. Let's hear a couple samples.
What?
Let's hear a couple samples of the playlist.
Can't do it on YouTube, copyright strikes and all that shit. So you'll have to listen to it privately.
Yeah, through the YouTube. If you know about Tom McDonald and you've ever heard his music, this dude, he goes hard. He even talks about clone rappers. He talks about their skin lifted, their eyes shifting, the smile different. I'm like, dude, this guy is on point about this. Like, they're cloning people.
Wait, what?
If they can't control you, they replace the old you.
Yep, if they can't control you, they replace the old you. Yep.
They talk about cloning facilities with replicating tattoos and cloning facilities. Well, it's just the fact that he's singing about all these different subjects, which it's got more like a Shotgun Blast of Truther music. Like, yeah, some of them are definitely going to hit.
Yeah, this guy's got some shock factor music.
He's making the claim, though, that Eminem, the real Eminem, hasn't made music in a while. And I'm thinking also there's metaphor to it, too, where he's implying that some of them, they're not exactly clones, but they are. It's like they're a shell of who they were, but they're not actually the original content creator. It's just a zombie version of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the music video is definitely cloning rapping facilities, and they're just literally making an actual carbon copy of you. But there's like metaphorical implications between the lines and certain things too with all of his songs.
Well, why didn't they do that to Kanye West? I mean, he's just kind of out there trolling.
I personally don't believe that there's clones like that. I do believe that there's body doubles, and I believe that cloning is possible. But
guys, why does Disney have a lab? Why does Disney own a lab? What possible things could happen in a lab owned by Disney?
So Disney's probably, his head's probably cryogenically frozen inside of like underneath in the basement of Disney down there, and like it's built over a swamp. So down there in the bottom in this swamp area, there's like this hellish thing where you've got all these rats, right? But they're genetically modified, so they look like this weird distorted version of Mickey Mouse. Like, you don't want to see them. But anyway, so the frozen head of Walt Disney, it has this primitive version of Neuralink that can control all of Disney's operations, and he does that in his sleep. It's all of his dreams that are coming out.
Trying to figure out where you were going.
And when he rises up, he's going to rule as the king of the Magic Kingdom. Obviously, you know, when their king returns, he goes back from the dead. No, again, the sophists who come in there with their nonsense, trying to play games. Don't try and play games. We stick with reality. If you want to play games, we can go. Like, we can play games, and your head won't be able to wrap around with how fast it can just be generated in front of your face. So let's stick with reality. Reality's best.
Oh, what do you want for Christmas, little boy?
And I actually did touch on random conspiracies where people do think that he's frozen or whatever. Like, they think that, I've heard one, he's supposedly under the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, cryogenically frozen somewhere in one of the, like, what? Dude, why specifically that ride? I guess because they have human bones there or something.
They have to convolute these stories and turn it into like multiple, just like, I don't know, just make people suspicious of like multiple things pertaining to like the same thing.
That's shit like that is why people think that the whole conspiracy thing. Oh, they're all just a bunch of idiots speculating on farts in the wind. Because there's no evidence to anything. It's just they'll grab one little bit and be like, yep, this, I believe.
Yeah, without really analyzing it, picking it apart, using any kind of discernment whatsoever.
Yep, that's the right word. They've got no discernment. None. Yeah,
Have you guys heard?
Has Walt been having a nightmare the last few years? Yeah, that must be it. He's just been going through a very horrible nightmare.
I've heard the theory supposed to be Adolf Hitler became Walt Disney. Have you heard that one?
I heard that one. I also heard that Walt Disney was a quote-unquote Nazi sympathizer. However, my understanding on the history of World War II might be very controversial. Compared to what we've been taught. So
is that one of those we need to stay away from that because it's kind of like the
we need to stay away from that because it's illegal. We need to stay away from that because it's illegal to question it. It's illegal to talk about it in 19 countries.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about the channel. If you say certain thing, like one specific thing, then it could really mess up certain stuff, and it might be akin to the Dybbuk boxes that people like to have in their homes.
Well, Ether Chris, I'm just gonna say that, yeah, it's something we should stay away from on the Flat Earth Discord.
Just
But
thinking,
it's
yeah, I'm trying
something.
to go back.
It's something that is illegal to question or deny in 19 different countries.
I will make this observation, and it's just a simple observation.
Wait, what's illegal to deny?
If
With
anything related to the
details of
Holocaust
World
or
War. I'm just going to say the details, okay? The details of World War II.
I'm not afraid to use the word. I'm just not going to deny anything happened because I wasn't there and I don't know.
Oh, like you guys are talking about like Holocaust deniers or some shit?
Yeah, because I think completely denying it's a bit silly because something happened.
Right.
And it was pretty damn bad if it was enough to affect that many people in that many ways.
As
So
vaguely
something
as I can
happened.
possibly say this, it happened. It just didn't happen the way that they taught it as history.
It never does it though? Like,
So,
war.
you know, if
But
you really just think about it real hard, real quick, and this is going to be real quick, okay? The spoils of war go to the winner, okay? History is written by the victors. And the Nazis lost. The Nazis lost. Just let it sink in.
Did they?
Yeah, I get it. Like you're saying, America is villainizing Nazi.
But here was my main point. And yeah, they just automatically he's a boogeyman.
I'm
Look,
just saying,
demon demon god.
How ridiculous that sounds, dude. Like,
all right, here the way they portray him, right?
vilifying Nazi
Imagine
Germany.
this. So
Come on now. Let's get back to
Very quickly. Guys, you can go down to a non-live stream chat and talk about this to your heart's content if you want
That's
to.
why I said we shouldn't talk about it here. This is not a here thing.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Still fucking talking. Guys. So, you can go down to another server. You are skirting around the edge, and hey, let's respect this server and what it does. Let's not get it taken down.
Yeah. Let's go back to Flat Earth. Just straight up. We can abandon the conversation completely.
Is anybody awake out there? Any globies awake? Are their brains working? Are they want to come in and talk about it?
Yes, the Earth is a globe because so are boobs.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's how that works, isn't it?
I don't know. They have different shapes and categories.
They want to start going off about the black holes and this and that. The only black hole there is in these globies' brains, man.
Black hole sun, won't you come?
Won't you
to melt
come?
everyone's freaking brains.
You know, black hole sun was definitely there's something weird about that song.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I was being too polite about it, and thank you. Because somebody, I guess we got a good cop back, somebody had to say it. So thank you. And getting us back on track.
It's all right. It's just we'll skirt around it for the next 20 minutes and actually talk about it while skirting around it. Do you know what I mean?
That's kind of like walking past a huge mess while looking at it and talking about it. Like, don't even look. Like, nope, we don't have to look. We already know it's there. Let's just keep walking. I know it stinks. I know you can smell it. We don't have to talk. Let's keep going.
But like I said, there are other non-live stream chats available if you want to talk about things to your heart's content, guys.
Yeah. And we should continue that conversation later elsewhere. But back to the epic type stuff. I'm gonna go check I'm gonna go check lobby, see if anybody's popped in actually.
Here we go. A little bit of good energy. Here we go. There we go. We'll put it up. Yeah. You know what I think is really interesting is how many nodal points or energetic points are on Earth. And if you look at a neodymium magnet and you look at the magnetic lines or the ley lines, if you will, they make this beautiful like flower of life pattern. And where a lot of these sections cross or intersect is where these energy points are, these nodal points. It's like the Earth's chakra points, if you will.
implying the North Pole has the connection to that. And then, by the way, to anybody who's watching this and they would like to do logical fallacy bullshit, this is a cartoon, and she is using it to explain an example of what she's talking about. This is not a map of Earth, and we don't believe there's a giant man standing here. Don't try that crap.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
But anyway,
A lot of
what
people.
we were saying.
I was gonna say a lot of people are very unaware of the energetic intersecting points on Earth, and they are very unaware of how on a flat Earth, just like a neodymium magnet, there is a flower of life pattern in this energetic wave. And all of the governments, they know all this stuff. They force feed us crap. They force feed us so much crap, and it cuts us off from source. This is a depiction of like source, if you will.
Yeah.
And all of the crap that we're force fed cuts us off from this. Like, it's an energy
kind
thing.
of related but unrelated, I guess. It reminded me of this, but it's not a different format in the map anyway. But the way all these points are for the voices,
Yeah.
and the ley lines and all that. But then if we just spread it around,
And then when you take those lines and you connect them in a circle, you get that geometric flower. Like there's no avoiding that.
I'm thinking, what am I saying? I can just edit this right now and do it, and then it will.
Yeah, there you go. That would be way cool. Yeah, just take that and like wrap it in a circle, and you'll see that beautiful geometric circle flower of life pattern in there.
One of my problems is I'll take for granted the things that I can do as though it's something super easy that anybody can do. And I'm like, yeah, you could just do this. And I just assume other people can do things. I don't know.
I'm looking for a GIF of like a
That'd be
neodymium magnet.
I'm just
What I
thinking
found
it'd
is
be
way
like
cooler.
if Sonny automatically assumed I could play guitar like he can. He's like, oh yeah, you just gotta do like wait, hold wait, what? Like, okay, you're gonna have to teach me how to do that first, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, I can kind of play guitar.
I can do a couple things, but I don't know about all the other shit. Like, he's got experience.
I honestly just need to get back into practice is all it is.
I think all of us should start a flat earth band and like just freaking flat smack the world. Like a choir band type thing. Just it's whatever. It's a combination of all these different things. It's just all of it. You know, like people build like a crew, but we just don't stop. We just keep on building like this huge crew of people and make all kinds of different music and start collabing huge things together. And like the meetup, right? Like they have these conventions sometimes. And a bunch of people meet up and actually be able to record like a couple days when they're hanging out together. It's just fun.
Dude, I was thinking about this a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking that flat earthers should make football chants. The football chants are so catchy. Earth is flat, my lord. Earth is flat. Oh lord, Earth is flat.
That sounds
I just found such a great GIF, you guys. Take a look at the text chat. Yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh, that's so great.
Whoa. What? Oh, okay. Right, that. Uh-uh.
Are you putting those ley lines and vortices in a circle?
Yes.
Nice. I can't wait to see what that looks like. It's probably going to look way cool.
It is.
I can already see it. Yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh man, Earth is basically like a giant neodymium magnet, and like we have an equal grounding to the Earth, and this is why we stay down. We don't float. This is also why we don't like sink to the depths of the ocean because gravity. That's so beautiful. Oh my gosh, look at that.
I might have got it backwards when I did it. I might have to reverse the image. I don't know.
Look at that.
I guess it doesn't matter if it's backwards or not because you can mirror it.
There's that flower of life, people. There it is. There it is. But they try to convince you of some other fucking crazy stuff that they can't even prove. Like, we see the flower of life in everything. It is literally geometry. It is sacred geometry. That is beautiful. That is so beautiful. I'm just like, wow, you just did that. That's awesome.
I just had to do a polar coordinates thing and then shift the map because it's backwards when you first do it. Yeah, I think it did do it right. It's just warped. That's right, because I'm trying to freaking look at it how Google Maps shows it on a globe, and it does change it a little bit here.
You've got it right. Looks like.
I second guess myself in order to make sure that I get it right so that I know that I'm right. Yeah, never mind. Oh,
it makes me wonder.
There are distortions here, but I was thinking even on Google's, there's distortions. Like I think Timbo was mentioning it earlier, like the other day. When you zoom in, it actually adjusts and it'll have like this little meter that with a line, and it shows you the miles or whatever, and it changes it depending on where you're at. And it's not about zoom; it's actually like changing the thing. Like they're literally not subliminal, but they're kind of like that's how they shuffle their little numbers to make it work. Oh, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're good. I lost the thought anyway.
Yeah, it happens. It'd be like that.
It do be like that sometimes. Oh, who is it? That Ken guy. He does a lot of really cool sciencey stuff. And he, Flat Earth Dave, got to have like a little interview with him, and it was really awesome. I'm trying to find the neodymium magnet thing that the guy did because it was just so good. He was actually able to see the magnetic lines in the magnet, and I'm going to try to find that because it'll match with what you just did, AG.
Probably. Because if these lines are lined up with certain points and
like, well, this actual physical magnet matches up very well with that depiction that you just made.
That's weird.
Neodymium magnet, I'm looking for it. You know what? It's probably in my wild science. I think I found it. This might be it. He's showing the ley lines on a magnet. Magnetic zones. Magnetic zones explained. I want to watch this. Is there anyone that can like play that YouTube video like for the stream? I don't know.
What's that? Oh, play that on there. I mean, we can, but nobody could see what they're doing. That is a huge. That is a huge magnet.
I'm watching this video about this neodymium magnet for probably like the 5th time. You guys should be watching it too.
Hold on a second. I had to. Okay, I'm watching the video that you had shared in there.
Nice.
Well, I was listening to what he was saying because I was doing something else for a moment. But.
Cool.
Well, I mean, obviously, he said cryptochromes, and I'm like, well, etymology.
What was that?
Because he said a word like that I could guess what the meaning of it was, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna look it up. So I'm like, etymology, so straight to the cryptochromes.
What was the word?
Cryptochromes.
Cryptochromes.
Hidden color.
Yeah, it literally messes with frequency, like your whole frequency, your color spectrum, because like colors have a sound. People think I'm crazy, but I'm like, every color has its own sound. Like, anyway, but yeah, that can be affected.
There's actually science to back that though. When like, okay, there's this dude who got a implant into his brain, and he can like hear color. I guess, like, it's weird.
Yep.
And the device does it for him, but it's like, it would make sense that you could create a device based, like, simply because there's a natural version of it that occurs. Because everything we make's a prosthetic is something else, whether we know it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll be right back, though. I'm going to step inside and need to get a refill. Yeah. And I'll come back and check this out. Yeah. BRB. We could play a song in here. Nobody's chatting or anything. I'll probably be gone for like 3 minutes.
You can do what you want, mate.
I don't know if I mean, you shared that playlist, right? It has a bunch of Tom McDonald and other stuff, but I don't know if we're permitted to play that in here. We really.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have thought so, mate.
I'm gonna avoid all of this mostly because he doesn't have anything remotely close to the subject matter of the server, but a lot of the stuff is good. So I'm gonna just go to ODD playlist and play some random stuff on there that's obviously about the subject.
Just 2 seconds before you do that, we will go into a musical break in a moment. I just want to give a shout out to the 22 people watching on YouTube at the moment. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. If you want to come and join the server, please hit the link supplied by Nightbot. Go to voice checker number 1 and one of our lovely moderators will meet you there, have a very quick conversation so you can gain permission to talk in the live stream, whether you're flat earth or whether you're ball earth. We'd love to have you. If you've got that evidence of the spinning flying ball in the vacuum of space, then I urge you, please bring it in, because this server's been up for 6, 7, well, I've been a flat earther for 8 years. So 8 years we've been waiting for the verifiable, falsifiable evidence of a ball of set dimensions in motion, spinning on its axis and rotating around that great big light in the sky. And that great big light in the sky and this ball that they haven't measured, haven't well, measured it anyway, is said to be in the vacuum of space. So if you've got evidence for either 3 of those physical claims, please hit the link supplied by the Nightbot. Voice checking number 1. Come and speak to me. I'll give you permission to speak. And now to our musical break.
Discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy. Class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house. He's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubé. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. $23 billion, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And we're back. How's it going, everybody?
Thanks for that.
Gotta fix my headset.
That was stunning. I enjoyed that, brother. Thank you very much for playing those short little tracks. Just going to remind everybody again on YouTube, if you want to join the server, hit the Nightbot link, go to voice checking number 1. One of our lovely moderators will meet you there. I say moderators, I should have actually said volunteers. One of our volunteers, who probably isn't a moderator because they're all probably still asleep. So me, I'll probably come and meet you in voice checker number 1. We'll have a quick chat and make sure you're not a troll and you're going to play porn in the background and shout the N-word and stuff like that. And then you can have permission to come and join the live stream, have a chat with us lovely people about what you think the Earth is and what you think it to be so. So yes, please hit the Nightbot link, come and join the server, voice checker number 1. We'd love to have you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you are well. Yeah, Chris, I'm really well, thank you. That was really nice, yeah. Welcome, everyone.
I'm doing really well, man. I'm doing pretty good. Is that, like, honestly, with all my issues, today's actually seeming like a pretty good day. I'm not feeling like crap. Might actually turn out alright. And I was just distracted reading the lobby.
Oh, what's going on in the lobby, mate? Let's have a rundown. Anything interesting?
Just
I mean, I
somebody
could
new.
look at my fucking self.
No roles, and I was just kind of inviting them to the. I made an image that I can easily share to people. It tells them how to get VC verified, kind of a remix of the one that's already been shared.
It's nice to be a little bit creative and put your own spin on things, mate. I was going to say, doesn't matter if you're having a bad day, man. Just try and be positive about it. Things will happen for you. Just keep that positive mindset, yeah?
If you're still breathing, there's still hope. If you're still here. And you've already made it through your darkest days.
No, that's true.
So,
hope is a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Terrible when you run out of it.
Faith, hope, and love are an unstoppable force when combined together. An unstoppable force and an immovable object. At the same time, figure that paradox out.
I can't, man. I haven't had any weed for 3 weeks and I've just hit 2 bongs and that's fucking deep.
And then I took it to another level deep where it's like, we can't even. Nah. Back to the level. Back to the top level layer up here on Earth where there's no curvature and I'm watching the sunrise. Well, the sun come into vision, into visual view as it goes over my head. Rise and Set are interesting words. We all know about Set as far as the, Egyptian deity Set.
Yes.
And then, yeah. But I don't even feel like doing it. It's too early for etymology right now.
It's interesting that today they like to cast spells, right? So one of the most common languages on the earth today, apart from Chinese and Spanish, is English. The language that we're predominantly speaking on this server. Well, only speak on this server. They had words long time ago. We're talking about set, right? And we can also talk about the word sun, but we have words that can have 2 different meanings, depending on a spell we're told on paper with pen, but how we say them sounds exactly the same. So when we talk about sun, what am I talking about when I say sun? Am I talking about my child, my male son, or am I talking about the sun in the sky?
Or it's kind of like it's you.
Go on.
Is you, or is it you or you? Like YEW or EWE? Like which kind of you are you talking about?
Yeah. Yes. I point that out sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get confused with you when we're having conversations, when we're talking to someone. Sometimes we'll say you, but we don't finish it with that kind of you people, or the ubiquitous you, meaning everyone, not you singular.
Yeah.
But language is definitely interesting, man.
Yeah. I was just going to say, and when you add the word all to that, like you all, they use the word all way too much. Because all means all. That's all means.
You study words, don't you? I've noticed you've got a keen interest in, hate saying this word because I always get it wrong. Etymology? Is that correct? Yeah. I used to say entomology and got told off that quite a few times. But yeah, I've noticed you have a keen study for that, mate. So I like listening to what you say.
I'm in full agreement with what Gregory says about, like in his warnings about the etymological fallacies. A lot of people, they'll kind of start at their meaning. Like, this is what it means to me. And they'll trace it all the way back to the root and say, see, this is what it means to me. And they'll trace it all the way back to their meaning. And that's it. And now they have a stick. Or you can go to the roots and then you bring it all the way back and see the entire plant that it grew, like the whole tree of it. If you use etymology wrong, then it ends up creating a really distorted image. It's kind of like cherry picking, but with extra steps. So I get what he's saying and why he warns that. Anytime that I'm like getting deep into etymology, that's a valid reason. The sophists will weaponize that. And then they have a ton of sticks that they can like start trying to beat people with. They come out with a bunch of spears that they've made where they've like crudely crafted words together. Oh God, they're learning. But I believe the word belongs to us. Like, as far as scholarly things in general. Like if the logos is the theos and the theos is the logos, then word, speech, and communication, language in general, it does not belong to the dark side of things because they don't actually know anything. They hide everything and they use the truth to lie. So that means that all of this actually belongs to it's our people. And I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about the greater family of the people, the Mishpacha, or however it's pronounced. The entire family, the whole thing.
No ignoring you, mate. I'm right here. I'm just thinking about what you said. It's interesting.
I believe that, alright, you got like, say we're out lost, like a bunch of prodigals scattered out like sheep all astray. And we're out in this world, and then we realize, hey, okay, so that is our Father's house. And we're walking back home because we decided to stop being weird and go home. And along the way, we see all these raiders who they've got a bunch of crap that they've stolen. Wait a minute. That came out of my father's house. What the hell is that doing here? And you just take it because it's not theirs. That goes with all of it. All of the truth belongs to us. All of it.
Wait, you want to go inside my head?
I don't know if there's actually a word for it, but I'm kind of trying to coin a word for it. Theocentric etymology. Because I believe that that's, if done right, infallible. There's no logical fallacy to be had if you have the creator of all things as the center focus of everything. And then you do your study of the word, and the word is the theos, the logos is the theos is the logos. At that point, then you can learn much more. So much more. But when it's like that scatterbrained crap, like by the seat of your pants method, where they grab a bunch of sticks and start flying off in the wind like a bunch of witches or whatever, no, that's not real etymology. It doesn't take it back to, you got to actually trace it back to the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
The bot put me in timeout because I said whore. Horizontal.
How dare you say such a thing? Did you know that, speaking of which, that word actually means deer. In fact, I'm going to say it since you said it. I try not to say certain words because I'm going to call other people out when they do bring up those words. But those things.
Yeah, the bot put me also, but kurva, it means whore, not bitch. Just want to say that.
How dare you say things
Yeah,
with
bot
your human
got.
meat throat?
Good
Or type
morning.
stuff with your fingers. Here, I got something that'll make y'all laugh. I have a valid reason for why I do this. It's very strong, and I'm very strong in my belief about it. I believe that words have been weaponized, sharpened, and pointed and used as weapons against people. So you have this word right here, but you look at this meaning to it right here, and it's like, okay, so what's a fishmonger? They sell fish, right? What's a whoremonger? They sell, okay, so somebody who sells people who are dear to them, like either into slavery or what? Yeah, so that's a pretty effed up person.
Wow. Yes, they're definitely confused or something.
Yeah, and they use now this word.
Right?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Using this false language, we're casting spells upon ourselves. We don't understand what we're saying.
So somebody says this to somebody, they don't know what it means, right? Not the true meaning, and they have just, that's what it means to me. And now somebody uses that word against them because they were told this is a bad word. And now because this is a bad word, it hurts their feelings. And now they feel wounded because of it. So now because they feel wounded, they recognize it internally, whether they know it or not, as this is a weapon word I will use to hurt other people with. And if anybody uses it against me, I will feel hurt. And they get in that reactionary mindset.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, my friend.
My belief is if we start with the foundation, we build the structure up, and we actually do it properly, our people cannot be hurt by these words. Not even our children will be hurt by them, because if somebody tries to use them against them, they will know, because they will grow up knowing these other people don't know what words mean.
Many times we can be very explicit when we speak and leave no room for interpretation. But in music industry and media and politics, they often do this intentionally. The words they say in the context and phrases, they have more than one meaning. So they leave that to the interpretation of the people. They use this kind of language and phrases. So everybody, they will know they have a certain number of categories of people with some sort of ideologies in their mind, but they know exactly those categories. Yeah. Why can't we see this double meaning, for example, in science? Mic check.
I'm here. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you, man. Somebody was being, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jenna. Somebody was being a bit. They're going off topic by talking about the curse words and going down with that. Yeah, it's a distraction. I'll be right back in a moment.
Okay. For years, we're asking someone to come up with a proof for the globe, and the point where we are getting to is like they simply refuse to come and show any proof. Globers have started to stay away from these subjects. It's funny, we had so many people in here who said, "Oh wow, this is amazing what you told us, guys." They were captivated.